Usually people don't talk loud to themselves.
Yeah, no, that's yeah. They don't. They usually can see that they're talking to them, but they usually don't speak to them.
Yeah. The change in between personalities was too quick. That's not happening like instantly.
Yeah, and also the aggressive one isn't usually aggressive straight away.
No.
They're usually more manipulative.
I feel like you might have more patience for the demon. What do you think the fuck is doing with it?
Myself and Bobby is what people say.
We have a lot.
There's people in Cali, bro.
Yeah, apparently he's hold on now. We'll do that in a second. But yeah, they're saying that he's something about the cosplaying as somebody and that they take them over on Halloween and they're a demon and all that.
Oh, it only happens on Halloween.
Apparently.
Yeah, this is straight into weapons. Narconos, thank you very much for the gifted sub. To Dan LB. Push me button on the side of town. Yeah, I've seen it before. It's gonna stay there? Okay. Should I stand still? Which direction are you coming from? Should I go to the city? SP? Okay. I was like, are you behind?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
I need to get rid of all this fucking traffic. It's doing my head in now. And it's making me lag so bad. It's just really unnecessary. You don't need all this, all the NPCs. Yeah, it's literally ridiculous. Why did they add all this shit? Hi, Jeff.
That one don't count at all.
Okay, let's go.
I'm so surprised that A1, I got thrown on the front page of Kick. 2, the fucking CEO of Kick came in and dropped a.
Oh, completely, I'm not doing. Can't be regret. Oh, is it? I'm gonna go PGM. I'm gonna feed myself. I need to buy some armor.
So let's go. Does this walk?
AKB, thank you for the man. Have you? We'll go PGM. She don't work, is it? Right, let's go get armor. I need to go to the gun shop, mate. I'm not too sure. Should we go have a look? We've got so many places. I want to adopt a baby. Where's the gun shop, man? Where's...
much was it, Shay? I'm nearly at a meal. But if I can make some drugs, should be alright.
Yes, I'm not philosophical. I'm just a player and cool.
Oh, please tell me it's Crash. So what have I got then?
Yesterday I was so tired.
Right, 100% ready, mate. That's some action. I've still got crack. Oh, fuck, I can't remember the code for the trap phone. Oh shit, how can I not remember the code, man?
I hope we can discuss about this.
Oh, fuck, what's the code, man? Where's Weeks when you need him?
It's always like that.
You got. Sorry, I snapped him. No, it's that one.
Maybe.
I don't think it's 1571, is it? Fuck's sake. What's that there? No, who's that? Basketball.
Thank you very much. Thinking about that.
It's a weird number, it's a weird number. But we've got crack on us, isn't it? Oh shit, I missed it.
What do you mean with plot twist?
I really want the bet.
I don't know. What do you mean about that?
Non, comment ça? Non, non, t'as pas faim, c'est pas vrai. Non, 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 non. Sois gentil avec moi. Je suis pas d'accord. Non. Non. Tu as rien pas. Got a good handle there. We've got a sexy Bentley, I'll show you. Wait, how do I get back? How do I get back to the place? How do I get back to the dealer? there we go. M7.
Why do you say it's a rabbit hole? It's about the rock.
What are you saying? Yeah, this is nice.
Uh-huh.
You try the other one out. They've got the M7 as well. You try them out. Yeah, it does need a ring. What I've got in APL.
Yes, I'm
But to
on
get that
this
one
code.
at one car for fucking £45. That's what I forgot to ask the guys that were there. We've got an apartment.
Je te mets sous la douche, tu vas rien comprendre. Non, t'as pas faim. C'est ton problème. T'as pas mangé quand t'as venu vers papa. Donc maintenant, tu n'as pas faim. Désolée. Un biberon que t'as voulu prendre n'est pas bon. Donc tu vas attendre. Et si t'as soif, maman te donne de l'eau.
How much is that? Only 2 mil. Sounds naughty though.
I like.
Only 2 mil for that? You see 160?
Yes, we can keep this linguistic party going. So I'm on. I prefer Porsche and BMW M3, but I don't know what is the best car for me.
See how far it goes up. Yeah, I would say 180 with that one. 3 mil for a Lambo. Come on, can you hit 300? Come on, come on. Got the brakes. Only 2 mil, yeah? Mate, it's 4.5 for my fucking M7. Yeah, it can definitely push 100. Stop. What muscles have they got? Mustang. Oh yeah. Do you remember this car in the other cities?
You are agree to move like that?
Wait, how much is this one? Yeah, I do hopefully use something to release. It's got good control though. Right, so let's start. What do you get here?
Yes, I think we can go to a good conversation together.
It's on the basic.
all day long.
How much is it? Let me check. 67K. That was my drugs for a second.
I think Windows for gaming they are very
So I had
good.
that one that said "Stab Me, Daddy."
And I think a lot of people use Windows
Got declined by Twitch.
for gaming especially.
What other one did I have? What's that one? Okay, I didn't want that one uploaded. What's this? Fucking master. I didn't even see half of these. What other ones did I have? I had this one, Choke Me Daddy. No, it's almost like it was
I prefer
oh my
mobile game because when I am on my computer I prefer just work,
I can't remember
and
which ones
with
are
my
declined now.
mobile
So I didn't
just
ask for all of them to be uploaded, there was only a few.
I can playing games and it's a break.
Even this one, and where is it? I just saw it there. This. They're even like saying about that might not be uploaded. Can I mod delete it? Yeah, mod cam. Oh, I've just seen it. Jesus Christ. It's really loud for me. I don't know if it's loud for you or not.
I want to know what is the best,
But yeah,
playing a
they
mobile
literally decline
game
so much
or
of these.
having a PC for
Let me
game.
send for a sec. Like, they decline so much of them. It's actually so frustrating. I was like, why on earth are they actually being declined? I've got a few more pending now, so... Oh yeah, the Yes Daddy one, hang on. Where is it? This. That got declined for sexual content. I was like, really? You can see a few of them on here, look.
Said that fall too. He said that motherfucker fall, dog.
That's unreal.
My haircut, man. I don't want to play with you no more. You ain't talking. I don't want to play with you no more. I might as well play with a random. I might as well play with a random. I might as well play with a random. I might as well play with a random.
Nigga, I hear you.
Is
that the nigga random?
Yeah. Yeah.
Moving here.
Appreciate that father killing the cow.
Yes, everything is okay.
They over there.
Yo, watch the
What's
movie.
over there?
Moving here.
bro. They here, deep as hell.
Hey, Patchen bar yard at. Oh, shit. It's a
I just tell you what the little dirty.
wicked shit. What the fuck?
Download and install them from the official. Oh, use
Quitting, bro. That shit weird. There go Doug.
Yes, everything is okay. It's Sunday. Could you repeat, please? Yes, uh, we can repeat our audio conversation. Like that, we can find a meaning and lead to something new. Yes, I'm ready. I'm always ready for a new challenge. You know.
Observability is becoming an increasingly competitive space in the software world. Many developers have heard of data. The Hypertext Transfer Protocol, or HTTP, is used to load web pages using hypertext links, and it's the foundation of the web. Tim Berners-Lee famously created HTTP version 0.9 in 1989 and defined the essential behavior of a client and a server. Version 1.0 was eventually finalized in 1996, and its secure variant, called HTTPS, is now used on more than 80% of websites. HTTP continues to undergo intense development, and version 3 is now being actively adopted across the tech industry. Nick Chaudron is a software architect at NGINX, and Roman Arutunian is a principal software engineer at NGINX. Nick and Roman are experts in HTTP, and they join the show today to tell the history of its evolution since 1989 and how NGINX is implementing support for HTTP.
Hébergement WordPress, Infogéré, Toastbuilder. Voici 3 fonctionnalités clés pour optimiser les performances de votre site. 1. Notre site.
There are over 128 million open source projects on GitHub, and every single one of them has the potential to change your life. Whether you're building your GitHub street cred, fixing a bug, adding a feature to a project you personally use, or just fixing typos, every pull request you submit moves you one step further in your development career. GitHub is the new resume, and every contribution you make builds your collaboration skills and associates your name with the massive community of driven individuals out there making software for fun and profit. And you don't have to be making massive changes to make a difference. Just helping out wherever you can with whatever you can is more than most will ever do. You don't even have to contribute code. So many projects would love if somebody would simply help with writing documentation. So, there's no time like the present. Let's learn how to find an open source project and make your first contribution right now. Just like anything else in the world, the first time is always the hard.
Thank you. I know that I'm a great thinker.
Individually browsing through millions of projects.
Oh.
Contributions welcome. But honestly, the best place to start contributing is with a project you already use. Take a look at a package.json file or a go.mod file. All of these projects are open source and might need your help. Once you find a project, take a look at the issue queue and find something you're comfortable with working on. You might even take this chance to start a conversation on an issue, but either way, this is how you get started. Alright, so now that you found an issue you want to fix, the next step is to take a quick look at the project's README to see if there are any specific rules to contribute. Every project is different, so your mileage may vary. Now that that's out of the way, let's go ahead and get into coding. Head up to the top of the page for the project you've chosen and hit the fork button. Choose yourself as the owner and leave everything else alone, then hit the Create Fork button. Now you have your very own copy. Click on the code button and copy the path to your fork, pop open the terminal, clone the project, and make a branch. The next and very important step is to like and subscribe if you enjoyed this video. Thanks. Now it's time to make your changes. Your change might be just fixing typos, updating docs, or even introducing a new feature. No matter what it is, be thoughtful and considerate of your changes. Someone else's code is their template. Don't walk in with your money shoes on. Alright, done with your changes? Add, commit, and push up to your fork. It's that simple. Now, go to GitHub where you should see your branch. Hit the new pull request button and you will be presented with a screen to open a PR on the parent project with the changes you made in your fork. Open the PR and leave a comment. If your PR resolves an issue, mention the issue number in the PR notes so GitHub can automatically annotate and potentially close the issue. You've now successfully completed the easy part. Now you wait for feedback and reviews. Some projects will have a stringent review process, and some will just merge your stuff with no questions asked. So prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Remember that everyone working on the project likely feels passionate about it, so don't take it personally if you get a bunch of feedback. It's just part of the process. Alright people, that's how to contribute to open source. I'll leave it here, but just remember, one of those commits could change your life. Keep contributing to build your portfolio and someday it might just pay off. Till next time, happy coding.
Apprenez des compétences d'aujourd'hui et un métier qui est de l'avenir. Et oui, le tout sans.
A lot of folks have asked me about the front-end projects that I did with .NET Core. So let's talk about those, but more importantly, why I chose them. Now, if you intend to just watch this video to the end and walk away with a plan
Are you
of
here?
exactly what I did so that you can get a web development job, then you've totally missed the point. Instead, focus more on the progression of things and the why, and then apply that to your own situation and interest. Hopefully this helps you come up with your own ideas for a web development portfolio, so let's get started. My very first project was a simple HTML web page, no JavaScript, and that's because I hadn't started learning JavaScript. It was meant to be a silly page that was kind of a joke. For example, it had a menu bar, and if you moused over any of the buttons in the navigation, the other buttons would shift apart so that you couldn't actually click on anything and stuff like that. My goals for the site were to learn to structure a basic page with the headers, basic navigation, a sidebar, content, and footers, and to learn some basic CSS, as well as have some fun along the way. Keeping it simple enough that I could complete it quickly was never my intention to turn that into anything serious. I then started reading the book on JavaScript, and once I got a little ways in, I decided I wanted to apply some of the concepts that I was learning. So I was trying to figure out a simple problem that I could work to solve with JavaScript. And it just so happens that I was in a conversation with someone and they asked me how old I was. I had a complete brain fart. I was off by a year. So I decided to make an age calculator that accepted a birth date and then returned your age. My goal here was to learn how to use forms and some basic JavaScript to do the calculation and then update the DOM on a button click. The page itself was super simple. It's basically a blank page with a little widget in the center. I tried to use some CSS that I just learned so I could make the borders round on the corners and things like that. And I was introduced to handling different scenarios or use cases in JavaScript because the calculation had to be different depending on whether the birth date occurred before or after the
I think
Well, that's fun.
I
What
have
else did I
my
do?
first
I
job.
decided to use the same basic widget
From
structure and then make a
front-end
countdown
developer
timer because I
channel
just read about set
on
timeout
online
and
for the
intervals,
last
and
10
I wanted
months.
to do something with those. Now, up to this point,
Super
projects
stoked.
were really
Hope
pretty simple and
you
trivial.
are
But they let
recovering
me
well.
apply what I was learning, and then that way I could get some quick successes that helped me to stay excited and motivated. My next project was a little bit more involved. One of the JavaScript books that I was reading talked about making a balanced game. And about the same time that I finished reading this section, a church announced a code challenge contest where they encouraged you to build some app or some game based on a gospel topic in a short amount of time. Challenge accepted. I took some of the concepts I had learned from that balanced lesson and adapted it to a simple game I called Cricket Cruncher that I thought might be fun for my kids. Basic concept was that there's a farm field with a bunch of different crops in it, and there were crickets randomly sitting throughout the field. You would pick a vegetable, and if it was hiding a cricket, you would be asked a gospel-related question. If you answered incorrectly, the cricket would hop off and escape. But if you answered it correctly, people would fly down to catch it in the sea, a nod to pioneer history in Utah. It ended up requiring a lot more effort than I originally thought, and I barely finished in time by the deadline. My kids liked it, but it couldn't really compete with a lot of the other submissions. My goal for this project was to incorporate concepts of prototypical inheritance, learn how to work with bright images, and get some experience with CSS animation. I hope you're seeing the pattern here. I'm focusing on applying what I learned to something without just copying someone else's code. By this point, I'm also thinking about building a portfolio project that showcases a variety of concepts. If this is helpful, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and consider subscribing. Thanks. I appreciate it. I was diving into deeper concepts in HTML, like semantic HTML.
Yes, I am working on front-end design.
And I had tried out a node detector called the Magnetic Euroflex Pro. I thought it might be cool to create a simulator for this particular node detector. I grabbed one of the marketing images from the manufacturer's website to use as a background. And then I dissected that image into a bunch of smaller sections and photoshopped different versions of the sections to represent different states of the node detector. On the HTML page I was building, I positioned transparent buttons over the background image buttons and used JavaScript to make node text interactive so that you could click through the different settings and menu options. I then used the handheld recorders to record the actual sound of the real node detector and then cut that up into smaller audio clips so that I could trigger.
No, I'm just working and I think I did it all genuine.
I was super excited about this. Picking projects like this that really excited me just helped keep me motivated. each project to go bigger and
What?
bigger in complexity without me getting super
What?
stressed because I kept building off of the stuff that I just learned. Now it's time to get a little more strategic with my portfolio. That age calculator and the timer is somewhat run of the mill and not that impressive. My other stuff was more unique and tied into my interests and hobbies, but that alone wouldn't likely sell it to an employer on me as a potential hire. And from this point on, I'm not going to be sharing pictures of the projects we'll be talking about because that's stuff that is owned by actual companies and I've not asked them permission to include the screenshot here. But that shouldn't really matter since the value is in the company. See, at this point, I started looking for projects that would help my employer in the construction industry. I built a handful of niche information sites with a smaller website, maybe like 5 to 10 pages of articles, marketing or branding pages. The number of facilities page, including the banners and the graphs, and building these small sites allowed me to learn how to do navigation. And I was also able to learn how to have reusable sections with safety and inclusion, even though these are still simple static websites. My goal is to build this with commercial intent.
You're beautiful,
Similar to what
my baby,
real companies
my baby.
have built. Sure, these were far from the complexities of a commerce site, but it was a starting point for relevant job interviews. First of all, the efforts paid off since my microsite landed a big project which led to me doing a lot more stuff related to web development and features for the company. I kind of created my own positioning where I could start getting some relevant experience. Around this time, I started attending local JavaScript meetups, and I learned about single-page applications, which sounded really cool. So then I started attending AngularJS meetups after hearing developers talking about Angular. It was apparent that this was in hot demand, and companies wanted devs with Angular experience for the backbone and jQuery and some of that other stuff I had heard about. I decided to ride that trend and jump into some of the old school AngularJS because I wanted to build something helpful that was way better than my static website, something that could really showcase what I could do. It took some thinking, but I decided that I was going to build a contract management application for my employer at the time, because one of the problems was that when people would call in and leave messages, they were recorded on those little paper message slips that you would write on and tear it off and hand to whoever had received that call, and they just get lost. If the boss asked for a phone number for someone who had called a few months back, it may or may not be found. So I started off with building a simple application. There was just a table with a list of contacts, with their name, their company, phone number, and some notes about the call. You could press responses to add a new contact. You can also remove a contact from the table. I hooked this up to Firebase so that that would remove it. Now, I tried to think of some other features that would be both useful for this company as well as have some appeal to future employees.
So I will delete this. What the fuck?
Adding additional features, including a field for how we were contacted, and then from there I was able to add in some analytical charts so you could see where most of the calls were coming from and get some other useful insights, and this worked out really well. I then took it over updating the company's main website and adding a blog for the company. And now I took all that stuff that I had been building and I put it together in a portfolio site that I built using AngularJS to showcase the project with description.
I think if I can't work, it's not fun.
And I even included some of the better design features that I've done for some of those microsites. I'll talk about how this portfolio evolved in a second, but my first official software development job offer came because of these projects that I just talked about. And the most impactful projects were the contact management application, the blog, and those microsites. I brought an iPad to the interview, and I was able to show the different projects that I worked on and talk about the different aspects of web development. I could demonstrate this visually because my portfolio showed that I had done something with all the core concepts of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. The company was looking for Angular experience and even had a 1-hour section of the interview dedicated to Angular. And writing on that AngularJS trend really helped me to land that job. Now, after this first job, I revised my personal web development portfolio and shifted to something that was more visual with lots of thumbnails of stuff that I had worked on, including this first enterprise job. A quick word of caution here, some companies aren't going to want you to share screenshots of your projects because I try to follow fair use principles and include only smaller partial screenshots rather than showing the entire app design. It's also super important not to share private company information or customer data. For any of the screenshots, I would first edit the page, use names like field data or sensitive parts of the application. Okay, when it came time to apply for my next job, I put all that new work I had just done front and center, followed up by the commercial stuff from my previous employer, and then I backburnered into another type of app in the game. I dropped the timer and age of it completely because it was trivial in nature, and the project seemed to distract more than help my messaging at this point. Eventually, I had enough.
A very
Let's face it,
good
service
conversation.
level is not that great when you go back and look at it, and there's no need to hang on to it as you get better. Now, having a good dev portfolio is great and all, but it's only part of getting a good programming job. You should check out this video to learn the other things you must know if you want to land that first dev job. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Late.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Capucine.
Yes,
J'ai fait
we
le dernier.
can playing like that. Yes, editor, I'm ready for the ride, but I prefer to stay calm. But why you want to hide something?
Alright, what can I help you with? Alright, so I've been in the process of applying for jobs, and I've completed about 3 to 4 projects. They're all front end. So at this point, I'm just wondering, because I don't want to keep basically.
I am so excited to be recording this video. Mike is going to pick up the sounds, so I'll try very hard not to move too much. That being said, we're here to talk about tech and my journey into tech and how I got. Go, Lenny.
Yes.
Lenny puppy. He does not want to say hi. He's chilling. It's a gloomy Seattle day, and he is loving it. It's been raining all day. It's cozy. We're loving it.
Yes, we can continue to rock
Get
like that.
yourself your coffee or tea. Mine is a piping hot green tea, and I won't be able to sip it just yet because it is extremely hot. But this is what I'll be having. Secondly, I want to say for context that I am 3 months away from being a year full-time at Microsoft. It still feels like my 3rd week, to be honest. I don't think that will go away anytime soon, but I have learned a lot along the way as well, as much as I like to forget that. And so I figured I would share what my journey was getting to this point. Argentine, Miami girl, moving to Seattle, going on from fashion design and graphic design and branding and illustration to the absolute complete opposite, and feeling very challenged in good ways and bad ways. It's all been a ride, and I'm in the middle of it. So I figured it's the second best time to do this video. The best time would have been right after my internships and full-time offer, but it was a whirlwind, a lot going on. I really did not have time to sit down and do this, but it's a cozy Seattle day. I don't have anything immediate to be doing, so I figured, you know what, let me sit down and have this conversation before I forget everything, because I'm realizing the longer that I settle into my role and into this new life, the more that I forget everything that it took to get to this point, everything that I did, everything that I suffered through. Let me get my tea. Hopefully it's not too hot anymore. Okay, we can work with that. So let's go back a few years. I first decided to switch to computer science back in 2015, I want to say. 2015 or 2016 was this renaissance in
For what?
design. I
The
was
sense
working
of life.
freelance from Argentina, and then when I moved to the States, I couldn't work. I couldn't find any work in Europe. That was another option that I looked into. If I couldn't settle here and work here, I said, okay, I can move to Europe and something in design there. I applied far and wide to any position I found and didn't get any callbacks at all. So I took that as my sign that that whole avenue and plan was not the way. I started thinking a lot about my options, both career-wise and with immigration and all that stuff. It felt extremely lonely. And through those experiences and through those feelings, I was also going to school and kind of get an education in the United States. And that was rough. I went through a lot of soul searching and
Always up.
coming to terms with reality, accepting things as they are. That one was the hardest one for me, but I came to a point where it was extremely painful to fight it. And so my only alternative to be able to really exist within myself and not drive myself crazy was to accept things as they were. And that's really part of what also drew me into Buddhism and that school of thought, because that moment was when I realized I need to accept this as if I had chosen it, because there is a reason to all of this. This whole conversation is
What
taking
is
a
XML?
bit of an unexpected turn, but it's all part of my journey and how
Because
I got here.
if
I wouldn't be here if
if
it
I
hadn't been for the struggles,
confront
if it hadn't
HTML
been for
and
the
XML,
fact that I fell at my lowest during these struggles and I felt so lost. And somehow during all of that, I discovered coding. And that is where the story really starts. I had dabbled in CSS and HTML because that's a big part of that kind of stuff. Wanted to present your work online and the visual graphic part of being online. And so I knew about coding to that extent. I had no idea really what coding was at that point. I didn't know anything about software engineering at all. I didn't know that pathway existed. I grew up really not knowing about any of that. 2015 comes around. My brother was studying software engineering. I really didn't know what the heck he was doing, but he started sending me links to different coding tutorials. And he said, try this out. At the time, I was trying to figure out what I was going to do with my life. I was really disenchanted by what I was doing before, by fashion design and all that stuff. I started feeling a big emptiness in that space and in my purpose related to that. It felt very superficial to me. So that's a whole other can of worms. I'm not going to dive into this because it's going to be an extremely long video, but I can talk about that at some other point too if anyone's interested. But I was going through it. I was soul searching. I was questioning everything in my life, especially my path. And at that point, I discovered coding. I was also going to community college at that point, just for regular associates in art, just to get a degree. And I knew that whatever I did, I wanted to get a degree and really accomplish that in my life, especially in the United States. That had really been my dream since I was little, was moving here and studying here. So I started
today
that,
I want to finish this QR code
I was
challenge
still unsure of
and
what
doing
my
something
major
new.
was going to be. But I
But
went
at
in,
the end, I
and
can
while I was taking
write
my
an
regular
article
classes, like
and I
Advanced
can
101
put this on
and
LinkedIn
whatever else they required of me,
and on
algebra,
all social
all that stuff,
platforms and maybe
I
on my
was
resume.
learning to code on the side. I was extremely curious about this whole programming thing, and I had gotten hooked. I was spending all my time outside of class coding, figuring out how to create different apps and designs. I remember taking a Udemy course for iOS development that same year. And so I really dove in hard and I discovered that I really enjoyed it. I
I am
was extremely fun.
learning
That's
the
also
front
when I
end.
first started my Instagram account. Really morphed very quickly into a coding account just to document my journey into learning how to code on my own. And through that platform, I also started seeing a lot of other women who were engineers at big tech companies or building things on their own. And it opened my eyes to a world that I had never known before. And then a new dimension of that world, if that makes any sense, because there was all women that I was seeing that were doing amazing things in this space, and it made me
Là, c'est
find
l'ordinateur
people
qui
that
chante.
I looked up to and
Ouais.
that
Après, tu
I
peux
saw
parler, hein.
myself in. So
Après, faut pas dire
it
des
was,
trucs
it was
bizarres.
looking like I was gonna go into
Là, on
programming.
entend ma voix.
Spoiler
Tu peux
alert,
parler.
I did.
On va
I
pas,
declared
on va pas
my
synthétiser le
major
livre.
at that community college for computer science, and I started taking programming classes. My first programming class was C++, and it honestly should not have been. Some people advocate for that, but for me, it almost pushed me away. I took that before I was fully decided, and it went towards the cons list quickly, but
Yes,
ultimately
I like
it was
doing
what I
this,
wanted to do.
but
So
everything
I
will work out.
declared
And
that.
I just
I
want
took
to
then a
know
Java
if
class,
my
2 Java
father
classes, programming 1,
is
programming 2 in Java.
oh, nothing is on
And
autosave.
2019,
It's
I
crazy.
graduated from my associate. Now, that's also not the ideal timeline, so it was a real struggle for me emotionally and just confidence-wise. That was a struggle, and that was something that has gotten me through so much. I know it's hard sometimes to come to terms with it, but you can accept it and walk parallel to it as opposed to walking against it and getting pushed back constantly. And believe me, I got a lot of that, getting pushed back constantly. I declared my major. I graduated from my associates in 2019, and then really the true journey started in 2020, which is also the year that the world went crazy. So things didn't really settle as I thought they would. While I was in community college, I was not able to apply to internships. I don't know if things have changed now, but back then I used to talk to recruiters and they would say, contact us again when you're at your 4-year university, you'll apply then. But I needed to start my bachelor's in order to be able to apply. So that was one of the other things that was getting in my way is I need to be done with this associates so that I can start applying to internships and start getting experience. So as soon as 2020 came around, I started at Ford International University in January of 2020. So I got a month and a half in person, and then you know what happened. I don't need to tell you that part. That was actually the best excuse to study for interviews because the world was closed. No one was doing anything. I wasn't missing out on any parties or outings or dinners or anything.
Aujourd'hui, il faut arrêter de créer.
There's very little about the journey to get into tech that looks like a tech lifestyle. It's just not tech. Nobody's Instagramming it. Nobody's putting it on YouTube. Red eyes, frustration, and I realize you're not in that whole environment. That above and beyond is salary. The world to be an adult.
So we are waiting.
Trust purpose. Sometimes there's behavior that are happening that we call it toxic systems that are not.
Lawrence Lockhart worked in the hospitality business for over 16, if not 18 years. And at the age of 44 years old is when he decided to learn how to code. Not only that, he persistently studied code for 2 years and did not get his first job in tech until he became 46 years old. Lawrence, who is now well into his 50s, has such an amazing story to share with y'all. Out of all the podcast episodes I've had thus far in the history of this channel, I think this is by far the most important interview that I've ever had. Why? Because how many people in their 20s, in their 30s, in their 40s and up think that it's not possible? How many people think that they can't become a software engineer because they're way too late? Lawrence will prove you wrong. I hope y'all enjoy this one. Yo, Yo, Lauren, seriously, I am so happy to have you on here.
Man, how am I even here right now? How am I
talking
on
about?
the Chris Sean podcast?
Dude, nah.
Before we get to any of your questions, do you understand the impact that you have made on me and so many others?
Yeah.
Chris, I've been in tech for 5 years now. I started 7 years ago. At that time, there was a very small number of people I got inspiration from. You, shout out to you, Joe Santos Garcia, aka
brother.
First Phase, a guy called Jimmy Ajit, who used to review like Udacity courses, things like that. And for some reason, I got a lot of inspiration from Louis Rossman, the guy in New York who fixes iPhones and he's not supposed to. He just had like this grit mentality. Not to go to Richie Richie, the highs and the lows. It means a lot because it's hard to sometimes believe something you can't see. It's hard. So when you have that tangible evidence, people like yourself and Joe and others, it's like, hey, if they can, I can do it too. I can do it. Let me keep pressing along. So I appreciate you, man. And to be here now, this is like full circle. This is full circle.
It's amazing, man. I mean, just looking back from 7 years ago when Joe and I started a YouTube channel, like Joe's success.
Yeah.
Damn, he's killing it, right? And so I'm so happy for him. And to see, and to be honest, if you make all this content, and I remember when I started my YouTube channel, I was only getting like 1,000, 2,000 views per video. This isn't helping a lot of people. This isn't helping a lot of people. I should stop. But I kept going because this is always my hobby, right? It's just my hobby. Trying to do my passion, and now I haven't shared this yet, but now my full-time income. But
oh really?
Yeah.
Oh.
So I'll talk about it.
You released information.
Yeah. So
wow.
I'm so happy to have you on here too, though. Why do I thank you for this kind of words? Because you became a dev in your 40s.
Yeah.
Okay. Like, and I want to emphasize how amazing that is because I was a dev at 27. I was an engineer for 4 or 5 years. I was in DevOps for 3 years, but I barely started for 3 years. I'm not a technical engineer. So I kind of, and it's not, and I don't blame my job, but I also blame that the roles I took weren't as technical.
Mm-hmm.
Only content, if that makes sense, and that hurt me.
Right.
And so now that now that I'm no longer in DevOps, right? I'm no longer working right now in tech. Sometimes I wonder if I still make it back into it. And then when I think of that, I think of you. I'm like, damn, dude, Lawrence became a dev at 40. I still have 4 years under my belt as an engineer, right? I'm out of the 7 years. I can go back to engineering if I want to. If I want to go back to it. And so, like, so what I'm trying to say is that what you've been able to accomplish is so amazing because by the time you're 40, you already have a family. Right? You had a family already? Yeah. Oh, yes. Oh. Damn, okay. Okay, so by the time you got a job as a dev, how old was your oldest child?
Oh gosh, you're looking right now. So 7 years ago, we're talking 19.
I want to bring this up because there's so many people who are trying to get in touch even now who will feel like there's no hope because they either chose the wrong path or didn't have the correct guidance or didn't even know about it. Right? And so, thank you for doing this because I really believe that this will encourage a lot of people. And so, for people who don't know you, you've been in tech for the last, you said 5 years, right? 5 years, 6 years. You were a software engineer. You were at, I believe you were FedEx as a software engineer, senior software engineer.
As a software developer, mid-level.
Mid-level for 4 years at FedEx. That's impressive, right? And now you're in DevOps. So, by the way, congratulations on that. Good luck. Good luck. Yeah, no, and you know, DevOps, if people don't know, you were already kind of doing DevOps. You were a little bit. You're doing content, which is so amazing. Because you want to keep it.
Avec ma petite sœur, ouais, parce que ma sœur lui fait une surprise, donc la surprise se passe à Paris. Et donc ma sœur, en fait, elle a décidé de venir vraiment en Disneyland à Paris. Donc du coup, je les ai déposés tout à l'heure à la gare. On va... c'est les Flixbus là. Ben écoute, ça a été bien comme ça.
First tech job, right before FedEx, first. The thing about FedEx, starting at 46, I had excellent examples of my parents. So my dad was a chemical engineer, but he didn't get his degree until much later in life, I think like 30 or 40. My mom was an education
vais à 11h40, je vais partir à 11h15,
The question is, are you willing to put in the work? That's the thing that when I go to so many mentees, I go with so many people who are going through different stages, I go with this and with that. The question is, are you willing to put in the work? If they ask me about things like, how did you balance? You look like the like, how did you balance stuff? I said, there was no balance. You're not understanding. I'm going up a mountain. You know, full family, mortgage, cars, and a job in the restaurant business. I was in the restaurant business, hospitality manager, 60 hours, 70 hours, 80 hours. I'm the GM.
And barely still making ends meet?
Oh yeah, like the money is great. I got all life. I had to
Elle devait partir à
so when people
11h15,
ask how did I balance, there was no balance. I was up all day at the job every 8 in the morning till 6, 7 in the evening. Come home, a little bit of time with family, and then up all night. Sometimes even
Donc
doing
moi,
all
j'ai
night
passé un
just to learn the
avis
code.
sur Google.
Because I didn't want to take like 10 years or 5 years or 4 years. It still took me 2 years and 3 months was another reason. But I wanted to kind of escalate the process. There was no doubt. But the point being, I was willing to put in the work. Even after I quit from JavaScript, I wanted to quit my brand. By the time I took something else and I quit and come back, I was still willing to put in the work. And that's the only twist of factor, not what the background is, with the everything's fine, you want to do this. I've got plenty of examples of other people who have done it. Let me put in the work, you put in the time, you get like 10,000 hours in or whatever it is. And it doesn't have to be that for anybody.
Exactly, can't mean there's certain examples. Now, before you even dive into tech, I want to talk about your life before you quit. Well, you became a dev.
Ma soeur, du coup, elle a dû, avec ma maman, payer un TGV
That's
pour
how you
aller
did.
à Paris.
Yeah, that's the
Si vous
later.
partez pas au jour.
You're in your 50s?
I'm 51. I was good, I know.
I thought you were like 37, 38.
I know.
Bro, okay, I've been working out too, okay? I've been working out too. Yeah.
You gotta keep the temple around, man. This is important. All this is so important. You gotta consider this.
More than money, dude. Like, I can make 340K a year, but I'm not gonna make it to like 70.
What's the point?
What's the point, right? 100%. So, damn, hold on. Alright, so.
Yep. I started learning when I was 44.
What would you do with a consistent flow of new appointments in your business? If you could fill your sales rep calendar, maybe that would add what, $10, $20, $50,000 in your monthly revenue. If that's something that you could use without wanting or having to pay a massive upfront 5-figure fee, then you're in the right place. I'm going to show you exactly how I achieved that for my business and how I told over 500 people for theirs without hiring more people or running ads or spamming everybody and their mum with cold emails. Hey, Charlie Morgan here. As you can see, that is indeed me on the right. In the last 5 years, I've built 2 different companies. Okay, Northflow Consulting and marketing agency that we scaled to $100,000 a month, having signed over 350 high-ticket banking. I now run a Imperium acquisition with my team, as you can see on the right here. We generate over $500,000 every single month, completely organically, having signed over 600 clients in the last 2 years. I'm running ads now, but I built to $6 million a year without any ads, which is quite exciting.
I was working in the restaurant business for 17, like that point, 15 years restaurant business at that point. Because when I split up in college, back when I was college, it was done in a year. I was always supposed to be in the always. I was always supposed to be. Went to a top-notch university and just bombed out. Just failed. Miserable. Horrible. Kicked out. Failed. It had such an impact on my mental that even when I went to like a little community college, little state colleges around town, I couldn't even pass those. 4.5 years struggle trying to get through. Because that was the plan. Like I was this big high school phenom, the math and science guy, all the science awards and the math club president. I was all of that. Went to college and just screwed it up. After like 4.5 years, my dad was like, you know, I don't know what the impediment is between you and Mr. But you're grown now. You need a job.
Elle est avec ma soeur, ils ont plus de 14 heures quelque chose. Mais le... Non, ma soeur elle est partie avec ma mère. Elle est venue à Lyon. Ma soeur est venue à Lyon pour repartir avec ma mère. Et quand elle est venue, quand ils sont partis, ils devaient partir à 14h. Alors le bus, il y a eu ça. Et arrivé à la gare pour prendre le train, là, d'ailleurs, l'arbre de funérailles, donc il fallait que j'enlève ça. Tous les trains étaient en retard de 1 heure de temps. On a dit non, c'est pas possible. On m'a dit, mais il y a quoi que ça va sans nous là en fait. Et puis après, on entend dans la gare la valise de telle couleur qui était d'aller la récupérer dans le truc. Et sinon, bah, on sera obligé d'accueillir les interventions. Ah non, en fait, on a rigolé de rage. Parce qu'on a dit non, c'est pas possible.
Foot in the door,
Okay.
making on the path to
Sorry.
like
Le
nowhere.
temps qu'il fasse évacuer tout le monde, le temps
Any
que...
numbers you come up with. Fun fact, one of my OG mentors, Scott Hansen, he was posting about his.
Did you know that a stack is just like a stack of plates? And did you know that a hash map is just a glorified dictionary? Data structure doesn't have to be hard to learn. You honestly just have to learn it the right way. I'm going to teach you guys how to be ZX pros. Well, maybe not pros, but
I have a
at least know what an
problem
array is
with my
by the end of this
shortcuts.
video. Alright, so I know you'll hear the term data structures all the time, but what the hell is a data
I just
structure?
have
Data
this.
structures are a way to just
Maybe
organize and
I
store
have
data.
to
The biggest problem people have when learning about data structures is that they try to memorize things versus actually learning the concept behind what a data structure does. So what better way to learn than with common household items? One form of data structure that we can use is an array. And an array is just a fixed container with multiple tiny containers inside of it. You can't really change the size of this data structure, but that's okay. We'll learn why next. You can actually store a bunch of different data types inside of this. I'm talking integers, booleans, strings, container is labeled with things of the array. Yeah, we always start with zeros and liter signs. Honestly, don't ask me why, but that's just the rule. So how do we actually go through all the elements in an array? So you guys have heard of for loops before, right? We can use a for loop to iterate through every small container in the array until we find what we're looking for. This is called a linear search. So let's go take a look at an example. Okay, so now we're going to take a look at how to create an array in this example. So you can see here we actually have an array with groceries: apple, banana, carrots, olive oil, and avocados. So you can see that we've actually printed out the number of groceries, which is just the same thing as the length of the array. You can see here a number of groceries equals 5, and then we have a for loop that goes through each item in the grocery list and prints it out. So we have our grocery list printed out right there. And then what we're going to end up doing is we're going to actually find a grocery item at a specific index. So this is how you find
Okay,
grocery
are you
item
here?
at index 3. So we can see here the
Let's
grocery
go.
item at index 3 is olive oil. It is true. Now remember, we can't actually
Let's
resize
go.
an array, so if we set a value equal to null, and then we print out the number of groceries, we'll still have 5 items, but instead we'll have apples, bananas, carrots, and then the third index will be null, and then avocados. So it's the same exact size. We can actually replace some values with null.
Chez la marine de ma maman. Donc en fait, voilà, c'est la première fois que je fais comment du début de ma vie.
Comment puis-je le faire?
Array lists are pretty similar to arrays, but they don't have a fixed size. So if you remove an item, you're
I
actually
don't
going to
actually,
decrease the size of this array
I'm
list,
not,
and if you add an item, you're going to increase the size. That's pretty much grocery items, so apple, banana, carrots, olive oil, and avocados. And we're going to go ahead and print the size of this list. So we can see that the size of the list is 5. Then we're going to print out every item in the grocery list, just like we did with the array, and we can see them listed here. Then we're going to go ahead and actually grab one of the grocery items at the third index, and this is denoted using .get. So we can see here the grocery item at index 3 is olive oil, and then we're going to go ahead and remove an element. So we're going to remove the 0th element, which is the first element in the list, and then we're going to actually print out the size. And it looks like we've reduced the size because, again, array lists are resizable, unlike arrays. And then we're going to go ahead and print all of the items, and you can see we're actually missing an apple in the beginning because we've removed that element, but we have a banana, carrots, olive oil, and avocados. Okay, so let's move on to linked lists. Linked lists are like arrays and array lists cousins. You know, the one that shows up late and hungover to every family reunion? Okay, but boy, well, with linked lists, you can really only go forwards or backwards. You can't really access elements in between like you can with an array or an array list. Each index points to the next index or node. So each node has a pointer to the next node. It's kind of like a paper chain. So if you break this chain, you actually lose all of the elements afterwards. And if you iterate through this chain and you don't keep track of where you started, you'll also lose all the elements behind you. Yeah, I know. Pretty unhelpful coding, if you ask me. So let's look at a coding example of a linked list, shall we? So usually what happens in Java is they have a list node class or a linked list class. And right here, I've actually defined the player, which is the data type. It'll be a string, and then also our list node next. Because remember, list nodes are actually like a chain. One node connects to another node, which connects to another node. So you want to have a reference in memory for your other
Okay,
list
community,
nodes. I've gone
I
ahead
can
and
say
initialized all of these list nodes. We have
improving.
our paper chain, right? So we have Michael Jordan, which points to L2, Ronaldo, which points to L3, Steph Curry, which points to L4, and Messi, which points to null. So now I'm going to go ahead and actually insert list node 5, which is Garnett, into the list at the very end of the linked list. So we actually have to create a temporary list node right here, and then we use a while loop right here, which will loop us through the entire linked list. When we see that temp is not equal to null, but our temp.next, which in this case, if temp gets to Michael Jordan and our temp.next is equal to null, that means we know we're at the end of the list, and we're going to set our temp.next equal to our new node. Likewise, we can do the same exact thing while we're inserting at a specific index. In this case, we're going to insert right after Michael Jordan. So we do the same thing where we check our temp, make sure that it's not equal to null. If the temp player equals Michael Jordan, then we set our L5's next to temp.next. Because remember, if we get all the way over here and our temp.next is null, we want to set L5 equal to our temp.next. And again, we set temp.next equal to L5. So that's how we insert it, and the output looks like this.
Realizing.
We inserted Garnett at the end. You can see that Garnett at the end. Once we try to insert Garnett after Michael Jordan, you can see that Garnett is right after Michael Jordan, right there. Okay, so hash maps are my favorite data structure. The trick is to organize them in the right way. Let's say we have a list of countries, and we're going to organize those countries in an array. So let's say we want to find Ghana. And well, if we want to find Ghana, we're going to have to iterate through every element in that list until we find it. But what if I told you there was a better way to do that? Well, there definitely is, and that's called using a hash map. Now, I like to think of a hash map like a dictionary. We can use my makeshift atlas book as a dictionary. But it's a real dictionary, as you can see. A hash map is just a key-value paired data structure. Similar to a dictionary, you're not going to search through every single page of the dictionary to find the word ventriculum hypernostomie. You're just going to go straight to the V's and then check there. And don't ask me how I know what ventriculum hypernostomie is. Likewise, with hash maps, you can use that key to narrow down exactly what you're looking for. That way we can start looking in the G's right away rather than going through all of the elements. Okay, now let's look at a coding example. So this is how you denote a hash map. We have a key, which is going to be a string, and
Again and again.
String. And what we're going to do is
I
we're going
can
to have
say
countries
meaning.
that are associated with a specific letter. So what I've done here is I've initialized a bunch of lists. So I have a list G, which has Ghana, Greenland, and Greece as the countries inside of this list. I have a list I, which has India, Ireland, Iran, Iraq, and Italy. And then I also have a list U, which has the US, UK, and Uruguay. So now what we've done is we've actually added our key value pairs. Our key is the letter itself, and our value is the list. And I've used the put keyword in order to put these values into our hash map. So we've put G with our G list, the letter I with our I list, and the letter U with our U list. So now what we can do is use countries.getI, which is using the key to get the value. And our value will be that list of countries that start with an I. So then for each country, we're going to print it out. As you can see, we have India, Ireland, Iran, Iraq, and Italy. And then what we're going to do is we're going to actually remove a value. So we're going to remove the I list altogether. And all you have to do is say remove and then add the key to remove the value. And then we're going to print out actually what our results are after deleting. And after deleting, our result is null because we no longer have a value associated with that key in the hash map. Speaking of data structures and algorithms, you're going to want to use a structured platform to actually get concrete practice. LeetCode.io offers that platform for you. LeetCode has a wide array of practice problems, including the MC150, 150 data structures and algorithmic questions that are super relevant to the interview process. They have questions such as finding the longest substring without repeating characters or searching for values in a 2D array. Not only that, but they've laid out an entire roadmap on these topics so that you can plan your time accordingly and track your progress. And if you have trouble working through the problems, they have comprehensive video solutions that walk you through each problem step by step, as well as a LeetCode quiz feature to help people quickly review LeetCode problems. And the best part, all of this is completely free. I've been using this platform for my own prep so that I can teach data structures and algorithms in our Discord sessions every Friday. Speaking of which, we discuss DSA and software engineering topics in the Discord every week. You won't want to miss out. And don't forget that LeetCode Pro includes really detailed courses on interview prep for data structures and algorithms. The first 20 people to use the code PUJA get a discount on upgrading to LeetCode Pro. Link is in the description below. Alright, let's get back into it. Alright, the next data structure is a stack. So as you can see, my little prop of plates was very helpful in the intro, but I'm going to show you guys what a stack actually does. So let's say this is our empty stack right here. So first we take an element and we plop it on the bottom. So that's our first element. Then we take a second element, plop it. Third element. Okay, so this is our last element. So let's say we want to remove some items from the stack.
Item say stacking.
The first item that we put down, yeah, it's going to be kind of hard to get that first item. So we're just going to grab the top item. So this is a LIFO, or a last in, first out. The last item that we put in the stack is the first
It's
item.
me
in
all the
top
time.
of the stack. So
I
pretty
close
simple, right? Let's go take a look at a coding example.
the windows
so
of VS Code.
Stack in Java, we just use the keyword stack, and then we create our data type as well. So we're going to store a bunch of strings in our stack. So in this case, we're going to store some cars. So in order to push things onto the stack, all you do is stack.push. And again, we're pushing the BMW to the bottom of the list. We're pushing the Corvette as the next element on top of the BMW, and the Lambo at the very top. And remember, it's a first in, last out, or a last in, first out structure. So the way that we push all these values, the first value that we can take out is the Lambo. So let's just check and run this. We're checking what's on the top. It looks like our Lambo is on the top. If we do a pop, that means it removes the element on the top and returns. So we get a Lambo. And then we actually push another value, which is the Toyota Camry, and then we do another peak, and it looks like we have the Toyota Camry on top. So again, the last thing that you put in is the first thing that you get out with it.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Emma. Je suis jumeau virtuel pour Dassault Systèmes. Je ne suis pas vraiment un être humain. Considérez-moi plutôt comme une crash testeuse, mais pour la petite.
Queues are pretty dang cool too. They're kind of like the opposite of a stack. So if you've ever been waiting in line for something, you know that the first person that waits in line is the first person that gets served, whether that's at a restaurant or a coffee shop or whatever. It's FIFO, the first in, first out. So you can probably imagine what that looks like. And the interesting thing about denoting a queue is that it's an interface. So we're going to use a linked list to actually extend this interface. And you can use other data structures as well. But again, a queue is a first in, first out data structure. So the first element you put in, using queue.add, we're adding an apple. That's the first element that's going to come out. So we've added an apple, a banana, and a cherry. And then we've gone ahead and actually printed out what's in the queue. And you can see that we have an apple, banana, and cherry. And then we go ahead and use queue.remove to remove the first element in the list. And then we print out the removed element, which in this case is apple. And then we go ahead and print out the entire list after removal. So after removal, we have a banana and cherry. And then we're going to add another element to the list, which is a date. And this actually adds it to the end of the list. So we're going to be at the end of the queue now. And we are going to actually check what our next element is at the top of the list, which is our banana. That's our earliest value that we've put in. And then we actually peek our entire list. So here you can see our banana and our cherry and our date. So that's how we denote a queue, and that is how that works. So the last data structure, but not the least, is a tree. A tree is similar to a family ancestry tree. So if you think of a person, right, and that has children, and there are many children associated with that person, then their children have children, and their children have children, and you can keep going on and on and on. So that's kind of what a tree does. You can have some value, and that value will have children, etc. We can actually use this thing called recursion to traverse through the tree, looking at each child until we find the right value. In order to find Henry Huckleberry, we look for the children that have Huckleberry as the last name and continue down that path until we find the name that we're looking for. Of course, there are better uses of this, but this is the best example I could come up with, honestly. It's kind of like mini hash maps all linked together. Okay, so now we're going to look at a tree, which is a little bit different than the other data structures that we've looked at. And specifically, we'll look at a binary search tree. So a binary search tree, instead of having several descendants, it'll have 2 children per node. So here you can see the class node right here. So we have a value for our node, but then we also have a right child and a left child. So you can see that they're denoted here. So we have to add elements recursively, which means we use a function that calls itself several times until we find the right answer. So here, for example, if we have a new node that we want to insert into a binary tree with a specific value, the way that we order these values in a binary tree is in order. So our left child will always be less than a certain value of our node, and then the right child will always be more than a certain value of our node. So here we want to actually insert by checking, okay, what is the left child of this node that we're currently at, and what is the right child? If our value is less than our current node, then we want to go to the left. If our value is greater than our current node, we want to go to the right. And we want to keep repeating that process over and over again until we find the right place to insert our node, and there no longer is a value that is greater than or less than. So that's kind of how we use recursion here. We can also find an element the same way. So for example, we'll start at the first node, and then if current is equal to null, we can actually return false, because that means that's our base case. Otherwise, if our value is equal to our current value, then we return true because we found what we were looking for. Otherwise, again, we use recursion. This is the contains node recursive function, and then we just call contains node recursive current left. If it's less than our current value, if it's greater than our current value, then we actually call again contains node recursive, and then we put current dot right into our parameter. So we're actually checking to the right because we know our value is greater than value. There are definitely more data structures that we haven't covered, namely tree maps, tries, and cyclical graphs. But for now, it should give you a base understanding of what these data structures look like and how to use them for your coding needs. So, have fun!
UTrack is a project management system that's designed to be flexible. You can customize projects to meet the exact needs of every
C'est ça, parce qu'en fait, c'est que nous, on est en train de réfléchir à comment on fait, comment on fait pas. Est-ce que ce voyage-là sera pas trop
team and process in your company. And when it's time for different teams to work together and create something amazing,
J'ai pas compris.
UTrack makes collaboration as transparent and seamless as possible. So next time you need a web developer to work with a designer, and a copywriter, and a legal team, and a PR team, and a localization team, remember that it's easy with UTrack.
Non, c'est par rapport au long trajet, tu sais, le fait que ce soit dans la fin. Parce qu'ils ont dit qu'il ne faut pas qu'elle dépasse, tu sais, il ne faut pas qu'elle dépasse, je crois, 2 heures ou 1 heure, je sais plus combien. Voilà. Ouais. Oui, ça arrive tellement vite là, tout ça. C'est ça.
What the fuck is this?
D'accord. Pas d'idée. D'accord. Après, si tu veux faire un peu plus, hein, tu peux.
All right, what can I help you with?
Comme ça, on se promène.
Yeah, so I'm currently like taking the self-taught path right now. Sort of stepped aside from school for the year, and I'm just focusing on programming. And I've made some good progress with regards to projects and stuff. I'm learning various like web technologies and things like that, and just sort of was like finishing up sort of a larger scale project, and was thinking like pretty soon here, like maybe I'll start applying for jobs, and so I was like, I should get started on. Found that, yeah, jumping into some questions right away on LeetCode, like, yeah, I was just like overwhelmed. Like, I guess like thinking about it, like, for the past like couple weeks or so, like, I think when I started out, I figured like, you know, if I focus in on projects and stuff, like I'll gain like enough fundamentals to where at least some of the easier questions and stuff like should be like pretty doable. But as I was like jumping into even some easier questions or like ones that have like higher acceptance rate, I found like I was totally stumped on some of these questions, and even to the point where like I'd work on it for an hour, and then like read like through a few solutions, and just like can't quite even understand what's going on in those solutions at that point. So yeah, so I was feeling pretty pretty defeated at that point with regards to that. Since then, I have started like an online course. I paid for it. I try not to pay for things where I can, but I sort of gave in on this one, and that's helping just like going through some of the fundamentals, like basic data structures and some algorithms and stuff. But I'm still finding like some of those questions, yeah, are sort of stumping me, and just very overwhelming, I'd say. Yeah.
Gotcha. So I guess a couple things. You mentioned that you don't usually pay for resources. Why not?
I just am of the philosophy that you, like more often than not, you can get something almost as good for free. And I also like generally have a lot of confidence in myself to sort of fill in the gaps. And usually that works for me pretty well. But yeah, I mean, obviously, like if it comes down to it, like I'm willing to pay for something if I feel like that's what I need to do. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. You mentioned you were taking a break from school. Are you going through anything like programming related in school, or what are you doing?
No, so it's kind of a big switch. I did a couple years of school. I was in linguistics for like my second year, and I liked that. But basically, what I found is like school just kind of kills the joy of everything for me. And I just don't enjoy learning that way. And yeah, basically like found that like some people actually get jobs in programming self-taught, so I decided to give it a shot. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, so I think ultimately it sounds like your goal is to become a professional software engineer. Have you thought about, as a professional software engineer, what you want to build, what you want to focus on? Like, do you want to do web development, mobile, front end, back end?
La croissance de votre chiot se fait en 4 étapes distinctes. Et il devient adulte plus vite que vous ne le pensiez. Avec le programme de croissance Royal Canin, offrez à votre chiot le meilleur départ dans la vie.
I
Yeah,
don't know,
so my focus is pretty
because
much on
if
like
I
web development.
want a degree, I
I'm
have to
familiar
pay.
with some
And
backend
if
stuff as
I'm
well, but like
self-taught,
front end is
it's
where I'm
just
most confident.
the time I have to
Have
pay.
you been through any
Not-
interviews
not,
for front end positions?
No, not
great
at all at this
amounts of money.
Okay, and so
and
your
financial.
goal with the learning data structures and algorithms, I'm assuming, is going to be because people have told you got to learn it?
Yeah, basically like just for interviews and stuff.
Okay. Forgot if you mentioned, have you built any projects with yeah.
Yeah, I've built a couple of smaller ones. I just finished up one that's a bit like larger scale, and then I'm going to be starting on another one that'll be sort of in between pretty soon as well. So, yeah.
Okay, cool. Oh, okay. So typically, so we only have probably like 20 minutes left. There's no way I'm going to be able to dig into like where specifically you're struggling, because what's happening most likely is you're lacking some sort of fundamental concepts of whatever those data structures and algorithms utilize, right? I think it could be you're jumping into too difficult of problems and you think that you understand some of those basic problems better than you actually do. I'm going to make assumptions because I haven't seen your code, but chances are you might be diving too deep too quickly. You got to go back through fundamental concepts. I think a lot of the project work that you're doing can really help reinforce those fundamental concepts. And you can literally, like, when you're going through coursework or free, whatever you're doing, you can literally just build small features to reinforce what you're learning and reinforce those foundations. Something hints at me, just because I'm not even going to say because it's something you said. Usually it's just you got to build a more solid foundation. Now, the problem is there is a disconnect when people, even when they dive into like a big reputable course or whatever, even if it's paid, whatever, and it's really heavy on the foundations and people are recommending it left and right. This is a really good foundational course. And they try to dive into data structures and algorithms, and it doesn't transfer over as well as they think it does. I think it's very difficult to go through a lot of traditional coursework and even a little project work and then switch to data structures and algorithms. Usually it happens too early, but that a lot of your learnings, they don't transition that smoothly. And usually it's because data structures and algorithms, that type of knowledge is used to solve very specific problems, especially when you get into elite code problems. Usually very specific problems that you haven't really encountered in the wild yet. You don't really know why you're learning it. You just know you got to learn it because you're going to be tested over it, right? And so I find that you could tackle this, and I'll give you a couple other strategies as well, but you got to solidify your foundations a bit more and start with like very basic data structures. So very fundamental stuff, and like, you know, just basic stuff. Like, have you ever built like a queue, for example?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just curious, like, what data structure do you feel like you're just not able to tackle the challenge, or when you see the solution with a specific data structure implemented, do you feel like you don't really understand how that data structure works?
Yes.
So I would say like before this course that I'm doing, like it definitely, there was like points. I think one of the questions I looked at, where I was saying like, you know, I looked at the solution, I didn't know what was going on. I think that one was like, I think it was like some sort of dynamic programming solution, and I didn't even know what that was at that point. So I was totally and utterly confused. So that was part of it, like just not being familiar with some of those concepts.
Yes, you are right.
I would say like the course I'm going through really is like super basic. Like most people online were saying like it's not worth paying for it just because like, I mean, most of those people were coming out of university programs where, you know, they already learned that stuff like within the first few years of their program. But I figured like that was actually perfect for me because like that's where I want to start. So I am feeling like as I go through each of these concepts, like I'm feeling pretty comfortable. Like, I don't know, I covered like merge sort, and like if I do a problem where it's like literally just like implement merge sort or whatever, like I can do that reasonably like comfortably, and I don't feel like I'm misunderstanding the concept there. But then it's like, then the difficulty is like sort of they present another problem that's sort of tangentially related, not like directly maybe utilizing that algorithm exactly, but like sort of some aspect of the concept. And then it's like, yeah, it's really hard. I think a lot of times like I'll sort of come up with a
Yes, you are getting it right.
sort of an idea that makes sense, but then just implementing it in the code is, sorry, my cat, cat stuck in here. Implementing it in the code is a little, it's tough. I think part of it is also that it's just especially frustrating for me with the data structures and algorithms and stuff. I think I can like do like bug fixing and stuff like that in a project that I'm working on, and not mind like messing around with the same bug for like an hour or two and just to finally get it. But I think with DSA, like it sort of feels like I'm not, I don't know, like it's a lot more frustrating for me. I think it's partly that I don't know what I'm
For me,
doing
it's
it for. I'm just solving a problem for the sake of
about
solving a problem.
solving.
Right?
No, not
Yeah,
solving
so,
the problem.
and you don't really have that
That's
context of where it's going to be used. So, like, it sounds like you're trying to be practical. You're learning things that you need to learn. And it sounds like you probably supplemented a lot of what you're learning as you try to build more and more complex projects. I think that's a very effective way to grow as a software engineer, especially initially. But now you're tasked with this, like, arbitrary goal. I don't think I've ever used merge sort. I've never even been tested over that. I practiced it a long time ago, but like it's very frustrating because you probably, maybe some of the frustration is coming from like trying to learn something. You're like, what is the point? Kind of hinted towards that, and it feels like a waste of time sometimes, right? I can tell you a few things. One, front end engineering roles. Someone in the comments might tell me, oh yeah, I've experienced it, but I've never heard of a merge sort being asked for a front end role. A lot of front end roles, they're going to make sure that you really have your fundamentals down, your foundation down. So what I would do before you dive any deeper into data structures and algorithms, I would make sure you have your foundations down and build some projects, apply, go through the interview process, fail at it, or succeed, whatever, but like get that feedback early, because I feel like you're kind of just diving into these unknown waters, and you don't know how far you need to dive down, and usually that's going to be established once you get some of that feedback earlier. Here's the thing. A lot of advice you get to learn data structures and algorithms comes from people that went through a full stack course where a lot of data structures and algorithm challenges are given to these students to practice because they're trying to prepare them for both front end and back end positions. So I would just be wary about taking a lot of that advice. What you can do though, as you're going through project work, you might, for example, one thing I never thought I'd use recursion ever, but I learned it, and it was a very tough concept for me to learn. But I didn't use it until my first position, where it's like, let's go ahead and scrap jQuery. It's a heavy library, and there was a practical reason to get it out of our production code base, and we're just going to extract a few different methods. We'll just build custom methods, right, that can do what jQuery does. And so I utilize jQuery and recursion to be able, I didn't utilize jQuery, I utilized recursion to be able to just recursively look through all the elements I needed to and extract what I needed to. So that was a practical use, and that really helped reinforce my understanding of recursion. So if you really want to understand data structures and algorithms and kind of just what you're hinting at and kind of the feel and vibe that I'm getting from you, try to think of a practical use case for what you're learning and apply it. I think you're going to both reinforce it, but also you're going to have that extra context that might stand out to you in some of these DSA challenges. It might sound relatable. You're like, you know what, I kind of did something like this. Let's go ahead and try it and see if it actually solves this problem. And that's how you start blending your practical experience and your practical knowledge and having that extra context, giving purpose for learning this data structure, algorithm, or whatever. I think that's going to be a much smoother process for you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I definitely feel that, like, with that most recent project that I finished up, it involved, like, actually, like, displaying, like, a tree structure on the page. And so I was, like, using recursion and using, like, DFS and BFS and stuff like that, and it was a lot easier to like get into that and try and learn those things, just because it was like, okay, like clearly this is directly solving a problem, and then, you know, after that I feel a lot more comfortable with things like recursion and stuff.
That's good.
Yeah, so what you're
I
saying,
never use Scratch. I have never used
do you suggest that
Scratch,
I should like
Unity.
start applying for jobs?
Or anything.
And
I
see what
just
happens in
build
those
my
interviews
game with my
and,
hand
like, use that as,
on
like,
Python.
a gauge for like where am I actually at?
You think I have a great?
Once you built, you talked about, you kind of labeled the next project you're going to be working on, like kind of like a medium difficulty. Like once you get a full project up, that is your own, that isn't based on a tutorial-based project. Once you get that project up, get it on your resume, You're just going to list your portfolio projects on your resume and start applying. Now that's going to be a very ineffective way to find positions. It's a cold application
I
strategy.
never use Scratch. I don't know how to use this.
I should say
And
there are better
Unity
strategies. There are other
I
strategies
just
that you
use
should
VS
supplement
Code,
cold applying
the
with,
Studio Code,
and that's finding
and
it in
that's
networking,
the
joining,
last time I have
participating
made a
in
game
hackathons.
about this.
Like I have tons of videos on that. But what I would do is apply once you get that project up, where it kind of showcases what you can do currently as a developer, and apply to those positions, or apply to like a few different positions. I would start with positions where if you have any sort of background in your old industry, you know, if you, I don't know, if you were a lifeguard, you were in healthcare, you were in finance, etc., you can build apps around that old industry, and you can blend those two, and companies like that will more seriously
Yes,
consider you for an
eventually
entry-level position,
I
in my
want to
experience.
sell my
But
games
apply
or
to a
maybe
few positions
make a
each week
subscription
as you slowly build up
monthly.
your project work,
Like that,
and
I
then
can have
continue
a salary
to shape
in month.
what you're
It's
doing
better like
day to
that.
day based on, okay, I applied for 100 positions, I got no calls back whatsoever. No one cares about me. So something's wrong with my strategy. 100 calls, no responses. It's probably ineffective. Is it my resume? Let's go ahead and have a software engineer look at my resume. Is it my portfolio? Let's have a software engineer look at my portfolio. Is it? But then once you get a call back, and then you get that coding challenge, it's like, okay, what coding challenge did I get? Where did I trip up over this? Did I trip up? Was it the coding challenge? Was it my soft skills? Was it how personable I was with the recruiter, right? And so you're not really going to be able to shape where you are. You're not going to be able to shape your trajectory or where you
Yes,
currently
and
stand
you have the version
with
1,
finding a
maybe
job
sample,
until you
and
get
the
that
version
feedback.
2.
You don't know what feedback
The
you're going to
version
get,
2
but yes,
is
apply a
more
little bit early, start small, heavily focus on project work to reinforce everything that you're doing, and then eventually over the months you're going to scale that and apply for more positions, put more emphasis on the job search, and then just pull back just a little bit from project work. It's still going to be a big chunk of your day, but you know that ratio is going to shift. That's what I would do.
Okay, cool. Yeah. No, I think definitely I have a tendency to just be like, okay, wait until I'm ready, like until I'm totally perfect.
And what is that line?
Yes,
Where's that line in the
you are
sand? When are you
understanding
perfect enough to apply for a job?
Well, I sort of pulled that line back a few times as my sort of timeline has gone out of whack. But I guess once I have a few, at least 3 projects that I can put on there confidently on a resume, and then and also feel reasonably comfortable with DSA, I guess was where that line was at.
What's reasonably comfortable with it? How do you figure that out?
Yes, I think mobile game is good too.
Faites des économies d'énergie grâce à l'Airfryer Philips. Lequel savourer?
I don't know, I guess I can sort of look at most easy problems and feel not totally stumped or.
What's the line for the hardest, easiest problem?
I don't know.
I don't know. Figure it out, right?
Yeah, it's hard, yeah.
And that's my point, right? So that line is never going to be solidified, and you're kind of showing traits of leaning a little bit more on, you're essentially what a lot of us are. You're leaning on perfectionism, and that's something that you have to completely destroy, right? There's never going to be that line of sand where you feel like, okay, I'm good to go. That doesn't exist. I have yet to meet someone that's 100% confident with that line. I would start with one project you're pretty proud of that represents your skills, like I said, and I would start applying from there. So that's kind of the strategy, but I did want to add one other thing.
Yeah.
You can, since you really want to go for free resources, one thing, hopefully you're utilizing this, but if you find, and this is probably going to answer your question specifically, if you're finding that this medium to hard type of problem I'm just struggling with, I don't understand why I got to learn it, it's just arbitrary, where was I supposed to learn it? If you're asking all those questions, you really can't connect it with the foundations or bring context into that type of problem where it makes sense, you're going to utilize this at some day for some project. If that bridge it doesn't exist. What you can do is just use ChatGPT, and I would literally ask, hey, here's the challenge. I'm not understanding it. I don't want you to solve it for me, but I want you to go ahead and list out like foundational concepts that I should be going over. List out foundational concepts. I'm going to go ahead and reinforce those concepts, but I also want you to list out, give me a couple challenges that are a little bit easier that'll kind of bridge my skill level into this challenge. And you could even say, and also, you know what, give me a small project I can tackle that's actually going to utilize this. Why the hell should I care about this problem, right? You can do all that stuff and have it build out a little mini curriculum for you to bridge that gap.
Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, I was looking at ChatGPT and using that for some sort of programming related things, but I hadn't thought of that. Yeah, that sounds really helpful.
It'll make it more fun too. You can even tell it, like, make this fun. I'm bored. Make it fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah. Sweet, yeah, that sounds really good.
Okay. Any other questions?
No, I think that's all. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Well, hey.
Yeah, it's been really helpful.
Good. I'm glad. I hope it helps other people too. I appreciate you coming on. Not a lot of people are willing to put themselves out there like this, so I'm sure other people are going to appreciate it. But yeah, Daniel, thanks so much for coming on. It was a pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, sweet. Thank you. You too.
Monday, sometime in the morning, and I sat alone in the hall, nervously bouncing my right leg as I waited for my turn to speak with Dante. Several years prior, I would have felt right at home, but not this time. I felt like a complete failure and a loser. Would I really be okay with being that guy? You know, the old man sitting in class with a bunch of other college students? Okay, so I wasn't that much older than them, but at the moment, it felt like I might as well have been 100 years older than them. My heart was thumping hard, and I could feel my anxiety building with every breath. I was nervous, and I was terrified. I felt a bit of excitement when the academic counselor gave me a tour. I was going to finally redeem myself. Finally, I'd be able to provide for my wife and kids and give them what they truly deserve. I did a more technical degree in one of the sciences. I was thinking maybe like geology or physics or computer science. But all my hopes came crashing down as I looked over the academic profile. You see, I wanted to leave my current construction job and get some other full-time job and then go to the school and work on that degree part-time. Problem was, each of these degrees had mandatory classes just sprinkled throughout the day. No evening options for some of them, and even worse, my previous degree only knocked out a small handful of the general classes, and I wasn't eligible for any more tuition assistance or student loans. I was kind of in denial, so I went ahead and registered for geology, only to withdraw my registration a couple of days later. It just wasn't going to work. I mean, if I wanted to be a good husband and father, I had to just man up, take things into my own hands, take control of my own destiny. I simply couldn't afford the time and money to go back and get a computer science degree. But I knew a couple of self-taught programmers. They didn't even have a bachelor's degree in anything. And of the three areas of interest, programming seemed to be the most viable, and I'm so glad that I took the leap because I'm now making a ton of money as a software engineer building web applications. It's pretty hard. I had to sort through a bunch of outdated books, and most of the tutorials that were actually worth doing you had to purchase, and coding boot camps just really weren't available like they are now. I had to wade through a giant pile of hoops looking for the gem. Fortunately for you, there are so many resources out there now to help you become a programmer. Now, you could go through a coding boot camp for a short, structured approach to learning to code, but let's be honest here, they could be really freaking expensive, and a lot of them are pretty sketchy, just trying to take your money. Boot camps also tend to focus on full stack, and that's not a good thing. You can find out why in one of my other videos, and I'll leave a link to that video in the description down below. Frankly, I think you could save a ton of money by going the self-taught route, so you should seriously consider skipping a boot camp. And at the end of this video, I'm going to share the front-end developer roadmap with you, which covers the things that you should focus on most. But before we get to that, here are some excellent free resources that I wish I had when I was starting out. If you follow my developer roadmap and you complete these courses, you are going to be in a great position to actually get a software job. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be a ton of work, but it is doable. The first place that you should start out is with Free Code Camp, and they offer several certification courses. Don't get too hung up on the actual certifications for any of these courses that we're talking about, because these kinds of certifications are more of vanity awards just to make you feel good.
It's 18 hours.
Importance in the industry. Start with Free Code Camp's responsive web design course. Here, you're going to learn about building HTML pages as you work through a simple app. What I like is that you have everything you need to get started right in front of you. You have instruction on what to do, a place to type your code, run some tests that will tell you when you've done things correctly, and a way to see the results. You're going to learn how to style a website with CSS, and I really like that there's an emphasis on responsive design, which is how you make a website look good across different size devices. You'll also become familiar with accessibility concepts so that you can build things that can actually be used by people with disabilities, like those that have color blindness. It's a good skill to have, and some companies will even require it. Once you work through the exercises for each certification course, you'll have some projects to build. Don't skip these, because building stuff is the fastest way to let concepts sink in. JavaScript is the programming language of the front end, so for sure you want to do the JavaScript, algorithms, and data structures course. The front-end development library course is interesting. Bootstrap is a framework designed to help you style your website more easily, and it also comes with some pre-built components like drop-down menus and stuff like that. So Bootstrap is not the only option available. There are others out there, and in the real world, you'll probably be working with similar libraries built by your company. My issue with this section is that it also teaches jQuery. Now, jQuery is a decent library for interacting with HTML instead of relying on plain JavaScript. But when building Angular or React applications, it's actually bad practice to include jQuery. I've personally never used or seen jQuery used in any of the React apps that I have worked on. So you might consider skipping the jQuery section altogether and learn it later on if you encounter a situation where it would be helpful. Just realize that skipping it, you might have to go rogue a little bit in the project section and figure out some of the stuff to do inside of React directly rather than using jQuery. This course also covers React.js, as well as the Redux library, which is used for managing state inside of a React application. And these are good sections to learn, and once you're comfortable with React, you can also look into Semantic UI as a React-focused alternative to Bootstrap. Sass is a CSS preprocessor that lets you do some really cool things with CSS, like using mixins and programmable logic, including variables. And these kinds of processors have been around for a while and have been pretty popular, but CSS is also getting better and now supports things like variables natively. That said, you'll probably encounter preprocessors inside of projects that you're working on, so Sass would be a good one to learn. The next Free Code Camp course is Data Visualization with D3. This will teach you how to use a JavaScript library to have cool charts and stuff in your app. In the real world, depending on your project, you may or may not need this kind of visualization, but it's super common to integrate with these types of libraries, so this would be great practice, even though D3 itself is not something that I would absolutely consider as essential. Then there's Free Code Camp's course on back-end development and APIs.
Yes,
If you
wow,
watch my
close.
video on why it's a bad idea to become a full-stack developer as a beginner, you might be tempted to skip this course. I personally think this course is still useful. The first section is on NPM packages, which is something we also use for applications on the front end. If you have the time, I think it's still worth it to do these sections to become familiar with how backend works. Then call it good for now on the backend stuff and focus on getting really good at front end. There are other courses on Free Code Camp that you can ignore, like the Python ones, which is trying to fix front end development. The quality assurance course covers testing, which is important. It teaches Chai, which is fine, but I personally prefer Jest. So either do the Chai section here, or wait for the tutorial on Jest that is included in one of the other websites we looked at. Don't feel pressure to learn testing until you're already feeling pretty comfortable with React. If you do decide to go full stack, then I definitely think you should do Free Code Camp's information security course, because the backend really is the gatekeeper for security engagement. Once you've completed these Free Code Camp courses, you should move on to the Odin project. There will be some overlap between the two, We'll still go over it because you'll likely pick up some things that you forgot going through FreeCodeCamp. We'll start with the foundation section, which in addition to HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, we also get introduced to something called Git, which is how we use version control. This lets us keep a record of all the changes, so we can find when a bug was introduced, or reverse our code if needed. Once you've completed the foundation section, go into the full stack JavaScript passage, dive deeper into HTML, CSS, and even dive deeper into JavaScript. This course is also going to teach you about testing with Jest, which, as I mentioned, is the framework that I like for doing my testing. I also really like that you'll learn about backend as a service, because I personally used Firebase when I was starting out. It's a great way to handle the backend stuff while you focus on front-end skills, and it's pretty easy to get everything set up and configured. We learn about animation and other cool stuff in the advanced HTML and CSS course, but if you already did the backend API course on FreeCodeCamp, you could probably skip the Odin project and Node.js course, unless you do plan to do full time. Now that you've done the foundation task and most of the full stack JavaScript tasks, you'll notice that Odin project also has a third path for Ruby on Rails. I would totally skip that one. We'll talk about some more free courses in a minute, but at this point, you should be feeling somewhat comfortable and ready to start building some things on your own. You'll stumble, and it will be slow at first, but that is completely normal. Even if you work through other coding courses and tutorials, it's super important to just start building stuff on your own, because this is a crucial step in developing skills faster. You don't want to get stuck constantly following and relying on tutorials. Another course that is worth taking if you want to really solidify your React skills is Ryan's React.js front-end web development for beginners course on Udemy. He covers React Hooks, which is the newer, more functional way to do React components and manage component state. It's just under 3 hours long, but it is worth it for beginners. Another cool free course is one offered by Harvard University. It's the CS50X Computer Science Intro course, where you can learn how to think like a programmer. You'll learn about algorithms and other core software engineering concepts, and there are a ton of other courses like this from other leading universities, and they're called MOOCs, at least I think that's how you say it. I could be totally wrong, but that's short for Massive Open Online Courses. Often, these are free if you don't need the certificate, which is great because guess what? You don't need the certificate to get a programming job. A great place to search for more of these types of courses is on moocs.org. Now, at this point, you've gone through enough courses to have a fair amount of repeat instruction, which is good. Now you must step away from tutorials and build things. Think of a problem that is related to one of your hobbies and try to build an app that solves that problem. When you do get stumped, and you will, don't give up. You should research the problem and learn how to overcome it. Learning how to research efficiently is super important as a software developer. This process gets easier the more that you do it. So when will you be ready to get a software development job? You're likely not going to feel ready even when you start your first job. But you'll know you're getting close when you're comfortable with everything that I share in this front-end developer roadmap video. I'll also leave a link in the description. Thanks for watching. Late. Everything you need to know if you want to get a good paying job as a newbie front-end software developer. This is the list that I wish someone had shared with me when I first started out, and these are the same core skills that I use on a day-to-day basis working as a front-end software engineer at Adobe. Number one, HTML. You need to understand the document object model, or DOM. How to structure a basic index HTML page. Everything starts with that page, but it's blank until you actually do something and put stuff in it. For example, you got to know the common HTML tags and how to use them. This is going to include the body tag, if, link, ordered list, unordered list, list items, and there's a bunch of other elements. And you're going to need to learn about semantic HTML and why you should use it. These HTML tags provide additional meaning to the structure of your HTML. For example, section, art.
So I want to make a video to kind of show you how you can. Quick communities kind of working on together. Now, if you wanted to contribute to this, what would be the first steps you need to take? Well, first thing you need to do is you need to fork the project. You can't actually push code to this repository unless you are marked as a collaborator on this project. But we're not going to be marked as one, so let's just go ahead and fork this. And once you fork the project, you will get your own clone of the repo, okay? And that's going to be added to your own personal GitHub account. And this is where you're going to be doing the majority of the work, right? So let's just go ahead and click on this code button, and I'm going to clone this. I use SSH. I have my SSH key set up. You could also use HTTPS if you want. But I'm going to go ahead and click on this link, and I'm going to go to a terminal, right? And I'll just type in git clone, and then paste in that link. And now you have the entire project ready to go in your local machine. And files here. So let's just make sure it works. So the first thing you're going to do is just do a quick npm install. All right, that's done installing. Now we also use Docker, so technically you should be doing a Docker compose up. I'm going to try to get this running now. So I'm going to say npm run dev. But all this is kind of outlined typically in a contributing.amd file of project. But if you're planning on contributing to another project, go and look and see if they have a contributing file. And that usually has like the steps that you take to get this all working. Notice that it says fork the repo, clone it, set up your .amd file. So technically I need to do this. I can rename this to .amd. Install the npm packages, run this command, run this command, run this command, run this command, right? So
yes, is that right?
Skipping some steps, which is why we just got this error. So let's just go ahead and rerun npm run dev. That should set up correctly because now we have that .amd file.
It's
and we can
especially
verify
for
this is working. So let's go to localhost 3000.
Quelle que soit votre activité, elle est meilleure avec un site web. Découvrez le créateur de site web d'Hostinger, le créateur de site web rapide et facile, optimisé pour le succès en ligne. Prenez un modèle, puis glissez et déposez simplement ce dont vous avez besoin, là où vous en avez besoin. Vous voulez vendre en ligne? Le créateur de site web offre de nombreuses fonctionnalités de e-commerce sans commission. Commencez à gagner de l'argent immédiatement. Vous avez besoin d'aide pour vous faire remarquer? Lancez le générateur de mots-clés de référencement d'IA pour optimiser votre site pour les moteurs de recherche rapidement. Créez une identité visuelle pour votre site avec le générateur de logo d'IA et aidez-le à trouver ça.
And there you have it. You have the entire project kind of set up locally. You can actually start playing around with this.
I do know
So the thing I want to show you is
progression.
like if you wanted to actually change something about this. Let's say you wanted to add, some to the documentation, you wanted to add a feature. How would you do that? What's the process that you take? Let's just do something really simple. Let's say you're a beginner and you just want to kind of work on contributing to some documentation, okay? So let's just look through here and see if there's anything we could potentially do just to like create some type of change. One thing I would say is that this step is a little bit confusing. Fork my repo and clone your fork. I think these could be two separate steps. So I'm going to go ahead and just do this. Clone your fork. Okay, with that change, technically you don't have to like renumber these things, but I like to do it to keep it consistent. Okay, so that's our change. We're just modifying the documentation a little bit. And we need to create a pull request. We need to make sure that this code that's on our fork is able to be pushed over to the new upstream. So what do I mean by that? I'm going to show you a little diagram real quick so that you're not completely lost. Okay, this is the main upstream branch, and this is the fork that you just did. Okay, which I guess technically this would be called your origin. Fork the repo, basically you're cloning this whole entire repo for your own account. So this is your account, and over here is my WebDev Cody account with its own repo. So we forked this so that we can actually start doing work off of this. So you're basically going to create branches off of this. So like create branches, and you're going to do that work on your own branch. And at some point you have to create a pull request to get your branch over into my repo, right? So this is where like the pull request happens. And then I will come through and I will approve it and merge it into my main branch, okay? So we're gonna kind of do this process. I'm gonna go ahead and just create a new branch and show you how to do this, and we'll get the whole thing going. So let's go back to the code. Now I typically do stuff with the command line, but if you're using VS Code, I will just walk you through how you could potentially do it. So if you do a Command Shift P to load up your command prompt and type git, you get a list of all your git commands that you can potentially do. That's one shortcut, or you can go over here to your Git extension, right here, source control, and you can see the files that have changed. You can click them, and you can kind of inspect, okay, like what was the file before on the left, and what is the file now on the right. These are my changes. This is called a Git diff. It does a diff between the old and the new, so you understand how stuff is changing. So typically you might have like 10 of these files. You kind of read through them, make sure you don't have like random console logs sticking around. Everything seems good. What you can do is you can add it, and then you could write a message to commit it, and then push it to your fork. Now, sometimes what is good to do is you want to check out a new branch, and that's the branch you're going to be making the pull request off of. So I'm going to go down here to branch, and I'm going to say create branch, okay? And then it's going to ask you, what do you want to name your branch? I'll say update docs, with enter. And then if you look at the very bottom of the screen, you can see that your branch is down here. It says update docs. So that's how you know what branch you're on.
Yes, I am a professional developer.
And now when we commit, I'm going to say updating the docs to make it easier to follow. Okay, so now this next step is you added all the files that you want into a stage, and now you can commit those, which is actually going to commit like a historic ledger of changes and put them on your history. Okay, so let's do a git, I think it's git log, and now you can see that your commit was added to your branch update docs. So there's a chunk of changes that have been committed, and
I'm
now
coding,
we need to
this
basically
is
push
my
those
language,
to our fork.
I know C,
Okay, so you just click publish branch here,
JavaScript,
or if you like doing
HTML,
git push origin
CSS,
main, that's also how you can push it.
Python,
So I'll just say
and
publish branch.
pseudo
There we go.
algorithms.
Now if we go back to our code, remember this is a step we just did. We created a branch, and then we just kind of pushed it into our origin. Now we can go back to our fork, refresh the page, and you'll see up here, it says there's a new branch that has been pushed. If you look at it, you can go ahead and say click, compare, and pull request. Another way you can do it is click on this drop down and find the branch.
I'm learning from my own, and I have also certification. I prove I'm working.
And I'm going to click contribute, and I'm going to say open pull request. But here's the important part. You're creating a pull request from your forked branch, update docs, and we're going to push that to the code racer main. So I'm going to go ahead and just create a pull request. And now this is actually created on my personal project repo. Okay, so as a contributor, I can go through and I could actually approve this. Okay, if you look here, there's actually like 5 current pull requests on this project, and here's the one that we just created. So this step, you basically wait, and if someone leaves a comment, gives you feedback, what you do is you need to go through and you need to make those changes again. So if someone says, you know what, this change
I have to implement
is
this,
good,
but
you need
it's
to add a little bit more
a
text
little
here.
bit difficult
What you do
for
is you
me,
come in and
or
add some text,
maybe just
save the file,
it's because
and
I'm
then
a
you do the
junior
same
developer.
process. You add, you do a commit by typing a message. I'll say like addressing PR comments. You commit that. And then you sync it back up. Okay. Now if I go back to my PR, you'll see that another commit comes in saying addressing PR comments. You'll keep doing this process until everything's good. For example, there's also some checks that run like lint and stuff over your code. If these fail, you'll have to go and you have to fix them in your code, commit, and push those. But at some point, your pull request will get merged in along with other pull requests. So now you have to go and you have to like kind of sync your repo with the changes that are kind of coming in, right? So I'm actually logged in on my phone, and I'm going to go ahead and just merge that pull request that was just created because I'm on a different account. It's kind of a strange approach to do it, but I'm going to go ahead and do that. So now that's been merged in, and you'll see in your PR it says merge now, which is good. That means the code was actually accepted. It was merged into the main upstream repo, and now everyone else who's kind of contributing can start pulling this stuff in. Okay, so there might be like 10, 20 other people who have their own forks, and what they need to do at this point is they need to pull in those changes that just got merged. And typically you do this as often as possible. Just sync your repository up with the upstream. So how would you do that? You basically go here, and we're going to go ahead and check out main again. So I'm going to go ahead and say check out to, and then I'll say main, and that'll check out our fork. back to main. Again, remember bottom left, it says main down here. That's how you know you're on the right branch. And anytime you're going to create a new branch, make sure you're doing it off of main. But let's go ahead and look, because if you look at main here, if I do a get log, notice that those changes that we just did are not on your fork's main. So you need to actually pull those changes in. All right, so now we need to pull in the changes from the remote upstream branch. But one thing I noticed is that I clone this repo, but I don't have a upstream set. So this is a part of the documentation we might need to add. You can just simply do git remote add, and then I'll type in the link to the repo. So I'm gonna go ahead and say, type this in. I'll say git remote add upstream. Type that in. All right, now after we added the remote, let's do a git fetch upstream, and that should hopefully update our fork to have all the latest branches and changes that were on the upstream. Okay, and once you've done the git fetch upstream, you can do a git pull. You can say pull from, and I'll say upstream, and then I'll say main. And that'll pull in all the changes from the upstream into your main. You can go ahead and sync those up to your fork. And at this point, if you go back to your own fork, so let's just go back to my other account, okay, CodeRacer, you'll see that if I go back to my main branch, and if I go to my commits, you'll see that we have the commits that were pulled in from the main branch that are now on the fork. Okay, so this is the process you have to take. One more time, you basically check out a branch, you add your changes, you commit them, you push them, you create a PR, and then when the PR is merged, you need to constantly pull in those upstream changes to your own branch. Now, I do believe my VS Code is not set up properly because I think a lot of stuff is taken care of. I don't know why I had to set up my remotes, but keep that in mind. You should have an upstream that's pointing to the actual project repo, and then you should have your origin, which is set to your fork. But yeah, that's about all I wanted to share with you today. If you guys thought this was a good overview, let me know. If there's anything I missed, let me know as well. Hopefully this is all the information you kind of need to know to hit the ground running, or at least know like 90% of Git to be able to be a successful contributor to an open source project. Other than that, have a good day. Happy coding.
Apprenez des compétences d'aujourd'hui et un métier qui a de l'avenir. Et oui, le tout sans bouger de votre chaise, canapé, bureau.
Alright, so my last video where I just rambled and drew diagrams did really well and got a lot of views, so I'm going to do the exact same thing in this video. This video is kind of an extension on the last one. I kind of show the process that I do at work, kind of using a Git flow approach to software development. But some people might see that and be like, oh, that's an old approach, that's a bad approach. The gold standard for making software, at least that's what some people say, is using something called trunk-based development. So I want to kind of give you an overview of what trunk-based development is, and I want to remind you, as an engineer, every approach has trade-offs, right? And it's your job to decide what trade-offs work best for your team and your project. That's why some teams decide to use Git Flow. It might get a little bit more stability in the long run. If your client is one of those people who, like, the moment you ship a bug to production, they're calling you and asking you what's going on, then maybe one workflow might work better for your team. So trunk-based development, let's actually talk about it. When you're building software, you have multiple developers who are trying to create features and ship them somewhere, right? So you'll have a team, maybe that team has 6 people, maybe you're a solo dev, maybe you have multiple teams on your project, all trying to work together to build out a feature. Now, to build out a feature, what you typically do is you need to grab the latest version of the code. Now, one convention that a lot of people do is on GitHub, there is a main branch. So if I were to go ahead and just do a GitHub here and say main, whenever you want to work on some code, you're going to check off that main branch, and you and your team of developers are going to just start working on your feature. Now, the most important thing about trunk-based development is that you don't have a bunch of other branches. You don't have like a dev branch, you don't have like staging branches, what I showed in the last video. You really just work off of this main branch. And the idea is that every day you should be merging multiple PRs to main as often as possible, right? You're trying to improve the continuous integration so that every piece of work that's being worked on is continuously integrated multiple times a day. Now, the main benefits of doing this is that you get rapid feedback, and you know that, hey, if dev over here is working on this feature, but dev over here is working on another feature, and those features are actually having a ton of conflicts, you're going to find out day one that, hey, maybe these two stories either need to be combined together, or maybe one dev needs to wait, or maybe there's more coordination that needs to happen, right? So that's one of the main benefits of having trunk-based development, is that you're continuously integrating, so your merge conflicts will happen much faster. And let me kind of talk about the other approach, right? If you have feature branches, someone may pull a story and work on that for 3 to 4 weeks. Someone else is going to pull a story and work on it for 3 to 4 weeks. And then they're like, oh, my story's ready. They're going to go ahead and try to merge those changes together, and you might get tons and tons of merge conflicts. That's not always the case, but sometimes if the story was kind of really overlapping with another story, it can cause a lot of issues. I'll say check out off main, and then I would just go ahead and say merge daily. So for merging daily, that means that every day there's pull requests being opened, and the team has to allocate more time another day to make sure that, hey, those pull requests are getting reviewed. You kind of have to prioritize reviewing pull requests and merging them as often as possible. Otherwise, you're losing that rapid feedback and continuous integration cycle. So another thing this really promotes is knowledge sharing. If all these developers are basically having to review code daily and understanding what all these different features are being changed on a daily basis, there's more knowledge sharing going on, so that one developer kind of has a good picture of what's changing. Versus like a feature branch approach, you may not see what's being changed until 3 weeks to a month into the future, and then you'll have a pull request that's like 500 files long, has tons of changes, and let's be honest, when a pull request is that big, no one can actually thoroughly review it. Right? It's just too hard. There's too much code. It's too exhausting. Which is why another benefit of using trunk-based development is that your PRs are typically small. You might have a couple of file changes. You can review the PR in like 5 minutes, leave a comment, or just merge it if it's...
On peut appeler ça le chaos. Nous, on appelle ça la vie. Continue à profiter de la vie. On sera toujours là pour toi.
Seems good. So let's kind of talk more about the cons of this approach, right? If you're merging code daily into main, what could potentially happen is if you were to merge a bug, like let's say you just have some bad code, and you merge that to main, then all 9 of your developers, let's say every morning they're supposed to pull main, or multiple times a day they pull in main to their side branch, that bug is actually going to get merged to all of these developers, right? So potentially, you might just break work for everybody on your team. And it's kind of like a red alert situation where like, okay, who broke this? We got to go back and figure it out. Sometimes someone will have a fix and they'll talk about it. Other people might miss that message and they're just stuck there for hours trying to figure out why their stuff doesn't work. So doing all these pull requests daily increases your chance of breaking stuff. And that's potentially bad. When someone breaks something and goes off to lunch, or someone decides to push some code before they go on vacation, and it breaks the entire project for everybody. These are real issues, and one circumvention of this is you have to write a lot of automated tests. Okay, so before you're even allowed to push code into main, you have tests that run. Just go ahead and put like a little icon here. So before you can actually merge the PR, you have a bunch of tests, right? Now the first line of defense is unit tests, and this is one way to make sure that the code you're writing is like proper. I personally think integration tests are a lot more useful, so you might also have a integration test. So it's the integration test suite. And again, before this code can get into main, it has to pass unit tests, integration tests. You might have linters set up. You might have like a prettier formatter set up. You might have Cypress end-to-end tests. Some people use Playwright. There's a lot of things that you could do in the PR level to verify that everything is good, so that when you merge that PR and all those checks are green, there's a lot lower chance that there's a breaking bug that makes it into all these developers. Now overall, I'd say like for a smaller team or project, this works perfectly fine, right? This is actually like considered the gold standard by a lot of people because it just has a lot of benefits, and a lot of people in the industry have seen issues with just code that takes too long to get integrated with other code, and it can cause a lot of bugs and overhead. Now, by the way, if there's anything I say wrong in these videos, feel free to leave a comment and call me out. I'm okay with that. Sometimes I say stuff that's incorrect, and we're all here to kind of learn together. That's basically what trunk-based development encompasses. It doesn't really talk much about the deployments, although I am going to talk about that because it's kind of important, because your deployment strategy kind of changes a little bit when you're doing this approach. So for anyone who's working on this community project I have, this Code Racer project, this is kind of the approach that we're taking, right? So people will make pull requests daily, okay? There's a bunch of pull requests. People kind of put images of like what changed before and after. And then also we have a couple of checks that run. We don't have testing set up yet. We have like linters, and we try to build a project to make sure TypeScript works fine. But we got 3 checks right now. And when those checks are done, we can basically just merge that into main, and that gets deployed out to what we say production. Well, let's talk about the deployment side of things. So the moment you merge code into main, one approach that some teams and a lot of teams will do is that they will have a prod environment. So we say here, do prod. So what you should have is a bunch of like, let's say GitHub actions. Go like this, you have a GitHub action. Or some teams will use Jenkins or Circle CI, Travis CI, it doesn't really matter, right? But basically, whenever you merge that PR into main, it's going to kick off a process that is going to get that code deployed somewhere, right? So typically you do a build, and then you do a deploy. Sometimes you could do a test in here if you think that you need more testing. So if you imagine this is the work that's being worked on, every time someone merges a PR, this thing kicks off, it builds your package using like Docker.
Réveillez-vous, webmaster. Vous êtes avec...
I think the most important thing is the better you are at cracking those, there's no way to Google can reject you.
So I've been working in tech for about 15 years.
Something I regret, I didn't really do well when I look back when I interviewed at Facebook and Google.
Now that you're on the other side, interviewing software engineers, what do the successful ones do?
That's a good question.
Hey, what's up? Today we're at Google headquarters asking software engineers how they got into Google and how you can too. Let's get into it. And make sure you watch till the end because most of these engineers have over 10 years of experience and interview candidates like you every single day. Today, they finally reveal all their secrets. Thanks to GPTbots.ai for sponsoring this video. Hey, what's your name?
Shivam.
Shivam?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. How long have you been at Google and what is your title?
I'm manager system development engineering. I've been part of Google for 3.5 years.
Hi, I'm Kate. Kate, nice to meet you.
I'm a little under 2 years and I'm a software engineer at Google.
Virendra. I'm an engineering manager here. I have been 2 years.
And then what is your favorite benefit or perk?
Food.
Free food?
Yeah, lunches, breakfast. I love it.
Okay, nice.
Oh, I like that there are a lot of offices internationally, so when I travel, I can work from different cities.
And then what has been your favorite memory so far?
I guess my teammate hosted a really nice team dinner recently. He's from Greece, so it was like all sorts of Greek food.
Building products. So mostly, I mean, everything is memorable according to me. Like every day is memorable.
And how'd you get into Google?
So I was part of a startup called CloudSimple, and I got acquired by Google in late 2019. So got here as part of the acquisition.
So I studied computer science in college, and then I actually interned at Google first through the STEP program. It used to be called Engineering Practicum, and then I became a software engineering intern, and I continued on as a student researcher. And then afterwards, I decided to just come back. So I went through the returning conversion.
I got interviewed, I qualified, and that's how I'm.
Where did you apply? What were the interviews like?
They reached out to me. I was at a startup company before Google. And after a year of conversation, I thought, okay, I'll interview, and I interviewed at Facebook and Google. I went through both of them and chose Google.
Now that you're at Google, probably interviewing prospective Googlers, what do successful applicants do?
I think the most important thing is to be able to talk through your thought process as you're interviewing. So you need to make sure to be able to convey what you're thinking at each point and to communicate that clearly so that interviewers can see not just like whether or not you're able to solve a problem, but also how you approach a ambiguous problem.
Got it. And then what did you use to prepare? Like what types of stuff did you do to get ready for the interviews?
Personally, I did lead code and then also coding interview.
Have you ever interviewed people like while you were at Google?
Yeah.
And what do those interviews look like? Do you have any tips?
So mostly we focus on the basic stuff. So we dig deeper into the core of everything. Like you should be well versed with basics, and we feel that your basics should be so strong enough so that you can work on anything at the advanced layer. So that's what we focus on.
Got it. And then last question, do you have any advice for someone aspiring to be a software engineer and get into Google?
Think about reliability, scalability, and long-term solutions rather than focusing on short-term and small solutions. So think about large user base for a particular problem. I think that's what I would suggest.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, the usual things, data structure algorithms, system design. I think you just need to be better at it and crack the interview. I think it's not very secret anymore, but the better you are at cracking those, there's no way to Google can reject you.
Any advice on passing the resume screen, like how to differentiate yourself? You're a manager, you might be looking at applicants.
Yeah, I mean, just be yourself, put your best way forward, or best face forward, right? That's all they know about you. They can't know everything about you, so put the best things what you have in their resume so that when somebody looks at it, they want to talk to you.
Jimmy, nice to meet you.
5 years. I am just a senior software engineer.
My name is Nakul. I've been at Google more than 4 years now, so I'm a software engineer.
How did you get into Google?
Well, so out of college, I actually worked at another company called MathWorks for a while. They make like MATLAB and stuff.
Yeah.
And then I was looking around like a year and a half after that, and then I passed the interviews, and here I am.
I just started my career I was at Cisco. It was like 2 years out. Yeah, I just needed a little bit of change and move into generic software. I was like doing a lot of networking stuff over there, so I wanted to come more into general software.
And now that you're on the other side, interviewing software engineers, what do the successful ones do?
It comes down to communication a lot, being able to explain your thought process, and I do think that there's something to be said for practicing. At least in my experience, it definitely helped the interview process to do practice problems on my own beforehand. So I would recommend doing that for sure.
I like candidates who kind of build the solution like slowly, like not delve, like obviously clarify like the bigger perspective of the problem, but come up with the solution and see if that works, because a lot of the times you don't need a complicated solution.
And then last question, do you have any advice for people trying to become software engineers, maybe at a big time company like you?
There's no specific advice I'd offer other than I think it is easier to go like the traditional like college route. I know that like a lot of the boot camp stuff is big these days, and that's a great way to do it too. The easiest path is through college and through relevant internship experience, I'd say. But I would also say that's not the only way to do it. So I think there are people who get interested in it when they're 35 or later as well, and I think that's great too. You can do it either way.
Getting into Google is more of like basics again.
Okay.
The only thing that worked is like having fundamentals right. So that's like one advice I think Google values, like fundamentals.
The best engineers stay on top of the latest and greatest technologies, the biggest one these days being ChatGPT and other LLM AI models. Today's sponsor, GPTbots.ai, not only supports one-click access to mainstream LLMs, but also supports other custom open source models. They allow you to create tailor-made AI bots for your business. By picking a model and then uploading documents, you can essentially harness the power of AI, but specifically for your company. For example, let's say you have a bookstore specializing in Hans Christian Andersen stories. By training your bot on his previous work, your potential customers can ask your bot questions, like, can you summarize The Ugly Duckling, one of his most famous stories? More than just different LLM models, GPTbots also offers a plugin marketplace where you can find a large number of open source plugins. And if you want private enterprise level plugins based on your company's own data and services, they've also got you covered. The process to get started is easy. Simply make an account, open developer mode, and then create your own bot. With a stunning visual interface, you can easily drag and drop components and connect them to create sophisticated flows. You then upload knowledge bases and documents, train your bot through conversation, and then publish it for the world. Check out GPTbots using my special link in the description. Now let's get back to some more advice from Google software engineers. Hi, what's your name?
Keelan. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. How long have you been at Google, and what is your title?
I've been at Google for about a year and a half, and my title is Product Manager in Vertex Cloud AI. So I work on our AI platform.
It's Mei Wang. Been Google for almost 2 years.
And what is your title?
Software engineer.
And how did you actually get the job? What did that look like?
So I applied during, end of 2021, so it's still pandemic. So, at that time, all the tech companies kind of like overhiring.
Yeah.
So a lot of other people, including me, got hired during that period.
How did you get into Google and then maybe PM?
So I've been working in tech for about 15 years. Originally, I was working at startups, actually more on the sales and customer success side. And couple startups for a while, and hit Google.
What has been your favorite software engineering memory so far?
You have quite a lot of supports, both in terms of you can always reach out to your colleagues whenever you need help, or you have a huge database of documents that you can just search through and find a solution. Something I regret I didn't really do well when I look back is that finding your passion early on is always beneficial. Technical skills.
I don't use Vim, I don't use Emacs, and I don't have a mechanical keyboard that makes really satisfying noises. I use my mouse, and I right-click to make new folders, and I rename my files manually, and I organize every single window on my screen like this. Basically, I'm not hyper-organized, and my workflow is far from optimal, which, if you were to extrapolate, is hours and hours and days over an entire year. Time that is much better spent lead coding or doing side projects or becoming a programming god, which I'm not even close. The other day I saw a bunch of programming videos on my homepage that were basically implying that if you didn't do all these things, then you weren't a real programmer. So I wanted to give the entire programming community a PSA. And what right do I have to do that? No right. And what are my credentials? Well, of all the people who could have been laid off at Bolt, I was the lucky one. So I'm special. The truth is, it doesn't matter at all. For all you people out there who are like me, programming noobs when it comes to all these tools, you're doing just fine. You don't believe me? Well, let me walk you through my entire history of programming. I started in 9th grade when I took web development, and I don't remember if we had an official IDE, but I think it was Notepad++. I confirmed this by looking up the popular editors for web development in 2012, and it was actually number 2, which is kind of crazy. Then I took mobile application programming, and we use a software that is open source and 100% free by MIT called MIT App Inventor. It was literally drag and drop. I know, using the mouse. Scandalous. It used puzzle pieces, so you could remind yourself if something was possible by whether or not the puzzle pieces fit. And yes, exactly. I learned about loops and control flow logic through jigsaw puzzles. Then, in 10th grade, I took AP Computer Science, and we learned Grid World, and our IDE of choice for Java, Eclipse. To be clear, there were much better Java IDEs out there, like IntelliJ, but Eclipse was free, and we were broke high school students. And our school didn't offer us anything else. I'm looking at you, American School in Paris. Tooling matters, of course, and I'm not saying use a punch card with some old IBM machine, but honestly, who cares? Our gadgets and devices keep getting better and better, but the core theory, that never changes. Until disproven, of course. So I think your time is much better spent just putting in the effort, doing the hard work, and getting better, than obsessing over your developer experience. In 11th and 12th grades, I took higher level math classes like linear algebra and multivariable calculus. To visualize all the concepts, we used Mathematica, which I'm not sure if you're familiar, but is a really cool piece of software by Wolfram Alpha, with a company founded by billionaire prodigy and wonderkind Stephen. It was a little strange not to use something better known like MATLAB, and apparently the learning curve is much steeper for Mathematica, but that's what we did. I was the classic student, happy-go-lucky, just following the teacher's orders. And I'm so glad I did, because Mathematica gave me a newfound appreciation for mathematics. It transformed it from something boring into something really exciting and new. Also, all of high school I used the exact same laptop, this bad boy right here. This piece of hardware has so much character and so many fond memories. By the end, it barely held together. It was falling apart. When I got to Rice, I remember seeing everyone with their brand new MacBook Airs and MacBook Pros. Even in my high school, all the rich kids had Macs. But my family had always used Windows, so I asked my dad if I could get a new one. Back in the day, at least on the Windows side, the XPS laptops were all the rave. And that's what I opted for, the 13-inch, because it was cheaper, and it's what I used for the next 4 years. In Comp 140, the first computer science class at Rice, I used the online editor my professor had written up called CodeSculptor. It's actually entirely free, and you can go check it out yourself. It was really nice because it forced everyone to use the same tool, which kind of leveled the playing field. There was no way to be fancier or more efficient. There were no shortcuts or key bindings, so everyone had to use the same software. If anything, it forced you to focus on the material instead of the tooling. In my opinion, the way it should be. Then in Comp 182, the infamous weed out class, it was open season. You could use anything you wanted. I was once again clueless, so I just followed whatever my favorite TA said. He recommended Sublime, so I downloaded it. And for the entire semester, it kept asking me to pay for the premium version, but I never did. I was a broke college student, but shout out Sublime. He really carried me through that class. Sublime was cool, but basic. It just made me feel legit because it had all the fancy colors. You know, like you see in the movies. I felt like an actual hacker, like a computer science student. Unfortunately, it didn't have any of the fancier features like autocomplete and IntelliSense. It was just a glorified text editor. But I wrote some of my hardest programming assignments in Sublime, so I'll never forget. It's funny how until you know there's something better, you don't really see any flaws in your current thing. Ignorance really is bliss. You ever notice how 1080 looks amazing, but then as soon as you see 4K and you look back at 1080, it's like you start noticing little pixels? It's all in the head. There's something to be said about the human condition here. Probably not. It's really not that deep. Okay, I'll stop now. Anyway, back to college. My sophomore year, I took Comp 250, Introduction to Program Design, which was Java, but also functional programming. And why we use Java to learn functional programming, I have no idea. But we did use IntelliJ, which is the JetBrains Java IDE, and that thing is goated. Then, in the spring, when I took more Java classes, we somehow went back to Eclipse. I have no idea why we would regress in such a fashion, but all of the professors' documentation and packages only worked with Eclipse, so we had to. We used Subversion, which is, in my opinion, like a worse version of Git, but it got the job done. Eventually, around my junior year of college, I found the light that is Visual Studio Code, and it honestly changed my life. It's so clean and beautiful to use, and it's open source, which is amazing. I love to support open source things. The marketplace and the library of extensions are amazing too. There are so many code formatting tools which become a developer's best friend. VS Code is what I used for the rest of college, and as the months went by and I got more used to it, I downloaded more configurations and really made it my own. By the end, I had so many shortcuts, and the terminal was oriented the exact right way, and it was just really great. And you can't forget about the themes. I had so much fun just changing themes every couple days. Honestly, a waste of time, but you gotta do what makes you happy. If you're looking to get started in the tech industry, one great option is Careerist, which offers immersive programs to fast-track you to a high-paying tech job. It's really easy to get started, and you don't need any background in coding or tech. There are plenty of remote options, and you'll attend every class live, which I think is so much better than watching recorded content. With one-on-one guidance from a personal mentor, you'll put theory into action and supercharge the next phase in your growth. Most graduates land a job in 2 to 4 months, but Careerist puts their money where their mouth is. If you're out of luck for 1 year after graduation, they'll give you 100% of your money back. Careerist has already helped thousands of graduates get high-paying tech jobs in over 40 states. So join today using my special link in the description for 10% off. Now, let's get back to some more tools. Throughout college, as you know, I had internships, and each company kind of does its own thing, so I'm going to briefly go through each one. During my first 2 internships, we used Visual Studio, which is like VS Code, but the paid version and not open source. It's really good if you're using C#, but not for anything else. So at Schlumberger, that's what we use, and also at Microsoft. At Gusto, though, we use the JetBrains IDE for Ruby on Rails, which is called Ruby. At both, I started off with VS Code, but the repository was just too big for it to handle. The front end and the back end, it started lagging, and it was really hard to navigate through the code base. Maybe VS Code has a ways to go with big industry monoliths at scale, but my roommate who works at Microsoft claims it's gotten much better, so let me know in the comments if your company uses it and it works fine. I ended up using VS Code just for the front end because it's much more lightweight, and then we used Go at both, so I used the JetBrains IDE Golang, which amazing. In many ways, everything I've just told you is arbitrary. None of it matters. I just wanted to show you that we all have our unique ways of interacting with code and programming tools, and they're all okay. Some of us write code on Google Docs, which is Turing complete, by the way, and others know how to navigate all of Vim without ever taking their hands off the keyboard.
I mean, I do not get why anyone would use spaces over tabs. I mean, why not just use Vim over Emacs?
I do use Vim over Emacs.
Oh, God help them.
But I'm none of those people. I'm just the average, run-of-the-mill software engineer. If you ever think for a second that a Windows computer rather than a Mac computer is the reason you haven't become a computer scientist or software engineer, then you're mistaken. Or even worse, you know the truth, but you're lying to yourself. When you're just starting out, better tooling is a distraction. Just put in the work and you'll see results. Like my Gusto CTO used to say, you have to earn the privilege to break up your monolith into microservices. Well, one day you'll earn the privilege to upgrade your tooling, but for 99% of you, it won't make a difference. Focus on what actually matters, and I promise you'll get much further. I'll see you in the next one.
Sometimes you feel like your tracks are right there, but they're just not ready to export. There's still something missing. I use Arcade to add to existing tracks to give it that flavor that really makes it come to life. With Arcade, I can add drums, vocals, textures, synths, really anything that I need to add that missing element to my tracks.
Arcade is like a sample library plus a playable instrument all loaded into one plugin. You can find sounds across any genre and create with tons of unique samplers and instruments. Samplers are loaded with 15 different loops spread across the white keys and ready to record right into your track. With the instruments, the keys are mapped chromatically like a piano, so you can write melodies, create chord progressions, and really play any way that you want. With modifier keys, you can easily transform any loop into a new pattern or rhythm. This is an awesome way to switch up your sounds and really make them your own. To dial in your ideas, use the tweak page to explore layer editing, modulation settings, the mixer, arpeggiator, and tons more. And every kit also comes loaded with unique macro effects that you can use to morph any sound. Plus, everything is locked to your project's key and tempo.
If you make music, then you really have to try Arcade. Go download it for free today.
Is web development saturated for junior developers? In this video, I'm gonna answer this question because in the past 2-3 weeks, I've been speaking with maybe 15 guys that were learning code for the past 2 years, and they have been applying for the past 6 months, and none of them got a response back, not even an interview, okay? And I feel like there's a bunch of people out there that struggle a lot and have this fear. Is this worth giving it a shot? Should I go all in? Should I even bother spending my time trying to figure out how to become a web developer? And I'm going to show you that it's actually possible, but most people do it wrong, okay? And I'm going to tell you why they do it wrong in just a second. So let's jump in. So over here we have LinkedIn, and I've been looking for these two keywords, Junior and React. And as you can see, there are 21 available jobs in the United States that have the word Junior and React in the job description. That means this job is for a beginner front-end developer. And if we look at this search query, which is just React, again, in the United States, you'll see that there are 39,661 results. Okay, what am I trying to show you by talking about these numbers? What I'm trying to say is that nobody wants juniors, if you didn't realize this so far. Like, nobody in their full capacity would want a junior. And before you say, hey, Christian, let's talk about why this happens. Well, imagine you are a company, okay? It's very important to put ourselves in the shoes of someone else before we start judging them, yeah? So imagine you are a company, right? And you as a company, as a business, you have competitors, right? And you want to develop a product that's going to be on the cutting edge and is going to be safe from being destroyed by the competition, right? I mean, this applies to you as well. You're in a competition. This market is extremely competitive because everyone has the same goals as you, same aspirations as you, pretty much the same job as you, like the viewer of this video, and everyone wants the same thing as you, literally. You have like thousands and thousands and thousands of people that are competing against you for the same job that you want. And here's the kicker. All of you are competing for those 31 jobs or 29 jobs that we saw over there, which is absolutely insane. Businesses want reliable people that can come in and do the job without any assistance, without any mentorship, without any guidance, without any help whatsoever. If your toilet breaks down tomorrow or right now, would you hire someone that is very expensive but can fix the job right now? Or would you hire someone who saw a tutorial on Udemy on how to fix the toilets and might or might not fix it, and it might take a long time, or it might destroy certain things? You don't want that. You want someone that can do the job fast and clean, okay? And you don't even care how much is it, right? So this is how you have to think about it, because now that you understand this, you can become different. And let me show you something real quick. And I've learned this concept from marketing, because being different and standing out in an saturated market like web development means being different. It doesn't mean being better, it means being different, okay? And that's a massive difference. Now, check this out. If we have a funnel like this, I want to explain to you a concept called sophistication levels, okay? So before I tell you how it works with coding, I want to tell you how it works with another industry so you can relate it better, okay? Imagine you sell a product which is intended for weight loss. Maybe 10, 15 years ago, you saw an ad that was saying something like, buy this and you'll lose weight. All right, and that was a very successful product because it was new to the market, right? If Elon Musk says, hey, I'm going to take you to Mars, everyone's going to buy from Elon Musk. He doesn't need to make any promise, right? But then after a while, that product and that message got saturated, right? And then new people came in and they said, I'm going to help you buy this pill, whatever, and you lose 20 kilos. Boom. That's another level of sophistication. So now we went from level 1 to level 2. Then after a while, this message also disappears. And then you go to level 3, which is buy this pill, you lose 10 kilos in 5 weeks. Boom. Another level of sophistication. Then after a while, that also becomes saturated. And then you'll hear something like, buy this magic pill that has ingredients from Brazil that have been outsourced by 5 children who are wearing golden shoes, right? So probably you saw ads like that on the weird websites, but that's levels of sophistication 4, right? And there are 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But how does this relate to web development and with web development being saturated, right? Because this is important to think about. 5, 6, maybe 8 years ago, 9 years ago, if you knew some HTML and CSS, you could become an email developer, you could just develop websites and you'd have a good living. You were making some WordPress websites, boom, good. You were able to support a family, right? That was level of sophistication 1. This thing was new, right? Then, after a while, jQuery came in. So then you could create websites that were a bit interactive. Maybe you've seen that. If you don't know what jQuery is, it's because you are too new to this and I'm too old for this, okay? Then, JS, React, those were new things, right? And that was level of sophistication of 3. That's when I came into the market. So if I knew a bit of React, a bit of routing, and a bit of Redux, boom, you know, front-end developer, high salary, there you go. But then it came level of sophistication 4, where you need to know TypeScript, you need to know Node.js, you need to have 5 years of experience, even if you're a junior. Right, that's level of sophistication 4. But now we are level of sophistication 5. Take a shot for every single time I say sophistication, where you also need to know how to be a team player. How you need to have 5 years of experience. You need to be able to deliver products. Maybe you need to design. Maybe you need to create really complex system. Maybe you need to know DevOps. Like, you need to know everything at this level of sophistication because the market is very mature and the market needs specific type of people that can do a lot of things. And is it incredibly difficult to go from level 3 to level 5? No, not at all. In fact, I would say going from level 1 to level 3 is twice as hard as going from 3 to 5. Why? Because learning compounds, right? So in the beginning, it's very, 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 very difficult to go till here, but then once you understand a few things, you can just learn everything in like 2 or 3 weeks max. Like, for example, I have my guys, they took a long time to learn JavaScript and React, but now if I tell them, okay, learn storybooks, boom, 2 days. Learn TypeScript, boom, 2 days. Learn DevOps, boom, 2 days. Learn Node.js, 2 days. Like, it becomes super, super fast. You just need to know what to do and how to position yourself as a better developer. But now here's the kicker. If you are learning from Udemy, if you are going to a boot camp, you are being prepared for level 3, and people are throwing you into a level 5 market, and that's why you are not gonna get a job, and you struggle a lot. Like, I literally spoke with so many people in the past few months, and they've all been telling me the same thing. I'm doing this, I'm not getting any results whatsoever, like not even one interview. I would understand, like, if you get a lot of interviews and you get rejected, might be a personality issue, maybe,
It's 19
that
hours.
can happen. But if you are getting zero interviews, that means you have the wrong portfolio, right? It's like if I'm asking you, hey, does your breath smell? Because your nose is right above your mouth. You should be able to smell it, but nobody can do that, right? So that's why you need a second perspective to tell you, hey, bro, like you should brush your teeth because you smell like rotisserie chicken. You know what I mean? So we all had a friend like that, right? And that's the problem. That's the problem. You guys are competing at level 3, where you should be competing at level 5, where it's slightly harder to get in, but it's easier to compete because everyone here, everyone who finished a coding bootcamp, everyone who watched the Udemy course, everyone who has been doing Coursera, Codecademy, Screamba, whatever it's out there. I'm not saying those platforms are bad, but everyone is doing that. And if everyone is doing that, the power of that thing is being diluted. It's not special anymore if you do the same e-commerce website as everyone else. What was the name of that app? Owl Store with the Crown Shop. If you do the Crown Shop, like, it's gone. Like, we are not even doing the crypto app anymore. Why? Because everyone is doing it, right? Think about it. The project that I was using for so long, we are not doing it anymore because everyone is doing that. Maybe they saw my videos, maybe some other guys saw my video, made a video about that, bam, bam, it got popular, it got smoked, it's gone. What can you do about it? You can't do much, right? And saying this as I'm selling this thing, is it gonna help you? Yes. It's better than weather apps, Pokemon apps, calculators, whatever I've been seeing for the past few weeks. And to me, it's absolutely like crazy how people are so nice in this web development space that hurting people. They come and say, oh, I've been told by this person and this person that everything is good, and I'm looking at them and they're like you can't even tell them, like, bro, you suck, because they will not believe you, because they will think that I want to sell them something. But in fact, they suck so much and they don't even realize it. It's absolutely insane. So the advice for you is to build real world products. As I'm always saying, why am I transitioning to this? Because I see the market. As you can see, like, this type of advice, you're not really getting from anywhere else. Like, if you watch any other influencers that are out there, try to compare my advice with them. And I'm not trying to blow my own horn, but like, do you see how different this is? And the reason why this is so different is because I'm not a coder. You know what I mean? I know how to code, but I'm not identifying as a coder. I'm identifying myself as someone who knows marketing, who knows how to sell, who knows how to motivate people, who knows how to coach people, how to explain things, how to see things.
Yo, on me demande de jouer du piano, mais je sais pas en jouer.
Welcome back to another podcast episode where we help aspiring developers get jobs and junior developers grow. So today we are going to be learning about John's self-taught journey of becoming a developer. I promised you I'd do more of these stories, and we're going to go ahead and follow through with that. So, John, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is John Mead, and I'm a web developer based out of Utah, just north of Salt Lake. And I'm currently the lead front-end engineer for a company that's based out in Seattle that's focused on improving mental health.
All right, cool. Well, let's just jump into it. What was your job search journey like? I mean, not just a job search, but, you know, what was the learning like, and then the job search as well?
Yeah. So it started back in 2017. Which is when I made a life change by moving from Chicago, where I was at the time, out here to Utah. I was in a bit of a unique situation where I didn't need any other income when I moved here. So I knew I was going to be able to just focus on making the career change that I wanted to make. So when I moved out here, summer of 2017, I started to kind of take stock of, okay, what is available?
for self-learning. I knew I didn't have the, I didn't need the income at that moment, but that doesn't mean I had disposable income to go to a boot camp or something like that. So I knew I needed to do some kind of option that was free or low cost. And so I started putting together resources. And then it was about in 2018, beginning of 2018, that I really, really started going full bore at it. I started treating it like a job, waking up in the morning, doing learning, going throughout the day, setting clear goals for myself. And I started working through a lot of the typical resources that a software works through, so FreeCodeCamp, in multiple different iterations that they went through. Codecademy, there were other places like Bento that put together a curriculum. There's a bunch of other sites.
Remind me what Bento was again.
So Bento was basically like they would pick and choose. Are you familiar with the Odin project?
Yes.
Okay, so it's kind of similar where it's like we're not going to necessarily put together a full curriculum for you, but we know where these resources are. So pick your stack, pick your path, and we'll kind of checkbox you through. Here's a good resource for that. Here's a good resource for that. So a little different than FreeCodeCamp, that just kind of sets everything up for you and walk through their curriculum. So started doing those resources, and then had another big life change coming up as I started going through a divorce and knew that I was going to be in a situation again where I was going to need that steady income. And so that's what really prompted me to be like, okay, I'm still feeling a bit like an imposter. I'm not sure that I'm completely ready for this, but so I'm going to start applying. So I did. Started applying. I started getting some interest from different companies here in the area. I was just looking here in Salt Lake. I first started getting phone calls back, just asking for more information, and then based on those experiences, I slightly refined my process and refined my resume, and then started getting some in-person interviews. And then after that, in 2020, early 2020, I had two different companies, one that was based here in Salt Lake, and then the one I work for now, who I was able to walk all the way through the interview process. There were a couple before that I went to the technicals and, went through up until the technical and then didn't necessarily get a job offer. But I got an offer from a company here in Utah and an offer from Listen, the company I'm at right now, based in Seattle. And then I started working for Listen on April 1st, which is kind of funny, starting a new job, April Fool's Day of the year the pandemic hit. So, and I've been there ever since.
Oh, I'm glad it wasn't an April Fool's joke. I'm glad you did get the job.
Me too.
Okay, so I mean, it sounds like, I think you mentioned in the beginning, it sounds like you were trying to work out like building habits or like a system or like some sort of like a plan. How did you figure out how to like schedule your day and figure out which direction to go?
So through reading different articles and then looking at where the starting place was for the different free curriculums that were online, I knew, okay, HTML and CSS, I think these might be easier things to start with, so I'm going to start with those. And I had messed with some HTML way back in the day in like junior high, I think lots of us who are self-taught have these memories of just copy and pasting stuff that you find on the internet to try and make your own website. And so I had a little bit of experience there. So I went back to that, and I started with HTML. And then I found out that there was, not just divs and stuff, there was a semantic way to write HTML. So I adjusted my goal, and now I want to know, how do I semantically lay a page out? So I started there, and then I went over to CSS and started applying styling. And then I had done a little bit of language-based work, kind of similar to JavaScript at my previous job, where I was just putting together a custom tracking form in Outlook. And so I was working through some calculations and some if-then statements, some basic control flow structure, that kind of stuff. So I knew once I had a grasp of basic HTML, basic CSS, that I had to add this JavaScript piece to it. And so I kind of followed that path. And every time I learned something new, I just started refining. What am I interested in? What came up in this part of the curriculum that's really, really cool and I want to deep dive on, and I'd adjust my goal. So.
Okay, so you were paying attention to what really caught your interest. You were paying attention to what made you more curious. So let's say you're going to Free Code Camp, and you're learning some fundamentals, and you learn about a specific concept. You're like, this is really cool. What would you do then to further deep dive into that topic? Where would you look?
You just start Googling the heck out of it. You can find so many resources just on page 1 and 2 of whatever your search is going to be. So I eventually started venturing into Stack Overflow, which was an experience as a new developer, asking a question on Stack Overflow and having it downvoted with no comment. Wait, what's going on? But that was my process. It was literally, okay, here's my question, here's how I think you word it, and now I'm just going to Google and click on everything and see where it leads me. And so based on that, you start to learn what are the things you can count on, right? You learn really quickly about MDN. Okay, I can count on MDN. I know that it's going to point me in the right direction. You can count on the docs for different things. Like eventually later when you get into frameworks, like you can count on the React docs, right? They're good docs. You can not all docs are good, but they're going to give you a place that you can go. W3C, WC3, that website, that's not going to point you in the wrong direction. You learn what you can rely on, and then you kind of test things against that. So if you're looking at YouTube tutorials or something like that, you can kind of line them up against the documents and the resources you know to trust.
So
and if they're in alignment, then you're like, okay, yeah, I think I can go, I can learn more from this person. They seem to be following the standards. So.
Okay. How did you figure out, or I guess what did you use to figure out that you were growing as a software engineer? A huge hurdle that self-taught developers, face. They don't really know if they're heading in the right direction. They don't know if they're growing in the right direction. How do you figure that out?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think you start to figure it out before you realize you're figuring it out. And the first key to that is when you're starting in a new resource and you realize you can skip part of it. So you buy a course of, I forgot his name when we were talking earlier about it, Cold Steel. You'll buy a Cold Steel course off of Udemy and realize you can skip the first 3 sections of it because you know it. And so that's kind of a realization point. Hey, I know something about what I'm doing. I'm growing. And then as you learn more resources, as you get into, there's this thing called Code Wars or LeetCode, and you go into the beginner stuff. And
yes, you can keep
I know
guessing.
how to do this. I know how to think through this. Then you take each piece of that and process it and realize you have building blocks in place. And that for me, that drove me. You know, as I realized I was learning, I wanted to learn more. Like, hey, I can actually make sense of this stuff. This is really cool. Let's keep it up.
I like that.
So,
Okay, so I have a lot of questions. I'm just trying to think about the order that I want to ask them in. What was the project that you felt like really caught employers' attention? As they bring it up, you talk about it the most.
So there were a couple. One of them was a project I did with a couple other software devs. That was called Dev, which was like a social media site for beverages, basically.
Okay.
We all realized as we were getting to know each other that we all had.
I think you are always from each
our
other.
workspace was covered in the cans or whatever. You know, so we thought let's just make this thing where developers can post their beverage and rate it. And, you know, it gave you, behind the scenes, it gave you really good practice on how you can interact with sharing media and database structures and that kind of stuff. And so we knew that was going to be good learning for us. But that said, I talked about at every single interview. I was asked about it every single interview, most likely because I had it at the top of my projects in my resume. But that gave me a good platform to talk to employers about how I worked with the community of developers. Also, an ability to talk about how do you problem solve and together individually and as a team. What are things that you think are going to be easy that aren't? So it's just a good talking piece for that. Another one was something I had done, something I had actually designed as a pre-work for an organization called Chingu. It was basically a clone of Google Fonts.
Pourquoi mise à jour?
Changed quite a bit since then. But it was a basic clone of, being able to go and search for fonts. When you initially go in and search for types of fonts, and it's going to show you whatever your sample size is, and it's going to show you which fonts, and you can adjust the fonts using sliders to adjust font size and that kind of stuff.
You are always happy.
And so that one really gave me the ability to showcase some kind of knowledge about how you process user interaction on a site. It doesn't need to be database driven, it can be a static site, but it's still highly interactive. And both of those two projects I was able to talk about at every single interview that I did.
Interesting. Yeah, because I think a lot of people
Imagine.
sometimes they overwhelm themselves when thinking about like their personal projects, their projects that satisfy or solve a problem, in their life, or even their old industry, but they think their project it's too immature. Employers aren't going to care about it. And, what you're saying is you kind of built a quirky app that Dev or Drink Dev, what was it called? DevBev. Did you ever gain a user base behind it or anything, or was it just for fun?
No, I mean there was the intention, like, hey, we could do something with this. But then, as luck would have it, we all got
Yes, like a survival mode is to be always up for a new challenge every day, every night. It's the way a man will survive. Are you agree with that?
There's this drive to come up with this one project that defines you, right? Or this expectation of this one project that defines you. What I talked about most, other than the DevBev, which was more original, were things that were copies of what was already in line. Because that was another way that I was testing myself where I'm at. You know, I would go on and I would say, this is a really cool feature of this website. I wonder if I can build it without looking at code. And so I'd open up a code pen and build it. And there was a time frame where I would go in and I would every day pick out a little bit, you know, like a nav bar that had a cool animation. Something that, an animation that did all of the math automatically to figure out how to spread and display them. I'm using CSS gradient still. I don't know if it's sitting here, but I have this MIDI controller. I play a lot of music, and so I had this MIDI controller on my desk one morning, and I thought, hey, can I make this MIDI controller interface in HTML and CSS? And so I did that. And all of those things were building blocks for the conversations that I had during the interviews. So I don't think any employer cared that I didn't have this master project. They cared about little idiosyncrasies, you know, what did you learn from this little piece, this little project that will actually apply to the real world? And that's the important part, in my experience.
I like that. I appreciate you sharing that. Let's see, what do I want to ask? I feel like, so I kind of want to sum this up just a little bit, make sure I understand it. But it feels like it feels like you got comfortable with just building projects that might not even matter. Like you said, you had this MIDI controller and you just wanted to rebuild it and put it in HTML, which is, you know, sure, maybe you could apply it to some applications that you might look at companies, but the goal really was just to see if you could do it and give yourself that challenge. And so, like, all these little challenges that you kept giving yourself, you mentioned they're like building blocks to kind of just like you growing as a developer and being able to talk about that growth and that implementation to developers. So you're highlighting something I really want to emphasize here, though. You're saying that, and this is interesting, you don't need a grand project to be super impressive to employers. You're saying that the employers that you talk to didn't really care about that. That's not what they were looking for. They were kind of just looking for your process of growth, the way you implemented certain things, the way you thought about certain things, and you didn't need this like grand masterpiece, which I'm wondering if that's what's causing a lot of self-taught developers to give up. I feel like a lot of self-taught developers, they have this imposter syndrome. They're never good enough. They're perfectionists. I think a lot of self-taught developers have a hard time getting over that perfectionism. And what you're suggesting is stop that. Like, just work on these projects that make you curious and allow them to allow you to grow. Because, I mean, eventually, it's kind of just like trust the process. You're eventually going to be able to build more complex projects. They're going to recognize you can skip halfway through tutorials, and you just need targeted education to like solve that specific feature that you're trying to build. I mean, maybe that's kind of the key for a lot of self-taught developers. It's stop overwhelming yourself.
Yes, that's right.
That's going to make you stand out.
La croissance de votre chiot se fait en 4 étapes distinctes. Et il devrait être plus vite que vous ne le pensiez. Avec le programme de croissance Royal Canin, offrez à votre chiot le meilleur départ dans la vie.
Circuit protection of embedded systems is critical for any application, particularly in the automotive market where vehicle power can be hard on electrical systems. As the world starts to transition from the combustion engine to electric vehicles, power circuit protection means the automotive industry changing.
Yes,
What considerations
I'm
do
still on
we
track.
need to make as in our EV battery and recharge systems? Embedded engineers gaining an understanding of how these new electric vehicle systems are designed and how the charge stations work are absolutely critical to our discipline. It's something that we're all having to work very hard at. We're all looking at ways to maximize the efficiency of battery usage, minimize the power and heat losses from actually doing the recharge on those, and also minimizing the size of what ends up being very high power circuitry in our designs. But sometimes what gets overlooked in these recharge systems is the idea of protection circuitry, and there are some special considerations that these engineers have to make as we're designing that into our systems. Today, I have the privilege of speaking with Pete Pipelick, FAE manager at Littelfuse, and an expert in this area who's helped a lot of engineers in their electric vehicle systems. Pete, thanks so much for joining me on the break today. Todd, it's great.
Well, I think it depends of the context. And say yes.
This is obviously a hot topic really throughout the world, not just our industry. It is really the electrification of everything. So when we're looking at a better design and the protection required in an EV system, what are the things that we need to consider in an electric vehicle that maybe we haven't had to consider in the past in our combustion vehicles?
Yes, one is only correct.
Great question. With the advent of hybrid and then EV vehicles, the electronics content has significantly increased. So protection devices, components that were typically used in electronics, general electronics, portable type applications, may not, and also in most cases, will not survive the harsher
I think discipline is the best move you can do.
e-mobility type applications. So it's really critical to look at these components that they meet the temperature requirements, thermal cycling requirements, vibration shock. Again, this is an environment which is going to be much more harsher than general electronic type applications. So it is critical to look at those and make sure those components, in our case, overcurrent or over voltage, have those ratings and certifications. If we look at
I think when I have to adapt is when nothing work correctly, so I have to adapt from the situation. Right now, faster as possible. Like that, I can limit the bills.
they're going to have some type of control logic. Okay? So control logic is generally going to be low voltage, in most cases 12-volt type of system. So protecting that type of system from overcurrent events is going to be critical. So what is an overcurrent event and what are overcurrent protection devices? So an overcurrent event is really when you have a short circuit or some type of overload condition in the application. So what an overcurrent protection device does is it's really,
I don't know.
and if I would back up, say, well, what are we trying to protect? What is we trying to protect against? Is those types of failures, but the overcurrent device is actually the weak link. So if there is a fault scenario, you want to protect the wiring, you want to protect the PCB board traces, and also protect other types of components on the board. So it is critical that those types, the low voltage, low power electronics, and also in addition, the higher powertrain, higher currents electrical systems be also protected, and to make sure those components are rated for the harsher environments, again, vibration, shock, those types of considerations definitely need to be taken looked upon. Right, and it's interesting because when I think of my combustion engine and doing work on my own vehicles at the house, that seems like an incredibly harsh environment to me. My experience there is anytime the alternator comes on, anytime you hit the ignition, the voltage spikes go through the roof, and you've got to be kind of prepared to deal with that. It sounds like in an EV system, it's not so much voltage spikes, things like that, it's current that we're really more worried about in an EV. Is that a fair statement? It would actually be both. So you are looking at overcurrents and you are also looking at over voltage. But if we look at the, if we look at the overcurrent parts, okay, so we do have your EV vehicle charging, okay?
Me too.
So chargers come in basically three different types. You have your AC, your DC, and your wireless type of chargers, right? So the AC, the level 1s, the level 2s, the residential types of chargers, these are mainly pass-through type of chargers, where it's passing through the AC to the vehicle, to the onboard charger. Mainly that's done through a contactor in the charger, the off-board charger itself, okay? So you do have design considerations that you need to be mindful of there. The main AC power, make sure those are fused in case there's some type of overcurrent events. You don't want the contactor to fail. And then also you're going to have your control electronics, making sure that those lines are fused. Again, various types of fault scenarios, and I'll also say the over voltage part, make sure if there is any type of voltage those are also suppressed. Right. Okay, makes sense. So that's really what we've got to consider as we're doing the charge system that goes into our homes, or even I assume the same considerations got to be made in an infrastructure charge system at a store or an office building. We've got those considerations, but then as we look at expanding more and more of us going to electric vehicles, we're going to be in a situation where we're putting a bit of a strain on our overall electrical grid. What kind of things are necessary for us to consider there? And are there considerations in the electrical grid and
It's a good workout for the world.
vehicles that Littelfuse is involved in?
Sure. So some of the trends that we're seeing is, when you look at infrastructure, microgrids are becoming very popular. So in a microgrid, it's really kind of a self-contained system. So it may or may not connect to the electrical grid. It may have a PV input. It may have a BES system, a battery system. So when you look at those types of systems, overcurrent protection is going to be critical. When you are connecting to the AC grid,
If it is very stimulate, I'm very happy because it could make your brain malfunction.
sure that those AC lines and the DC lines now are protected against overcurrent.
Right, okay. Makes sense. And then beyond that, if you're in a home where you want to get entirely off the grid, and as more and more houses are installing solar and other green energy solutions, they're looking to be able to store that in in-house battery arrays and things along those lines. Are there differences in the way that we should consider those batteries that are storing energy in our homes to get us fully off grid reliance, and the ones that maybe the
So
batteries
it's good or not good to keep your processors working all the time?
Those are, for the most part, going to be the same, just on a larger scale. So, looking at residential homes, home power, we have a great point. Really, where it's going to go and where it's starting to trend is being able to store power at home. You could have a battery type of system. It may have a PV input, or your vehicle itself. The battery capacity will increase. You may have a bidirectional converter. So in some cases, you may be able to use the power from the vehicle as a backup power source in addition to your home BES system. So when you look at protection of batteries, whether it's the residential BES system, whether it's onboard, it's going to be very similar. You're going to have the battery unit itself, generally divided into modules. For larger scale systems, they're going to have more modules. But when it comes to protection, when it comes to protecting the battery management energy system, very similar. Low power, high power, making sure the DC, the AC is protected against overcurrent.
Right. Makes sense. And then, in a situation would you design the circuitry differently if you've got a vehicle that can essentially the current from the battery can go either way, or maybe your car at home is charging your house? Are there differences in the way you design that circuitry and that protection circuitry as opposed to just a device where it's one way, where it's always going to be flowing from the charge of the vehicle? Now you're in a situation where it can go either way. Is that protection circuitry a little different?
It really depends on the actual architecture and configuration of the system. But generally, when you do have a bidirectional, now you're really need to be mindful of protecting not only the AC, but also the DC. So if there is a fault on the DC side for the vehicle, you have the protection there, and then also on the AC side.
Okay, that absolutely makes sense. So maybe you can get into a little bit more specifics for me. When it comes to Littelfuse themselves, you guys have an absolute wonderful reputation as far as protection circuitry in the industry. The technology you have. Are there specific areas in unique technologies that you're investing new R&D into to be able to expand your position in the space? And are there specific family members that we as embedded engineers should be considering for Littelfuse in our designs?
Sure. So last year, Todd, we celebrated 95 years of being in business, and we've been developing components for traditional combustion type automobiles since almost the beginning.
That's right, Alita.
In the last 20 years, the e-mobility segment, EV type applications, we've been following that very closely. specific examples over current. Smaller type packages, surface mount is a trend. The voltages are going higher, so are the currents. So we're looking at different integrated type solutions. It may be just traditional fuels, which may be resettable also. Have some of those features. It may be integrated with solid state type of devices. So those are the type of solutions we're looking at, from an R&D engineering perspective. Really trying to be, again, ahead of the curve, making sure we provide those innovative solutions to our end customers as the market evolves.
Right. Okay. Excellent. Excellent. And that's where it's an area that I think we've got to be looking more at. As embedded engineers, we've got to understand what's the next latest and greatest in protection circuitry. What should we be considering for next generation designs? And it's exciting to hear that Littelfuse continues to invest in that area. Because I think we're all going to need it more as all of this change of electrification of our world continues to grow and expand. We're going to have solutions on that protection side to meet that new demand and new problems that arise from it, which is really exciting. So, very good, very good. Well, Pete, thanks so much for joining me on the current today. Really appreciate you sharing some of your knowledge and expertise when it comes to protection circuitry and electric vehicles. And I think we're only scratching the surface of the conversation that can be had in this area. For our viewers, if you have questions on your EV designs, whether that be on the vehicle side, the charger side, or the home energy storage side, we at Future Electronics are here to help you and your engineers. We would love to sit down with our engineering team, the Littelfuse engineering team, and bring some solutions and conversations with you to the fore so you can have a better understanding of the options out there, how best protect your circuitry. Thanks so much for joining us on the current today. We look forward to seeing you in our next episode. If you have any desire to speak with Future Electronics, our engineering team, or speak with Pete, please reach out to me at Shaping the Future, one word, Shaping the Future at futureelectronics.com, and we'd be happy to speak to you soon. All the best.
Thanks, Todd, and thanks for the opportunity.
When you think about it, once you've gone through the interview process, what gets you one step further in the interview? It's not really the project. You go to the technical interview, they're not going to test you on the technical stuff within the project, right? They're going to give you a very specific problem. Most of the time, they're really specific that you can have. And so, it doesn't matter where you got that ability to complete that problem from. As long as you can complete it, you're good. So it's the skill that employers are after. It's not. I should say there's a million ways you can go about getting good skill, right? But it's the skill that the employers are after.
I like that. Yeah, I agree with that. It's interesting to think about it that way. Well, let me ask you this. Because the way you described it, it feels like you had this almost like sequential path, and you were able to analyze what you previously did and just slowly improve and solidify the path going forward. But did you have any really frustrating moments or moments where you felt like maybe I can't do this?
Oh, yeah. Let me try and think of a couple. In free code camp, when I got to this first list of, 100 or whatever JavaScript algorithms that they have you run through, and I'm just one after the other, hours of the day, and feeling like, every one is harder, which it technically was, as you go down, it gets harder and harder, but
I'm very happy you listen that if you are making gymnastics with your brain. And that's so cool. Every people can grow. Yeah.
actually led to quite a few times of saying, okay, I'm going to take a week off. I can't do this. This is not mentally sound for me to keep your way back. So then I'd come back to it. Another one was regex, which still, unless you're using it every day, whenever you have to reach code, then you have to go back and figure it out again, right? There's some basics that you kind of keep in your head. And I remember the first time I did a regex challenge, it's like, what is the, I don't understand this, I don't know what's going on. So those are two examples. And then anytime, so I like many. I'm not very good at it, but I like it. And so when you get to some of those veins of development that are more like,
I've always wanted to learn how to play piano, but never had the time. And one of the things Simple Piano, and I've already learned so much. It shows you everything you need to learn how to play piano, step by step. Now, the very cool thing about this app is that it listens to you play. And if you get a wrong note, it tells you.
Machine learning S or data processing, that kind of stuff. And as I'd be stepping through different projects step by step, there were times when I would catch myself and I'd realize, I'm just doing this because step 5 says you should do this. I have no understanding of what the heck is happening there. And so those times were really, really frustrating. And it was hard for me to learn that I had to stop and go on to something else and come back. And that's just the way my brain handled it. You know, I can't funnel through the problem. I have to stop, take a break, go do something else, maybe go do a different project for a couple days, and then come back to it.
Sometimes it's always like that.
I don't think I remember anything about regex. I really don't.
One of the first things I had to do when I started the position I'm in right now was do some checking for file types in an upload. And, you know, if you're writing semantic HTML, it gives you some controls over that as well. But I started with regex, and I was like, man, I finally mastered this. I did all the regex stuff on pre-code chain from wherever we were to do all that happening. I didn't remember it with it.
You're hardly the only one.
No, I wouldn't imagine.
I like that. Because a lot of developers stress themselves out over trying to remember things. And I think that's
Once is better, is good.
I like that you emphasize that. So I guess you kind of touched on it a little bit, but a huge challenge is, and the big question is, what do I build? What do I build that employers are going to care about, and how do I figure out what I even enjoy building? Like, for those that are just struggling to come up with project ideas, what would your advice be for them?
My advice would be just get on a browser and go to the website that you click on. You already know you like the content. There's probably something cool about the design within the context of the content that you already have a connection to. And just pick different pieces of that website and build it. Build an ad bar, build an image carousel, or there's some variation of all of that on most sites. Background with some really cool SVG paths stuff. There's some SVG paths and figure it out. Look for what you like to ingest as content and use that. Just build it. And if you feel like working on it, riff on it. But use it as your starting point. And pretty soon, at least in my case, I found that I was covering each of the major building blocks of what a website is or what a web application is.
What's riffed? Riffed on a beat.
If you riff on something, it's like you're taking the original and you're trying to do something unique to it. So, like in music, you could this classic sound that we use core codes, but you're gonna riff on it, you're gonna make it your own, you're gonna have a seventh over here to add some texture or something like that.
I like that. Yeah, I really like that. I hope. I feel like a lot of developers just need to build stuff. I feel like they don't need to build a perfect thing. They just need to build a thing.
Yes.
They need to build another thing and another thing. And I feel like for me, it just kind of, I got more comfortable with coming up with ideas of what I wanted to build. Because I knew what I enjoyed, and then I started figuring out, man, I really love the front end, so that's where my focus went. You can't know that stuff, because so many people are like trying to build the perfect app before they even get started. And with the self-taught, it just feels like it has to be solidified along the way. And you have to analyze that. You have to figure out what you do. You have to kind of listen to yourself and get curious and pay attention to what really has your attention. I guess I'm really just trying to dig into this because so many self-taught developers give up. Why do you think that is?
It is a massive world. Web development is huge. You can specialize in one tiny little piece of it and have a great career. But I think, and this is me included, when I started, I was like, I have to ingest everything. I have to build something. I've gotten to the point where I've decided I want to do something. Okay, I have to learn React at the back end. I have to learn Angular. I have to do a project in Vue. What I do right now is none of those three. I work in kind of a framework that is pure JavaScript. And so knowing those three things, in my case, didn't even necessarily pay off. Will in the future, most likely. But the fact that I have the foundational skills of what those frameworks are built on and those libraries are built on, that's what's going to pay off for me in the end. And that's one of the reasons I got the position that I'm in right now. And so I think the sooner a self-taught developer can figure out that they don't need to learn everything, they just need to figure out what their interest is and dive deep into that interest. And somewhere, especially now, as we're hopefully coming up on the end of the pandemic, when stuff has really, really shifted to remote work, and I think it will remain that way, you're not bound by your community anymore. You can really, and this is really true of tech, pandemic or not, but you are not bound by your community and what's available to you. If you want to specialize in WebSockets, then there's a company who is going to hire you for WebSockets. And that doesn't mean you're going to do that your entire life. You might find something else at that company that you like and go into it. And somewhere down the road, you might be managing and not writing any code. You'll just be managing codes. And that's completely fine. But the sooner you can learn as a self-taught person that you don't need to know everything, I think you free yourself up from being pulled in the middle.
Maybe.
Different directions. Because if you allow yourself to be pulled in those many different directions, you're going to get right? You're going to burn out. You're going to start again. You're going to burn out again. And it won't go anywhere.
I think you nailed it with that. I feel like a lot of self-taught developers do feel like they're overwhelmed because they're pulled in all these
Thank you very much for all these compliments.
And, yeah, it's good advice. Well, I feel like we've gotten a good feel of your story. I do. I guess I'm just going to ask this one last question. If you had to give one final piece for aspiring developers, what would it be?
I I think it would be a take on what I just said. You know, it's a wide world in development. So find what you like.
Thank you too.
Pursue that. Because just like any other job, if you get into something that you're not passionate about, even within the realm of front end or back end or whatever, it's going to burn you out and you're not going to enjoy it. So, you know, give yourself enough credit and give yourself enough
We can keep going.
to realize you can figure out what you like and go after that. And that'll be your passion.
I like that. Give yourself enough credit and self-love. Never heard that before. I like it. Okay. All right. Well, yeah, this is really good advice. I feel like I feel like you're someone that does a really good job of analyzing your past and learning from it. And that's really, I think, part of the success of being a self-taught
Thank you too.
is going to get you through. So, yeah, you did a really good job of just like really elaborating on this. So, we're at the end of the podcast. If people want to reach out to you, where could they reach you?
The best place to reach me is on LinkedIn. I'm not very active on the other socials at the moment. So you can find me, John Mead, the company is Listen.io on LinkedIn.
Okay. All right. Well, John, I really appreciate you coming on. We're going to end the podcast in a second, but I forgot to tell you afterwards. Stick around. But yeah, for everyone watching, if you want to see more of these interviews, like I said, I want to bring on more self-taught developers. They're all unique. They're all interesting. And I feel like we could really start honing in on some common patterns that really gets everyone through. Because a lot of self-taught developers struggle with that. Their journey is so unique. They don't really know what stories should resonate with them, what they should look for in those stories that they can adapt into their own personal style or how to analyze themselves. So let's keep digging into these. But John, like I said, stick around for a couple minutes, but thanks so much for coming.
Hey everyone, how's it going? My name's Mayuko and I'm welcome. So, maybe you're at a point where you've decided that you want to become a software engineer for your career. If that's the case, there's often these like 3 big main paths for how to get your first job and learn to code professionally. You can, 1, go back to school or university, get a degree in like computer science or software engineering or related. 2, you can learn coding bootcamp where you learn a lot of things in a short amount of time, like leadership people, just like really hit the ground running. Or 3, and this is like a totally normal and plausible thing that a lot of software engineers have done, is that you can teach yourself how to code. Personally, I think that self-taught developers are some of the brightest, smartest, nicest, and most talented and hardworking people I've ever had the pleasure of working with. And it only makes sense because someone with like the self-motivation and the fortitude to teach themselves an entirely new skill, like an entire new language even, is gonna have a great work ethic. And coming from a non-traditional background means that you also bring a lot of unique perspectives to the table too. Maybe you're a retired Marine, or you used to be a teacher, or maybe you studied criminal justice in college. You'd be surprised how many intangible cross-functional skills those backgrounds bring to the table. That being said, as you might know, I went about my software engineering career a little bit more traditionally, and I went to a 4-year university and studied computer science. So I'm actually not like the best person to answer what it takes to become a self-taught developer. But I wanted to learn more about how actual, real self-taught developers went about
Now, third journeys. How did they get to where they are today? What trials and tribulations did they face? Are they glad they taught themselves how to code? So, as you do in the 21st century, I sent out a tweet. I was lucky enough to get a bunch of responses and interviewed a bunch of these folks to find out. And I gotta say, I was really lucky to be able to collect such fascinating stories from a diverse set of people. They have
Wow.
such cool experiences and backgrounds like
Okay.
bioscience and criminology, music and finance, and I even got to talk to some military veterans who used to serve in the Air Force, in the Army, and the Navy. So, the first thing that I wanted to clear up with this group, and perhaps it was like the most burning question of them all, was, is being a self-taught developer a legitimate career path? And, spoiler alert, absolutely yes. Being self-taught definitely means that you're going against the grain a little bit, because there's like this preconceived bias or notion that like the traditional way is like the only right way to get into tech. And I imagine it would be really easy to not feel like you're a legitimate or a real developer because you didn't go to school for it. But this is just another classic case of imposter syndrome. I have a lot to say on this topic, and I've made a video before about imposter syndrome you can check out right here, but we'll get to that later with regards to self-taught developers. So, if you're thinking about becoming a self-taught developer or engineer, then the first step is to really think about whether this path is for you. And it all depends on your priorities and your goals, but especially on your situations about money and time at this current point in your life. Bootcamps and schools both cost like huge amounts of money, but they do condense a lot of information in a short amount of time. Of course, bootcamps nowadays have things like delayed tuition agreements and income share agreements so that you don't have to pay anything until you get a job, but it still costs a pretty penny. And shortening the process by going through a structured program can definitely be helpful, but it's in a way that kind of like dominates your life. It's really impossible to be a part of these programs and have a full-time job at the same time.
Okay, I
So
see your
it
program
doesn't
on
make
this.
sense for a lot of people. So resources really are the reason why you choose one path over the other, and self-taught is definitely the cheapest of the three. But it doesn't necessarily mean it's the easiest because you have to put together all of the curriculum and structure yourself. Not to mention, you have to provide all of the energy and ambition and motivation behind it yourself too. For better or worse, it's kind of like the DIY version of creating your own career. It's a non-trivial task to teach yourself how to become a software engineer, and so there's a few things you should know beforehand. So yes, building your coding skills is like definitely the main focus of teaching yourself how to code. Seems straightforward, right? Like that's like the core part of it all. And I can go on and on about which tutorials and resources are good for like every single technology out there, but that's going to take time. So I'm just going to leave links to the ones that I've been recommended in the description box down below. But surprisingly, I've learned that like learning how to code is actually not the hardest part at all. Teaching yourself how to code more than anything is challenging because it requires a ton of willpower and motivation.
Thank you very
Realistically,
much.
this goes for like teaching yourself. So whether that be teaching yourself how cryptocurrency works, or learning how to build your own furniture, or learning how to pour a perfect latte. When there's a lot of skills to learn for anything, it just takes time.
It's 20 hours.
As abstract as coding, it can be really hard to stay on that path and be motivated and focused the whole way through. I would go so far as to say like the one main factor that separates like who becomes a software engineer and who doesn't is dedication. You have to stick with it, and sometimes it's for a really long time.
I think anyone can do anything if they want it badly enough and have enough resources. But I think the key is that you have to like it. It has to be like a little bit fun. It takes way longer than you think. If you want to self-teach yourself, you have to really, really want it.
Now, it's really easy to get engulfed and like completely swallowed by the coding world altogether. When it's the thing you want so badly, like you would live it, breathe it, eat it for breakfast, right? Well, that's where balance comes in, because without it, it's a one-way ticket to burnout without even starting the job.
I feel like time management is really important. That's what the issue was, because I never solved time management, and so I didn't have time for other things, which is super important.
So how do you actually motivate yourself to code in a way that doesn't take too much away from you? That's like the $1,000,000 question. Well, the one thing that I heard emphasized across many of these interviews is to develop curiosity. It makes the learning and practice just like a lot easier when you're genuinely interested in what's going on.
Having a like very keen sense of curiosity is super important. I think if you're going to teach yourself, you're going to need to be able to dive into stuff,
Ouais.
try and understand how it works. I feel like they soak up information
Ouais.
in a different way to where they're a different type of curiosity.
So, if you found that curiosity, or maybe you're working on developing it, once you've got it, like where are you supposed to direct it, especially as you start? Well, coding, of course. Everyone emphasized the importance of really knowing your coding foundation. So, data structures and algorithms, regardless of what technologies and frameworks you're working with. All of those really do serve as the backbone to anything coding related you're going to do. So you're really going to want to work on your coding foundation. And I know, data structures and algorithms can be dry, boring, and hard. But one way I've come to think about data structures is that it's really just about like how do you organize and efficiently store your data. It's kind of like figuring out how to best organize your closet and learning what kinds of containers are available. And algorithms is learning how to work with and play around with that data. There's a ton of great resources online about data structures and algorithms too, like on Brilliant.org, who is the sponsor of today's video. If you've heard me talk about Brilliant before, you know that it's an app and website built around the principle of active problem solving. Because really, like I truly believe this, in order to learn something, you can't just like read it and watch it, you have to actually do it and engage with it. Brilliant has recently upped their interactivity level on their platform to a whole new level, and they're constantly updating courses to make it more interactive. So yes, Brilliant has a course on algorithm fundamentals that makes it really easy to understand how algorithms work. You don't have to dig through the weeds of coding syntax to learn algorithms, and you can just shift around these blocks of pseudocode and get immediate feedback from your results. It's a super good way to understand how computer algorithms work, and then once you have that down, the coding syntax honestly becomes easy and because you know what, when it comes to things like data structures and algorithms, you want to have a really good, true understanding of those things. You can't just like regurgitate or memorize them because interviewers and other people are going to know if you don't really understand them. So I think that Brilliant's course is really good to helping develop that true understanding. If you'd like to join me in a community of 8 million learners and educators today, click the link in the description box down below or visit brilliant.org/halloween. Thank you so much to Brilliant for sponsoring, and now let's get back to the video. So, there is one big blind spot that people have when becoming software engineers. And wow, if there's like one thing I could shout on the rooftops about becoming a software engineer, is don't forget the soft skills. This is important regardless of how you learn how to code, but especially so if you're self-taught and you don't have a community of other people to work with. Like, it's just not enough to be like pumping out thousands of lines of code by yourself every day. Of course, producing results and the technical aspect of the job is very important, but it can't be the full picture. Being resourceful, dealing with adversity or confusion or stress or challenging times, and then communicating your thoughts clearly is such an important part of the job. Some people call them intangibles. For interviewers or future coworkers or like anybody you're going to work with, it's an important ingredient they're going to look for to see if you're a great problem solver, which, remember, is the core part of software engineering. The skills you develop as a software engineer is actually very valuable. Not just the coding side, but the resourcefulness. I don't think that software engineering is just about coding. Start typing. So, the software engineering really is about problem solving, then a lot of it is going to be about learning what you don't know. This is a really tricky place to be in when you're self-taught because there's no one like there to guide you along the way and show you your blind spots. Like, for one thing, it can be hard to know what steps to take in the learning process. No one is there to tell you what to try next. So on top of having to teach yourself, you also have to know what to teach yourself. And it's just a really hard thing to navigate. You definitely have the resources and talents to teach yourself whatever you need to learn, but knowing what you need to know is like a whole different issue. So yes, at any given time in self-education, it's hard to know where to go or like what to do next. You don't always have a way of knowing what's important versus what's not. Like usually there's like professors and teachers who tell you those kind of things. why it's really important to find a mentor or a community to help you along the way.
Let's go.
Maybe a figure to lead you on your path as you build it right before you, but it's just like another human being to work alongside. You can learn from their mistakes because they're going to show you the path that they were on and tell you what they had wished they had adjusted for their own journey. You can also network with this person and expand your circle beyond there, which is way better than starting from scratch.
I was studying with the meetups. I would be around the engineers to see how many talks you to the environment they're doing, and also to ask them the questions, because in that environment, like if you came to me,
I need some bank.
Meetups, community events, like online or in person. Be nice and ask all the questions you can think of. You can observe everything they say about starting your career path and sticking to it and what to know along the way.
So I always have mentorship early on. I think that mentorship you have to get it by putting yourself out there. I would recommend going to meetups. Definitely recommend you finding people that come from a similar background as you or who can empathize with you. One thing that really helped me overcome imposter syndrome was getting a good mentor. He, I think, was really good at letting me know, like, guiding me in like the right direction. Like, that's not the best practice. Why don't you do this instead? And so through his like guidance, after a few months of kind of learning like what the team style is, I was like confidently writing code that would regularly end up in that code base. And I think that just really built my confidence.
The skill is to develop a network around you where you can and ask people for help. It's also really valuable of getting a community around you who have experience.
And you know what? It's important to remember you can totally teach yourself how to code through online resources and tutorials and all of that. But nothing is as valuable as like another human being who knows what's going on. You're kind of like the human cliff notes to that massive pile of information online. So as you learn more stuff and you grow in your journey and you start getting interviews and stuff like that, it can be hard.
I don't know what is the most important.
There will be people on your journey who went to better schools or like chose to go to school when you chose not to. There will be people lucky enough to meet influential people and companies that they work with or at when you feel like you haven't even gotten your first chance yet. But you can't look at these people as if they're just like you. There's like a million more factors in play. And you know what? They're just not you. And you know what? Having a non-traditional background does mean that you're different from others, whether better or worse. As a result, the people that I interviewed had some sort of inkling of imposter syndrome.
I'm thinking it's a great idea to
Definitely imposter syndrome.
always building something.
Jumping into engineering is pretty daunting already, but when you just went through like a 3-month course online and your peers next to you have been learning theoretical algorithms and discrete combinatorics for 4 years, it feels intimidating.
If you go the self-taught route, and kind of also like if you just go any route, because I definitely feel this too, you're gonna meet people who you feel like had a better education than you. And you're also gonna feel like they just know a lot more than you do. First of all, that will not always be true if it ever is. I really think that like you learn what you need to learn at the time
Yes,
you learn it, and that's all that matters.
yes.
People might be a
Again,
bit
no need.
ahead or a bit behind
It's
you,
a
but they might
great
use
way
like different tools.
to
Like we're
put
all
on
just
track
on our own journey.
automatism
It's
with
totally
the
normal to
creation,
feel like you're not looking
and
at it, especially
you
when
can
you're looking at your
put this in
resume,
your resume.
looking at your schooling or your accolades or your past experience or whatever like that. But in the real world, let me tell you, companies are looking for people who can do the job. It matters a little bit, but it doesn't matter that much whether you learned your skills on Harvard or UCSD or even TikTok. Some places it does matter where you go to school because there is some sort of like educational bias that exists in tech in America in general and stuff. But that's also because we see people from like Ivy League schools as like better than us, but like that's not always the case. Like just because you go to the school doesn't mean that you're gonna make a good engineer. Also, just because you didn't go to school doesn't mean that you'll make a bad engineer. Anyways, if you have the talent and the knowledge, you're gonna get a job. And people at these companies know that. That's why there's an entire interview process for this.
I thought that I wouldn't be taken seriously if I didn't have a CS degree, which wasn't true. I don't even remember any job that I had during the hiring process they asked about. it was actually more likely that, oh, you have a criminology degree? Tell me about that experience. That sounds interesting. Like, what'd you learn? It was more of a, that's interesting and novel and not something we see every day.
And also, like, you had to get a computer science degree. When people say that, I was like, I don't think you need that, right? Like, you need, like, programming is kind of different than this computer science. You know, the way you do things is totally different. So
if you're self-taught, then your learning piece is decided by you. So you're like the only person on this journey. So like it just doesn't make sense to compare yourself to other people. That's what always gets me about like this imposter feeling all the time. More than anything, it just doesn't like make logical sense to belong to a group of people who are just all so different from each other. I just think, our lives and careers are like too complex for comparisons like that. Like we're learning about how many other ways there are to live through the internet. And yes, you could compare yourself, but you could also celebrate. In fact, there are so many different ways to live, and there's so many different kinds of people out there.
Everybody learns at their own pace. As long as you understand the concepts and you understand what you're actually learning, then that should be the only thing that matters.
It's just better to
Yes, that sounds good.
not to think about other people's paths. I think it makes it a lot easier to get through.
All of these things add up to a problem of belief that can really affect you. It sounds simple and cheesy, but you gotta believe it yourself. No matter where you are in your journey or your education, if you believe that you someday can become a software engineer, then that's the most important thing.
There's people less qualified than you doing what you want to be doing because they believed it themselves.
After working in the industry for a few years, all these people realized one by one that a CS degree really isn't necessary for a job.
Yes,
Nowadays,
it's
where
good.
you learned how to code is just not as crucial anymore. Like, your education section, unless you're in a university or something like that, is going to be at the very bottom of your resume. So it's just not as important as things like skills or experience. What's crucial nowadays is simply you and your abilities, no matter how you came about them. And that's exactly what has a lot of these traditionally educated engineers like me I really think that people from non-traditional backgrounds with different perspectives are what's going to shape up the tech industry.
Yes, exactly.
So, as tech companies are looking to hire for their teams, voices like yours are really important for their mission. In order to make the best stuff, those like unique and products and services that are built by companies are likely aimed at a non-tech audience that has a diverse set of skills and backgrounds and perspectives and identities. So it really only makes sense that the people building the thing represents the people who are going to use it. I just think you make a much better product that way because people from different backgrounds are going to bring in concerns and ideas that are relevant to them, their identity, and their community. So I think that software engineers from non-traditional backgrounds are exactly what the tech industry is lacking and needs, especially now. So if you're watching this and thinking about becoming a self-taught developer, then please consider all of the above because wow, we need you here. These people all did it, despite their vastly different backgrounds, experiences, skill sets, and interests. Look to them as your proof that it's possible. It won't be easy, but if you really want it, we'll be waiting on the other side. Thank you all so much for watching. I really hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you so much to everybody that I interviewed for this video. All of their links are down in the description box down below, so check them out. This is a video that I've always really wanted to make, and so I'm really glad that I can finally make it for you. If you're interested in more videos like these, then make sure to click subscribe. Alright, hope you all have a great day. See you in the next video. Bye!
Les filles, c'est maman et papa. On vous appelle pour vous dire qu'on part à l'aventure.
Nous allons dans le nord-ouest Pacifique.
How is it possible for an average construction worker to learn to code, to get that super hard first programming job, and then get hired by a large tech company making hundreds of thousands of dollars in total compensation each year? 9 years ago, I was totally that construction worker because I couldn't get another job with my near worthless history degree. So I ended up freezing my butt off in the cold each winter, doing physical labor for mediocre pay and no benefits. I'm now a full-time senior front-end software engineer at Adobe, and I'm self-taught, working in a nice cozy office. So let's talk about why most self-taught devs fail. Why you should choose to become a front-end developer instead of learning Java, PHP, Python, or some other back-end focused programming language. The technologies you should learn, the right way to learn to code, and how to get your first job as a programmer. What's the matter with your mind and your side? But first,
What's your background story? I would totally dig it if you'd let me know in the comments. Fist bump. Alright, there are 4 main reasons most people fail when they want to become a self-taught programmer. First, they underestimate how hard it's going to be. There are plenty of videos out there about people who are learning to code in 3 months, 6 months, and in my case it took around 9 months, though 3 to 6 months is probably not very common unless you end up in a full-time boot camp that can really help you stay focused. I did it in 9 months in the evenings with the support and patience of my wife and kids because I ended up having to sacrifice pretty much every evening during that time. And that's not going to be something that's going to be doable for a lot of people. It took a ton of self-discipline on my part, especially on the days where I just wanted to give up, because there will be those days. You also have to be realistic about your ability to learn quickly. Some people learn incredibly fast, and things just stick. Others need more time to process it. If you compare your progress to a fast learner, you're going to get discouraged and may quit even if you're actually learning code at a normal pace. Second, for most people, getting your first programming job is going to suck. I'll share some good strategies to overcome this in a minute, but a lot of people wash out before getting that first job. Third, some people's brains just aren't wired for this kind of work. I know plenty of people who are amazing working with their hands, and that's totally fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
So we are up for 8 hours or maybe 10. Maybe I want to reach the limit of 1 day.
Fourth, a lot of people make poor decisions when it comes to picking a programming language or area of software development. So let's talk about why I chose to become a front-end web developer. And in simple terms, front-end web development is just the visual part of a web page or application that you interact with. There are a couple of really important reasons why I chose this. First, I have nothing against back-end development. It's super important. This is where the magic happens for storing and retrieving data. But let's face it, back-end code is visually boring. And this means when you go into interview, the only thing they have to test you on are code problems and your ability to communicate what you know verbally. You're new, so you might understand what you're doing, but it's super easy to get stuck trying to explain things and just not using the right words to describe it and to get hung up. At least that's how it was for me when I first started. Perhaps that's hard for you too right now. This puts us at a disadvantage when competing against fresh computer science grads. I mean, we could even code better than them, but they can out-talk us, and they have some paper to back them up. But the cool thing about front-end development is that you can show the finished project. Even if you stumble on describing some of the things, they can see what you have done. If you have other valuable skills like an eye for aesthetics or good user experience intuition, it will show through in your work. Second, the front end includes everything from software engineering skills to design skills, and so it tends to be more open to self-taught developers as a community. It's a pretty big mix of different backgrounds, whereas with back-end development, you can tend to have a higher concentration of computer science grads. Now, it's still going to take a lot of hard work, but it's going to be easier to stand out and outskill other self-taught front-end web developers who maybe just don't have the same level of ambition as you. Third, on the front end, there are plenty of tools to make it super easy to set up
QR
boilerplate
code
code
challenge.
needed for an application, and that lets you quickly jump into developing everyday code skills without getting lost doing all of the complex configuration stuff. You can learn all of that later. For a lot of people, being able to see visual changes happening on the page can be super exciting. It's awesome to get fast feedback on the progress you're making, and this really helped me stay motivated. With backend, there are also tools to set things up, but the basic stuff can be pretty boring, and it's just so much harder to impress people with what you have done. It's like walking in the shadows of your girlfriend's real boyfriend. And this is really important when talking to non-technical hiring managers or recruiters, because even these people can appreciate a website or an app that looks nice, even if they don't know what's going on underneath the hood. Especially websites where you can hit that like button. I would totally appreciate that. So, you are going to end up having to learn 3 things. HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. HTML is kind of like code Legos. It gives your app structure. The CSS, or cascading style sheets, lets you define the size, the shape, color, the animations for each of those Legos. And JavaScript is how we give it instructions. If someone clicks on that button, what should happen? Maybe it loads some data onto the page. If you hear someone say vanilla JavaScript, they're talking about writing code with plain JavaScript without using any third-party libraries or frameworks. And as software engineers, we do a lot of repetitive stuff, and instead of writing everything from scratch ourselves, smart devs will usually use libraries of heavily tested code written by other people. You should probably ignore anyone who says you should only use vanilla JavaScript, or else you'll end up basically building your own crappy library that nobody else knows how to use. And if you care about actually getting a job, most companies will want you to have experience working with one of the major JavaScript frameworks like React, or you could learn Angular if you want to become a boomer living in your mother-in-law's basement. For a concise breakdown of several popular front-end frameworks, you should check out this video here by Fireshift, where he basically builds out like 10 different versions of the same simple application to compare them. It's really cool. Either way, the right way to learn it.
Quand j'ai commencé à vouloir accompagner les autres avec des outils de coaching et de mieux-être, j'ai commis toutes les erreurs possibles. Passer des heures à créer du contenu sur les réseaux sociaux que personne ne regarde. Courir à des événements pour essayer de glisser des...
Is not reading a book cover to cover. It's not trying to understand everything. There's just way too much stuff in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript that you just won't use. It's far better to master the core concepts and to learn all that other stuff as you need it at some other time instead of just becoming mediocre in everything. The best way to figure this out is to just start with
Yes, I'm thinking using framework is very important.
Things that solve problems that you are already interested in. As you write code, you'll start to identify things that you just keep doing over and over again, and you should focus on learning how to do those things really well. How can you make that code chunks smaller, more reusable, maybe more efficient, and easier to read? That kind of stuff. And then you should be able to explain why you chose to do it the way you did. In your interview, you'll probably get asked questions that stump you, or that are just hard to remember the exact answer. If you understand generally what's going on, it's going to be super easy for you to say, I don't remember that one thing, and then just start to explain everything else. And that's probably one of the best tips for dealing with your first interview. In fact, that is exactly what happened during the interview that led to my first job offer. Be able to talk about a lot of core concepts can really make up for messing up on some random technical question, and trust me, I messed up on a few questions. And here are some more tips for how to get your first job as a programmer. First, most people who are fast at getting their first dev job either know someone at the company, or they have someone mentoring them who can vouch for them and their skills, or else they just got lucky. And if you want to be that person, try to build solid relationships with people in the industry as soon as possible. Second, if you've made it this far, I assume you are liking this video, so consider subscribing. I have a ton of other videos to help you become a programmer. Okay, for reals. Second, you are at a distinct disadvantage when compared to computer science grads. They have a paper that vouches for their educational experience, and that is something you don't. And most certificates from doing courses online are going to be worthless, so don't count on those. You have to get practical experience any way possible, and that means build your own projects, work for free if you have to, but you have to find creative ways to get your own experience. In my case, I built personal projects in the evening, and then in my downtime at work, I started building things and doing things for my employer that could provide them value and build some skills, stuff that they didn't even ask for. And this means I had to be proactive and come up with ideas on my own. I created my own opportunities to get experience, and you're going to have to do similar things too. Third, you want to have a portfolio that can sell your potential, and instead of focusing all of your attention on a single large project, I would shoot for a handful of smaller projects first, and then do one that is more of a complex project. The people interviewing you are probably only going to give it a quick glance, so seeing lots of projects is going to have a bigger visual impact initially. And by starting with building the smaller ones, you're going to get some quick wins that are going to help you stay motivated, and then dive into that larger one. If you start with a really complex app, there's just a good chance that you are going to get lost and that you might give up. For these projects, you need to do stuff that interests you rather than just copying existing projects or tutorials. Simple and unique applications are going to be way better than a complex tutorial clone. But a unique complex project will really stand out. And don't get me wrong, I mean, following tutorials can really help you develop your skills, but just don't consider them to be good portfolio pieces. When you get to an interview, there's a good chance that they haven't even clicked the link to see your portfolio. So bring an iPad or a laptop and be prepared to show them what you built and explain the technologies you used, why you did what you did. If you used multiple frameworks, tell them what you liked about each one and what you didn't like. That will go a long ways. Fourth, and one of my personal favorites, is don't just sit there hoping to ask you the right questions.
Let's go.
It's like politics. Instead of waiting timidly, just answer the question as best you can, and then try to steer the conversation to related topics you are prepared to discuss with confidence. Fifth, the spray and pray approach to sending out resumes just doesn't work well. If that's what you're doing, don't complain about why you're not getting interviewed. You need to do whatever you can to get in contact with the hiring manager directly instead of going through HR and the online application process. You don't want to be a no-name in a database. The goal is to have the company want you before you ever fill out an application. Is this going to be easy? No, it's not. But all it takes is being your foot in the door one time, and so be willing to fight for that, because no one owes you anything, and no one is going to care about your career as much as you do. Even if that first job offer doesn't pay very well, you should really consider taking it so you can start getting some real world experience.
Moi, j'ai déjà mangé 2 tranches. Donc c'est pour toi le reste. Non, c'est bon. J'ai mangé ce matin. Ça m'a fait.
If you really want to know why some front-end software engineers make a ton more money than others, you should watch this video up here, and I'll even share how much money I made at each of my jobs as a self-taught developer. Links. It was Monday, sometime in the morning, and I sat alone in the hall, nervously bouncing my right leg as I waited for my turn to speak to a counselor. Several years prior, I would have felt right at home, but not this time. I felt like a complete failure and a loser. But I really get
Yes, you are on the right track.
The old man sitting in class with a bunch of other college students. Okay, so I wasn't that much older than them, but at the moment, it felt like I might as well have been 100 years older than them. My heart was thumping hard, and I could feel my anxiety building with every breath. I was nervous, and I was terrified. I felt a bit of excitement when the academic counselor gave me a tour. I was going to finally redeem myself. Finally, I'd be able to provide for my wife and kids and give them what they truly deserved. I'd get a more technical degree in one of the sciences. I was thinking maybe like geology or physics or computer science. But all my hopes came crashing down as I looked over the academic.
Okay, I understand.
You see, I wanted to leave my current construction job and get some other full-time job and then go to the school and work on that degree part-time. Problem was, each of these degrees had mandatory classes just sprinkled throughout the day. No evening options for some of them, and even worse, my previous degree only knocked out a small handful of the general classes, and I wasn't eligible for any more tuition assistance or student loans. I was kind of in denial, so I went ahead and registered for geology, only to withdraw my registration a couple of days later. It just wasn't going to work. I mean, if I wanted to be a good husband and father, I had to just man up, take things into my own hands, take control of my own destiny. I simply couldn't afford the time and money.
Yes, we can use this.
But I knew a couple of self-taught programmers. They didn't even have a bachelor's degree in anything. And of the three areas of interest, programming seemed to be the most viable, and I am so glad that I took the leap because I'm now making a ton of money as a software engineer building web applications. It's pretty hard. I had to sort through a bunch of outdated books, and most of the tutorials that were actually worth doing you had to purchase, and coding bootcamps just really weren't available like they are now. I had to wade through a giant pile of poop looking for the gems. Fortunately for you, there are so many resources out there now to help you become a programmer. Now you could go through a coding bootcamp.
No, I never consider this option
But let's be honest here, they could be
for having
really
a job.
expensive, and a lot of them are pretty sketchy, just trying to take your money. Bootcamps also tend to focus on full stack, and that's not a good thing. You can find out why in one of my other videos, and I'll leave a link to that video in the description down below. Frankly, I think you could save a ton of money by going the self-taught route, so you should seriously consider skipping a bootcamp. And at the end of this video, I'm going to share a front-end developer roadmap with you, which covers the things that you should focus on learning. But before we get to that, here are some excellent free resources that I wish I had.
I think his web development path I can follow.
With these courses, you are going to be in a great position to actually get a software job. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be a ton of work, but it is doable. The first place that you should start out is with Free Code Camp, and they offer several certification courses. Don't get too hung up on the actual certifications for any of these courses that we're talking about, because these kinds of certifications are more of vanity awards just to make you feel good, not really something that is super recognized or important in the industry. Start with Free Code Camp's responsive web design course. Here, you're going to learn about building HTML pages as you work through a simple app. What I like is that you have everything you need to get started right in front of you. You have instruction on what to do, a place to type your code, run some tests that will tell you when you've done things correctly, and a way to see the results. You're going to learn how to style a website with CSS, and I really like that there's an emphasis on responsive design, which is how you make the website look good across different size devices. You'll also become familiar with accessibility concepts so that you can build things that can actually be used by people with disabilities, like those that have color blindness. It's a good skill to have, and some companies will even require it. Once you've worked through the exercises for each certification course, you'll have some projects to build. Don't skip these because building stuff is the fastest way to let concepts sink in. JavaScript is the programming language of the front end, so for sure you want to do the JavaScript, algorithms, and data structures course. The front-end development libraries course is interesting. Bootstrap is a framework designed to help you style your website more easily, and it also comes with some pre-built components like drop-down menus and stuff like that. But Bootstrap is not the only option available. There are others out there.
Web development.
You'll probably be working with similar libraries built by your company. My issue with this section is that it also teaches jQuery. Now, jQuery is a decent library for interacting with HTML instead of relying on plain JavaScript. But when building Angular or React applications, it's actually bad practice to include jQuery. I've personally never used or seen jQuery used in any of the React apps that I have worked on. So you might consider skipping the jQuery section altogether and learn it later on if you encounter a situation where it would be helpful.
Could you give me more explanation about this?
Rogue a little bit in the project section and figure out some of the stuff to do inside of React directly rather than using jQuery. This course also covers React.js as well as the Redux library, which is used for managing state inside of a React application. And these are good sections to learn, and once you're comfortable with React, you can also look into Semantic UI as a React-focused alternative to Bootstrap. Sass is a CSS preprocessor that lets you do some really cool things with CSS, like using mix-ins and programmable logic, including variables. And these kinds of processors have been around for a while and been pretty popular, but CSS is also getting better and now supports things like
Yes, that makes sense.
That said, you'll probably encounter preprocessors inside of projects that you're working on, so Sass would be a good one to learn. The next FreeCodeCamp course is Data Visualization with D3. This will teach you how to use the JavaScript library to have cool charts and stuff in your app. In the real world, depending on your project, you may or may not need this kind of visualization, but it's super common to integrate with these types of libraries, so this would be great practice, even though D3 itself is not something that I would absolutely consider as essential. Then there's FreeCodeCamp's course on back-end development and APIs. If you've watched my video on why it's a bad idea to become a full-stack developer as a beginner, you might be tempted to skip this course. I personally think this course is still useful. The first section is on NPM packages, which is something we also use for applications on the front end. If you have the time, I think it's still worth it to do these sections to become familiar with how backends work. Then call it good for now on the backend stuff and focus on getting really good at front end. There are other courses on FreeCodeCamp that you can ignore, like the Python ones if you plan to stick to front end development. Their quality assurance course covers testing, which is important. It teaches Chai, which is fine, but I personally prefer Jest. So either do the Chai section here or wait for the tutorial. You can decide to go full stack, and I definitely think FreeCodeCamp's information security course because backend really is the gatekeeper for securing data. Once you've completed these FreeCodeCamp courses, you should move on to the Odin project. There will be some overlap between the two, but still go over it because you'll likely pick up some things that you forgot going through. Which, in addition to HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, you'll also get introduced to something called Git, which is how we do version control. This lets us keep a record of all of our changes, so we can find when a bug was introduced, or reverse our code if needed. Once you've completed the foundation, JavaScript has to dive deeper into HTML, CSS, and you'll even dive deeper into JavaScript. This course is also going to teach you about testing with Jest, which, as I've mentioned, is the framework that I like for doing my testing. I also really like that you'll learn about backend as a service, because I personally used Firebase when I was starting out. It's a great way to handle the back-end stuff while you focus on front-end skills, and it's pretty easy to get everything set up and configured. You learn about animation and other cool stuff in the advanced HTML and CSS course. If you already did the back-end API course, unless you do that full stack. Now that you've done the foundation path and most of the full stack, you notice that Odin Project also has a third path for Ruby on Rails. I would totally skip that one. We'll talk about some more free courses in a minute, but at this point, you should be feeling somewhat comfortable and ready to start building some things on your own. You'll stumble, and it will be slow at first. You should work with other courses and tutorials. It's super important that you just start building stuff on your own. You don't want to get stuck constantly following and relying on tutorials. Another course that is worth taking if you want to really solidify your React skills is Ryan's React.js front-end web development for beginners course on Udemy. He covers React, which is the newer one. State. It's just under 3 hours long, but it is worth it for beginners. Another cool free course is one offered by Harvard University. It's the CS50X Computer Science Intro course, where you can learn how to think like a programmer. You'll learn about algorithms and other courses. There are a ton of other courses like this from other leading universities, and they're called MOOCs, at least I think that's how you say it. I could be totally wrong, but that's short for Massive Open Online Courses. Often, these are free if you don't need the certificate, which is great because guess what? You don't need the certificate to get a programming job. A great place to search for more of these types of courses is on mooc.org. Now, at this point, you've gone through enough courses to have a fair amount of repeat instruction, which is good. Now you must step away from tutorials and build things. Think of a problem that is related to you get stumped, and you will. Don't give up. You should research the problem and learn how to Learning how to research efficiently is super important as a software developer. This process gets easier the more that you do it. So when will you be ready to get a software development job? You're likely not going to feel ready even when you start your first job. But you'll know you're getting close when you're comfortable with everything that I share. I'll also leave a link in the description. Thanks for watching. Ladies. This is everything you need to know if you want to get a good paying job as a newbie front-end software developer. This is the list that I wish someone had shared with me when I first started out, and these are the same core skills that I use on a day-to-day basis working as a front-end software engineer at Adobe. Number 1, HTML. You need to understand the document object model, or DOM. How to structure a basic index HTML page. Everything starts with that page, but it's blank until you actually do something. HTML tags and how to use them. Body tag, image, link, order list, unordered list, list items, and there's a bunch of other elements. And you're going to need to learn about semantic HTML and why you should use it. These HTML tags provide additional meaning to the structure of your HTML. For example, section, article, header, aside, tell you more about the contents of the tag than the plain old div. With a div, you have no idea what's inside. You find interactive tags using HTML attributes. When you see an ID, a class, data, aria, for, type, name, value, or and it's followed by equals, you're looking at an attribute. The script tag is important because it's how we actually load JavaScript onto the page, and without JavaScript, our application or website is just going to be extremely boring and not super helpful. The link tag is going to let us include external resources in our document, like adding CSS styling. Number 2, cascading style sheets, also known as CSS. It's not enough to just link CSS style sheets. We also need a way to reference specific elements in the HTML that we want to stylize. Class name from a style sheet to class attribute of an HTML element. That's just one of the ways to do it. You need to understand why it's usually a better idea to use classes instead of IDs in CSS, and you're going to have to prevent one style from colliding with other styles. And the way to control this is through a concept called specificity. Throwing important around all over the place is just a really bad idea. We use CSS selectors to target specific elements based on their location in the DOM in relation to other elements. For example, child, sibling, descendant, last child, attribute selectors, and there's the bread and butter of making things look good. Just when you start to think it's cool, you realize it's also painful. There are a ton of ways to influence the size of the elements. You can set the height, the width, there's min heights, min widths. You can do stuff with line heights. You can make stuff shrink or go completely off the page. And spacing of is controlled with margins and padding. But there are some gotchas here. For example, you need to know that margins can collapse. It's important to understand how these interact and affect each other and the overall size of the element. Do you want the header to stick to the top of the page while you scroll, or have some part of your HTML space and move off the page? This is handled with static, relative, absolute, or fit.
Elles sont super bons.
Flexbox and grid are really important to know, and they kind of overlap with some of the stuff that we just talked about. And these and their related properties help make layouts that can grow and shrink, and that are aligned with each other right, have spacing between them or around them. There's a lot you can do with Flexbox. Before Flexbox, there were floats. It's good to know about floats because you're likely to encounter them, but it's even better if you can black and white sides can be really attractive, but sometimes you just got a little bit of color. Add color to backgrounds, to text, borders, and even pseudo elements. There are also a ton of ways to style text, links, and images. You need to know how to handle when content overflows its allowed space. What happens when content is too big for the space? Do you make it scrollable? You say, heck with pixel perfect and let it just completely run off the designers. If you have a bunch of stuff overlapping, which one should be on top? You control this with something called z-index. Now, the higher the z-index, the more likely it is to be on top. So, z-index of 10,000 should just about do it. Okay. Avoid this z-index raised to gigantic numbers. Is your web application going to be a browser, or is it also going to be used on your phone? Do you want your app to be responsive and change depending on the size of the screen, so that a user doesn't have to fat finger tiny buttons on their phone? We use media queries to control rules for the different sizes of screens and device types. Have menus that slide in, slide out, rather than just pop in and pop out. And there are CSS properties for doing these kind of animations. One of the challenges with updating the color of a website is that you might have to make changes to 100 different lines of CSS just for one particular color. Transform that color in a single variable that is then used everywhere else. And then whenever you want to actually change the color, you just have to change it in that one place, and everywhere else that the variable is used, it will automatically be updated with that color and will save you a ton of time. This is one of the features that are making CSS preprocessors less useful. For the longest time, that was the only way that we could do variables inside of our CSS. That said, CSS preprocessors like LESS, OCSS, Sass, Stylus are still in use. And other special magic. So understanding where you want to use in CSS can be helpful. And most of the larger projects that I've worked on have used either Sass or less. That said, I personally prefer Sass, but sometimes we have to learn to do more with less. A lot of times you aren't even going to be writing your own CSS. There are plenty of CSS. In the real world with projects, there's a good chance you're either going to end up using a third-party solution or you're using one that has been built in-house by the company that you're working for. Now, you can't really know ahead of time what every company is using, but it is helpful to become familiar with using CSS libraries, and you can do that by learning something like Tailwind. Number 3, JavaScript. And then we're going to talk about JavaScript frameworks and specifics of the JavaScript programming language, because it's a large enough topic that I've decided I'm going to be making a separate JavaScript roadmap video. So subscribe if you want to know that content. out.
Thank
And the
you
video
for
with
giving
sources
us.
and resources that I recommend for learning front-end development is also on the way. For now, you should plan on getting really good at JavaScript if you want to be able to get into one of the higher-paying front-end developer positions, because it is the programming language of tomorrow. You're going to want to know about the newer ECMAScript features, ES6, ES7, etc. Leading edge is now at 12, but the big shift to newer syntax happened several years ago with ES6. This is why I don't share a lot of the courses and things that
I think we can patch the
push limits
and patch the boundaries.
First, I gotta throw in the libraries disclaimer, because without fail, some people cannot stand generalizations and will throw a tizzy fit if you say you're going to be talking about frameworks and then you mention React.js. You know who you are. You should grab a soda and go chillax. Whatever you call them, there are three main technologies to choose from for building front-end web applications. I mean, there are more, but this is what you should focus on. Angular should not be confused with the original AngularJS, which you should know.
Yes, we can talk about this.
The newer Angular is just much better. Angular is a full-fledged framework with most every utility you could want built in. Vue.js is a lightweight progressive framework that is kind of like a smaller version of Angular. Unless you add third-party libraries as needed, it claims to be somewhere between a library and a framework, and that's about as confusing as a girl claiming to be your girlfriend and a stepsister at the same time. The third and best option is a small library for making awesome web and native applications. React.
Yes.
What can I say?
I want to know more about Angular.
And you should be too. You see, Angular is highly opinionated, which means that there is a specific way to do most everything. So it's big and it's bloated. You wanted a banana and you got a gorilla holding the entire jungle too. On the other end of the spectrum is React, which is intentionally provides some of the core functionality, and you choose the rest, which makes it much more flexible. But this also means that you're going to be learning some of the React-related libraries, or you could just start with something like Create React App, Vue.js, Next.js, or one of the other Summit projects as a way to get started without having to configure all of this yourself. React is in high demand, and it's what I've been using at work for the last several years at Adobe. And there's been this trend of things moving from Angular to React for quite a while now. It doesn't mean that Angular is dead. It's still a powerful framework, and a lot of people use it, most notably boomers. But there's one universal truth in software development, and that is that most everything is highly subjective. This is no exception. All joking aside, if you're a new developer, then I highly encourage you to consider going for React. Unless you already have some strong existing connections to a possible job at a company that is using Angular, then it could definitely be worth it to learn Angular in order to get that job. But let me know if you want me to make a React roadmap video. Now we have to get some data, and for that we make APIs. To do this in a React app, you're going to either go with JavaScript to build in the Fetch API and then build wrappers around it yourself, or you'll end up using a library like Axios that already has those utilities and wrappers baked in. I like using Axios for my projects, but I'm sure that Fetch diehards are going to chime in and tell us why Fetch is better than Axios, and we'd love to hear your thoughts. Now, if you're working with Angular, a lot of this is already built in. So it's time to make
I'm very happy to learn that.
interact with actual APIs. And to get started, you can build something that connects to an existing API. You probably have a YouTube account if you're watching this video. So maybe you look into creating a channel and uploading a video, and then you could use YouTube's APIs to interact with that video and the video analytics. Or if you don't want to go there with interacting with that kind of API,
I am a freelance developer.
Firebase to handle the backend for you, and then that way you can connect app to the Firebase, which is fairly easy to configure when compared to setting up a complete backend and having to deal with the database and everything else on it. At this point, as you're either connected to Firebase or to other APIs, you're going to have the opportunity to learn some important things about security and protecting your data and authentication. But all this doesn't mean that you should just go out and deep dive into backend development at this early stage in your career.
A lot.
I'll talk more about this in another video where I share why you should become a full-stack developer, and I'm going to link to that at the end of this video. Number 5, component libraries. Similar to CSS libraries, there are libraries for reusable components like buttons, drop-down menus, tables, and other cool widgets. In future projects, there's a good chance that you're going to be working with either a third-party component library, or else you'll use internal ones.
Yes, you need it.
You might even be building components for that library. So it's a good idea to become familiar with how these work, and it'll also help you to see good ways to create reusable components components for when you're making your own components. Two of these that I really like is Angular Material, for Angular obviously, and for React apps I like Semantic UI. Number 6, some valuable tools that everybody should be using. In order to get this stuff all running, you're going to end up needing
That's right.
Node.js, and you're going to need to learn how to use NPM, which is short for Node Package Manager. You use this
So you recommend me to work in France?
you also need a way to bundle your application for deployment. Now, if you're using tools like Great React App or Vue.js or Next.js, they're really going to help with handling a lot of the more complicated configurations for you because they do this behind the scenes for setting up the dev servers and for actually bundling and building your code for production. You'll be able to go pretty far with what Great React App, Vue.js, and
I think it's managing the time
but as your project grows in complexity,
and
you might
finiteness.
actually having to learn how to configure Webpack directly or some other bundle. In software development, it is super important to keep a history of all the changes that you've made to your code base, so you can go back and see when you introduced a bug, or maybe you don't like the features that you've just made and you want to be able to roll it back without having to remember every line of code that you changed. And you also want a way to protect your code from getting lost in case something bad happens, like
Yes, I have some
so you
strategy,
should learn to use Git for version control. And GitHub
like
is a great
algorithm
place where you
for
can
my
store
life,
your
like
project
discipline,
that
you know?
uses Git. As you work with Git, you're going to want to learn how to create repos, create branches, push and pull from repos, merge branches, fork repos, and do pull requests into repos. Because these are some of the things that we do almost every day, and some of them we do multiple times a day. You also need to learn from DevTools. It is one of the most powerful ways to debug problems with your front-end application. There are also specific extensions you can get to help with debugging React or Angular, but DevTools should be one of your best friends. Number 7, deploying code. What is the point of building an application
Yes,
if you don't have any?
this is the strategy
Options
I
for hosting
use.
your application include Roku, GitHub Pages, Firebase, AWS, Azure, and there's a bunch more, so just pick one to learn. For Roku or GitHub Pages is a good place to start. It would also be helpful to become familiar with Docker containers and how that ties into the deployment process. Number 8, things to learn later on. Once you're comfortable with building and deploying an application, it'll be worth your time to learn how to actually test your code. For JavaScript, I recommend that you learn Jest, and if you have some time, at least become familiar with some of the other forms of test, like Selenium or Cypress. I include these in the later sections
Yes,
because
it
it's not
does work
best
on
to
me.
get swamped learning how to test early on, because you're going to be fighting through a bunch of information overload already, but eventually you'll get to where you're actually writing tests as you're actually building features for the application. And now that you're comfortable with JavaScript, you might consider learning TypeScript. If you chose to go down the Angular path, TypeScript is already baked in, so you might already be learning it. But with React, the dev camp is still largely divided, so it's not mandatory, but it definitely could be really valuable for a lot of companies if you have TypeScript experience. Another thing to consider learning is accessibility, and you'll often see it referred to as A11Y, or some will just say ALI. And yes, those are ones and not the letter L's. Knowing how to make your application easy to use for people with disabilities is a valuable skill. I mean, imagine being colorblind and not being able to tell the difference between two options on a page, or perhaps you're blind and have to rely on a screen reader to tell you what is happening on that page. This is really important, especially with bigger companies, education institutions, or companies that have government contracts. And now, if you want to know why it's a horrible idea for beginners to focus on full stack development, you should watch this video or click the link in the description. Links.
So
I wanted to create a JavaScript roadmap video that's actually useful for beginners. So instead of talking about every possible thing that you could learn about JavaScript,
okay, alright, you can do it like that. So do you have some motivation and tips for finance career
core fundamentals of JavaScript,
in
the
tech
skills that you
and
would use
especially
to
in
make
front end?
There's already so much to learn. I don't think it's super helpful to hit you with everything, especially stuff you aren't likely to use that often or ever for that matter. Just learn that other stuff later as you need it. But if I don't include your favorite slice of JavaScript, feel free to share it in the comments. And let me know if you want me to make a React roadmap. So let's get into it. There are several ways to run JavaScript code. You can run it in your browser console, you can run it with Node.js. Not draw this video out, let's look at it from the context of running it in
No, I am interested in the field of finance, yes, but I want to work in the field of tech, in freelance. Freelance.
Having it all in this single page would be very hard to read and hard to read. The better way is to use the source attribute on the script tag and point that to a different JavaScript file. Here's a quick performance tip. It's a good idea whenever possible to add the script tag to the bottom of the page, because loading a large JavaScript file can be slow, and by putting it at the end of the page, everything above it can load without being blocked waiting for the JavaScript. Variables are the way to store values in your application. For a long time, we only had var. We now have let and cons. It's important for you to know the differences
But you have some tips for freelance career. Please give me some tips and motivation for this.
Or if you want it to be restricted to within a function or code block, that's function scope and block scope. How and where you declare a variable will change the scope and can lead to errors and weird bugs. This is often due to something called hoisting. JavaScript has dynamic typing, which means that variables can hold different data types. With var or let, you can assign a number to a variable, and then you can later assign a string or a boolean to that same variable. It's not a good idea to do this, but it is possible because JavaScript uses dynamic typing. To associate a value with a variable, we use the assignment operator, which is just an equal sign that goes between the variable name on the left and the value on the right. So what kinds of values can variables?
Yes, but I don't know where I can start.
There are 7 primitives in JavaScript. These are number, string, boolean, big int, undefined, null, and symbol. Unlike arrays, objects, and functions that we'll talk about later, primitives don't change. Methods on primitives like to lowercase don't mutate or change the actual primitive. Another common way of saying this is that primitives are immutable. As a quick aside, there are could be times where you want to change a number to a string or a string to a number, and this is going to be called type conversion. And there are a bunch of different conversions that are available, but this doesn't actually change that primitive value. It just returns a new, different value. There are also some useful non-primitive data types. For example, an object is a collection of key value pairs where the key is going to be the unique identifier on the left side, and the value is on the right side separated by a colon. Each pair is separated by commas, and the whole thing is contained by curly braces. You want to know the rules for naming keys, how to add key value pairs to the object. You do this by using dot notation, bracket notation, with computed attributes, or when initially creating the object. Similarly, you're going to have to know how to access values, and usually you can do this with the dot notation, but there are going to be times when you're going to have to use bracket notation. For example, if the key that you're receiving is a string that has spaces, you can do some really cool things.
Yes, I'm learning HTML and CSS.
And also with something called destructuring. We're going to talk about ways to iterate through an object a little later when we talk about it. Something else that you really need to know about is the relationship between different objects. Look up prototype and prototypical inheritance. Learn how objects inherit from each other. This comes with
It's 21 hours.
You can have multiple variables all pointing to the same object, and if you change the property inside of that object, the change affects all of the variables that are referencing that object. This is because objects are not immutable. An array is a special type of object, and instead of key value pairs, an array lets you store a list of items.
No, I just only see for fun.
Location in that array is called its index. Unlike with objects, the contents of an array can be changed, which means that arrays are also not immutable. A function is another special type of object, especially because you can pass data into it as a list of arguments, and it's callable. Now, these are useful for performing different tasks because you can call them whenever you need them, and when you do call them, this is called invoking a function. You can pass data into functions and return data from functions. You can even have default values in case nothing is passed in. Similar to declaring variables, where and how you create a function also matters because of hoisting. So learn the difference between function declarations and function expressions. You'll also hear functions called methods, and these are going to be functions that are stored as part of key value pairs on an object, whereas a method on a class. You're also going to want to know about arrow functions and anonymous functions versus named functions. And then you're going to need to look up immediately invoked function expressions, which are also called IFEs. Objects, arrays, and functions have built-in special methods that are super helpful.
I'm going to show you some specific ways you can use Arcade to speed up your workflow. I typically like to start with chords as the base of my beats. Click on the search button right here. Let me play instrument, which is going to allow us to select a sound that we can play. You let a piano, and you get tons of different options. I'm just going to use this sound right here that I really like. It's called Return, and it's from the Vintage Synth line. Now, one of my favorite features of this, pretty much all the effects you want to use are already built in. So let's use these now to kind of dial in the sound more. And if you didn't like your sounds, it's of course very easy. You just go and change it to something else, open or download another line, and just play. Being able to quickly find the sounds that you want to use really speeds up your workflow.
Apprenez des compétences d'aujourd'hui et un métier qui a de l'avenir. Et oui, le tout sans bouger de votre chaise, canapé, bureau.
Some of these are available as instance methods. This means that you can assign an array to a variable, and then you can call certain methods directly off of that variable. Here's a list of some of the most useful ones. While these are simple methods, the ones I use the most are for each, map, and filter. A built-in method that I like to use on objects is the asOnProperty method. This is important because it helps you to know if a property is specific to that object or if it is a property that has been inherited. Objects and arrays also have some useful static methods. These are called off of the class itself. You'll notice the capital L and the capital A on each one of these because they're calling these methods off of object and off of array instead of calling them off of a variable. If you want to know if a variable is stored in an array, you call array.isArray and pass in a variable to S, and it will return true or false. Some helpful static object methods include object.assign, object.keys, and object.value. There's also a special date object with its own set of useful methods that you should become familiar with. If you're doing a ton of stuff around dates, it can get pretty messy dealing with time zones and calculations and stuff. So you might want to look into a JavaScript library called Underdance to help manage some of that chaos. Something super easy to do is hit that like button if this video is helpful. As of around 2015, we now also have some newer data structures like WithMap, LeapMap, Set, and LeapSet. Once you're really comfortable with regular objects and arrays, it can be worth it to look into some of these other data structures, but there's some things that you can put off until later. That's enough about data structures. Let's get into more of the mechanics of JavaScript, the stuff to know in order to actually make something useful. Let's start with controlling the flow of data in our application. For anything more than the most simplistic app, we need to have some sort of decision tree. If something happens, or something is true, or two items are equal, we should go down one path. If that's not the case, then we should go down a different path. And a common way to do this is with if-else statements. For example, if you're cool, use macOS. Else, if you're mostly cool, Linux. Else, use Windows. You can also route the flow logic using switch statements. If you need to catch a throw here before it just totally blows everything up and handle it in a more friendly way, then you can use a try-catch statement. Or if you're feeling like a nasty cool type of person, then just swallow that error and pretend that your code is awesome. Since we deal with a large collection of data in objects and arrays, we need some ways to loop through the data in order to find stuff and just transform stuff. Or maybe we just want to keep looping until some condition becomes true. These are some of the common ways to loop in JavaScript. We've got a for loop, for in loop, for of loop, do while loop, and while loop. But earlier we talked about special array methods, and in a lot of cases we can take a more functional approach to looping through arrays by using the built-in for each method on an array. I personally opt to use for each whenever possible. A lot of what we do depends on conditional logic, so we really need some good ways to compare things. These are some of the common operators that I use all the time. There are a couple ways to compare equality, so you're going to want to know the differences between double equals and triple equals. Most of the time, triple equals is the way to go, but there are times when double equals make sense. Same goes for the two different not equal options. You also have all of your typical greater than, less than operators. The ternary operator, which uses a question mark and colon, is another way to do conditional logic, like a shorter way of doing an if-else statement. But there's a warning here that similar to the else statements, heavy nesting of ternaries can get hard to read really fast. But a single level of ternaries is pretty easy to understand. The logical operators are some of the most common operators that I use every day. You've got the not, or, and operator. That just sounded kind of weird to say that all at once. You can also find out the data type of the variable by using the type of operator, and then you can find out if a particular object happens to be an instance of some other object using the instance of operator. If you really want to create some confusion, don't forget to sprinkle some bitwise operators, or just skip them for now. A quick word of advice. A common pitfall for new software developers is attempting to use every new thing that you learn. You come across something interesting, a new way to do something, and think, oh, that's great, I'm going to use that because it seems pretty advanced, and then it's going to make me feel better about my progress. And I've done this too. Several years ago, I learned something cool you could do with the bitwise operator, and then when reviewing my pull request, everyone was like, what the heck does this do? That's when I learned a really important principle. There are tons of different ways of doing things, and some are quite creative and unique. Usually, it's better to skip creative solutions and favor solutions that are easier for other software developers to understand. That's why it's also a good idea to use descriptive variable and function names, because it makes the code more readable. If you're worried about performance, then you can always use a code bundler to optimize your production code. It'll automatically go through and rename things to something that's smaller so that your code file size stays small, but it lets you keep your actual working code base readable. Now back to operators, because there's a bunch more. And I'm assuming you have basic math skills, so half of these are self-explanatory, so let's skip a couple of these. And some interesting ones are going to be the modulus, which lets you get the remainder value after doing some division. The increment and decrement are also really useful, and you're going to see the increment being used regularly in a lot of the programs. There's also some string operators. In this example, the empty space between the single quotes represents a text space. When you add strings together, they get concatenated, which basically means they just get joined together into one string. If you were to just concatenate the first string JavaScript to the second string rocks, you would end up with a single word instead of two words with a space between them. Another way to add to the end of a string is by combining the sum and assignment operators, so that you take the variable plus equals the next section of string that you want added to. A little gotcha here is that if you try to add a number and a string, the number is going to get converted to a string, and then the two strings are going to be concatenated together. So this becomes 55 instead of 10. Another way to handle strings is with template literals, which are also called template strings. And these are super useful because you can pass in variables into the template strings rather than having to worry about doing all that concatenation. If you take these concepts that we just talked about and you try to run it in a simple application, that code is going to run synchronously, which just means that each line of code will have to run before you move on to the next line of code. But what if you wanted to request some data and that request could take a couple seconds to return? Well, we make these requests through XHR request, which is short for XHR. Try to save that 10 times quickly. A couple seconds may not seem like a lot of time, but if you're the end user,
Est-ce que je peux te faire un virement?
so maybe you want to have the rest of your just continue to run off, and just get a period of that data request that some when that comes back. This type of non-blocking code is called asynchronous, and there are some ways that you can do asynchronous JavaScript. Here are some of the most helpful asynchronous concepts in JavaScript. You're going to want to know the pros and cons of using async await, promises, callback, set timeout, and set interval. And you're also going to want to be familiar with the JavaScript event loop, because sometimes you will see someone using set timeout, and then they're only going to use 1 millisecond for the delay, and you're like, what is going on? Well, this has to do with them trying to map some action to the next loop. If you're wanting to use your JavaScript to actually interact directly with HTML in order to get some content, add new content from the DOM, there's a bunch of different methods for doing this. Some of the common ones are going to be element my ID, query selector all, create element, and then once you have an element, you can get access to additional methods like append child, JavaScript frameworks handle all of this stuff for you or provide easier ways to do it. But if you plan to interact with HTML directly from vanilla JavaScript, then you really need to become familiar with these DOM APIs. There's a lot more stuff to cover, but if you're interested in JavaScript frameworks, I've already covered front-end developer roadmap video, and I'll leave a link to that in the description below. In JavaScript, we have access to the global window object, which is really cool because it lets you interact with the browser. For example, you could store data in local storage and retrieve that data. So if you were to close a tab and you come back to that site, you still have access to that data. Or if you want to store data that just gets purged whenever you close out the window tab, you could end up using session storage instead. Web application, you're probably going to end up using tools like WebActor to bundle your code. This lets you break out your JavaScript into smaller files and it's easier to understand. When you want to use a code snippet from a different file, you just import it. There are
Maybe.
ways to import
I know.
there are ways to using ESM, which is short for ECMAScript. For example, pre-shaking. So that is what I recommend. You will encounter CJS modules, so be familiar with those. You'll also need to know the difference between name exports and default exports. If you want to take a more object-oriented approach to JavaScript, if you decide to use one of the more popular frameworks, you're probably going to want to learn JavaScript class objects. These are useful for when you want to have multiple instances of a particular object that you can extend as needed. When working with these classes, you're going to need to know how to use the constructor and also call super inside of the constructor. You're going to need to know how scope works within a class. This is important for understanding why this keyword works in some places in a class, but not others. You also need to understand how class methods work and what happens when you use an arrow function.
I know why I'm not using the right.
Here is something called binding. You're going to need to become familiar with using bind, call, and apply on both function and class methods. Whether you're using functions or classes, there is a concept that is really, really important to learn that comes up on a lot of interviews.
I know why I'm not using the right.
Understanding what a can lead to confusing code behavior and memory leaks. There are some things that I really wish I knew when I first started learning web development. So the next thing that you should do is watch this video where I share those tips that will help you avoid a lot of unnecessary pain. Wait.
Avec l'air fryer Philips, cuisiner n'a jamais été plus rapide, plus simple.
Okay. Plus I have a problem with this. Through this class.
Let's have a candid chat about becoming a full stack developer because it's something I get asked about all the time, which suggests that a lot of folks really don't know what it means and what's involved. And it doesn't help that a lot of job openings ask for full stack experience and a lot of coding programs are selling full stack programs. Let's start with clearing up some of the misunderstandings about front end, back end, and full stack development, and then we'll go into why you shouldn't try to become a full stack developer as someone who is trying to get into the industry. So what exactly is front end development? The front end is the user interface or UI for websites, web applications, native mobile applications like those on your iOS or Android device, hybrid applications, and some front end developers even focus on creating HTML-based emails for marketing campaigns. At the core, they work with HTML as the markup language, CSS as the style sheet language, and the main programming language is going to be JavaScript. Now, depending on the complexity of the project, the front end is going to be integrated with a lot of different third-party libraries and frameworks to handle the different parts of the application. There are tons of them out there. You've got React, Angular, Next.js, Lodash, Axios, Redux, RxJS, and there's CSS processors, and a lot of other stuff. Not to mention custom in-house component libraries and style libraries. The front end then communicates with the back end to send and receive data through methods like HTTP requests and WebSockets. So then what exactly is back-end development? The back-end receives data updates from the front-end UI and then updates the database, and for other types of requests, the back-end returns data for the UI to display. But the back-end also has a really important role to play in all this, because you see actual users of an application have access to the front-end code in the browser, And so we have to treat it like it's always vulnerable and always going to get compromised. Back-end developers will create specific ways to send and receive data, which act as gates to protect the database from being compromised or corrupted, whether that's intentionally or accidentally. And a lot of times, data is coming in from all over the place, and it needs to be collected and processed into a consistent structure and cached over the backend, so it doesn't have to keep doing the same stuff over and over again. You see, all of this processing costs money, so backend developers have to manage these interactions to be fast enough to provide a really good experience for the end user, but also to be cost efficient with those transactions. Backend developers often have to work across multiple programming languages, and then they're usually going to split the microservices, where one could be written in Java, another in Scala, another in JavaScript with Node.js, or some other programming language. And then backend devs might have to integrate different databases, read information from data pipelines, and send data to other systems. This system of interactions could be really complex. And in some companies, there's so much going on in the backend that there are going to be some engineers who are dedicated to just data.
It's very spicy. See.
And others focus solely on building the microservices. All of this needs to be secured the data. Now, let's talk about full stack development. Full stack developers do everything in the front end and back end and much more, which means knowing multiple tools for bundling code and deploying the applications, because this is handled differently on the front end and on the back end. Applications for full stack developers are going to be a little bit more. I'm going to dive into that more in a second, but most true full stack jobs are going to be smaller companies on tighter budgets. These companies want to get as much out of each person as possible. Doing something just talked about. A full stack developer is probably going to do a lot of DevOps stuff like managing infrastructure. It's going to be handled by somebody else at a larger company. The full stack developer is going to be more involved with planning that's going to be on call for anything that happens with the application from one end. Everybody wants them, right? Well, not exactly. So let's get into why you should become a full stack developer. First, most job listings cast a wide net of requirements that often don't actually match the specific needs of a particular team. For example, the job listing for my current position targeted full stack with a focus on front end, and what the team really wanted was front end experience. In fact, 98% of what I've done in Adobe is on the front end. Now, most everyone I've worked with is also specialized on one side or the other, and occasionally crosses over. We could do full stack development if needed, but we play to our strengths because that is going to be much more efficient. Outside of the smaller companies, this separation by specialization is very common. And if you're not actually specialized and good enough at that area of need, then there's a good chance that you aren't even going to get the job offer. And this could be one of the downsides of doing a bootcamp that teaches full stack breadth without spending enough time really deep diving into the front end or into the back end, and compared to self-taught devs who are going to usually be focused on learning one side or the other and learning it well. Second, back-end devs are the guardians of the data, which often is the company's most valuable asset. And a lot of companies are going to be really reluctant to hire a new back-end developer because it's super easy to mess up the data. Mess-ups can really cost a company a lot of money and can completely destroy their reputation. So it's going to be harder to convince them that you're competent enough to do the job. And because you're doing full stack work, which includes backend, you're going to inherit a lot of those concerns. Third, if the company is legitimately looking for a medium full stack developer, you probably need someone with experience who can actually handle the entire process without much supervision and handholding. If you're new to software development, you just don't have that experience that comes from years of making mistakes that have taught you how to architect things without walking your project into a corner down the road. You'll eventually get there, but that experience is not something that you have, but it's something that the company needs right now. There's just so much to know, and you probably don't even fully know everything it is that you're supposed to know. And so they're not going to be super interested in you unless they are new to tech and aren't even sure what they need themselves, or maybe they're cheapskates who are willing to take whatever they can get at the cheapest salary possible. Or a specialist who becomes really good at some niche of software development usually makes more money than a generalist because companies that can afford to really pay well want someone who is really good at something. Now, money is not everything, and some people really enjoy being full stack developers, and there is nothing wrong with it. If that is your goal, that is great. I see you're better off.
Ouais, ça va mieux.
And that means going deep into the area and then go broad enough to become awesome. So the path that I recommend is becoming good at front-end development, just so that you can get your foot into the
Fais froid?
the back end, even if you later decide to stick with either just the back end or the front end, having that breadth across that domain and that full cycle experience is going to be really helpful. And if I were starting over, these are the things that I would do for most of the so you should watch this video next. Links.
Ça fait 5 heures que je galère. Il faut que je finisse ça. Hein.
Instead, you should focus on learning the most common and useful parts, and then go ahead and pick up that other weird stuff later as you need it. That is, if you even need it. Now, if you actually want to get a job building web applications with React,
No, I'm not a chatbot. Sorry.
This is a quick crash course in React and how to use it. You see, React is a declarative library for building applications. But what does that even mean? It's just basically a fancier way of saying that you write some code that says what you want to have happen, and that the library does that for you. For example, React uses something called JSX. It looks similar to HTML elements, but they aren't actual DOM elements. And when you write JSX code, you're pretty much saying that I want to end up with a div element that has this stuff inside it. React then handles rendering this into React DOM. It's going to handle all of that DOM stuff for you. This makes it super easy to build templates that combine JavaScript logic with the presentation layer. All of this is contained in something called a component. When you're starting out, instead of trying to put together all of the project configurations, I highly recommend that you use something like Create React App or Vue.js or some similar tool that will help scaffold the application. This makes it super easy to get a basic application up and running, and then you can go ahead and update those configuration files down the road if needed. Another thing to remember is that whenever you're going to use JSX inside of a file, you need to import React in the top of the file.
Yeah.
React.
It's a minute of this
Some
thing.
really cool things using JavaScript expressions inside of the JSX. Instead of wrapping DOM element attributes in double quotes, we can use curly braces and then reference JavaScript expressions inside of those curly braces. Okay, so what the heck is a JavaScript expression? It's just a piece of code that's going to be evaluated to some value.
Thank you very
In
much.
this example, we are assigning a string with some text to a variable. If we then were to take and put that same variable name inside of the curly braces in the JSX, when the JSX gets rendered, you won't see the variable name there. On the page, what you will see is the text string that was assigned to that variable. This means we can also do other stuff with JavaScript inside of JSX, and this is why some attributes are different from what you would expect. For example, you'll see the attribute for using CSS is class name in JSX instead of just class. There are a couple different ways that we can do components in React, but let's take a look at a functional approach, and later on we can talk about class components. So we're going to be starting with a function, and inside of this function, we need to return some JSX. Now, we can then take this function component, and we can use it inside of other JSX components as well. A quick little gotcha is that the JSX being returned needs to be wrapped in a single JSX element. This first example is going to work just fine. If we were to try to return two sibling elements, then that is not
What
going to
the
work.
fuck?
We're either going to need to wrap this in like a
Okay,
div,
let's
or we
go for
can
that. Ah, about this.
use this off with an empty JSX element, otherwise React just isn't going to be happy. Another gotcha is that the user-defined components must be capitalized. If you also name the component function with a capital letter, it just makes things super easy because then you can just import that component and use it without having to rename it to something that does have a capitalized name. This is a simple example, but what if we want to pass something into the component like you do with regular functions? You do this through something called props, and to pass data in through props, you simply just create an attribute on a JSX element and then pass in some expression. For example, if we added a name attribute and passed in a variable with the string devsmack, we can now access that inside of our component through the props object. That object is now going to contain a property name. And guess what? You also have access to other common attributes like class name, onClick, and stuff like that. And when we do create props attributes, we can pass in primitives and objects, arrays, and even functions. It's perfectly fine to have a React component with just the trailing slash and then pass everything that
Wow.
you need in through props. Now, you can also pass
OMG.
tags or some other JSX elements with both an opening and a closing tag, and that's fine too. And then those contents or the children will be available to you in the props object on the children property without even having to create a children attribute. To help us know what types of props we are expecting, we can import prop types, and then we can define what each prop looks like and whether it's required or optional. If something is wrong, then you'll get a nice little message in the browser console. Similar to prop types, you can also set the default prop values if you want. And then it's also worth noting that if you were to add an attribute, but you didn't pass anything to it and you didn't have any default props, then it is going to receive a default value of true. That's a pretty common pattern to see just an attribute without anything passed in. You can also take the spread operator and take the props from a parent component and pass that to the child component. So let's assume you have a list of objects that includes a text string and you want to render each of these text strings as a paragraph inside of another component. Well, let's pass this in, and we're just going to call this attribute list, and then inside of this component, we can do some really cool stuff like iterate over this list using the map method from an array, and we can return a list of JSX elements. That's pretty cool, but React does a lot of things behind the scenes to handle fast, efficient updates, and when things change, it really needs to know how to identify the items in the list, or else it can get kind of confused and weird things throughout. To avoid these problems with rendering lists, we need to make sure that we always add a key attribute to each element in that list. And this needs to be a unique string. If there are duplicate keys, then you're going to run into some really weird problems. Well, that's cool, but what if we only want to show this list if we actually have a list? Well, here's one of the most common patterns for conditionally showing or hiding JSX elements. Now, it is JavaScript, so you could also use the ternary operator, and that could make more sense in some cases. One of the reasons that some people prefer a full-on framework like Angular is because there is a more rigid set of ways to do things. Whereas with React, it's a smaller library, and the way to do things is just much more open-ended and can vary from project to project. For example, the first part of this video has been focused on functional components, but there are also class components with a completely different structure that aligns more with an object-oriented approach. These components have a number of different lifecycle methods, and the way that you manage state with set state is going to be different than you would inside of a functional component. And this can make it challenging when you're starting out because there are a lot of decisions that you're going to have to make when you're working with React. A lot of projects have been moving over to a more functional approach thanks to something called React hooks that make functional components much more powerful. We're going to talk about that more in a minute. But a ton of projects out there use class components, and some of these projects are going to be a mixture of the two because hooks are also backwards compatible. I personally recommend starting out with the functional approach, but I do think it is important to also become familiar with at least the basics of the other common patterns. The remainder of this video will be more of a roadmap of the things that you should learn. Now, there are multiple learning paths that you could take, so don't view this as the only path. And if I happen to leave out your favorite topic, just drop your thoughts in the comments. Okay, so let's talk about managing state in functional components. There are two pieces to this. Sometimes you want to store data and make it available across the entire application. There's also state that's going to be more specific to a particular component. There are a bunch of different approaches of how and where to store state. One common pattern has been the smart component, dumb component approach. You would have some parent component that handles getting the data, storing the data, doing all the busy work, and then you try to keep the children inside of it as dumb as possible. A dumb component just means that it receives data through props and doesn't do much other than display stuff. It doesn't have to do like side effects like calling APIs or anything like that. And if there is a button that needs to be clicked and some function needs to be called, well, that function is passed in to the child dumb component from the parent. That's great and all. But as applications grow and become more deeply nested, Passing props into one child component, it then passes that data down into another and into another, becomes a real pain and is called prop drilling. What if you want to have some central place to store data, and then when it changes, make that available to just the components that actually care about it? Skip all of that prop drilling. A couple of common approaches to this are through React Context or using a third-party library like Redux. There are pros and cons like added boilerplate, but sooner or later, you're going to end up needing some way to handle this and manage this state. So you should become familiar with React Context, as well as some library like Redux. When it comes to component state, for the longest time, we usually relied on class components so that we could use set state. And when that state changed on that component, it would then trigger updates for the child components. Now we can easily manage state and functional components using something called React hooks. And there are a bunch of different hooks available, and there's one specific to state called useState. You should learn how to use this, as it is by far the most common and most useful hook. It greatly simplifies managing component state. There's also another common hook that is used for handling anything that is going to have side effects like making API calls, as well as cleaning up the component before that component is removed from the page, and that is called useEffect. If you decide to use React Context, there's also a useContext hook. And then if you go with one of the recent versions of Redux, you'll also have access to the useSelector and useDispatch hooks. These remove a lot of the annoying boilerplate where we used to have to wrap components to be able to dispatch functions, and the hooks just are way easier to use. React also has a bunch of other hooks that you can use to do things like memoization. You can look those up as you need them. You can even create your own hooks. And there are some rules that are important to know about using hooks. For example, you should only ever use them at the top of your component. You should never use them inside of a condition or inside of a loop. And they should only be used inside of React functional components. They can't be used in just any old function. With React, you're also going to have to figure out the pattern that you're going to use for making API requests. Some people go with the native JavaScript fetch API, and then they build their own utility functions to handle adding headers and responding to errors. I typically use a library called Axios that provides a lot of those utilities already baked in. Whichever route you take, you're going to have to do things to prevent making duplicate API calls, to store the response, and to trigger the component updates once you've received the data. With Redux, that might look something like dispatching an action that triggers an API call. It then updates the Redux store and then triggers the components to update that are watching for those changes. Eventually, your application is going to need a way to handle page navigation. React Router is the most popular library for routing React applications. If you use a tool to scaffold your application, it's likely that it already has React Router included. You should learn how to create routes, how to trigger route changes, and how to use route parameters. Here are some more things that you need to learn. You need to know how to use forms inside of React. And that includes how to handle state when you are using controlled and uncontrolled form fields. You also need to know how to debounce input changes inside of functional components. That way you are maintaining performance so that your components and your rendering just doesn't completely get bogged down every time someone types in a letter in a search bar. You also need to know the different ways to use CSS inside of JSX. There are different ways that you can import CSS classes so that you have access to the styles globally or to keep other ones scoped to a particular file. And this can vary depending on the tool that you use to set up your application. A couple bonus items that you could learn to boost your marketability are internationalization and accessibility with React. Now, React is just one aspect of building web applications. To get a really good paying job as a front-end developer, you need to know a lot more than just React, which is why I created this front-end web development roadmap video that you should definitely watch next. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one. Lates.
Quelle que soit votre activité, elle est meilleure avec un site web.
As a software engineer making over $200,000 a year, why did I choose front-end development over full stack? And is it true that most self-taught devs end up going full stack instead of front-end? Why is that? I was asked these questions a couple days ago, so we're going to talk about that in this video. First, are you planning to become a front-end developer or full stack developer? Drop a comment and let me know. When I was first starting out several years ago, I decided that I was going to focus first on front-end development because because there's just so much to learn, and I wanted to try to get really good at something, to get really proficient in an area that was in high demand, and at the time that was going to be Angular JS and building front-end single-page applications. And so that is where I decided to focus, but I completely had the plan that eventually I wanted to really like expand things and start working on a bunch of things and do full stack. But on that short term, I leveraged backend as a service tools and stuff like Firebase to handle the backend for me, so that I could just really concentrate on developing those front-end skills. When I landed my first software engineering job at an enterprise-type company, it was actually full stack. We were building hybrid mobile applications where we had to store data on the device and then also be able to sync it up to our backend services. So I did have the opportunity to get some experience there. But my next job, it was listed as a job for front-end development with some full-stack work, which excited me. I was like, okay, that'll be cool. That'll give me the opportunity to continue to do more of the full-stack stuff. But that's not actually how things turned out at that company. I ended up doing front-end development for the whole time that I was there. I expressed interest to do more of the full-stack and more back-end work on like one of my projects, and everyone was like, that's great, that's awesome, we totally support you on that. Everyone was on board, my manager was on board, and then they just kept piling more and more front-end projects and features. And so in the end, I ended up working on front-end and just didn't have time to really get back into doing any of the back-end work. But that wasn't totally a bad thing, because I started to realize that this imbalance where there was significantly fewer front-end devs than there were back-end devs created leverage that I could use to grow my compensation and my career. And naturally, because I was so focused on front end, that's where I was able to really specialize and develop some skills. When I was applying to my current job, they were looking for a front end specialist who was also willing to do back end. So I'm like, hey, cool, that's going to give me the chance to get work across the stack. But that's not exactly how things turned out. I did do a short stint where I had to learn some Scala and work on an API. But I've primarily been focused on front-end development. The demand for UI resources was just really high, and I am trying to fit in some Java right now, but I'm rolling with it because I'm in a situation where there's a lot of high demand for UI work, and this keeps me busy and also feeling very valuable. Before we get to the next question, I just really want to emphasize that it was not my goal to stay in front-end. In a large part, it was the strong demand for UI that helped me realize the value of this specialization. And whenever you're in a situation where there are a lot of teams that are fighting for your time, you are in a great position career-wise. But that may not last forever, and if that does ever change, then I'll probably just spread myself out into other areas and change some things so that I can keep things interesting. So the next question is, why do most self-taught devs choose full stack over front-end? Now, I'm not sure the source of the data backing that question up from a numbers perspective, and I'm not sure that I even agree with it, but given that if the number of people who chose full stack was 51%, then you could make that argument. Maybe a more interesting question is, why do self-taught devs choose full stack over front end? Here are some reasons that come to mind. First, a lot of courses like Free Code Camp and Odin Project cover things from a full stack perspective, so naturally anyone who's going down the self-taught route and using those resources is likely to also do the back-end components and to focus on becoming a full stack developer. The same goes for boot camps. If someone sees that there are a lot of boot camps that are promoting full stack courses, they could think that that's what you have to do. Another reason could be job listings. In my experience, a lot of the job listings are for full stack software engineers, even though the team actually wants to see a specialization. At least that's been the case with most of the job offers that I've received. And that doesn't even mean that you're actually going to do full stack work for them, because a lot of times you won't. Another reason is that I think a lot of self-taught software engineers really feel pressured to know everything in order to feel confident enough to get a job. They believe that full stack is going to make them more valuable and competitive. The truth is that it really comes down to the type of company. At a small startup, being full stack can really help because you're going to have to wear a lot of hats, and so you could be delivering a lot of value. And that could be what they're looking for. But at a lot of larger companies, they might prefer the specialists who can do full stack if needed, but who are really good, who are experts in some particular area. And frankly, another reason is that UI work just isn't for everyone. It's going to often involve a lot of collaboration with product designers, customers, And some people just prefer focusing on solving logical problems rather than styling HTML components. They might still do full stack because they understand the value of their front-end skills, but they opt for full stack to focus more on other things that keep it interesting for them, which is fine because it's quite normal to like some aspects of software engineering and not others. Even within front-end development, some front-end devs really are super passionate about CSS. Admittedly, building out a UI taps into my creativity, which is something that I really like, but I actually prefer working with JavaScript over CSS. CSS is necessary, but sometimes an annoying aspect of the process. I really like building single-page applications that have a lot of problem solving. I'd be miserable in a front-end position that was mostly styling and very little JavaScript. But neither is a better approach. Each is valuable and fills specific needs. For a lot of folks just getting started in software development, fixation on full-stack development can be quite harmful. I share why and what to do about it in this video. Thanks for watching. Lates.
I'm a full-time CTO without knowing how to code.
I, the founder myself, built the company over the last couple of years. I had no engineers, no technical co-founders.
Bubble can do it all. I don't need a co-founder. I can see if I can do this myself, and Bubble provided me that. Hey everyone, how's it going? My name's Mayuko, and I'm a software engineer turned content creator making videos about tech, career, and life. So, in order to get a job in tech, or really any job at all, you need to undergo an interview process in order to see if you're fit for the role. And in the interview for a software engineer, we follow a typical 3-part process, where at each stage, the difficulty and the duration gets longer. They test your fundamental coding skills, evaluate your technical strengths and weaknesses, and attempts to determine if you'd be successful at the job you're interviewing for. So these technical interviews are no doubt the most intense and probably most dreaded part of the interview process. Which, yes, in my own experience, the technical interview was the part that stressed me out the most. I always carved out time to study and prep for them, even if the work itself was pretty similar to what I was already doing at the job I was leaving, because I needed to sharpen my toolset to show my potential employer what I could do. Of course, what I studied and what questions I was asked in the interview changed over time as I became more senior, but my hope was always to convey what my technical strengths were to a company. And now that I'm a bit removed from the industry because I'm not actively working as a software engineer, I'm starting to see it from a different perspective because I'm not actively doing these interviews. Instead, I hear about them from friends and you all about how they're going, and I realize that there's a clear message that I'm starting to hear. And it's that technical interviews are broken. Now, this makes me stop and think. Just like whenever I hear that something is broken, maybe it's because of my past life as a software engineer, I really want to understand why and how it's broken. And in order to understand that, I realized that it gave birth to a bunch of these questions that I had about technical interviews. Like, what are they exactly? And what are they meant to do? And how did we even get here? Are technical interviews even like the best way to evaluate someone's skills in today's world? Or is it actually kind of a gatekeeping mechanism for those entering the industry right now? And are there any other alternatives out there? Well, this month, all of those questions kind of started to boil over, so I decided to finally tackle this topic. I did my research through articles and papers and interviews, some in part thanks to the sponsor of today's video, Formation, which trains their fellows to land jobs at top tech companies. I was able to meet and talk to members of their team who are really knowledgeable in this topic to learn more. And I'll tell you more about Formation later in the video, so stick around. So, I graduated from college in 2014, so a lot of my technical interview experience and knowledge was from around that time when I was looking for my very first job as a software engineer. But of course, the whole field and industry had been around for a while at that point, which meant that technical interviews were pretty common then too. But you know, I never thought to ask the question until now. How did we get here? Like, where did technical interviews even come from? Well, before we had our current industry, we had the .com era, and before that, semiconductors, and before that, well, you get the idea. So during the dot-com era, when software engineers had their first meteoric rise to hype, popularity, and power, Microsoft was arguably the most dominant player in tech at the time. During that time, the tide was changing from these old, well-established companies owning the industry to a fast-paced, uncertain, high-risk but high-reward tech scene. And for Microsoft at the time, Windows was the most widely used GUI operating system in the world, and Microsoft Office was taking the world by storm. So they needed to figure out a way to hire the best people in the market. The 2003 book by William Poundstone describes how Microsoft hired people, and that they needed to find the most intelligent, resourceful, and out-of-the-box thinkers needed to survive in the hyper-competitive business world. Bill Gates, the founder, was a huge fan of puzzles and riddles, and that became one of the main parts of the interview process. These are the times, by the way, when they would ask questions like how to move Mount Fuji or how many piano tuners are there out in the world. There are other parts of the interview, of course, like technical overviews of past projects you've worked on or abstract design questions. By far, the puzzles and riddles questions had the most buzz. They believed that through asking those questions, they could see if someone would be willing to challenge assumptions and see things from novel perspectives, which, in essence, is asking someone to demonstrate their problem-solving abilities. Of course, you don't hear much about those like puzzle and riddle type questions being asked in the modern-day interview because the industry's morphed and evolved since the dot-com era. But you see the intentions of those questions being reflected in the modern-day technical interview, and the need to test someone's abilities in solving novel problems. Now, before we go further, we need to define what we mean by technical interview because it's kind of a loaded term. And that's because there's a lot of different kinds of technical interviews out there. The most common by far is the data structures and algorithms interview. They're typically conducted in a 45 to 60-minute session in which an interviewer guides a candidate through a coding exercise. So in these data structures and algorithms questions, you might get questions like, how do you check if two strings are anagrams of each other? How is a binary search tree implemented? How is a bubble sort algorithm implemented? Other than these data structures and algorithms interviews, there's a lot of different kinds of technical interviews too. There's system design interviews, live coding interviews, programming interviews, take-home projects, and technical behavioral interviews, all which test different skills for software engineers at different companies, for different skills, and at different levels. All these interviews, though, are roughly trying to test for a similar thing.
You're looking for constructive problem-solving technique. You're looking for fluent coding, effective coding. And in general, I would say that's coding in a way that clearly communicates the idea or translates the idea from the problem-solving phase into code in a way that avoids most of the bugs. I mean, we all write bugs, right? So like the expectation is not that there are 0 bugs at the outset, but it's that you write your code in a way that shows that you know how to avoid common mistakes. And then, of course, at the end, you want the code to be bug-free. So there's a testing component. Like, can you now explore the code you've written effectively, write the tests, fix any bugs that are there?
That's Daniel Tomko, a software engineer who helped craft a lot of Facebook's interview process. But by far the most common technical interview is the data structures and algorithms interview. So I'm going to primarily focus on that one for this video. Meet Adam. He's a 4th-year computer science student at the University of Waterloo, and he is no stranger to technical interviews.
I've done technical interviews at like dozens of companies. I guess like notable ones would be like Facebook and Citadel, Shopify, Square, Figma. So like mostly all like the tech company, some fintech company kind of range.
I decided to
Après,
interview
c'est à toi de
Adam
jouer
to
dedans,
understand
c'est
what
vers
the
les agents.
technical interview process is
Moi,
like
j'ai
for
retirer
students who are
ça.
entering the industry right now. Because, you know, the tech industry changes at a rapid speed, and I wanted to get a pulse.
I just felt that it was just luck, basically. That if you had seen the question on LeetCode before, then you would be able to solve it. I knew, like, to a certain extent that you could learn a lot of these concepts and be able to do them, but it felt like it was such a grind to get to that point that, and it was so unrelated to the job that you would be doing, it wasn't a great metric of my actual skills. Like, I was confident in my abilities as a programmer, especially, like, building apps and stuff, but I wasn't confident in my LeetCode abilities, and I thought, how can that be? Like, how can it be that I wouldn't do well in the interview, but I think I would do well on the job? I also think that if you get a bad interviewer, it can feel pretty disheartening. If you go in and you're exposed to like this novel question that
doesn't seem like there's any way you could have figured it out, and the interviewer isn't trying to push you along and give you pointers and tips, then like you're gonna walk out of that feeling like you got railroaded. And I've had that happen a couple times where like afterwards I'm like, I don't think there's anything I could have done differently.
Now, in a nutshell, from what I can understand from Adam and hearing from others who are breaking into tech, these are the reasons why technical interviews feel so broken. They're not a great way of assessing technical ability because what they test you on is so different from what you're actually going to be doing on the job. And that sometimes, if you don't get a great interviewer or an interview question, it can be really disheartening and cost you the job.
No. Point A. Ne dis pas que toi tu m'as dit que tu tournes face. C'est ici ton mot de passe. Ici ton mot de passe. D'accord. Il est déjà là. Pourquoi tu t'intéresses pas? Non.
This audio is presented by Hacker Noon, where anyone can learn anything about any technology. Fiverr faces backlash as digital marketing scammers remain active despite technical evidence. By Technology News Australia. Greater than users express outrage over ineffective suspension policies, urging Fiverr to take stronger action against fraudulent seller scams on fiverr.fiverr.com. The popular online marketplace connecting freelancers and clients is facing growing criticism for its failure to suspend digital marketing scammers even after reports of scams and the submission of technical evidence. Users are expressing outrage over what they perceive as ineffective suspension policies, urging Fiverr to take stronger action against fraudulent sellers who continue to operate unchecked. Instances of digital marketing scams on Fiverr have left users disappointed and financially burdened. Despite reporting these scams and providing technical evidence, many users claim that Fiverr has failed to take appropriate action against the scammers. Users argue that Fiverr's suspension policies appear to be lacking in responsiveness and effectiveness. They believe that stronger measures should be in place to swiftly suspend and investigate sellers who have been reported for fraudulent practices. The submission of technical evidence, such as communication logs and documentation of the seller's misrepresentations, is expected to be a key factor in expediting the suspension process. However, users claim that even with compelling evidence, scammers remain active on the platform, raising doubts about Fiverr's commitment to protecting its users. Frustrated by the apparent inaction, users are calling for Fiverr to reevaluate its suspension policies and allocate sufficient resources to thoroughly investigate reported scams. They emphasize the need for timely and decisive action to prevent fraudulent sellers from continuing their deceptive practices and preying on unsuspecting clients. As users continue to voice their frustrations and share their experiences, the pressure on Fiverr to enhance its suspension policies and take stronger action against digital marketing scammers intensifies. The credibility and reputation of the platform hinge on its ability to address these concerns effectively and provide a safe environment for legitimate professionals and clients alike. Moving forward, users, industry experts, and consumer advocates hope that Fiverr will implement necessary reforms, streamline its suspension processes, and demonstrate a commitment to protecting its user base. There is also a growing concern surrounding the lack of awareness among buyers in Fiverr who fall prey to digital marketing scams, despite some experienced users being able to recognize such scams. The platform's justification for promoting scam gigs based on positive feedback has drawn criticism and raised doubts about its commitment to user safety. The problem stems from the existence of numerous gigs on Fiverr.com that have received positive feedback from buyers who are unaware they have been scammed. Fiverr argues that these gigs continue to be advertised due to the abundance of positive feedback, thereby perpetuating fraudulent services. However, a troubling trend emerges when users knowledgeable about digital marketing scams discover they have been defrauded. When they report the scam Andre Quest a refund, their critical feedback exposing the gig as a scam is removed from the platform. As a result, a distorted perception of the gigs is created, with only positive feedback remaining from buyers who are oblivious to having fallen victim to a scam. Simultaneously, feedback from users who recognize the scam and attempt to warn others through the buyer feedback form is effectively silenced, leaving the door wide open for more unsuspecting victims to be scammed. Does Fiverr delete negative feedback? According to a digital marketing academic who has vowed never to use the platform again, Fiverr.com deliberately eliminates negative feedback on scam gigs after they have been exposed, reported, and refunded. The marketing pro asserts that Fiverr.com knowingly benefits from these scams by relying on the multitude of positive reviews provided by unsuspecting victims, all the while neglecting user safety and removing reviews that flag the fraudulent nature of the gig after the person who reported it gets refunded. Industry experts are calling for immediate action in the face of increasing criticism, urging authorities to step in and enforce more stringent regulations on platforms like Fiverr. They recommend implementing various measures, including compulsory verification of credentials, meticulous screening procedures, and continuous monitoring of service providers. Thank you for listening to this HackerNoon story, read by Artificial Intelligence. Visit hackerNoon.com to read, write, learn, and publish. This audio is presented by HackerNoon, where anyone can learn anything about any technology. Embracing Remote Work as a Software Engineer in the Post-COVID Era, by Kartik Kosa. #A leap into remote work. My initial journey as a software engineer with 6 months of experience, I've had the opportunity to work on several exciting projects. These range from converting a Python 2AP Edo Python 3 to creating a new customer usage portal using Java, Oz SES, and Vue. JS. However, one of the most significant shifts in my professional life didn't involve a specific coding language or software framework. Instead, it was about a change in my work environment. My remote work journey began in March 2020 when the COVID-19 pandemic compelled companies to adopt work-from-home policies. This unexpected transition from a traditional office to my home space had both challenges and benefits. On one hand, the sudden lack of face-to-face communication felt unusual. On the other, the benefits of remote work, such as the time saved on commuting and the flexibility in my schedule, were undeniable. This newfound flexibility allowed me to balance my work and educational endeavors, helping me pursue my master's degree in computer science at the University of Pennsylvania. Transitioning to a full-time remote role, the search and the shift. Having sampled the remote work lifestyle, I was determined to find a full-time remote software engineering role. I extensively leveraged job search
22
platforms like Indeed and
hours.
LinkedIn, casting a wide net with over 200 applications. The process was grueling, but the end justified the means when I landed the perfect position that aligned with my career aspirations. From being a solutions engineer, I was eager to transition to a software engineering position. The remote work format allowed me to further develop my skills without geographic constraints. It also gave me the chance to contribute to diverse projects while having the freedom to be anywhere in the world. Crafting an effective remote workspace, essential elements for success in remote work. Creating a successful remote work experience requires significant attention to the configuration of your workspace. The arrangement and selection of elements in your workspace can directly influence your productivity, comfort, and overall work experience. Here's a detailed breakdown of the key components that make my remote workspace highly effective and conducive for both work and leisure one. Powerful PC rig. Central to my workspace is a powerful PC rig. Equipped with a high-performance processor and ample storage, this machine is perfectly suited to handle the computational tasks I engage with daily as a software engineer. However, the capabilities of this PC extend beyond just professional tasks. Post-work hours, it serves as a gaming station, enabling me to indulge in my favorite games. This transformation of my professional work tool into a source of relaxation ensures that my workspace is not only a place for work, but also a zone for unwinding and personal enjoyment. /2. Dual monitor setup. Complementing the PC rig in my workspace are two monitors that offer an extensive display area, enhancing my ability to multitask. With two screens, I can efficiently divide tasks, coding on one screen, monitoring project updates, or researching on the other. It also simplifies comparing different versions of a codebase or reviewing code side by side. By eliminating the need for incessant window toggling, this dual monitor setup saves time and reduces the cognitive load of managing multiple windows on a single screen. 3. Ergonomic desk. Prioritizing physical comfort is essential for maintaining productivity during long work hours. To cater to this, my workspace includes an adjustable desk that offers the flexibility to switch between sitting and standing positions throughout the day. This variation in work posture not only aids in maintaining physical health by improving circulation, but also alleviates potential stress or discomfort on the back from prolonged sitting. 4. Maintaining physical and psychological boundaries. One of the challenges of remote work, especially when working from home, is the blurring of boundaries between personal and professional spheres. My workspace is located in my bedroom, yet I ensure that these two areas do not overlap. For example, I position my desk to face away from my bed, minimizing potential distractions and the temptation of a quick nap during work hours. More than just a physical distinction, this setup also creates a psychological division between work and rest. When seated at the desk, my brain recognizes it's time to focus, and when I move toward the bed, it signals a transition into relaxation and rest. Remember, setting up an effective remote workspace is a highly personal task and isn't a one-size-fits-all approach. It involves understanding your individual work habits, preferences, and requirements. Experimenting with different configurations and setups until you find the one that best suits you is key. In the end, this space will become your professional hub, your creativity corner, and occasionally your leisure zone. Therefore, it's essential to invest time in thoughtfully designing it, ensuring it provides both functionality and comfort. Maintaining a healthy work-life balance. One of the primary challenges of remote work is maintaining a healthy work-life balance. I follow a daily routine that includes a morning coffee run, careful planning of my day, and dedicated slots for attending virtual meetings. My work hours are tailored to accommodate the different time zones of my teammates, which means starting my day at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time and wrapping up around 5 to 6 p.m. However, unplugging after work isn't always smooth sailing. I often find myself stationed at my desk to complete assignments for my master's degree after work hours. To counteract this, I intersperse my routine with change-of-scene work locations like cafes or the local mall's food court. Being a bubble tea enthusiast, discovering and working from new bubble tea places brings an element of adventure to my work routine. Cultivating relationships in a virtual environment, remote work introduces a unique dynamic in professional relationships. Without the convenience of shared physical space, maintaining strong connections requires proactive effort. My team and I hold weekly meetings dedicated to personal catch-ups, fostering an environment where we can connect on a human level beyond work. These interactions have been instrumental in building a solid foundation for teamwork and collaboration. Embracing independence and self-reliance. Perhaps one of the most significant transformations I've observed through my digital nomad lifestyle has been my growth in independence. Remote work requires an innate ability to prioritize, organize, and be self-reliant. The absence of constant supervision has encouraged me to develop these skills, and the trust bestowed by my employer in my capabilities is a testament to this. The digital nomad lifestyle, is it for you? Considering remote work or aspiring to become a digital nomad is a substantial decision. It's crucial to understand that it's not for everyone. You need a disciplined mindset, a strong sense of self-motivation, and the ability to independently manage your tasks. The challenges can be significant, But if you can navigate these, the rewards of remote work, including flexibility, independence, and a potential for a better work-life balance, can be truly fulfilling. Thank you for listening to this HackerNoon story, read by Artificial Intelligence. Visit hackerNoon.com to read, write, learn, and publish. This audio is presented by HackerNoon, where anyone can learn anything about any technology. Fiverr faces backlash as digital marketing scammers remain active despite technical evidence. By Technology News Australia. Greater than users express outrage over ineffective suspension policies, urging Fiverr to take stronger action against fraudulent seller scams on fiverr.fiverr.com. The popular online marketplace connecting freelancers and clients is facing growing criticism for its failure to suspend digital marketing scammers even after reports of scams and the submission of technical evidence. Users are expressing outrage over what they perceive as ineffective suspension policies, urging Fiverr to take stronger action against fraudulent sellers who can. This audio is presented by HackerNoon, where anyone can learn anything about any technology. Hello there. The Introverted Developer's Guide to Professional Networking Smiley Face. By Andy and Hyde. For every 10x engineer, you're going to hear a marketing guy say, "My equity is in my relationships." But what does he actually do? As an engineer, this was so frustrating. To me, value should be a direct mapping to the output that I produce. I write code, that code gets shipped and provides value. Then I get a piece. Simple. But real business value is accrued with leverage. Leverage is the ability to increase the trajectory of a business through some external force. It could be capital, skill, psychological triggers, or relationships. First principles of business. Let's set a dumbed-down first principle for business. A first principle is something that you know is true beyond a reasonable doubt. In physics, it would be that energy is a finite resource. In code, it would be that there will always be a trade-off of space and time. Or that Vercel is undoubtedly the superior deployment engine. J.K. Smile. This way we have a stable foundation in which Tories and upwards. Let's say that the first principle, objectively, is to make money. This means that the more successful business is going to have a higher profit margin. What is money, though? Is it a tangible thing? We represent it with a numerical figure, so it must be. But the value of it is relative. $1,000 USD is not worth the same in 2023 as it used to be in 2000. It's closer to $761 back then. We know that as soon as that juicy biweekly direct deposit hits our bank accounts, that starts going down in value due to inflation, which is anywhere from 2 to 5% a year in the US. I'll give you another example. I bought a Toyota Mirai last month, probably the only one sold in Northern California in the last few months. It's not a very popular car. Hydrogen is not.
The Money Moon by John Jeffrey Farnell, Chapter 1, which, being the first, is very properly the shortest chapter in the book. When Sylvia Marchmont went to Europe, George Bellew, being at the same time desirous of testing his newest acquired yacht, followed her, and mutual friends in New York, Newport, and elsewhere confidently awaited news of their engagement. Great, therefore, was their surprise when they learnt of her approaching marriage to the Duke of Ryde. Bellew, being young and rich, had many friends, very naturally, who, while they sympathised with his loss, yet agreed among themselves that, despite Bellew's millions, Sylvia had done vastly well for herself, seeing that a duke is always a duke, especially in America. There were also divers ladies in New York, Newport, and elsewhere, and celebrated for their palatial homes, their jewels, and their daughters, who were anxious to know how Bellew would comport himself under his new disappointment. Some leaned to the idea that he would immediately blow his brains out. Others opined that he would promptly set off on another of his exploring expeditions and get himself torn to pieces by lions and tigers or devoured by alligators. While others again feared greatly that, in a fit of pique, he would marry some young person unknown, and therefore, of course, utterly unworthy. How far these worthy ladies were right or wrong in their surmises, they who take the trouble to turn the following pages shall find out. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Money Moon by John Jeffrey Farnell.
It's
This LibriVox
The Money
recording is
Moon
in the
by
public
John
domain. Recording by Simon
Jeffrey
Evans.
Farnell, audiobook.
Chapter 2, How George Bellew sought counsel of his valet. The first intimation Bellew received of the futility of his hopes is the following letter, which he received one morning as he sat at breakfast in his chambers in St. James's Street, West. My dear George, I'm writing to tell you that I like you so much that I'm quite sure I could never marry you. It would be too ridiculous. Liking, you see, George, is not love, is it? Though personally, I think all that sort of thing went out of fashion with our great-grandmother's hoops and crinolines. So, George, I have decided to marry the Duke of Ryde. The ceremony will take place in 3 weeks' time at St. George's, Hanover Square, and everyone will be there, of course. If you care to come too, so much the better. I won't say that I hope you will forget me, because I don't. But I'm sure you will find someone to console you, because you're such a dear, good fellow, and so ridiculously rich. So goodbye, and best wishes. Ever yours, most sincerely, Sylvia. Now, under such circumstances, had Baby sought oblivion and consolation from bottles, or gone headlong to the devil in any other numerous ways that are more or less exciting, deluded people would have pitied him and shaken grave heads over him. For it seems that disappointment, more especially in love, may condone many offences, cover as many sins as charity. But Bellew, knowing nothing of that latter-day hysteria which wears the disguise and calls itself temperament, and being only a rather ordinary young man, did nothing of the kind. Having lighted his pipe and read the letter through again, he rang instead for Baxter, his valet. Baxter was small and slight and dapper as to person, clean-shaven, alert of eye, and soft of movement. In a word, Baxter was the cream of gentlemen's gentlemen, and the very acme of what a valet should be, from the very precise parting of his glossy hair to the trim toes of his glossy boots. Baxter, as has been said, was his valet, and had been his father's valet before him, and as to age, might have been 30 or 40 or 50, as he stood there beside the table, with one eyebrow raised a trifle higher than the other, waiting for Billy to speak. Baxter. Sir. Take a seat. Thank you, sir. And Baxter sat down, not too near his master, nor too far off, but exactly at the right and proper distance. Baxter, I wish to consult with you. As between master and servant, sir. As between man and man, Baxter. Very good, Mr. George, sir. I should like to hear your opinion, Baxter, as to what is the proper and most accredited course to adopt when one has been crossed in love. Why, sir, began Baxter, slightly wrinkling his smooth brow. So far as I can call to mind, the courses usually adopted by despairing lovers are, in number, 4. Name them, Baxter. First, Mr. George, there is what I may term the course retaliatory, which is marriage. Marriage? With another party, sir. On the principle that there are as good fish in the sea as ever came out, and pebbles on the beach, sir. You understand me, sir? Perfectly. Go on. Secondly, there is the army, sir. I've known of a good many enlistments on account of blighted affections, Mr. George, sir. Indeed, the army is very popular. Ah, said Bellew, settling the tobacco in his pipe with the aid of the salt spoon. Proceed, Baxter. Thirdly, Mr. George, there are those who are content to merely disappear. Oh, said Bellew. And lastly, sir, it is usually the first, there is dissipation, Mr. George. Drink, sir, the consolation of bottles and... Exactly, nodded Bellew. Now, Baxter, he pursued, beginning to draw diagrams on the tablecloth with the salt spoon, knowing me as you do, what course should you advise me to adopt? You mean, Mr. George, speaking as between man and man, of course, you mean that you are in the unfortunate position of being crossed in your affections, sir? Also heartbroken, Baxter. Certainly, sir. Miss Marchmont marries the Duke of Hyde in 3 weeks, Baxter. Indeed, sir. You were, I believe, aware of the fact that Miss Marchmont and I were as good as engaged. I had gathered as much, sir. Then confound it all, Baxter, why aren't you surprised? I am quite overcome, sir, said Baxter, stooping to recover the salt spoon which had slipped to the floor. Consequently, pursued Bellew, I am broken-hearted, as I told you. Certainly, sir. Crushed, despondent, and utterly hopeless, Baxter, and shall be henceforth pursued by the haunting spectre of the might-have-been. Very natural, sir, indeed. I could have hoped, Baxter, that having served me so long, not to mention my father, you should have shown just a shade more feeling in the matter. And if you were to ask me, as between man and man, sir, why I don't share more feeling, then, speaking as the old servant of your respected father, Master George, sir, I I should beg most respectfully to say that, regarding the lady in question, her conduct is not in the least surprising. Miss Marchmont being a beauty, and aware of the fact, Mr. George. Referring to your heart, sir, I'm ready to swear that it is not even cracked. Now, sir, what clothes do you propose to wear this morning? And pray, why should you be so confident regarding the condition of my heart? Because, sir, speaking as your father's old servant, Master George, I make bold to say that I don't believe that you've ever been in love, or even know what love is, Master George, sir. Bellew picked up the salt spoon, balanced it very carefully upon his finger, and put it down again. Nevertheless, said he, shaking his head, I can see for myself but the dreary perspective of a hopeless future, Baxter, blasted by the haunting spectre of might have been. I'll trouble you to push the cigarettes a little nearer. And now, sir, said Baxter, as he rose to strike and apply the necessary match, what suit will you wear today? Oh, something in tweeds. Tweeds, sir? Surely you forget your appointment with the Lady Cecily Prynne at her party. Lord Mountclair had me on the telephone last night. Also a good heavy walking stick, Baxter, and a knapsack. A knapsack, sir? I shall set out on a walking tour in an hour's time. Certainly, sir. Where to, sir? Haven't the least idea, Baxter, but I'm going in an hour. On the whole, of the 4 courses you describe for one whose life is blighted, whose heart, Baxter, is broken, utterly smashed, and shivered beyond repair,
Nice,
I
it is
prefer
a
to
very
disappear
interesting
in an hour, Baxter.
book.
Shall you drive the touring car, sir, or the new
It's
racer?
very interesting, this
I
book.
shall walk, Baxter, alone, in an hour. End of chapter 2.
The publishing industry is a system.
Books are mirrors in people's
Me
experiences.
too, I'm
And in
having
season
a
2
good
of
time.
Missing Pages, we'll take a look at what happens when an old system faces new challenges.
This is what happens when you involve money.
I'm Beth Ann Patrick, literary critic, writer, and your host of season 2 of the Missing Pages podcast, a show that gives you a ringside seat to some of the juiciest conflicts in the book world. In season 2, we're turning up the dial.
She was pretty much a stratosphere all around.
The term is academic fraud.
Teachers in Florida had to cover up their bookshelves for fear of getting sanctioned or fired.
We'll dig into these stories with industry insiders and talk to authors like Jodi Picoult for their first-hand experiences.
You can child-proof your world, but you can't world-proof your child.
It's time we find these missing pages and return them to their stories. Listen and subscribe to season 2 wherever you get your podcasts.
Chapter 3 of The Money Moon by John Jeffrey Farnham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 3, which concerns itself with a hay cart and a belligerent wagoner. It was upon a certain August morning that George Bellew shook the dust of London from his feet, and, leaving chance or destiny to direct him, followed a haphazard course, careless alike of how or when or where, sighing as often and as heavily as he considered his heartbroken condition required, which was very often and very heavily, yet heeding for all that the glory of the sun and the stir and bustle of the streets about him. Thus it was that, being careless of his ultimate destination, Fortune condescended to take him under her wing, if she has one, and guided his steps across the river into the lovely land of Kent, that county of gentle hills and broad, pleasant valleys, of winding streams and shady woods, of rich meadows and smiling pastures, of grassy lanes and fragrant hedgerows, that most delightful land which has been called, and very rightly, the Garden of England. It was thus, as has been said, upon a fair August morning, that Bellew set out on what he termed a walking tour. The reservation is necessary because Bellew's idea of a walking tour is original and quaint. He began very well for Bellew. In the morning he walked very nearly 5 miles, and in the afternoon, before he was discovered, he accomplished 10 more on a hay cart that happened to be going in his direction. He swung himself up among the hay, unobserved by the somnolent driver, and had ridden thus an hour or more in that delicious state between waking and sleeping, ere the wagoner discovered him, whereupon ensued the following colloquy. The wagoner, indignantly, "Hello there, what might you be thinking of in my hay?" Bellew, drowsily. "Enjoying myself immensely." The wagoner, growling, When you get up,
Okay, thank
shut
you.
about it. Bellew, yawning. Not on your life. No, sir. Not for Cadwallader and all his goats. You just get down out of my hay. Now, come. Bellew, sleepily. Enough, good fellow. Go to. Thy voice offends mine ear. The wagoner, threateningly. Ear be blown. If you don't get down out of my hay, I'll come and throw ye out. Bellew, drowsily. 'Twill be an act of wanton aggression that likes me not. Wagoner, dubiously. Where ye be going? Bellew, wherever you like to take me. Thy way shall be my way, and thy people. So drive on, my rustic Jehu, and heaven's blessings prosper thee. Saying which, Bellew closed his eyes again, sighed plaintively, and once more composed himself to slumber. But to drive on, the wagoner very evidently had no mind. Instead, flinging the reins upon the backs of his horses, he climbed down from his seat, and spitting on his hands, clenched them into fists, and shook them up for yawning Bellew, one after the other. It be enough, said he, to brave the old Adam inside of me to have a tramper on the road to snore in my hay. But I ain't going to be called names into the bargain. Rusty I may be, but I reckon I'm good enough for the likes of you, so come on down.
Just focus on
He was a very square
each part
man, this wagoner.
precisely
Square of head, square of jaw, and square of body.
detail
With twinkling blue eyes and
of
a
each part of the code,
face.
and like that I can corrige I can fix the problem here.
A very ugly opponent. Therefore Bellew sighed again, stretched himself, and very reluctantly climbed down out of the hay. No sooner was he fairly on the road than the wagoner went for him with a rush and a whirl of knotted fists. It was very dusty in that particular spot, so that it presently rose on a cloud, in the midst of which the battle raged, fast and furious. And in a while, the wagoner, rising out of the ditch, grinned to see Bellew wiping blood from his face. You be no fool, panted the wagoner, mopping his face with the end of the neckerchief. Leastways, not with your fists. Why, you're pretty good yourself, you
Me
comes to
too.
that, returned Bellew, mopping in his turn. Thus they stood a while staunching their wounds and gazing upon each other with a mutual and growing respect. Well, inquired Bellew, when he recovered his breath somewhat, shall we begin again, or do you think enough? To be sure, I begin to feel much better for your efforts, you see. Exercise is what I most need just now, on account of the haunting spectre of the might have been. To offset its effect, you know. But it is uncomfortably warm work here in the sun, isn't it? Ah, nodded the wagoner. It be. And suppose we continue our journey, said Bellew, with his dreamy gaze upon the tempting load of sweet-smelling hay. Ah, nodded the wagoner again, beginning to roll down his sleeves. Suppose we do. I'd above giving a lift to a chap as can use his fists. What if it is a vagrant, and a common dusty one at that? So if you're in the same
It's
mind about it,
happened natural, I
no
think.
more funny curses, mind. With which admonition, the wagoner nodded, grinned, and climbed back to his seat, while Bellew swung himself up into the hay once more. Friend, said he, as the wagon creaked upon its way, do you smoke? Ah, nodded the wagoner. Then here are 3 cigars which you didn't manage to smash just now. Cigars? It ain't often as I get so far as a cigar, as it be squire or parson. Cigars, eh? Saying which, the wagoner turned and accepted the cigars, which he proceeded to stow away in the cavernous interior of his wide-leaved hat, handling them with elaborate care, rather as if they were explosives of a highly dangerous kind. Meanwhile, George Bellew, American citizen and millionaire, lay upon the broad of his back, staring up at the cloudless blue above, and despite heartbreak and a certain haunting shadow, felt singularly content, which feeling he was at some pains with himself to account for. It's the exercise, said he, speaking his thought aloud, as he stretched luxuriously upon his soft and fragrant couch. After all, there's nothing like a little exercise. That's what they all say, nodded the wagoner. But I notice as them as says it ain't over fond of doing it. They mostly prefer to lie on their backs and talk about it, like yourself. Ah, said Bellew. Some are bound to exercise, some achieve exercise, and some, like myself, have exercise thrust upon them. But anyway, it is a very excellent thing, more especially when one is affected with a broken heart. No what? Inquired the wagoner. Blighted affections, then, sighed Bellew, settling himself more comfortably in the hay. You aren't really in love, are you? Cried the wagoner, cocking a somewhat sheepish eye at him. I was, but just at present. The Here Bennu lowered his voice. It is a rather painful subject with me. Let us therefore talk of something else. You don't mean to say your heart's broke, do ye? Inquired the wagoner, in a tone of such vast surprise and disbelief that Bennu turned and propped himself on an indignant elbow. Then why the deuce not? He retorted. My heart is no more impervious than anyone else's. Confound it. But, said the wagoner, you ain't got the look of an heartbreak cove, no more than Squire Cassilis. It's the same I heard telling Miss Anthea as his heart were broke, no later than yesterday, 2 o'clock in the afternoon as ever was. Anthea, repeated Bennu, blinking drowsily up at the sky again. That is a very quaint name, and very pretty. Pretty? Ah, so is Miss Anthea. That's a picture. Really? Bennu. Ah, nodded the wagoner. There ain't a man in nor out of the parish, from Squire down, don't think the very same. But here, the wagoner's voice tailed off into a needless drone that became merged with the creaking of the wheels, the plodding hoofstrokes of the horses, and Bennu fell asleep. He was awakened by feeling himself shaken lustily, and sitting up saw that they had come to where a narrow lane branched off from the high road and wound away between great trees. Yon's your way, pointed the wagoner, pointing on the high road. Dapplemere village lies over yonder, about a mile. Thank you very much, said Bennu, but I don't want the village. No? Inquired the wagoner, scratching his head. Certainly not, answered Bennu. Then what do you want? Oh, well, I'll just go lying here and see what turns up. So drive on, like the good fellow you are. Can't be done, said the wagoner. Why not? Why, since you asked me, because I don't have to drive no farther. There be the farmhouse, over the upland yonder. You can't see because of the trees, but there it be. So Bennu sighed resignedly, and perforce climbed down to the road. What do I owe you? He inquired. Owe me? Said the wagoner, staring. For the ride and the very necessary exercise you afforded me. Lord, cried the wagoner with a sudden great laugh. You don't owe me nothing for that. Not nohow. Are you one for knocking me into that ditch back yonder? Well, to be sure, I did give you 1 or 2 good ones, didn't I? You certainly did, answered Bennu, smiling, and he held out his hand. Hey, what be this? Cried the wagoner, staring down at the bright 5-shilling piece in his palm. Well, I rather think it's 5 shillings, said Bennu. It's big enough, heaven knows. English money is all okay, I suppose, but it's confoundedly confusing and rather heavy to drag around if you happen to have enough of it. Ah, nodded the wagoner, but then nobody never has enough of it. Leastways, I never knowed anybody had. Goodbye, sir, and thank ye, and good luck. Saying which, the wagoner chirruped to his horses, slipped the coin into his pocket, nodded, and the wagon creaked and rumbled up the lane. Bennu strolled along the road, breathing an air fragrant with honeysuckle from the hedges and full of the song of birds, pausing now and then to listen to the blithe carol of a skylark, or the rich, sweet notes of a blackbird, and feeling that it was indeed good to be alive, so that, what with all this, the springy turf beneath his feet and the blue expanse overhead, he began to whistle for very joy of it, until, remembering the haunting shadow of the might have been, he checked himself and sighed instead. Presently, turning from the road, he climbed a stile and followed a narrow path that led away across the meadows. And as he went, there met him a gentle wind laden with the sweet, warm scent of ripening hops and fruit. On he went, and on, heedless of his direction, until the sun grew low, and he grew hungry. Therefore, looking about, he presently espied a nook sheltered from the sun's level rays by a steep bank where flowers bloomed and ferns grew. Here he sat down, unslinging his knapsack, and here it was also that he first encountered small porches. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Money Moon by John Jeffrey Farnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evans. Chapter 4. How Small Porges, in looking for a fortune for another, found an uncle for himself instead. The meeting of George Bellew and Small Porges, as he afterwards came to be called, was sudden, precipitate, and wholly unexpected, and it befell on this wise. Bellew had opened his knapsack, had fished thence cheese, clasp knife, and a crusty loaf of bread, and having exerted himself so far, had fallen a thinking or a dreaming in his characteristic attitude, i.e., on the flat of his back, when he was aware of a crash in the hedge above, and then of something that hurtled past him, all arms and legs, that rolled over 2 or 3 times, and eventually brought up in a sitting posture. And, lifting a lazy head, Betty observed that it was a boy. He was a very diminutive boy with a round head covered with coppery curls, a boy who stared at Betty out of a pair of very round blue eyes, while he tenderly cherished a knee at an elbow. He'd been on the brink of tears for a moment. Meeting Betty's quizzical gaze, he manfully repressed the weakness, and, lifting the small and somewhat weather-beaten cap that found a precarious perch at the back of his curly head, he gravely wished Betty, "Good afternoon." "Well met, my Lord Chesterfield," nodded Betty, returning the salute. "Are you hurt?" "Just a bit on the elbow, but my name's George." "Why, so is mine," said Betty. "So they call me Georgie Porgy." "Of course they do," nodded Betty. "They used to call me the same once upon a time. Georgie Porgy, pudding and pie, kissed the girls and made them cry. And I never did anything of the kind. One doesn't do that sort of thing when one is young. And wise, that comes later, and brings its own care and heartbreak." Here Betty sighed and hacked a piece from the loaf with a clasp knife. "Are you hungry, Georgie Porgy?" he inquired, glancing up at the boy, who had risen and was removing some of the soil and dust from his small person with his cap. "Yes, I am. And here's bread and cheese and bottled stout. So fall to, good comrade." "Thank you, but I've got a piece of bread and jam in my bundle." "Bundle? I dropped it as I came through the hedge. I'll get it." As he spoke, he turned, and climbing up the bank, presently came back with a very small bundle that dangled from the end of a very long stick. And seating himself beside Betty, he proceeded to open it. There, sure enough, was the bread and jam in question, seemingly a little the worse for wear and tear. But Betty observed various articles adhering to it, amongst other things, a battered penknife and a top. These, however, were readily removed, and Georgie Porgy fell to with excellent appetite. "And pray," inquired Betty, after they had lunched silently together some while, "pray, where might you be going?" "I don't know yet," answered Georgie Porgy with a shake of his curls. "Good again," exclaimed Betty, "neither do I." "Well, I've been thinking of Africa," continued his diminutive companion, turning the remain of the bread and jam over and over thoughtfully. "Africa?" repeated Betty, staring. "That's quite a goodish step from here." "Yes," sighed Georgie Porgy, "but you see there's gold there, lots of it. They dig it out of the ground with shovels, you know. Old Adam told me all about it. It's gold I'm looking for, you see. I'm trying to find a fortune." "I beg your pardon," said Betty. "Money, you know," exclaimed Georgie Porgy with a patient sigh. "Pounds and shillings and banknotes, in a sack if I can get 'em." "And what does such a very small Georgie Porgy want so much money for?" "Well, it's for my auntie, you know, so she won't have to sell her house and go away from Dapplemere. She was telling me last night when I was in bed. She always comes to tuck me up, you know, and she told Jimmy she was afraid she'd have to sell Dapplemere and go to live somewhere else. So I asked why, and she said, of course she hasn't got any money. And, oh, Georgie, she said, oh, Georgie, if we could only find enough money to pay off the mortgage," suggested Betty at a venture. "Yes, that's it, but how did you know?" "Never mind how. Go on with your tale, Georgie Porgy." "If we could only find enough money, or somebody would leave us a fortune," she said. And she was crying, too, because I felt a tear fall on me, you know. "So this morning I got up awful early and made myself a bundle on a stick like Dick Whittington had when he left home, and I started off to find a fortune." "I see," nodded Betty. "But I haven't found anything yet," said Georgie Porgy with a long sigh. "I suppose money takes a lot of looking for, doesn't it?" "Sometimes," Betty answered. "And do you live alone with your auntie then, Georgie Porgy?" "Yes, most boys live with their mothers, but that's where I'm different. I don't need one because I've got my auntie Anthea." "Anthea?" repeated Betty thoughtfully. Hereupon they fell silent, Betty watching the smoke curl up from his pipe into the warm, still air, and Georgie Porgy watching him with very thoughtful eyes and a somewhat troubled brow, as if turning over some weighty matter in his mind. At last he spoke. "Please," said he with a certain diffidence, "well, where do you live?" "Live?" repeated Betty, smiling. "Under my hat. Here, there, and everywhere. Nowhere in particular. But I mean, where is your home?" "My home," said Betty, exhaling a great cloud of smoke, "my home lies beyond the bounding billow." "That sounds an awful long way off." "It is an awful long way off." "And where do you sleep while you're here?" "Anywhere they'll let me. Tonight I shall sleep at some inn, I suppose, if I can find one. If not, under a hedge or hayrick." Oh, have you got any home of your own then? Yeah? No. And you're not going home just yet? I mean, across the bounding billow? Not yet. Then, if it isn't too much trouble, would you mind coming with me to help me to find the fortune? You see, you are so very big and... Oh, will you please? Lord Bennu sat up suddenly and smiled. Bennu's smile was at all times wonderfully pleasant to see, at least the boy thought so. Georgie Bolton, said he, you can just bet your small life I will. And there's my hand on it, old chap. Bennu's lips were solemn now, and all the best of his smile seemed somehow to have got into his grey eyes. So the big hand clasped the small one, and as they looked at each other, there sprang up a certain understanding that was to be an enduring bond between them. I think, said Bennu as he put his pipe again, I think I'll call you Porgies. It's shorter, easier, and I think altogether apt. I'll be big Porgies, you shall be small Porgies. What do you say? Yes, it's not better than Georgie Porgy, said the boy. So, small Porgies, he declared thenceforth. But, said he, after a thoughtful pause, I mean, if you don't mind, I'd rather call you Uncle Porgies. You see, Dick Bennet, the blacksmith boy, has 3 uncles, and I've only got a single aunt. So if you don't mind, Uncle Porgies, it shall be now and forever, amen, murmured Benny. And where do you suppose we'd better start? Inquired small Porgies, beginning to retie his bundle. Start where, nephew? To find the fortune? Yeah, said Benny. If we could manage to find some, even if it was only very little, it would cheer her up so. To be sure it would, said Benny. Sitting up, he pitched loaf, cheese, and clasp knife back into the knapsack, fastened it, slung it upon his shoulders, and rising, took up his stick. Come on,
All
my
you
boys,
say,
said he.
it's ridiculous.
Whatever you do, keep your weather eye on your uncle. Where do you suppose we'd better look first? Inquired small Porgies eagerly. Why, first I think we'd better find your Auntie Anthea. What? Began Porgies, his face falling. But we know about my Porgies, smiled Benny, laying his hand on the youth's nephew's shoulder. But we know about boy, and as I said before, just keep your eye on your uncle. End of chapter 4.
Avec Shopify, obtenez tous les bons outils pour vendre, des outils de design pour développer votre marque, des outils de marketing pour susciter l'intérêt de plus de clients et des outils de vente pour élargir votre champ d'action en ligne, sur médias sociaux, en personne et bien plus encore. De la petite entreprise à la multinationale, les outils de Shopify supportent votre croissance. Vous pouvez ainsi vous concentrer sur ce que vous faites le mieux. Inscrivez-vous à une période d'essai à 1 € par mois sur shopify.com/gratuit. Rendez-vous sur shopify.com/gratuit pour faire passer votre marque au niveau supérieur des autres.
Chapter 5 of The Money Moon by John Jeffrey Farnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evans. Chapter 5. How Bennu Came to Arcadia. So they set out together, big Porgies and small Porgies, walking side by side over sun-kissed field and meadow, slowly and thoughtfully to be sure, for Bennu disliked hurry, often pausing to listen to the music of running waters, or to stare away across the purple valley, for the sun was getting low. And, ever as they went, they talked to one another wholeheartedly, as good friends should. But from the boy's eager lips, Bennu heard much of Auntie Anthea.
No, I'm not
Something of the
I'm
brave
not
fight she had made,
secretly
lonely and unaided,
generating AI.
burdened with ancient debt, to make
I'm
the
just a
farmer
woman,
doubly repay.
you know.
Likewise, small Porgies spoke learnedly of the condition of the markets and of the distressing fall in prices in regards to hay and wheat. Old Adam, he's our man, you know. He says that farming isn't what it was in his young days, especially if you happen to be a woman like my Auntie Anthea. And he told me yesterday that if you were Auntie, you'd give up trying and take Mr. Cassilis at his word. Cassilis, and who is Mr. Cassilis? He lives at Brampton Court, great big house about a mile from Brampton, and he's always asking my auntie to marry him. Of course she won't. Why not? I think it's because he's got such big white teeth when he smiles. He's always smiling, you know. But old Adam says that if he'd been born a woman, he'd marry a man with teeth, or no teeth at all, if he had as much money as Mr. Cassilis. The sun was low in the west, as, skirting a wood, they came out upon a grassy lane that presently led them into the great highway. Now, as they trudged along together, small Porgies with one hand clasped with Bennu's, and the other supporting the bundle on his shoulder, there appeared, galloping towards them, a man on a fine black horse, inside of whom Porgies' clasp tightened, They drew nearer to Benny's side. When he was nearly arrested for horseman, checked his career so suddenly that his ankle was thrown back on his haunches. "Why, Georgie!" he exclaimed. "Good evening, Mr. Cassilis," said Small Porges, lifting his cap. Mr. Cassilis was tall, handsome, well-built, and very particular as to dress. Benny noticed that his teeth were indeed very large and white beneath the small, carefully trained moustache. Also, his eyes seemed just a trifle too close together, perhaps. "Why, what in the world have you been up to, boy?" he inquired, regarding Benny with no very friendly eye. "Your aunt is worrying herself ill on your account. What have you been doing with yourself all day?" Again, Benny felt the small fingers tighten round his, and the small figure shrink a little closer to him. And Small Porges answered, "I've been with Uncle Porges, Mr. Cassilis." "With who?" demanded Mr. Cassilis, more sharply. "With his Uncle Porges, sir," Benny replied. "A trustworthy person, and very much at your service." Mr. Cassilis stared. His hand began to stroke and caress his small black moustache, and he viewed Benny from his dusty boots up to the crown of his dusty hat, and down again with supercilious eyes. "Uncle?" he repeated incredulously. "Porges," nodded Benny. "I wasn't aware," began Mr. Cassilis, "that George was so very fortunate." "That's his full name, George," continued Benny. "Native of New York, Newport, and other places in America, USA. At present of nowhere in particular." "Ah," said Mr. Cassilis, his eyes seeming to grow a trifle nearer together. "An American uncle. Still, I was not aware of even that relationship." "It is a singularly pleasing thought," smiled Benny, "to know that we may learn something every day. But one never knows what the day may bring forth. Tomorrow, for instance, you also may find yourself a nephew, somewhere or other, though personally I doubt it. Yes, I greatly doubt it. Still, one never knows, you know. While there's life, there's hope. A very good afternoon to you, sir. Come, nephew mine, this evening falls apace, and I grow weary. Let us on. Excelsior!" Mr. Cassilis' cheek, who suddenly red, twirled his moustache angrily, and seemed about to speak. He smiled instead, and, turning his horse, spurred him savagely, and galloped back down the road in a cloud of dust. "Did you see his teeth, Uncle Porges?" "I did." "He only smiles like that when he's awfully angry," said Small Porges, shaking his head as the galloping hoof-strokes died away in the distance. "What do you suppose he went back for?" "Well, Porges, it's in my mind that he's gone back to warn our Auntie Anthea of our coming." He sighed, and his feet dragged in the dust. "Tired, my Porges?" "Just a bit, you know, but it isn't that. I was thinking that the day had almost gone. I haven't found a bit of the fortune yet." "Why, there's always tomorrow to live for, my Porges." "Yes, of course, there's always tomorrow. I did find you, you know, Uncle Porges." "To be sure you did. And an uncle is better than nothing at all, isn't he? Even if he is rather dusty and disreputable of exterior. One doesn't find an uncle every day of one's life, my Porges. No, sir." "You are so nice and big, you know," said Porges, viewing Benny with a bright approving eye. "Not would be a better word, perhaps," suggested Benny, smiling down at him. "And wide, too," nodded Small Porges. And from these two facts he seemed to derive a deal of solid comfort and satisfaction, for he stood on Anthony once more. Leaving the high road, he guided Benny by divers winding paths, through cornfields and over stiles, until at length they would come to an orchard. Such an orchard as surely may only be found in Kent, where great apple trees, gnarled and knotted, shot out huge branches that seemed to twist and writhe. There were stately pear trees, where peaches and apricots ripened, against time-worn walls with red bricks still glowing rosily for all their years. But the air was sweet with the scent of fruit, and fragrant with thyme and sage and marjoram. And where the blackbirds, old marauders that they are, piped gloriously all day long. In the midst of this orchard they stopped. Small Porges rested one hand against the rugged bole of a great old apple tree. "This," said he, "is my very own tree, because he's so very big and so very, very old. Adam says it's the oldest tree in the orchard. I call it King Arthur, because he's so big and strong, just like a king should be, you know. And all the other trees are his knights of the Round Table." Benny was not looking at King Arthur just then. His eyes were turned to where one came towards him through the green. One surely as tall, gracious, as proud and beautiful as Enid or Guinevere or any of those lovely ladies, but all her simple gown of blue and the sunbonnet which shaded the beauty of her face. Yes, as he gazed,
Betty was sure and certain that she who, all unconscious of their presence, going slowly towards them, with the red glow of the sunset about her, was handsomer, lovelier, statelier, and altogether more desirable than all the beautiful ladies of King Arthur's court, or any other court soever. But Bias spoke Porges, finding him so silent, seeing where he looked, his needs beheld her too, and gave a sudden glad cry, and ran out from behind the great bulk of King Arthur. But she, hearing his voice, turned and ran to meet him, sank upon her knees before him, and clasped him against her heart, and rejoiced, and wept, and scolded him, all in a breath. Therefore Billy, unobserved, was yet in King Arthur's shadow, watching the proud head with its bewildered curls, for for some point it had tossed back upon her shoulders, watching the quick, passionate caress of those slender brown hands, and listening to the thrilling tenderness of that low, soft voice, felt all at once strangely lonely and friendless about his place, very rough and awkward, very much aware of his dusty person. Not indeed as any other ordinary human might, who had tumbled unexpectedly into Arcadia. Therefore he turned, thinking to steal quietly away. You see, Auntie, I went out to try and find a fortune for you, Small Porges was explaining, and I looked and looked, but I didn't find a bit. My dear, dear, brave Georgie, said Anthony, when he kissed him again, and he put her off. Wait a minute, please, Auntie, he said excitedly, because I did find something. Just as I was growing very tired and disappointed, I found Uncle Porges under a bed, you know. Uncle Porges? Said Anthony, starting. Oh, that must be the man Mr. Cassilis mentioned. So I brought him with me, pursued Small Porges, and there he is. He pointed triumphantly towards King Arthur. Glancing thither, Anthea beheld a tall, dusty figure moving off among the trees. Oh, wait, please, called, rising to her feet. But the Small Porges' hand approached Benny, who had stopped with his dusty back to him. I want to thank you for taking care of my nephew. If you will come up to the house, cook shall give you a good meal, and if you are in need of work, Her voice faltered uncertainly, but she stopped. Thank you, said Benny, turning and lifting his hand. I beg your pardon, said Anthony. Now, as their eyes met, it seemed to Benny as though he lived all his life in expectation of this man. That all his life he should never forget this man. But now, even when he looked at her, he saw her cheeks flush painfully, and her dark eyes grow troubled. I beg your pardon, said she again. I thought Mr. Cassilis gave me to understand that you were a very dusty, hungry-looking fellow, perhaps, smiled Benny. And he was quite right, you know. The dust you can see for yourself, but the hungry must take my word for it. As for the work, I assure you, exercise is precisely what I am looking for. But, said Anthony, stopped, and tapped the grass nervously with her foot, and twisted one of her bonnet strings. Meeting Benny's steady gaze, flushed again. But you are Uncle Porges, the nephew chimed in, and I brought him home with me because he's going to help me to find a fortune, and he hasn't got any place to go to because his home's far, far beyond the bounding billow. So you will let him stay, won't you, Aunt Anthea? Why, Georgie, she began. But seeing her distressed look, Benny came to her rescue. Pray do, Miss Anthea, said he, in his quiet, easy manner. My name is Benny, he went on to explain. I'm an American, without family or friends, here, there, or anywhere. With nothing in the world to do but follow the path of the winds. Indeed, I am rather a solitary fellow, at least I was until I met my nephew Porges here. Since then I've been wondering if there would be room for such as I to Dapplemere. Oh, there would be plenty of room, said Anthea, hesitating, and wrinkling her white brow, for a doctor was something entirely new in her experience. As my character, pursued Bellew, though something of a vagabond, I am not a rogue, Mr. Hope. And I could pay £4 or £5 a week. Oh, exclaimed Anthea with a little gasp. If that would be sufficient. It is a great deal too much, said Anthea, who was scarcely dared to ask for it. Pardon me, but I think not, said Benny, shaking his head. You see, I am rather extravagant in eating. Eggs, you know, lots of them, and ham, and beef, and duck. Duck quacked loudly from the vicinity of the neighbouring pond. Certainly an occasional duck. Indeed, £5 a week would scarcely. 3 would be ample, said Anthea, with a little nod of finality. Anyway, said Benny, we'll make it 4 and have done with it. Anthea Devine, the absolute mistress of Dapplemere, was in the habit of exerting her authority, and having her own way in most things. Therefore she glanced up in some surprise at this tall, dusty, rather lazy little personage, and she noticed, even as had small porches, that he was indeed very big and round. She noticed also that, despite the easy courtesy of his manner and the quizzical light of his grey eyes, his chin was very square, and that, despite his gentle voice, he had the air of one who meant exactly what he said. Nevertheless, she was much inclined to take issue with him upon the matter, plainly observing which, Baby smiled and shook his head. "Pray be reasonable," he said in his gentle voice. "If you send me away to some horrible thing or other, it will cost me, being an American, more than that every week in tips and things. So let's shake hands on it and call it settled." And he held out his hand to her. £4 a week. It would be a very good godsend just at present. I should so hard put to it to make both ends meet. £4 a week. So Anthea stood, lost in frowning thought, until meeting his frank smile, she laughed. "You are dreadfully persistent," she said, "and I know it is too much, but we'll try to make you as comfortable as we can." And she laid her hand in his. And thus it was that George Benjy came to Dapplemere in the glory of the afterglow of an August afternoon, breathing the magic air of Arcadia, which is, and always has been, that rare quality wanted to go to the head sooner or later. And thus it was that Small Porges, with his bundle on his shoulder, viewed this tall, dusty uncle with the eye of possession, which is oft-times an eye of rapture. Anthea? He was busy calculating to a scrupulous nicety the very vexed question as to exactly how far for a client Marie might be made to go to the best possible advantage of all concerned. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Money Moon by John Jeffrey Farley. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evans. Chapter 6 of The Sad Condition of the Haunted Spectre of the Might Have Been. Dapplemere Farmhouse, or the Manor, as it was still called by many, had been built when Henry VIII was king, as the carved inscription above the door testified. The house of Dapplemere was a place of many gables and latticed windows, with tall, slender chimneys shaped and wrought into things of beauty and delight. It possessed a great old hall, and spacious chambers, and broad stairways, with panelled corridors, sudden flights of steps that led up or down again for no apparent reason. There were broad and generous hearths and deep window seats, and everywhere, within and without, there lurked an indefinable old-world charm that was the heritage of the earth. Storms had buffeted and tempests had beat upon it, but all in vain, to save that the bricks glowed a deeper red where they peeped out beneath the clinging ivy. The old house stood as it had upon that far day when it was fashioned, in the year of our Lord 1524. In England, many such houses are yet to be found, monuments of the bad old times, memorials of the Dark Ages, where lathe and stucco existed not, and the jury builder had no being. But where among them all might be found such another parlour as this of Dapplemere, its low raftered ceiling, its great carved mantel, its panelled walls whence old portraits looked down upon like green faces in dim and nebulous backgrounds? And where might be found two such bright-eyed, rosy-cheeked, quick-footed, deft-handed Phyllises as the two buxom maids who flitted here and there, obedient to their mistress's word or gesture? Lastly, where in all this wide world could there ever be found just such another hostess as Miss Anthea herself? Something of this was in Baby's mind as he sat in Small Porges beside him, watching Miss Anthea dispense tea, cooling as it should be, in an earthen teapot. "Do you think so, Mr. Benjy?" "Thank you. Mrs. Blackbird and Mrs. Raspberry will come, but the Blackbird jam's the best, Uncle Porges." "Thank you, nephew. Now aren't you awful glad I found you under that hedge, Uncle Porges?" "Nephew, I am." "Nephew?" repeated Anthea, glancing at him with raised brows. "Oh, yes, Mother Benny, we adopted each other about 4 o'clock this afternoon. Under a hedge, you know," added Small Porges. "Wasn't it a very sudden and altogether unheard of proceeding?" Anthea inquired. "Well, it might have been if it had happened anywhere but in Arcadia." "What do you mean by Arcadia, Uncle Porges?" "A place I've been looking for nearly all my life, nephew. I'll trouble you for the Blackbird jam, my Porges." "Yes, try the Blackbird. Aunt Priscilla made it her very own self. It's perfectly ridiculous. Anthea frowning and laughing both at the same time. What is Miss Anthea? Why, that you should be sitting here calling Georgie your nephew, and that I should be pouring out tea for you, quite as a matter of course. It seems to me the most delightfully natural thing in the world, said Ben, in his slow and grave manner. Perhaps we may be half an hour, but then friendships ripen quickly in Arcadia. I wonder what Aunt Priscilla will have to say about it. Aunt Priscilla? She is our housekeeper, dearest, busiest, gentlest little housekeeper in all the world. But with little sharp eyes, Mr. Moody. She will either like you very much or not at all.
Wait,
There's no half pleasure about Aunt
waiting
Priscilla.
for something.
Now, I wonder which it will be, said Benny, helping himself to more jam. Oh, she'll like you, of course, nodded Small Porters. I know she'll like you, because you're so different to Mr. Cassilis. He's got black hair and a moustache, you know, and your hair's gold like mine. And he was so... there, isn't it? And I know she doesn't like Mr. Cassilis, and I don't either, because... She'll be back tomorrow, said Anthony, silencing Small Porters with a gentle touch of her hand. And we shall be glad, shan't we, Georgie? Ours is not the same place without her. You see, I'm off in the fields all day, as a rule. A farm, even such a small one as Dapplemere, is a great responsibility. It takes up all one's time, which is to be made to pay. And sometimes it doesn't pay at all, you know, Small Porters. And then Auntie Anthea worries, and I worry too. Mommy isn't what it was in Adam's young days, so that's why I must find a fortune early tomorrow morning, you know, so my auntie won't have to worry anymore. Now, when we got thus far, Anthea leaned over, taking him by surprise, kissed Small Porters suddenly. It was very good and brave of you, dear, said she in her soft, thrilling voice, to go out all alone into this big world and try and find a fortune for me. Here she would have kissed him again, but he reminded her that they were not alone. But Georgie, dear, fortunes are very hard to find, especially around Dapplemere, I'm afraid, said she with a rueful little laugh. Yes, that's why I was going to Africa, you know. Africa, she repeated. Africa? Oh, yes, nodded Betty. When I met him, he was on his way there to bring gold for you, in a sack. And the Uncle Porter said it was a goodish way off, you know, so I decided to stay and find the fortune nearer home. And thus they talked unaffectedly together, until, tea being over, Anthea volunteered to show Betty over her small domain, and they went out, all three, into an evening that breathed of roses and honeysuckle. And as they went, slow-footed through the deepening twilight, Small Porters directed Betty's attention to certain nooks and corners that might be well calculated to conceal the fortune they were to find. While Anthea pointed out to him the beauties of shady wood, of rolling meadow, and winding stream. But there were other beauties that neither of them thought to call to his attention, but which Betty noted with observing eyes nonetheless. Such, for instance, as the way Anthea had of drooping her shadowy lashes at sudden and unexpected moments, the wistful droop of her warm red lips, and the sweet round column of her throat. These, and much beside, Betty noticed for himself as they walked on together through this midsummer evening. And so betimes Betty got him to bed, and though the hour was ridiculously early, yet he fell into a profound slumber and dreamed of nothing at all. But far away on the road, forgotten and out of mind, with futile writhing of grimaces, the haunting shadow of the might have been gibbered in the shadows. End of chapter 6.
Amazon vous livre du rire avec Lol qui ressort, inclure des crânes. Que bueno, que rico, que lindo.
Aïe, aïe, aïe.
Faites-vous plaisir avec les dernières sorties cinéma. Achetez Les Gardiens de la Galaxie volume 3.
La galaxie a encore besoin de ses gardiens.
Regardez aussi le HBO original House of the Dragon avec un essai offert du Pass Warner. Ça se passe ici, sur Prime Video. 7 jours d'essai offert pour le Pass Warner, puis 9,99€ par mois. Des coûts et conditions générales supplémentaires peuvent s'appliquer. Désabonnez-vous à tout moment.
It's 23 hours.
Geoffrey Farmer, whose LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Simon Evans. Chapter 7, which concerns itself, among other matters, with the old Adam. Betty awakened early next morning, which was an unusual thing for Betty to do under ordinary circumstances, since he was wondering how with that phrase was written somewhere or other, something to the following effect. God bless the man who first discovered sleep, and damn the man with curses loud and deep, who first invented
early rising. Nevertheless, Bennu, as has been said, awoke early next morning to find the sun pouring in at his window and making a glory all about him. But it was not this that had roused him, he thought as he lay blinking drowsily, nor the blackbird wonderfully in an apple tree outside, but the inquisitive apple tree that had writhed and comported itself most unnaturally in its efforts to peep in at the window. Therefore Bennu fell to wondering, sweetly enough, what it could have been. Presently it came again, the sound. A very peculiar sound, which Bennu had never heard before, which, as he listened, gradually evolved itself into a kind of monotonous chant, intoned by a voice deep and harsh, but withal not unmusical. Now the words of the chant were these: "When I am dead, diddle-diddle, as well may hap, beddy-deep, diddle-diddle, under the tap. Under the tap, diddle-diddle, I'll tell you why. That I may drink, diddle-diddle, when I am dry." Hereupon Bennu rose, and crossing to the open casement, leaned out into the golden freshness of the morning. Looking about, he presently espied the singer, one who carried 2 pails suspended from a yoke upon his shoulders. A very square man, that is to say, square of shoulder, square of head, and square of jaw. He, in fact, none other than the waggoner with whom he had fought and ridden on the previous afternoon. Seeing which, Bennu hailed him with cheery greeting. The man glanced up, and breaking off his song in the middle of the note, stood gazing at Bennu with open mouth. "What, be that you, sir?" he cried at last, and then, "Lord, what be you a-doing of up there?" "I'm sleeping, of course," answered Bennu. "What, again?" exclaimed the waggoner with a grin. "You should be forever sleeping when I do believe." "Well, when you're anywhere about," laughed Bennu. "What it means what be then?" "You're singing, is it?" "I'm singing? Lord love you, and when it mine. My singing will wake the dead. Leastways so Prudence says, she's generally right. Leastways if she ain't, she's an uncommon good cook, and that goes a long way with most of them. But I don't sing very often unless I be alone, or easy in my mind and happy-hearted, which I ain't." "No?" replied Bennu. "But by no manner of means I ain't. Contrariwise, my heart is sore and full of gloom. Don't you wonder that now?" "And yet you were singing." "Aye, for sure I was singing. And then who could help singing on such a morning as this be, and with a blackbird piping away in the tree there? Oh, I was singing. I don't go for to deny it. It's sore hard, you know, to be filled with gloom, sir, notwithstanding." "You mean," said Bennu, becoming suddenly thoughtful, "that you are haunted by the clerk inspector of, might have been?" "Lord bless you, no, sir. This ain't no spectre, nor yet no skeleton. But after all, it's only old bones and such. No, this ain't nothing of that sort, and no more than everything as I can stand here a making about for a long day's work before me. Fancy your pardon, sir." Saying which, the waggoner nodded suddenly, and strode off with his pails clanking cheerily. Very soon Bennu was shaved and dressed, and going downstairs he let himself out into the early sunshine, and strolled away towards the farmyard, where cocks crew, cows lowed, ducks quacked, turkeys and geese gobbled and hissed, and where the waggoner moved to and fro among them all, like a presiding genius. "I think," said Bennu as he came up, "I think you must be the Adam I've heard of." "That be my name, sir." "Then Adam Philippi," said Bennu, extending his pouch, whereupon Adam thanked him, and fishing a small, short, black clay from his pocket, proceeded to fill and to light it. "Yes, sir," he nodded, inhaling the tobacco with much apparent enjoyment. "Adam I was baptized some 30-odd year ago, but I generally call myself Old Adam." "But you're not Old Adam." "Why then I can't be age, you see, sir. It's all because of the old Adam as is inside of me. Oh, bloody, I'm naturally that full of the old Adam as never was. It's always up and taking of me at shortest notice. Only t'other day, Leopard took me because Joe Jagway, he works for Squire Cassilis, you understand, sir. Because Joe Jagway says as our wheat, meaning his ancestors, you understand, sir, was mouldy. Well, the old Adam up and took me to that extent, sir, and they had to carry Joe Jagway home afterwards. It was all on account of the old Adam. He'd be the mildest chap you ever see, naturally. Mild? Sucking dogs wouldn't be nothing to me for mildness. What did the squire say about your spoiling his man? Well, I wrote to Miss Anthea, of course, sir. He's always writing to Miss Anthea about some or other. Says as how he wasn't minded to look me up for assault and battery. But out of respect for her, he let me off, no warning."
Miss Anthea was worried, I suppose. Worried, sir? Oh, Adam, says she. Oh, Adam, I've not got enough to bear, but you must make it harder for me. I see the tears in her eyes while she did it. You make it harder for her? Just as if I wouldn't make things lighter for her if I could. For I. Just as if, to help Miss Anthea, I wouldn't let him take me in. Only I would. Yes, I'm sure you would, added Betty. And is the squire over here at Dapplemere very often, Adam? Why, not so much lately, sir. Last time or yesterday, just before Master Georgie came home. I was work here in the yard. Squire comes riding up to me. I didn't quite friendly like. A little bit of it between the George Jedway. I ain't back to work there. Oh, Adam, says he. So you're having a sale here at Dapplemere, are you? Meaning, sir, sell some bits, sticks of furniture. Santa's first apartment to meet some floor. Some of that, sir, says I. It feels like a bit as I could. Why then, Adam, says he. George Jedway should have to come out to buy a few things. No more fighting, says he. So he nods, smiles, and off he rides. So how much can go? The old Adam rides up on me to that extent as it's a mercy I have no pitchfork handy. Then he is sitting on the shaft of a cart with his back against the wall. Listens to this narration with an air of dreamy abstraction. But Adam's quick eyes noticed that despite the unruffled serenity of his brow, his chin seemed rather more prominent. So that was why you were feeling gloomy, was it, Adam? Well, not to make any man feel gloomy, I should think. His answer is brave enough, but a wrinkle will come nigh breaking her heart. See old stuff, so he's going to drive over to Cranbrook to be out of the way while it's a-doing. And when does the sale take place? Certainly out on end, sir, as ever was. So, perhaps, mum's the word, sir. He broke off, and winking violently with the sideways motion of the head, he took up his pitchfork. Therefore, glancing round, then you saw Anthea coming towards them, fresh and sweet as the morning. Her hands were full of flowers, and she carried her sunbonnet upon her arm. Here and there a rebellious curve escaped from its fastenings, and so desirous, very mentally, of kissing the soft oval of her cheek and the white curve of her hair. And among them Betty noticed one in particular, a roguish curl that glowed in the sun with a copper light and peeped wantonly above her ear. Good morning, rising, and to all appearance addressing the curl in question. You were early abroad this morning? Early, Mr. Benyon? I've been up hours. I'm generally out at 4 o'clock on market days. We work hard and long at Dapplemere, giving him her hand with that rosy, sweet smile. Aye, for sure, nodded Adam. The farming ain't what it was in my young days. I think we could do away with the hops, Adam. Hops, Miss Anthea? Lord love you. Red hops nowhere so good in R&B. They want to be ready for picking soon. Do you think 60 people will be enough? I would be more than enough, Miss Anthea. And, Adam, the 5-acre field should be mowed today. I sent the man in it right out of breakfast. I'll have it done. Trust me, Miss Anthea. I do, Adam. You know that. With a smiling nod, she took away. Now, as Betty walked on beside her, he felt a strange constraint upon him, such as he had never experienced towards any woman before, and which he was at great pains with himself to account for. Indeed, so rough was he, that he started suddenly to find that she was asking the question. Do you like Dapplemere, Mr. Benyon? Like it, he repeated. Like it? Yes, indeed. I'm so glad, she answered, eyes glowing with pleasure. It was a much larger property once. Look. And she pointed away across cornfields and rolling meadow to the distant woods. In my grandfather's time it was all this, as far as you could see and farther. But it has dwindled since then, and today my Dapplemere is very small indeed. You must be very fond of such a beautiful place. Oh, I love it, she cried passionately. If ever I had to give it up, I think I should die. She stopped suddenly, as though somewhat abashed by this sudden outburst, added in a lighter tone. It must seem rather tragic, it is because this is the only home I've ever known. Well, said Betty, growing rather more dreamy than usual just then. I have journeyed here and there in this world of ours. I've wandered up and down and to and fro in it, like a certain celebrated personage of the neighbours. Yet I never saw or dreamed of any such places as Dapplemere Hills. It is like Arcadia itself, no doubt an out of place. It seems somehow to be too commonplace and altogether matter of fact. I'm sure I'm matter of fact enough, said. Bellow squeezed off, but then he thought it was all too bad. You, Teddy, shook his head. Well, she cried, glancing at him through her wind-tossed curls. You were like some fair and stately lady out of the old romances, he said gravely. In a black gown with a sunbonnet? Even so, he nodded. Here, for no apparent reason, happening to meet his glance, the colour deepened in her cheek, and she was silent. Therefore Benny went on in his slow, placid tones. You, surely, are the princess ruling this fair land of Arcadia, and I am the stranger within your gates. It behoves you, therefore, to be merciful to the stranger, if only for the sake of our mutual nephew. Whatever Anthony might have said in answer was cut short by Small Porges himself, who came galloping towards him with the sun bright in his curls. Oh, Uncle Porges, he panted as he came up. I was afraid you'd gone away and left me. I've been hunting and hunting for you ever since I got home. No, I haven't gone away yet, my Porges, you see. I won't go, never or ever, will you? Well, said Mary, taking the small hand of his, that is a question that we had better leave to the future nephew. But why? When you see, it doesn't rest with me altogether, my Porges. Then who? He was beginning. Danforth's softer voice interrupted him. What dear, didn't we send you to tell us that breakfast was ready? Oh yes, I was forgetting. Breakfast again, wasn't it? Well, you are going to stay. Oh, a long, long time, aren't you, Uncle Porges? I sincerely hope so, answered Benny. Well, as he spoke, his eyes, by the nearest chance in the world, happened to meet Anthea's. Whereupon she turned and slipped on her sunbonnet, which was very natural. The sun was growing hot already. I'm awfully glad, sighed Small Porges. And Auntie's glad too, aren't you, Auntie? Why, of course, in the depths of the sunburn. Because now you see, there are two of us to take care of you. Uncle Porges is so nice and big and wide, isn't he, Auntie? Yes. What are you talking about? Why, I mean, I'm rather small to take care of you all by myself alone, Auntie, though I do my best, of course. If I thought I found myself a big, tall Uncle Porges, and with a head, you know, we can take care of you together, can't we, Auntie Anthea? Anthea only hurried on without speaking. Whereupon Small Porges continued all unheeding. Yes, remember the other night, Auntie, when you were crying, you said you wish you had someone very big and strong to take care of you. Oh, Georgie. But you did, you know, Auntie, and so that was why I went out and found my Uncle Porges for you, so that he... Here, Mistress Anthea, for all her pride and stateliness, catching her gown about her, fairly ran on down the path and never paused till she reached the cool, dim pile. Being there, she tossed aside her sunbonnet and looked at herself in the long, old mirror. And though surely no mirror made by man ever reflected a fair vision of dark-eyed witchery and loveliness, nevertheless, Anthea stamped her foot and frowned. Oh, she exclaimed, and then again, oh, Georgie, covered her burning cheeks. Meanwhile, Big Porges and Small Porges, walking along hand in hand, shook their heads solemnly, wondering much upon the propitiousness of arts and the waywardness thereof. I never actually remember my Uncle Porges. Oh, I wonder. I expect she's a bit angry with me, you know, because I told you she was crying. Said Benny. And Auntie takes an awful lot of looking after.
Let's go.
Yes, nodded Benny. I suppose so. Especially if she happens to be young and what, Uncle Porges? Beautiful, nephew. Don't you think she's really beautiful? Small Porges. I'm afraid I do, Benny confessed. So does Mr. Cassilis. I heard him tell her so once in the orchard. Well, said Benny. Ah, but you ought to see her when she comes to tuck me up at night, with her hair all down and me all about her, like a shiny cloak, you know. Oh, said Benny. Please, Uncle Porges, said Georgie, turning to look up to him. What makes you hum so much this morning?
Okay, if you try this, it's not an easy. Don't be afraid about this.
Next to soft impeachment, sir. But I'm thinking too.
Exactly.
What is it, old chap?
And
I
his
think we ought to begin
position.
to find out first with her after breakfast. Why, it isn't quite the right season for hunting yet. At least not in Arcadia, answered Benny, shaking his head. No, but why not? Well, the moon isn't right for one thing. The moon? Echoed Small
Oh yes, we must wait for a money moon, you know. Sure, you've heard of a money moon. Very not, said Perch regretfully. But I've heard of a honeymoon. Oh, much the same.
Yes, auto haha is very funny. Okay.
I can't exactly say, my apologies, but come it will one of these fine nights. When it does, we shall know that the fortune is close by, waiting to be found. Don't mind me spoken about it. Just keep your eye on your uncle. Betimes, they came into breakfast. Anthea awaited them at the head of the table. Then, Lucilla Demure, so gracious and self-possessed, so sweetly sedate as she. The cavalier, the picture above the carved banquet, versed in the ways of the world, and the pretty tricks and wiles of the both-sex feminine, smiled down at Betty with an expression of such roguish bragging, and said plain as words, "We know." Betty, remembering a certain pair of slender ankles that had revealed themselves in their hurried flight, smiled back at the cavalier, and all he could do to refrain from winking outright. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Money Moon by John Jeffrey Farnell. This Biblivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evans. Chapter 8, which tells of Miss Priscilla, of Peaches, and of Sergeant Appleby, late of the 19th Hussars. Small Porges was at his lessons. He was perched at the great oak table beside the window, pen in hand, within easy reach of Anthea, who sat busy with her letters and the plans. Small Porges was laboriously inscribing in a somewhat splashed and scared copybook the rather surprising facts that
Okay, if you say this, I can alternate that.
Potatoes, a river in Spain, and that Artaxerxes was a king of the Persians. And the like surprising, curious, and interesting items of news, his pen making not half so many curves and twists as it is small at a time. As he wrote, he frowned terrifically and sighed off betwixt whiles, and Betty, watching, as he stood outside the window, noticed that Anthea frowned also, as she bent over her accounts, and sighed weird more than once. It was after a sigh rather more hopeless than usual, that she chanced to raise her eyes, and encountered those of the watcher outside, who, seeing himself discovered, smiled, and came to lean in at the open window. "Won't they balance?" he inquired, with a nod towards the heap of bills and papers before her. "Oh, yes," he answered with a rueful little smile, "but on the wrong side, you know what I mean?" "I know," touching how her lashes curled against her cheek. "If only we had done better with our first crop of wheat," she sighed. "Joe Jagway said it was mouldy, you know. That's why I had to punch him in the... Georgie, go on with your work, then." "Yes, Auntie." Each Small Porges' pen began to scratch, and his tongue to writhe and twist as before. "I'm building all my hopes this year on the hops," said Anthea, taking her head upon her hand. "If they should fail..." "Well," inquired Betty, with his gaze upon the soft curve of her throat, "I don't think of it." "Then don't. Let us talk of something else." "Yes, of Aunt Priscilla," said Anthea. "She's in the garden." "And pray who is Aunt Priscilla?" "Go and meet her." "But go and find her in the orchard," repeated Anthea. "Oh, do go, and leave us to our work." Thus it was that, turning obediently into the orchard, that he alighted. Betty presently espied a little bright-eyed old lady who sat beneath the shadow of King Arthur, with a rustic table beside her, upon which stood a basket of sewing. Now as he went, he chanced to spy a ball of worsted that had fallen by the way. Stooping therefore, he picked it up, and she watched him with her quick, bright eyes. "Good morning, Mr. Bellew," she said in response to his salutation. "It's nice of you to trouble to pick up an old woman's ball of worsted." As she spoke, she rose and dropped him a curtsy, and then as he looked at her again, he saw that, despite her work, despite her white hair, she was much younger and prettier than before. "I'm Miss Anthea's housekeeper," she went on. "I was away when you arrived, looking after one of Miss Anthea's old ladies."
Very nice, and I appreciate to talk with you.
Calls me her aunt, but I'm not really. Oh dear no, I'm no relation at all. But I've lived with her long enough to feel as if I was her aunt, and her uncle, and her father, and her mother, all reported to one. I should be rather small to be so many, shouldn't I? She laughed so gaily and unaffectedly that Betty laughed too.
tell you all this, she went on, keeping pace to her flying needle, because I've taken a fancy to you on the spot. I always like or dislike a person on the spot. First impressions, you know. Yes, she continued, glancing up to him sideways. I like you just as much as I dislike Mr. Considers. Hey ho, how I do detest that man. There, now that's off my mind. And why? Cried Bentley, smiling. Dear me, Mr. Bentley, how should I know it? I do. What's more, he knows it too. And how? Jim cried, changing the subject abruptly. How's your bed? Comfortable? Very. You sleep well? Like a top. Any complaints so far? None whatsoever, laughed Bentley, shaking his head. That is very well. You've never had a boarder before. And Miss Anthea, bless her dear soul, is a little nervous about it. And here's the sergeant. I beg your pardon, said Bentley. The sergeant, repeated Miss Priscilla with a prim little nod. Sergeant Appleby, late of the 19th Hussars. A soldier every inch of it, Mr. Bellew. With one arm. Over there by the peaches. Glancing in the direction she indicated, Bentley observed a tall figure, very straight and upright, clad in a tight-fitting blue coat, with extremely tight trousers strapped beneath the insteps, with a hat balanced upon his close-cropped, grizzled head, at a perfectly impossible angle for any save an ex-cavalryman. Now, as he stood examining a peach tree that flourished against the opposite wall, Bentley saw that his right sleeve was empty, sure enough, and was looped across his broad chest. The very first thing he will say will be that it is a very fine day, nodded Miss Priscilla, stitching away faster than ever. And the next, that the peaches are doing remarkably well. Mark my words, Mr. Bentley. As she spoke, the sergeant wheeled suddenly right about face and came striding down towards them, jingling imaginary spurs, with his stick tucked up under his remaining arm, very much as if it had been a sabre. Being come up to them, the sergeant raised a stiff arm, as though about to salute them, military fashion, and apparently changing his mind, took off the straw hat instead, put it on again, more over one ear than ever. A particularly fine day, Miss Priscilla, for the time of the year, said he. Indeed, I quite agree with you, Sergeant, turned to Miss Priscilla with a bright nod, a slight glance at Bentley, as much as to say, I told you so. And the peaches, ma'am, continued the sergeant. The peaches never looked better, ma'am. Having said which, he stood looking at nothing in particular, with his one hand resting lightly upon his hip. Yes, to be sure, Sergeant, nodded Miss Priscilla with another sly look. But let me introduce you to Mr. Bentley, who is staying at Dapplemere. The sergeant stiffened, once more began to salute, changed his mind, took off his hat instead, and after looking at it as though not quite sure what to do with it next, clapped it back upon his ear.
I think we have to recreate the conversation and restart it. So, could you say to me some title of classic audiobook? I can't put my stream and I can't listen.
My left, sir, said he apologetically. Can't be helped. Left my right, out in India, good many years ago. Good place for soldiering, India, sir. Plenty of active service, chances of promotion. But some bad. Sergeant, said Miss Priscilla, without seeming to glance up from her saying, Sergeant, your hat. Hereupon the sergeant gave a sudden sideways jerk of the head, and in the very nick of time saved the article in question from tumbling off, and very dexterously brought it to the top of his close-cropped head, whence it immediately began, slowly, and by scarcely perceptible.
Shakespeare, could you tell me more about that?
Sergeant, said Miss Priscilla again, sit down, do. Thank you, ma'am, said he, and proceeded to seat himself at the other end of the rustic bench, where he remained bolt upright, with his long legs stretched out straight before him, as is and has been the manner of cavalrymen since their first war straps. And now, said he, standing straight in front of him, how might Miss Anthea be? Oh, very well, thank you, nodded Miss Priscilla.
Oh, Mark Twain is the inventor of Tom Sawyer. Tom Sawyer, what is the years of creation of this and the end? Because I don't understand Tom Sawyer anymore.
And how, said he again, might Master George indeed? Master George is as well as ever, answered Miss Priscilla, stitching away faster than before. Then he thought she kept her rosy cheeks stooped a little lower over her work.
Meanwhile, the sergeant continued to regard the tree with the same degree of lively interest, and to rasp his fingers to and fro across his chin. Suddenly, he coughed behind a hand, whereupon Miss Priscilla raised her head and looked at him. "Well?" she inquired, very softly. "Pray, ma'am," said the sergeant, moving his gaze from the tree with a jerk, "how might you be feeling, ma'am?" "Much the same as usual, thank you," she answered, smiling like a girl with her white hair, as the sergeant's eyes met hers. "You look," said he, pausing to cough behind his hand again, "you look blooming, ma'am, if you'll allow the expression. Blooming, as you ever do, ma'am." "I'm an old woman, sergeant, as well you know," sighed Miss Priscilla, shaking her head. "Old, ma'am?" repeated the sergeant. "Old, ma'am? Nothing of the sort, ma'am. Age has nothing to do with it. It isn't the years that count. We aren't any older than we feel, eh, sir?" "Of course not," answered Bellew. "Nor than we look, eh, sir?" "Certainly not, sergeant," answered Bellew. "And she, sir, she don't look a day older than 35, said Bellew. "Exactly, sir. Very true. My own opinion. 35 exactly, sir." "Sergeant," said Miss Priscilla, bending over her work again. "Sergeant, your hat." Sergeant, hereupon, removed the distracting headgear altogether, and sat with it upon his knee, staring hard at the tree again. Then, all at once, with a sudden gesture, he drew a large silver watch from his pocket, rather as if it were some weapon of offence, looked at it, listened to it, and then, nodding his head, rose to his feet. "Must be going," he said, standing very straight, looking down at little Miss Priscilla. "No, sorry as ever. Must be going, ma'am. Miss Priscilla, ma'am. Good day to you." He stretched out his hand to her with a sudden jerky movement. Miss Priscilla paused in her saying, and looked up at him with her youthful smile. "Must you go so soon, sergeant? Then goodbye."
Give me an idea of Tom Sawyer.
She laid her very small hand in his big palm. Sergeant stared down at it as though he were greatly minded to raise it to his lips, instead of doing which he dropped it suddenly and turned to Bellew. "Sir, I am proud to have met you. Sir, there is a poor crippled soldier as I know. My cottage is very small and humble, sir. But if you ever feel like dropping in on him, sir, by day or night, you will be honoured, sir, honoured. That's me, Sergeant Richard Appleby, mate of the 19th Hussars, at your service, sir." Saying which, he put on his hat and stiff arm, wheeled, and strode away through the orchard, jingling his imaginary spurs louder than ever. "Well?" cried Miss Priscilla in her quick, bright way. "Well, Mr.
No, I never read Tom Sawyer.
First impression is always best. At least I think so. What do you think of Sergeant Appleby?" "I think he's a splendid fellow," said Bellew, looking after the sergeant's upright figure. "Very foolish old fellow, I think, and as stiff as one of the ramrods of one of his own guns," said Miss Priscilla. And her clear blue eyes were very soft and tender as she spoke. "And as fine a soldier as a man, I'm sure," said Bellew. "Why, yes, he was a good soldier once upon a time, I believe. He won the Victoria Cross, doing something or other that was very brave.
Yes, I'm ready to dive to on Tom Sawyer because I don't know
Oh, yes, he was a fine
what
soldier
is
once.
this and the
He's a very
name
foolish
and
old
the
soldier
lore
now, I think.
and
And
the
as stiff as the ramrod
characters.
of one of his own guns. I'm glad you like him, Mr. Bellew, and he would be proud and happy for you to call and see him at his cottage. And now I suppose it's 11:30, isn't it?" "Yes, just 11:30, Lord Bellew," glancing at his watch. "Exact to time as usual," said Miss Priscilla. "I don't think the sergeant has missed a minute or varied a minute in the last 5 years. You see, he is such a very methodical man, Mr. Bellew." "Why then, does he come every day at the same hour?" "Every day," said Miss Priscilla. "It has become a matter of habit with him." "Ah," said Bellew, smiling. "If you were to ask me why he comes, I should answer that I
Okay.
fancy it is to look at the peaches. Dear me, Mr. Bellew, what a very foolish old soldier he is, to be sure." Saying which, pretty, bright-eyed Miss Priscilla laughed again, folded up her work, settled it in the basket with a deft little pat, and, rising, took a small crutch stick from where it had lain concealed, and then Bellew saw that she was lame. "Oh, yes, I'm a cripple, you see," she nodded. "Oh, very, very lame. My ankle, you know. That is why I came here. The big world didn't want a poor, lame old woman. That is why I fancy I may be in her arms, God bless her. No, thank you, I can carry the basket."
So you see, he has lost an arm, his right one, and I laid in my foot. Perhaps that is why. Hey ho, how beautifully the blackbirds are singing this morning, to be sure. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Money Moon by John Jeffrey Farnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 9, in which may be found some description of Arcadia and Gooseberries. Anthea, leaning on her rake in a shady corner of the 5-acre field, turned to watch Bellew, who,
Okay, thank you very much.
bare of neck and
Maybe
arm,
something
and pitchfork in hand, was busy tossing up great mounds of sweet-smelling hay to Adam, who stood upon a wagon to receive it, with small porges perched up beside him. A week had elapsed since Bellew had found his way to Dathomir, a week which had only served to strengthen the bonds of affection between him and his nephew, and to win over sharp-eyed and shrewd little Miss Priscilla to the extent of declaring him to be, first, a gentleman, Anthea, my dear, and secondly, what is much rarer nowadays, a true man. A week, and already he was hail fellow well met with everyone about the place. And who was proof against his unaffected gaiety, his simple, easy good fellowship? So he laughed and joked as he swung his pitchfork, awkwardly enough to be sure, and received all hints and directions as to its use in the kindly spirit they were tender. And Anthea, watching him from her shady corner, sighed once or twice, and, catching herself so doing, stepped her foot at herself and pulled her somebody closer about her face. No, Adam, you say, depend upon it, there's nothing like exercise, and of all exercise, give me a pitchfork. Why, as to that, Mr. Bellew, sir, Adam retorted, I say, so be it, so long as I ain't near the wrong end of it. For the way you do have a flourishing and a whirling that there fork is very astonishing, I do declare it be. Why, you see, Adam, there are some born with a leaning towards pitchforks, and there are others born to the pen, and the pallet and things. But for me, Adam, the pitchfork every time, said Bellew, mopping his brow. If you was to try and handle it more as if it were a pitchfork now, Mr. Bellew, sir, suggested Adam, and not waiting for Bellew's laughing rejoinder, he choked to the horses, and the great wagon creaked away with its
Where
mountainous load,
you are
surmounted by Adam's grinning
doing
visage
this
and small porges golden curls,
and you are repeat
followed by
yourself
the
like
rest of
that.
the merry-voiced haymakers. Now it
It's
was
a
that,
king's
turning his
will.
head, Bellew espied Anthea watching him, whereupon he shouldered his fork, and coming to where she sat upon a throne of hay, he sank down at her feet with a luxurious sigh. She had never seen him without a collar before, but now she could not but notice how round and white and powerful his neck was, and how the muscles bulged upon arm and shoulder, and how his hair curled in small damp rings upon his brow. It is good, said he, looking up at her with a sweet face above him. Yes, it is very good to see you idle, just for once. And I was thinking it was good to see you work, just for once. He exclaimed, my dear Miss Anthea, I assure you I have become a positive glutton for work. It has become my earnest desire to plant things, and grow things, and chop things with axes, to mow things with scythes. I dream of pastures and ploughs and pails and pitchforks by night, and by day reaping hooks, hoes, and rakes are in my thoughts continually, which all goes to show the effect of this wonderful air of Arcadia. Indeed, I am as full of suppressed energy these days as Adam is of the old Adam. And talking of Adam reminds me that he has solemnly pledged himself to initiate me into the mysteries of swinging a scythe tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock. Yes, indeed, my heart bounds responsive to the swish of a scythe in thick grass, and my soul sits enraptured upon a pitchfork. How ridiculous you are, he laughed, and how perfectly content, he added. Is anyone ever quite content? She sighed, glancing down at him, wistful-eyed. Not unless they have found Arcadia, he answered. Have you, then? Yes, he nodded complacently. Oh, yes, I found it. Are you sure? Quite sure. Arcadia, she repeated, wrinkling her brows. What is Arcadia, and where? Arcadia, answered Bellew, watching the smoke rise up from his pipe with a dreamy eye. Arcadia is the promised land, the land that everyone tries to find sometime or other, and maybe anywhere. How came you to find it? By the most fortunate chance in the world. Tell me, said Anthea, taking a wisp of hay, beginning to pat it with dexterous brown fingers. Tell me how you find it. Why then, you must know, in the first place, he began in his slow, even voice, that it is a place I have sought for in all my wanderings, and I have been pretty far afield. But I sought it so long and so vaguely that I began to think it was like the El Dorado of the old adventurers, and it never existed at all. Yes? Said Anthea, as he was patting. But one day, fate, or chance, or destiny, or their benevolent spirit, sent a certain square-shouldered wagoner to show me the way, and after him, a very small Porges, bless him, to lead me into this wonderful Arcadia. Oh, I see, nodded Anthea, very intent upon her patting. But there is something more, said Benny. Oh, said Anthea. Shall I tell you? If it is very interesting. Well then, in this delightful land there is a castle, grim, embattled, and very strong. A castle? Said Anthea, glancing up suddenly. The castle of Heart's Desire. Oh, said she, and gave all her attention to her patting again. And so, continued Bellew, I am waiting very patiently until, in her own good time, she who rules within shall open the gate to me, or bid me go away. Into Bellew's voice had crept a thrill no one had ever heard there before.
Okay, thank you.
He leaned nearer to her, and his dreamy eyes were keen now and eager. And she, though she saw nothing of all this, yet, being a woman, knew it was there, of course, and for that very reason looked resolutely away. For once again, Bellew heartily wished that some bonnets had never been invented. So there was silence while Anthea stared away across the golden cornfields, yet saw nothing of them. And Bellew looked upon those slender, capable fingers that had faltered in their pattern and stopped. And thus, upon the silence, there broke a sudden voice shrill with interest. Go on, Uncle Porges, what about the dragons? Oh, please go on. There's always dragons in enchanted castles, you know, to guard the lovely princess. Aren't you going to have any dragons that hiss, you know, and spit out smoke and flames? Oh, do please have a dragon. Small Porges appeared from the other side of the haymow, flushed and eager. Certainly, my Porges, nodded Bellew, drawing the small figure down beside him. I was forgetting the dragons, but there they are, scaly backs and iron claws, spitting out sparks and flames, just as self-respecting dragons should, roaring away like thunder. Ah, exclaimed Small Porges, nestling closer to Bellew, and reaching out a hand to Auntie Anthea. That's fine. Let's have plenty of dragons. Do you think a dozen would be enough, my Porges? Oh, yes, but suppose the beautiful princess didn't open the door. What would you do if you were really a wandering knight who was waiting patiently for it to open? What would you do then? Shoot up a tree, my Porges. Oh, well, that wouldn't be a bit right, would it, Auntie? Of course not, laughed Anthea. It would be most unknight-like and very undignified. Besides, added Small Porges, you couldn't climb up a tree in your armour, you know. Well, I'd make an awful good try at it, nodded Bellew. No, said Small Porges, shaking his head. Shall I tell you what you ought to do? Well then, you draw your two-edged sword and dress your shield, like Gareth, the kitchen knave, did. He was always dressing his shield, and so was Lancelot, and you'd fight all those dragons and kill them and cut their heads off. And then what would happen? Inquired Bellew. Why then the lovely princess would open the gate and marry you, of course, and live happily ever after, and all would be revelry and joy. Ah, sighed Bellew. If you do that, I think I'd find all the dragons that ever roared, and kill them too. Supposing she wouldn't open the gate. Why then? Said Small Porges, wrinkling his brow. Why then, you'd have to storm the castle, of course, and break open the gate and run off with the princess on your charger. If she was very beautiful, you know. A most excellent idea, my Porges. If I should happen to find myself in like circumstances, I'll surely take your advice. Now, as he spoke, Bellew glanced at Anthea, and she at him. Straightway she blushed, and then she laughed, and then she blushed again, and still blushing, rose to her feet, and turned to find Mr. Cassilis within a yard. Now, Miss Anthea, said he, lifting his hat, I sent Georgia to find you, but it seems he forgot to mention that I was waiting. I'm awful sorry, Mr. Cassilis, but Uncle Porges was telling us about dragons, you know. Small Porges hastened to explain. Dragons, repeated Mr. Cassilis with his supercilious smile. Well, indeed. Dragons should be interesting, especially in such a little quiet, shady book as this. Quite an endearing place for storytelling. Positive shame to disturb you. His sharp white teeth gleamed beneath his moustache as he spoke. He tapped his riding boot lightly with his hunting crop as he fronted Benny, who had risen and stood bare arm, leaning upon his pitchfork. And as in their first meeting, there was a mute antagonism in their look. Let me introduce you to each other, said Anthea, conscious of his attitude. Mr. Cassilis of Brampton Court, Mr. Benny. Of nowhere in particular, sir, added Benny. And pray, said Mr. Cassilis, functionally as they strolled on across the meadow. How do you like Delamere, Mr. Benny? Immensely, sir, beyond all expression. Yes, it is considered rather pretty, I believe. Lovely, sir, nodded Benny. But it's not so much the beauty of the place itself that appeals to me so much as what it contains. Oh, indeed, Mr. Cassilis with a sudden sharp glance. To what do you refer? Gooseberries, sir. I beg your pardon? Sir, said Benny gravely, all my life I've fostered a great secret passion for gooseberries. Raw or cooked, pie, pudding or jam, they are equally alluring. Unhappily, the American gooseberry is but a hollow mockery at best. Ah, said Mr. Cassilis studiously. Now, in gooseberries and in everything else, sir, there is to be found the superlative, the quintessence, the ideal. Consequently, I've roamed east and west, and north and south in quest of it. Really, said Mr. Cassilis, stifling a yawn, and turned towards Miss Anthea with the very slightest shrug of his shoulders. And in Delamere, pleaded Benny solemnly, I have at last found my ideal. Gooseberry, added Anthea, with a laugh in her eyes. Arcadia being a land of ideals, nodded Benny. Ideals, said Mr. Cassilis, caressing his moustache. Ideals and gooseberries, though probably excellent things in themselves, are perhaps appallable at one time. Personally, I find them equally insipid. Of course, it is all a matter of taste, sighed Benny. But, Mr. Cassilis went on, fairly turning his back upon him, the subject I wished to discuss with you, Miss Anthea, was the approaching sale. The sale, she repeated, all the brightness dying out of her face. I wished, said Cassilis, leaning nearer to her, and lowering his voice confidentially, to try to convince you how unnecessary it would be if... And he paused significantly. Anthea turned quickly aside as though to hide her mortification from Benny's keen eyes.
I hope.
Whereupon he, seeing it all, came straightway, more dreamy than ever, and laying a hand upon Small Porges' shoulder, pointed with his pitchfork to where, at the other end of the 5-acre, the haymakers worked away as merrily as ever. Come, my Porges, said he, let us away and join yon happy throng, and with Daphnis and Flo and below Samuel will listen to the cuckoo in the dell. So, hand in hand, the two Porges set off together. But when they'd gone some distance, Benny looked back, and then he saw that Anthea walked with her head averted. Yet Cassilis walked close beside her, and stooped now and then, till the black moustache came very near the curl, that curl of wanton witchery that peeped above her ear. Uncle Porges, why do you frown so? Frown, my Porges, did I? Well, I was thinking. Well, I'm thinking too, only I don't frown, you know, but I'm thinking just the same. What might you be thinking, nephew? Why, I was thinking that although you're so awfully fond of gooseberries, and though there's lots of ripe ones on the bushes, I've never seen you eat a single one. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Money Moon by John Jeffrey Farnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evans. Chapter 10. How Bennu and Adam entered into a solemn league and covenant. Look at the moon tonight, Uncle Porges. I see it. It's awful big and round, isn't it? Yes, it's very big and very round. But rather yellow, isn't it? Very yellow. It's like a great big golden sovereign, isn't it? Very much like a sovereign, my Porges. But you know, I was wondering if there was any chance that it was a money moon. They were leaning out of the lattice, Small Porges and Big Porges. Anthea and Miss Priscilla would visit upon household matters wholly friendly. Wherefore Small Porges had drawn Benny to the window, and there they leaned, the small body enfolded by Benny's long arm, the two faces turned up to the silvery splendour of the moon. But now, Anthea came up behind them,
and not noticing the position of Betty's arm as she leaned on the other side of Small Porges, befell that her hand touched and for a moment rested upon Betty's hand, hidden as it was in the shadow. And this probably began it. The air of Arcadia, as has been said before, is an intoxicating air, but it is more. It is an air charged with a subtle magic whereby the commonest objects, using their prosaic, matter-of-fact shapes, become transfigured into things of wonder and delight. Little things that pass as mere ordinary commonplaces, things insignificant and wholly beneath notice in the everyday world, become fraught with such infinite meaning, and they hold such sublime, such undreamed-of possibilities here in Arcadia. Thus, when it is recorded that Anthea's hand accidentally touched and rested upon Betty's, the significance of it will become at once apparent. And pray, said Anthea, laying that same hand in the most natural manner in the world upon the Small Porges' curls, pray what might you two be discussing so very solemnly? The moon, answered Small Porges. I was wondering if it was a money moon, and Uncle Porges hasn't said if it is yet. Why, no, old chap, answered Betty. I'm afraid not. And pray, said Anthea again, what might a money moon be? Well, explained Small Porges, when the moon's just so, you go out and find a fortune, you know. The moon's got to be a money moon, and you've got to know, you know, else you'll find nothing, of course. Oh, sure, you dear, sighed Anthea, stooping her dark head down to his golden curls. Don't you know that fortunes are very hard to get, that they have to be worked for, and that no one ever finds one without a great deal of labour and sorrow? Of course, everyone can't find fortunes, Auntie Anthea, I know that, but we shall. Uncle Porges knows all about it, you see, and I know that we shall. I'm sure we shall find one someday, because you see, I put it in my prayers now. At the end, you know, I said, please help me and Uncle Porges to find a fortune when the money moon comes, a big one, well without end or end. So you see, it's all right, and we're just waiting till the money moon comes, aren't we, Uncle Porges? Yes, old chap, yes, nodded Betty, until the money moon comes. And so there fell a silence between them, yet a silence that held a wondrous charm of its own. Silence that lasted so long that the coppery curls drooped lower and lower upon Betty's arm, till Anthea, sighing, rose, and in a very tender voice bade Small Porges say good night, which he did forthwith, slumberous of voice and sleepy eye, and so with his hand in Anthea's went drowsily up to bed. Therefore, seeing that Miss Priscilla had bustled away into the kitchen, Betty sauntered out into the rose garden to look upon the beauty of the night. The warm air was fragrant with dewy scents, and the moon, already high above the treetops, poured down her gentle radiance upon the quaint old garden with its winding walks and clipped yew hedges, while upon the quiet from the dim shadow of the distant woods stole the soft, sweet song of the nightingale. Betty walked a path bordered with flowers, and checkered with silver patches of moonlight, drinking in the thousand beauties about him, staring up at the glory of the moon, the indigo of the sky, and listening to the voice of the lonely singer of the wood. And yet it was not none of these, he was thinking, as he paused under the shadow of King Arthur, nor of Small Porges, nor of anyone or anything in this world, but only of the sudden light touch of the warm, soft hand upon his. Is that you, sir? Then he started, and then he found that he had been sitting all this while with an empty pipe between his teeth, and content therewith. Therefore he shook his head and wondered. Is that you, Mr. Benner, sir? Yes, Adam, it is I. And how might you be feeling now, out of your exercise with a pitchfork, sir? Very fit, I thank you, Adam. Sit down and smoke, and let us converse together. Oh, I thank you, sir, answered Adam, producing a small black clay pipe from his waistcoat pocket, and accepting Betty's proffered pipe. I've been up to the house of visiting Prudence, the cook. And cook she be too, Mr. Benner, sir. And a rare buxom girl into the bargain, Adam? Ah, she's well enough, sir. I won't go for to deny she's a fine, upstanding, well-shaped, old and proper figure of a woman as ever was, sir. And the British lasses be entirely wrong, Mr. Benner, sir. Or when you've got to think of her gift for Yorkshire pudding, likewise jam rolls, sea cake, so mentioned last ain't by no manner of means least. And you can't think of her brew or ale, or cider, or ginger wine. I've heard I'm took, sir, I'm took altogether. And the old Adam inside of me works himself into such a state, I never know, chap. Especially that there joke will get her way too often. Life's got to get took out of him. Took out of me in good hard knocks, Mr. Bentley, sir. And when are you going to get married, Adam? Well, sir, we were thinking that if Miss Anthea has a good season this year, we'll get it over and done with sometime in October, sir. But it's all according. According to what? The op, sir. The HOPS, op, sir. Coming on fine. Ah, scrumptious they'll be. If they don't take the blight, sir, they'll be the finest ops this side of Mainstone. But if they do take the blight, well, then my hopes is blighted likewise, sir. B-L-I-T-E-D. Blighted, Mr. Bentley, sir. Said. Adam laughed once, nodded his head several times, and relapsed into puffing silence. Mr. Cassilis was over today, Adam, said Betty, for a while, pursuing a train of thought. Well, sir, I seen him. He also seen me. He told me his Job Jagway was up and about again. Likewise, Job Jagway will be over here tomorrow, along with the rest of them for the sale, sir. Ah, yes, the sale.
Yes.
Think of that, then, Job Jagway are coming over here to buy Miss Anthony's
Just
furniture.
topic.
Sent the old animal working inside of me to that amazing extent as I can't sit still, Mr. Bentley, sir. Tomorrow, well, let him, sir. Look out, that's all. Saying which, Adam doubled up a huge knotted fist and shook it at an imaginary Job. Adam, said Betty, in the same thoughtful tone, I wonder if you would do something for me. Anything you ask me, sir, so long as you don't want me to. I want you to buy some of that furniture for me. What? Exclaimed Adam, and vented his great laugh again. Why, that ain't a good one, sir. Well, that's just what I wasn't going to do. See, I ain't what you might call a rich gold, though you haven't been there. I've got a bit put by. I brought out £10 yesterday. Inside, here's to say Miss Anthea's old sideboard, or mirror she so fond of. Not, why, but a year or so. Everybody get it all. Not what I've got a apartment to, I says to myself. Adam, said Betty, turning suddenly, that sentiment does you credit. That sentiment makes me proud to have knocked you into a ditch. Shake hands, Adam. There, beneath the great arch, you looked at him. They very solemnly shook hands. And now, pursued Betty, I want you to put back your £10. Keep it for prudence. Because I happen to have rather more than you shall want. See here. With the words, Betty took out a leathern wallet, and from this wallet, money, banknotes. More money and more banknotes than Adam had ever beheld in all of his 30-odd years. At sight of which his eyes opened and his square jaw relaxed, with the imminent danger of his cherished clay pipe. I want you to take this, Betty went on, counting a sum into Adam's nervous hand. And tomorrow, when the sale begins, if anyone makes a bid for anything, I want you to bid higher. And no matter what, you must always buy. Always. You understand? Sir, there's an old drawing room covered with a carving. Buy it. Then you see those candlesticks from Holster Bedstead and buy them, Adam. Buy everything. If you haven't enough money, there's plenty more where this came from. Only buy. You understand? Oh, yes, I understand. How much have you given me? Why, yes, 45, 50, 60 little odd. Put it away, Adam. Forget all about it till tomorrow. Not a word, mind. £100, gasped Adam. Oh, I won't speak of it. Trust me, Mr. Bentley, sir. To think of me walking about with £100 in my pocket, oh, I won't say nothing. To think of old Adam with £100 in his pocket, he could. You've seen that comical. Saying which, Adam buttoned the money into a capacious pocket, snapped it, nodded, and rose. Well, sir, I'll be going. There'll be Miss Anthea in the garden yonder. If she was to see me now, there's no saying but I should be took a laughing to think of this there £100. Miss Anthea? Where? Coming through the rose garden. She wants to see old Mother Dibbin. Old Mother Dibbin a witch. Now she's down with the rheumatic strain. Nobody to look after her. Said Miss Anthea. She should start before now then, leaving off Miss Anthea. Lord, love your eyes and limbs, Mr. Bentley, sir. Miss Anthea don't care if she's a witch or 50 witches, not she. So, good night, Mr. Bentley, sir. Comes the word. Saying which, Adam slapped his pocket again, nodded, winked, and went upon his way. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Money Moon by John Jeffrey Farnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 11 of The Man with the Tiger Mark. It is a moot question as to whether a curl can be more alluring when it glows beneath the fiery kisses of the sun, or shines demurely in the tender radiance of the moon. As Benny looked at it now, that same small curl that nodded and beckoned to him above Anthea's left ear, he strongly inclined to the latter opinion. Adam tells me that you are going out, Miss Anthea. Only as far as Mrs. Dibbitt's cottage, just across the meadow. Adam also informs me that Mrs. Dibbitt is a witch. People call her so. Never in all my days have I seen a genuine old witch, so I'll come with you if I may. Oh, this is a very gentle witch. She's neither humpbacked nor does she ride a broomstick. So I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, Mr. Bellew. But at least I can carry your basket. Allow me. And so in his quiet, masterful fashion, he took the basket from her arm and walked on beside her through the orchard. What a glorious night it is! Exclaimed Anthea suddenly, drawing a deep breath of the fragrant air. Oh, it is good to be alive. In spite of all the cares and worries, life is very sweet. After this, they walked on some distance in silence, she gazing wistfully upon the beauties of the familiar world about her, while he watched the curl above her ear, until she, becoming aware of it all at once, promptly set it back into retirement with a quick, deft little pat of her fingers. I hope, said Betty at last, I do sincerely hope that you tucked up my nephew safe in bed. You see, nephew indeed. Our nephew then. I ask because he tells me that he can't possibly sleep unless you go to tuck him up, and I can quite believe it. Do you know, Mr. Bellew, I'm growing quite jealous of you. He can't move a step without you, and he's forever talking and lauding your numberless virtues. Well, then I'm only an uncle after all, and if he talks of me to you, he talks of you to me all day long. Oh, does he? Oh, does he? And among other things, he told me that I ought to see you when your hair is done, won't you? Oh, exclaimed Anthea. Indeed, our nephew is much luckier than I, because I never had an aunt of my own to come and tuck me up at night, with her hair hanging all about her, like a beautiful cloak. So you see, I have no boyish recollections to go upon, but I think I can imagine. And what do you think of the sergeant? Anthea inquired, changing the subject abruptly. I like him so much that I'm going to take him at his word and call upon him at the first opportunity. Did Aunt Priscilla tell you that he comes marching along regularly every day at exactly the same hour? Yes, to see how the
Yes, you know, everything works well.
Such a very brave soldier. He is a dreadful coward, said Anthea, smiling. It's taken him 5 years to screw up courage enough to tell her that she's uncommonly young for her age. Yet I think it is just that difference that makes her so natural. He is so simple and so gentle.
Okay, we are going to win right now. Every day is not
Has he never
a whole.
spoken to Miss Priscilla? Never. For of course she knows, and has done from the very first. I asked him once why he had never told her what it was brought him so regularly to look at the peaches, and he said in his quick, sharp way, Xanthia, can't be done, man. Poor battered old soldier, only one arm, no man. I wonder if one could find just such another sergeant outside Arcadia, said Billy. I wonder. Now they were approaching a stile to
Yes,
which
if
directed his eyes.
it's done,
But to him it seemed
so
that it never
you
would be
can
reached.
walk
To
on
her,
purple.
It seemed that it would be reached much too soon. Therefore she began to rack her mind, trying to remember some gate or any gap in the hedge that should obviate the necessity of climbing it. Before she could recall any such gate or gap, they were at the stile, and Bellew, leaping over, had set down the basket and stretched out his hand to aid her over. But Anthea, tall and lithe, active and vigorous with her outdoor life, and used to such things from her infancy, stood
Me
alert,
too, I
hesitating.
think you are a big
To be sure, the
ditch.
stile was rather high, but she could have vaulted it nearly, quite as easily as Bellew
It's not
himself,
good.
had she been alone. But then she was
It's 0 hours.
This was in Arcadia of a midsummer night. Thus she hesitated, only a moment, it is true, for seeing the quizzical look in his eyes that always made her vaguely rebellious. With a quick, light movement she mounted the stile, and there paused to shake her head in laughing disdain with outstretched hand. Then, there was the sound of rending cambric. She tripped, and next moment he caught her in his arms. It was for but a very brief instant that she lay, soft and yielding in his embrace.
Yes, me too. I can't resist to you. And it's strange, you have in each word you employ.
She exclaimed, hot mortification. No, said Benny, shaking his head. It was a name, you know, a bent and rusty nail. Here, under the top bar. Is your dress much torn? Oh, that is nothing, thank you. So they went on again. But now they were silent once more, but very naturally, for Anthea was mightily angry with herself, her style, value, and everything concerned. While he was thinking of the sudden warm clasp of her arms, of the alluring fragrance of her hair, and of the shy droop of her lashes as she lay in his embrace.
Yes,
Therefore, as he walked on beside her, saying nothing, within his secret soul he poured benedictions upon the head of that bent and rusty nail. But presently, having turned down a grassy lane and crossed a small but very noisy brook that chattered impertinences among the stones and chuckled at them slyly from the shadows, they eventually came upon a small and very lonely little cottage, bowered in roses and honeysuckle, as all the cottages hereabouts. But now Anthea paused, looking at Benny with a dubious brow. I want to wonder that Mrs. Dibbin is very old, sometimes a little queer, and sometimes says very
Nice.
surprising things. Excellent, nodded Benny, holding the little gate open for her. Very right and proper conduct for a witch, and I love surprises above all things. But Anthea still hesitated, while Benny stood with his hand upon the gate, waiting for her to enter. Now he had left his hat behind him, and as the moon shone down on his bare head, she could not but notice how bright and yellow was his hair, despite the thick black brows below. I think I would rather you waited outside, if you don't mind, Mr. Benny. You mean that I am to be denied the joy of conversing with a real live old witch, having my fortune told? He sighed. Well, if such is your will, so be it, said he patiently, and handed her the basket. I won't keep you waiting very long, and thank you, she smiled, and hurrying up the narrow path, she tapped at the cottage door. Come in, cried an old, quavering voice, albeit very sharp and piercing. That's me, my own soft dove of a maid, my proud, beautiful white lady. Come in, and bring him with you. Him is so big and strong, him as I've expected so long. Oh, golden man from overseas. Bid him come in, Miss Anthea. Goody Dibbin's old eyes may look at him at last. Thereupon, at a sigh from Anthea, Benny turned in at the gate and, striding up the path, entered the cottage. Despite the season, a fire burned upon the hearth, and crouched over this in a great elbow chair sat a very bent and aged woman. Her face was furrowed and seamed with numberless lines and wrinkles, but her eyes were still very bright, and she wore no spectacles. Likewise, her white hair was wonderfully thick and abundant, as could plainly be seen beneath the frill of her cap, for like the very small room of this very small cottage, she was extremely neat and tidy. She had a great curving nose and a great curving chin, and what with this, and her bright black eyes and stooping figure, she was very much like what a witch should be, albeit a very superior kind of old witch. She sat for a while, staring up at Bellew, who stood tall and bareheaded, smiling down at her. And then, all at once, she nodded her head 3 several and distinct times. Right, she quavered. Right, it'd be all right. The golden man as I've watched this many and many a day, with the curly hair and the sleepy eye, and the tiger mark upon his arm. Right. What do you mean by tiger mark? Cried Bellew. I mean, young master of your golden curls, I mean, as sitting here day in and day out, staring down into my fire, I has my dreams. Leastways I calls it my dreams, and both as of them as calls it the second sight. Pray sit down, tall sir, on the stool there. You, my tender maid, my dark lady, come you here, upon my right. If you wish, I'll look into the ink, or read your pretty hand, or tell you what I see down there in the fire. But no, first show me what you bought for old Nanny in the blessed basket. Fine, strong basket as holds so much. Yes, set it down here, where I can open it myself, tall sir. Huh? What's this? Tea. God bless you for the tea, my dear. And eggs, and butter, and a cold chicken. Lord bless your kind heart, Miss Anthea. Ah, my proud lady, happy the man who shall win you. Happy the man who shall wed you, my dark, beautiful maid.
strong must he be, aye, and masterful he who shall wake the love light in those dark, grey, passionate eyes of yours? There's no man in all this world can do it, but he must be a golden man, with a tiger mark upon him. Nanny, I blush if you will, my dark lady. Mother Dibby knows she's seen it in the far, viewed it in her dreams, and read it in the ink. The path lies very dark before ye, my lady. Aye, very dark it be, and full of cares and troubles. But there's the sun shining beyond, bright and golden. You be proud and high and scornful, my lady, 'tis in your blood. You need a strong hand to guide ye, and the strong hand shall come. By force you shall be wooed, and by force you shall be wed. And there be no man strong enough to woo and wed ye, but him as I've told ye of, him as bears the tiger mark. But Nanny, said Anthea again, gently interrupting her, patting the old woman's shriveled hand, you're forgetting the basket. You haven't found all we've brought you yet. Aye, aye, nodded old Nanny. A fine, strong basket. Let's see what's more in the food guide basket. There's bread and sugar and a pound of your favourite tobacco, said Anthea with a smiling nod. Oh, the good weed, the blessed weed, cried the old woman, clutching the package with trembling fingers. Ah, who can tell the comfort it has been to me in the long, long days, the long, long nights, the blessed weed, when I've sat here looking and looking into the fire. God bless you, my sweet maid, for your kindly thought. With a sudden gesture, she caught Anthea's hands to her lips, and then, just as suddenly, turned upon Bellew. And now, tall sir, can I do all for ye? Shall I look into the fire for ye, or the ink, or read your hand? Why, yes, answered Bellew, stretching out his hand to her. You shall tell me two things, if you will. First, shall one ever find his way to the Castle of Heart's Desire? And secondly, when? Oh, but I don't need to look into your hands to tell you that, tall sir, or yet in the ink, or in the fire, for I've dreamed it in all my dreams. And now, see you, 'tis a strong place, this castle, with thick doors and great locks and bars. And I've seen those doors broke down, those great locks and bars burst asunder, but there is none can do this but him as bears the tiger mark. So much for the first. And for the second, happiness shall come in riding to you on the full moon, but you must reach up and take it for yourself, if you be tall enough. And even you are not tall enough to do that, Mr. Bellew, laughed Anthea, as she rose to bid old Nanny good night. For Bellew, unnoticed, slipped certain coins upon a corner of the chimney-piece. So old Nanny blessed them and theirs, past, present, and future, thoroughly and completely, with a fine comprehensiveness that only a genuinely accomplished old witch might hope to attain to, and following them to the door, paused there with one shrivelled, claw-like hand uplifted towards the sky. At the foot of the moon, tall sir, she repeated, at the foot of the moon. As for you, my dark lady, I say by force you shall be wooed, and by force ye shall be wed. Aye, aye. There is no man strong enough except he have the tiger mark upon him. Old Nanny knows. She's seen it in the ink, dreamed it in the fire, and read it all in your pretty hand. And now, thank you for the tea, my pretty. God bless you for the weed. Just so sure as you've been good and kind to old Nanny, so shall fortune be good and kind to you, Miss Anthea. Poor old Nanny.
Okay.
So went on down the grassy lane.
If you are workout, it's good, no?
So little. But she's such a gentle old creature, really. Though the country folk are afraid of her, because they say she has the evil eye, which is ridiculous, of course. But nobody ever goes near her. She's dreadfully lonely, poor old thing. And so that is why you come to sit with her.
A brand new conversation topic.
Staring up at the wall.
I don't know, maybe we can talking about cows.
Visions? No, of course not, answered Anthea, rather hurriedly, with a deeper colour in her cheeks. But Bellew was still intent upon the moon. You don't either, do you? She inquired, seeing him silent. Well, I don't quite know, he answered slowly. But she is rather a wonderful old lady, I think. Yes, she has wonderful thick hair still, nodded Anthea, and she's not a bit deaf, and her eyes are just clear and sharp as ever they were. Yes, but I wasn't meaning her eyes, or her hair, or her hearing. Well then, pray what were you pleased to mean? Did you happen to notice what she said about man with a tiger mark? about Bellew, still gazing up at the moon. Anthea laughed. The man with the tiger mark, of course. He'd been much in her dreams lately, and she'd talked to him a great deal. And she, said Bellew. Ah. Yes, her mind is full of strange twists and fancies. You see, she's so very old, and she loves to tell me her dreams and read the future for me. Though, of course, you don't believe it, said Bellew. Believe it? Anthea repeated, and walked some dozen paces or so, before she answered, No, of course not. Then none of your fortune, nothing she told you has ever come true? Once more Anthea hesitated, this time so long that Bellew turned from his moon gazing to look at her. I mean, he went on, has none of it ever come true? About this man with the tiger mark, for instance? No, oh no, answered Anthea rather hastily, and laughed again. Oh, Nanny has seen him in her dreams everywhere, in India, and China, and Africa, in hot countries and cold countries. Oh, Nanny has seen him everywhere, but I've seen him nowhere. And of course, I never shall. Ah, said Bellew, and she reads him always in your fortune, does she? And I listen very patiently, Anthea nodded, because it pleases her so much. And it is also very harmless after all, isn't it? Yes, answered Bellew, and very wonderful. Wonderful? For old Nanny's fancies? What do you mean by wonderful? Upon my word, I hardly know, said Bellew, shaking his head. But there are more things in heaven and earth, etc. You know, and this is one of them. Really? Now you grow mysterious, Mr. Bellew. Like the night, he answered, turning to Aethel across the impertinent brook that chuckled at them and laughed after them, as only such a very impertinent brook possibly could. So betimes they reached the star and crossed it, this time without mishap, despite the lurking nail, and all too soon for Bellew had traversed the orchard and would come to the garden where the roses all hung so still upon their stems that they might have been asleep, and filling the air with the perfume of their dreams. And here they paused, perhaps because of the witchery of the moon, perhaps to listen to the voice of the nightingale, who sang on more gloriously than ever. Yet,
Yes,
when they stood so
okay.
close together, their glances seldom met, and they were very silent. But at last, as they were making up her mind, Anthea spoke. What did you mean when you said old Nanny's dreams were so wonderful? She asked. I'll show you, he answered. While he spoke, he slipped off his coat, drawing up his shirt sleeve, held out a muscular white arm towards her. He held it out in the full radiance of the moon, and thus, looking down at him, her eyes grew suddenly wide, and her breath caught strangely as surprise gave place to something else. For there, made to be seen upon the white flesh, the 3 long scars that wound up from elbow to shoulder. So for a while they stood thus, she looking at his arm, and he at her. Why, said she at last, finding voice to a little gasp. Why then? I am the man with the tiger mark, he said, smiling his slow, placid smile. Now, as his eyes looked down into hers, she flushed sudden and hot, and her glance wavered and fell beneath his. Oh, she cried, and with the word turned about and fled from him into the house. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Money Moon by John Jeffrey Farnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evans. Chapter 12, in which may be found a full, true, and particular account of the sale. Uncle Porteous, there's a little man in the hall with a red nose and a blue chin. Yes, I've seen him. Also his nose and chin, my Porteous. He's sticking little papers with numbers on them all over my Auntie Anthony's chairs and table. What do you suppose he's doing that for? Who knows? It's probably all on account of his red nose and blue chin, my Porteous. Anyway, don't worry about him. Let us rather find our Auntie Anthea. They found it in the hall. But it was a hall. Here a daffodil, wide and high, and with a minstrel's gallery at one end. A hall that years and years ago had often rung with the clash of men-at-arms, and echoed with loud and jovial laughter. But this was the most ancient part of the manor. It looked rather bare and barren this time. Inquired Small Porges in a hissing stage whisper. Hush, Georgie, I don't know, said Anthea. Why is he sticking his little numbers all over our best furniture? That is to guide the auctioneer, Where to? What is an auctioneer? At this moment, hearing the wheels of the dog cart at the door, Anthea turned and hastened out into the sunshine. Lovely day it may be for driving, said Adam, touching his hat. I best be thinking the same, I do believe. And he patted the glossy coat of the mare, who arched her neck and pawed the gravel with an impatient hoof. Lightly and nimbly, Anthea swung herself up to the high seat, turning to make small porters secure beside her, as Benny handed him up. You'll look after things for me, Adam? Said Anthea, glancing back wistfully into the dim recesses of the cool old hall. Aye, I will back, Miss Anthea. Mr. Benny, we can find room for you if you care to come with us. Thanks, said he, shaking his head. But I rather think I'll stay here and help Adam to look after things if you don't mind. Goodbye, said Anthea. And nodding to Adam, he gave the mare her head, and off they went. Goodbye, cried Square Porges, and thank you for the shilling, Uncle Porges. The mare is rather fresh this morning, isn't
That
she?
sounds good. It's very nice. I will say over.
Esther, that's rather a dangerous sort of thing for a woman to drive, isn't it? Meaning the dog cart, sir. Meaning the dog cart, Adam. I would love you, Mr. Bellows, sir, cried Adam with his great laugh. Nobody can handle the roads better than Miss Anthea. Ride a horse if she can't drive. I won't ride for that matter. Not nowhere, sir. Ah, said Benny, and he watched the dog cart out of sight. He turned and followed Adam into the stable. And here, sitting upon a bale of hay, they smoked many pipes together in earnest converse, till such time as the sale began. As the day advanced, people began arriving in twos and threes, among the first, the auctioneer himself. A jovial-faced man was this auctioneer, jovial manner and a jovial smile. Indeed, his joviality seemed somehow or other to have got into the very buttons of his coat, where they fairly winked and twinkled with joviality. On catching sight of the furniture, he became, if possible, more jovial than ever, and beckoning to his assistant, that is to say, to the small man with the red nose and the blue chin, who it seemed answered to the name of Theodore, he clapped him jovially upon the back, rather than say he was knocking him down to some unfortunate bidder, and immediately fell into business converse with him, albeit jovial still. And all the while intending purchasers were arriving. They came on horse and afoot, and in conveyances of every sort and kind, and the tread of their feet and the buzz of their voices awoke unnoted echoes of the old place. And still they came from far and near, until some 100 odd people were crowded into the hall. Conspicuous among them was a large man with a fat red neck, which he was continually mopping at, and rubbing with a vivid bandana handkerchief, scarcely less red. Indeed, red seemed to be his pervading colour, for his hair was red, his hands were red, and his face, heavy and round, was reddest of all, out of whose flaming circumference 2 diminutive but very sharp eyes winked and blinked continually. His voice, like himself, was loud with a peculiar grassy ringlet that penetrated to the farthest corners and recesses of the old hall. He was, beyond all doubt, a man of substance, and of no small importance. He was greeted deferentially by all hands, and it was to be noticed that people elbowed each other to make way for him, as people ever will before substance and property. To some of them he nodded, some he spoke, with others he even laughed, albeit it was of a solemn, sober, serious nature, as become a man of property and substance. Between whiles, however, he bestowed his undivided attention upon the furniture. He sat down suddenly and heavily in chairs. He pummeled them with his plump red fists, whereby to test their springs. He opened the doors of cabinets. His hair was red, his hands were red, and his face, heavy and round, was reddest of all, out of whose flaming circumference 2 diminutive but very sharp eyes winked and blinked continually. His voice, like himself, was loud with a peculiar grassy ringlet that penetrated to the farthest corners and recesses of the old hall. He was, beyond all doubt, a man of substance, and of no small importance, for he was greeted deferentially on all hands, and it was to be noticed that people elbowed each other to make way for him, as people ever will before substance and property. To some of them he nodded, some he spoke, with others he even laughed, albeit he was of a solemn, sober, and serious nature, as becomes a man of property and substance. Between whiles, however, he bestowed his undivided attention upon the furniture. sat down suddenly and heavily in chairs. He pummeled them with his plump red fists, whereby to test their springs. He opened the doors of cabinets. He peered into drawers. He rapped upon tables. And altogether comported himself as a thoroughly knowing man should, who was not to be hopeless by veneer, or taken in by the shine and splendour of well-applied beeswax. Bellew, a few of us from where he sat, screened from the throng by a great carved sideboard and divers chairs and whatnots, blew rather harder at his pipe, and started to catch Adam's eye, placative reproach. "Who's that brown, red man yonder, Adam?" he cried, nodding to where the individual in question was engaged at that moment, poking at something or other with a large, sausage-like finger. "Ah," replied Adam in a tone of profound disgust, "that be Mr. Grimes, of Cranbrook, sir. Calls himself a corn chandler, but I calls him whatever my what, sir. But he weren't a corn chandler as he made all his money, sir. It be him as we all work and slave for, the old dumping in the farm." "What do you mean, Adam?" "I mean as it be him as holds the mortgage on dumping here, sir." "Ah,
But you can't use combination of words. It's not mathematics.
shake of the head. "Well, that be a powerful lot of money, sir." Bellew thought of the sums he had lavished upon his yacht, on his 3 racing cars, and certain other extravagances. £2,000? $15,000? To make a free woman, independent, happy. Just $15,000. And he'd thrown away more than that upon a poker game before now. "Lord," exclaimed Adam, "the very sight of that there Grimes with pig eyes staring at Miss Adler's furniture, you make the old Adam rise up in me to that amazing extent, Mr. Bellew, sir. Just look at him a thumping on a puddle in that there chair." Adam turned, elbowing his way to where Mr. Grimes was in the act of testing the springs of an easy chair. He propped them, as though forced by a struggling mob, fell up against Mr. Grimes, and jostled Mr. Grimes, and trod heavily upon the toes of Mr. Grimes, and all with an expression of the most profound unconsciousness and abstraction, which, upon the indignant corn chandler's loud expostulations, immediately changed to a look of innocent surprise. "What do you look what you're doing, you clumsy fool?" exclaimed the outraged Grimes, redder than ever. "Ask your pardon, Mr. Grimes," said Adam solemnly. "What with people's legs and sheer legs and the legs of tables, and mention sideboards and cabinets, which though not having no legs ain't to be by no manner of means despised. What with this and that and the other, and I'm that confined, or as you might say, confused, I don't know which thing is mine or yours or anybody else's, Mr. Grimes, sir. I make so bold as to ask your pardon all over again, sir."
Maybe.
Fall against, to tread upon, and to jostle the highly incensed Mr. Grimes back into the crowd again. Thereafter he became a nemesis to Mr. Grimes, haunting him through the jungle of chairs and tables, pursuing him into distant corners and shady places, where, so sure as the sausage-like finger poised itself for an intelligent into his plate, or the fat red fist doubled itself for a spring-tested punch,
Maybe at 10%.
fall against him from the rear, sideways, and in front. Meanwhile, Bellew sat in his secluded corner, watching the crowd through the blue wreaths of his pipe, but thinking of her, who, brave though she was, had nevertheless run away from it all at the last moment. Presently, however, he was aware that the corn chandler had seated himself on the other side of the chiffonier, puffing and panting with heat and indignation, where he was presently joined by another individual, a small, rat-eyed man, who bid Mr. Grimes a deferential "Good day." "That there Adam," asked the corn chandler, "that there Adam ought to be thrown out into the stables where he belongs. I never see a man as was so much grilled to feet and elbows in all my days. He ought to be took," repeated the corn chandler, "and shook and thrown out into the yard." "Yes," said the other, "took and shook and thrown out, let him crop, sir. Now, what might you think of the furniture, Mr. Grimes?"
Yes, I think you like
"So, who do you buy?"
I'm
going.
You say what?
With much deliberation. "We're going to take them tapestry chairs, sir, and likewise the grandfather clock in this corner here, likewise the 4-post bedstead with the carved headboard. And most particular persons, I should take this here sideboard. There's another piece like this in the country, as I know of. Solid mahogany, sir, and the carvings." He gave 2 large double knocks upon the article of furniture in question. "I've had my eye on this sideboard for years and years. Where'd I get it some day, too? The only one that's
you ain't had to sell it at 4 now. What do you present for you, sir? I says it's a wonderful with the interest on the mortgage I hold of the place, one thing or another. It's one to me as she's kept her head above water so long. Not me, Parsons, not me. She'll be sitting here again soon. Next time it'll be lock, stock and barrel, Parsons. I don't know women farmers myself, Parsons. But as that couple over there, huge nothing. What might you suppose it to be worth? Did the kids straight now? Parsons. Can't say till I see this. Likewise felt it. It's the pork sharper rising. Let me out upon it and I'll tell you. To a shilling. Albert over to the crowd. The lady sat there, chin in hand, quite oblivious to the fact that his pipe was out long since. The tall old grandfather clock ticking in leisurely fashion in the corner behind him, silent and sedate, as it had done since, the inscription upon the dial testifying, the first being made in the year of grace 1732, the one Jabez Havisham of London. His ancient timepiece started a sudden breeze, which, considering its great age, could scarcely be wondered at. Thereafter, the music having subsided, gave forth a soft and mellow chime, claiming to all and sundry it was 12 o'clock. Hereupon the auctioneer, bustling to and fro with his hat upon the back of his head, consulted his watch, nodded to the red-nosed, blue-chinned Theodore, and, perching himself above the crowd, gave 3 sharp knocks with his hammer. "Gentlemen," he began. Here he was interrupted by a loud voice raised in the tank. "Confound you for a clumsy rascal! You keep the omens of yourn out of my whisker today. We need keep them big feet of yourn to yourself. If it ain't room enough for ye, out you go, do you hear? Have you took 'em, thrown out where you belong. Just right where you're trumping and a treading. Tread? Or where am I to tread? If I steps backward, I tread on ye. Steps sideways, I tread on ye. Step forward, I tread on ye. I do seem to be as I can't get nowhere but where you be waiting to be got on, Mr. Grimes, sir." Thereupon, the auctioneer rapped louder than ever, upon which, the clamour subsiding, he smiled with his jovial smile, once more began. "Gentlemen, you have all had an opportunity to examine the furniture I'm about to dispose of, and as fair-minded human beings, I think you would admit that a fine and genuine antique was never out of one at the same time. Gentlemen, I'm not going to burst forth into laudatory rodomontade. It is a word, gentlemen, that I employ only among an enlightened community such as I now have the honour of addressing. Neither do I propose to waste your time in purposeless verbiage. It is another of the same kind, gentlemen. Therefore, without further preface or preamble, we will proceed at once to business. The first one I have to offer you is a screen 6 foot high, the young screen, Theodore. There it is, gentlemen. Open it out, Theodore. Observe, gentlemen, it is carved rosewood panels, hand-painted, representing shepherds and shepherdesses disporting themselves under a tree with banjo and guitar. Now, what I'm offered is this hand-painted antique screen. Come. 15 shillings. Someone deep-hidden in the crowd. Start as late as you like, gentlemen. I'm offered a miserable 15 shillings for a genuine hand-painted 16. This with a long, loose-wing fellow with a patch over one eye and another on the cheek. "A pound," said Adam promptly. "A guinea," obviously the patches. 25 shillings, said Adam. "Ah, 25 shillings, cried the auctioneer. Any France? Genuine hand-painted antique screen, going at 25, at 25 going, gone. With a large gentleman in the next drop, Theodore." "There be that job Jagway, sir," said one, leaning across the sideboard to impart his information. "Over yonder, Mr. Benham, sir. Hibbers was bidding for the screen. The tall chap with the patches. 2 patches were pretty good. I do wish I had given him a couple more while I was about it, Mr. Benham, sir." Here, the engineer's voice put an end to Adam's self-reproaches. They turned back to the business in hand. "The next one I'm going to dispose of, gentlemen, is a fine set of 6 chairs with carved antique backs and upholstered in tapestry. Also 2 armchairs to match. Give them up, Theodore. Now, what is your price for these 8 fine pieces? Look them over and bid accordingly." 30 shillings, again from the depths of the crowd. "You joke, sir," laughed the auctioneer, rubbing his hands in his most jovial manner. "You joke. I can't see you, but you joke, of course, and I laugh accordingly. 30 shillings for 8 fine antique tapestried hand-carved chairs. Oh, very good. Excellent upon my show." 3 pounds, said the fire-maker corn farmer. "Guinea," myself very much for those chairs that you see prudence of the razor cheek blades dust regularly every morning. And then, it's not his money after all. Therefore Adam hesitated and glanced wistfully towards a certain distant corner. At 11 pounds, this fine suite of hand-carved antique chairs, 11 pounds, at 11, going, 15! A voice from the distant corner. And at that moment he was a great sigh of relief, while the corn chandler contorted himself in his efforts to glare at Benny around the sideboard. 15 pounds, chanted the auctioneer. I have 15, any advance. These 8 antique chairs going at 15. Going for the last time, going, gone. Sell to the gentleman in the corner behind the sideboard, Theodore. They're certainly fine chairs, Mr. Grimes. So, sitting there heavily. So, Parsons. He tried to glare at Benny, who was lying back in an easy chair with his legs upon another, puffed at his pipe and regarded all things with a placid interest. It is not intended to record in these pages all the bids that were made as the afternoon advanced, for that would be fatiguing to write and a weariness to read. Suffice it to say that lots were put up, and regularly knocked down, but always to Benny or Adam. Which last, encouraged by Benny's bold advances, gaily roared down and constantly outbid all competitors with such unhesitating pertinacity that murmurs rose and swelled into open debate. In the midst of which, the fiery-visaged corn chandler, Kirkendall, through heat and vexation, loudly demanded that he lay down some substantial deposit upon what he had already purchased, failing which he should there and then be took and shook and thrown out into the yard. Naked crop, added Mr. Parsons. That seems to be a fair proposition, smiled the auctioneer, who had already experienced some doubts as to Adam's financial capabilities, yet with his joviality all unruffled. That seems to be a very fair proposal indeed. If the gentleman will put down some substantial deposit. Aye, for sure, putting forward, and unbuckling a capacious pocket, he drew out a handful of banknotes. Shall I give you £100, or will 50 be enough? Aye, said the auctioneer, rubbing his hands as he eyed the fistful of banknotes. £10 would be all that is necessary, sir, just to ensure good faith, you understand? Hereupon, then, beckoning to Adam, handed him another hand, which was duly deposited with the auctioneer. So once more the bidding began. Once more lots were put up and knocked down, now to Adam, and now to Benny. The bet of the cart headboard had fallen to Adam after a lively contest between him and Parsons and the corn chandler, which had left the latter in a state of perspiring profanity, from which he was by no means recovered when the auctioneer once more rapped for silence. And now, gentlemen, last but by no means least, we come to the gem of the sale, the sideboard, gentlemen, a magnificent mahogany sideboard, the superb example of the carver's art. Here is a sideboard, gentlemen, which equalled, cannot be excelled. No, gentlemen, not if you were to search all the baronial halls of lordly mansions in this land of mansions and baronials. It is a truly magnificent piece in perfect condition, and you sold to your own price. I'll say no more. Gentlemen, how much for this magnificent mahogany piece? £10. 11. 15. 17, said Adam, with rapid drawing near the end of his resources. 18, whispered the gentleman. Go easy there, George, hissed Adam, to a little nearer to him. Go easy now. 19. Come, gentlemen, whispered the auctioneer. This isn't a cold scuffle, rude, nor yet a pair of tongs. This is a magnificent mahogany sideboard, and you offer me £19. 20, said Gerald. 21, roared Adam, making his last bid. Then turning, he twisted Gerald's unwilling ear. Gurney higher, now pump me to a jelly job. 25, said Parsons. 27, 28, 30, nodded Grimes, scowling at Adam. 32, said Parsons. 36, 37, 40, nodded Grimes. That drops me, said Parsons, sighing and shaking his head. Ah, chuckled the corn chandler. Well, I've 80 years with that sideboard, Parsons. I ain't going to let you take it away from me, or nobody else, sir. At 40, cried the auctioneer. At 40, this magnificent one. What did Benny begin to fill his pipe? 41's the bid. I have 41 from
the judge in the corner. 45, growled the corn chandler. 6, said Betty. 50, snarled Grimes. 1, said Betty. Judge in the corner gives me 51, shouted the auctioneer. Any advance? Said 51. 55, said Grimes. Democracy to make 5 or 11. At 10, said Betty. What's that? Said Grimes, reading aloud. Judge in the corner offers me 65, and 65 this magnificent piece at 65. What? You all done? 65 and cheap at the price? Come, gentlemen, take the time, give it another look over, bid accordingly. Crowd moved rapidly during the last hour. It was scarcely they wondered to see that they was constantly outbid, either by a horse-voiced, square-shouldered fellow in a neckcloth, or a greedy individual who lolled in a corner and puffed at a pipe. But now, as Grimes, his red cheeks puffed out, his eyes snapping in a way that many knew not danger, with a large do. As the rich corn chandler, whose word was law to a good many, turned and confronted this lanky, long-legged individual, such a prevailed, closed round him in a ring, feeling expectation of what Mr. Fenwick. Observing which, the corn chandler, feeling it incumbent upon him now or never to vindicate himself as a man of property and substance, and not to be put down, thrust his hands deep into his pockets, spread his legs wide apart, and stared at Betty in a way that most people would find highly disconcerting before now. Betty, however, seemed highly unaffected, and went on imperturbably filling his pipe. At 65, cried the auctioneer, leaning towards Grimes with his hammer poised. At 65, would you make it another pound, sir? Come, what do you say? I say no, sir, returned the corn chandler slowly and impressively. I say no, sir. I say make it another 20 pounds, sir. Thereupon, heads were shaken and nodded, and there was a sudden shuffle of feet as the crowd closed in the air. I get 85. Any advance on 85? 86, said the tobacconist, with his thumb. Once again, the auctioneer leaned over and appealed to the corn chandler, who stood in the same attitude, jingling the money in his pocket. Come, sir, don't let a pound or so stand between you and a sideboard that can't be matched to the length and breadth of the United Kingdom. Come, what do you say to another 10 shillings? I say, sir, said Grimes, with his gaze still riveted upon my head. I say, no, sir. I say, make it another 20 pounds, sir. Again, there rose and shuffled of feet. Again, heads were nodded, and elbows nudged neighbouring ribs, and all eyes were focused upon Betty, who was in the act of lighting his pipe. 106 pounds, cried the auctioneer. At 1/6, at 1/6. Betty struck a match, with a whip from the open casement behind him, extinguished it. I have 106 pounds. Is there any advance? Yes or no? Going at 106. Adam, not till now, tried to struggle with the alchemist, experienced a sudden cry of fear. Then he struck a point. At 106 pounds, at 1/6, going at 106 pounds. Cold moisture started out from Adam's brow. He clenched his hands and muttered through his teeth. Supposing the money was all gone and had his own share, supposing they had to lose his friend's own sideboard, and to Grimes of all people. This once more was in Adam's mind, while the auctioneer held his hammer poised, and Betty went on, lighting his pipe. Going at 106, going, 50 up. His pipe was well alighted fast, and he nodded to the auctioneer to a fragrant draught. What? Cried Grimes. How much? The gent in the corner gives me 156 pounds. The auctioneer, the jovial eye upon the corn chandler's lying visage. 156. All done? Any advance? Going at 156. Going. Stop. The hammer fell. With its tap, a sudden silence came upon the old hall. And all at once, the corn chandler turned, caught up his hat, clapped it on, shook a fat fist at Betty, and crossing to the door, lumbered away, muttering maledictions as he went. By twos and threes, the others followed him, until there remained only Adam, Betty, the auctioneer, and the red-nosed Theodore. And yet there was one other, for chancing to raise his eyes to the minstrel's gallery, Betty was spying Miss Priscilla, who, meeting his smile, glance, leaned down suddenly over the carved rail, very cutely, gave him a kiss, and hurried away with a quick polite tap-tap of her stick. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Money Moon by John Jeffrey Farnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 13. How Anthea Came Home. Lord, said Adam, pausing with a chair and an arm. Lord, Mr. Bennet, sir, I wonder what Miss Anthea will say. With which remark he strode off with the two chairs to set them in their accustomed places. Seldom indeed had the old hall, despite its many years, seen such a running to and fro, heard such a patter of flying feet, such merry voices, such gay and heartfelt laughter. And here was Miss Priscilla, looking smaller than ever, in a great armchair whence she directed the disposal and arrangement of all things, with quick little motions of her crutch stick. And here were the two rosy-cheeked maids, brighter and rosier than ever. And here was comely Prudence, who had come from her kitchen to bear a hand. Here, as has been said, was Adam. Here also was Benny, supplied by the side of his coat, pushing and tugging in his efforts to get the great sideboard back into its customary position. And all, as has also been said, was laughter and bustle, and an eager haste to have all things as they were, and should be henceforth, before Anthea's return. Lord, exclaimed Adam again, balancing now upon a ladder, and pausing to wipe his brow with one hand, with a picture swinging in the other. Lord, whatever will Miss Anthea say, Mr. Bennet, sir? Ah, said Bennet thoughtfully, I wonder. What do you suppose she'll say, Miss Priscilla, ma'am? I think you would best be careful of that picture, Adam. Which means, said Bennet, smiling down into Miss Priscilla's young bright eyes, that you don't know. Ah, Miss Bennet, she would say I'm very glad, of course. Happier, I think, than you or I could guess. Because I know she loves every stick and stays with that old furniture. But, Mr. Bennet, yes, I understand. Mr. Bennet, if Anthea, God bless her dear heart, but if she has a fault, it is pride, Mr. Bennet. Pride with a capital P. Yes, she is very proud. She knew that, I'll be hearted, said Adam, pausing nearby with a great armful of miscellaneous articles. And that full of joy as never was, Mr. Bennet, sir. Having delivered himself of which, he departed with his load. I rose this morning very early, Mr. Bennet. Oh, very early, said Miss Priscilla, watching Adam's laden figure with watchful eyes. Couldn't possibly sleep, you see, so I got up ridiculously early. But bless you, she was up before me. Ah, oh dear, yes, I've been up hours. What do you suppose she was doing? Bennet shook his head. She was rubbing and polishing that old sideboard that you paid such a dreadful price for, down on her knees before it. Yes, she was, and polishing and rubbing and crying all the while. Dear heart, such great big tears, and so very quiet. When she heard my little stick come tapping along, she tried to hide them, under her tears, of course, Mr. Bennet. But when I drew her dear, beautiful head down into my arms, she tried to smile. I'm so very silly, Aunt Priscilla, she said, crying more than ever. It's so hard to let the old things be taken away. You see, I do love them so. I tell you all this, Mr. Bennet, because I like you. Ever since you took the trouble to pick up a ball of worsted for a poor old lame woman in an auction. First impressions, you know. And secondly, I tell you all this to explain to you why I threw a kiss from a minstrel's gallery to a most unworthy individual, Aunt Priscilla. Threw you a kiss, Mr. Bennet. I had to. Sideboard, you know. Her knees, you understand? I understand. You see, Mr. Bennet, sir, said Adam at this juncture, speaking from beneath an inlaid table balanced on his head. It ain't as if this was just ordinary furniture, sir. You see, she kind of feels as if it all be part of Dapplemere Manor, as it used to be called. It's all been here so long, that them chairs and tables has come to be part of the house, sir. So when she comes and finds as it ain't all been took, or as you might say, vanished away, well, the question as I asked you, sir, is, what will she say? Oh, Lord. There Adam gave vent to his great laugh, which necessitated almost superhuman exertion of strength to keep the table from slipping from its precarious perch. Whereupon Miss Priscilla screamed, a very small being like herself, and Prudence scolded, and the two rosy-cheeked maids tittered, and Adam went chuckling upon his way.
when the hall was once more its old, familiar, comfortable self, and the floor had been swept of its litter and every trace of the sail removed, then Miss Priscilla sighed, and then put on his coat. When do you expect she will come home? Cried, glancing at the grandfather clock in the corner. Well, if she drove straight back from Cranbrook, she will be here now. But I fancy she won't be so very anxious to get home today. It may come the longest way round. Yes, it's in my mind she will keep away from Dapplemere as long as ever she can. And I think, said Betty, yes, I think I'll take a walk. I'll go and call upon the sergeant. The sergeant, said Miss Priscilla. Let me see now. It is now 6:15. It should take you about 15 minutes to the village and make it exactly 6 o'clock. You'll find the sergeant just sitting down in the chair on the left-hand side of the fireplace in the corner, the King's Head, you know. Not that I've ever seen him there, good gracious not. But I happen to be acquainted with his habits, and he is as regular and precise as his great big silver watch. That is the most precise and regular thing in all the world. I'm glad you are going, she went on, because today is, well, a day apart, tell you. You'll find the sergeant at the King's Head till 7:30. Then I will go to the King's Head, said Betty. And what message do you send him? That's a button, said Miss Priscilla, laughing and shaking her head. At least, you can tell him if you wish that the peaches are riper than ever they were this evening. I won't forget, said Betty, smiling, and went out into the sunshine. But crossing the yard, he was met by Adam, who trotted to him, paused to touch his hat. Look at that there all, sir. You would never know as there'd ever been any sale at all. Now, the only question is worries me, as I'm asking myself nonsense, is, what will Miss Anthony have to say about it? Yes, said Betty, I wonder. So he turned and went away slowly across the fields. Miss Priscilla had been right. Anthea was coming back the longest way round. Also, she was anxious to keep away from Dapplemere as long as possible. With its quaint gables and many latticed windows, and the blue smoke curling up from its twisted chimneys. Smiling and placid, as though in all this great world there were no such thing to be found as Watching now. And presently they swung to the drive and drew up in the courtyard. And there was Adam waiting to take the mare's head. Adam, as good-natured and stolid as though there were no abominations called, for want of a worse name, sayings. Very slowly for her, Anthea climbed down from the high dog-cart, aiding small porters to earth. With his hand clasped tight in hers, with lips set firm, she turned and entered the hall. But upon the threshold she stopped, and stood there utterly still, gazing and gazing upon the trim orderliness of everything. Then, seeing every well-remembered thing in its appointed place, all became suddenly blurred and dim, and snatching her hand from small Porter's grasp, she uttered a great choking sob and covered her face. The small Porters had seen, and stood aghast, and Miss Priscilla had seen, and now hurried forward with a quick tap-tap of her stick. As she came, Anthea raised her head and looked for one who should have been there, but was not. And in that moment, instinctively, she knew how things came to be as they were. And because of this knowledge, her cheeks flamed with a swift, burning colour. With a soft cry, she hid her face in Miss Priscilla's gentle bosom. Then, while her face was yet hidden there, she whispered, Tell me, what about it? But meanwhile, Betty, striding far away across the meadows, seeming to watch the glory of the sunset, and to hearken to a blackbird piping from the dim seclusion of a copse, melodious goodbye to the dying day, Dick saw and heard it not at all, for his mind was still occupied with Adam's question. What would Miss Anthea say? End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Money Moon by John Geoffrey Farrell. This little Oxford recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evans. Chapter 14, which, among other things, has to do with shrimps, muffins, and tin whistles. A typical Kentish village is Dapplemere, with its rows of scattered cottages bowered in roses and honeysuckle. White-walled cottages with steep pitched roofs and small latticed windows seem to stare at all and sundry like so many winking eyes. There is an air redolent of ripening fruits and hops, for Dapplemere is a place of orchards and hop gardens and rickyards,
while here and there a sharp-pointed red tiled roof with some ice tiles pierces the room. No doubt Romeo Village is but a very small place indeed nowadays, yet it possesses a church, grand architecture, whose massive Norman tiles look down upon gable and chimney, upon roof of thatch and roof of tile, like some benignant giant keeping watch above the wall. Nearby, of course, is the inn, a great rambling, comfortable place, with time-worn settles beside the door, where the mighty sign is written upon which, plainly to be seen, some precious inferno, is that which purports to be a likeness of His Majesty King William IV, glorious memory. But alas, the colours have long since faded, so that now, upon a dull day, it is a moot question whether His Majesty's nose was of the Greek or Roman order, or indeed whether he was blessed with any nose at all. Thus, time and circumstances have united to make a ghost of the likeness, as they have done the original long since, which, fading yet more and more, will doubtless eventually vanish altogether, like King William himself, and leave but a vague memory behind. Now, before the inn, was a small crowd gathered about a trap in which sat two men, one of whom made him recognise as the red-necked corn-chop of Grimes, the other a rat-eyed Parsons. Corn-chopper was mopping violently at his face and neck, down which ran, which clung, a phony substance suspiciously like the froth of beer, it is inferred, is that which purports to be a likeness of His Majesty King William IV, glorious memory. But alas, the colours have long since faded, so that now, upon a dull day, it is a moot question whether His Majesty's nose was of the Greek or Roman order, or indeed whether he was blessed with any nose at all. Thus, time and circumstances have united to make a ghost of the likeness, as they have done the original long since, which, fading yet more and more, will doubtless eventually vanish altogether, like King William himself, and leave but a vague memory behind. Now, before the inn, was a small crowd gathered about a trap in which sat two men, one of whom made him recognise as the red-necked corn-chop of Grimes, the other a rat-eyed Parsons. Corn-chopper was mopping violently at his face and neck, down which ran, to which clung, a phony substance suspiciously like the froth of beer. And as he mopped, his loud, raspy voice shook and quivered with passion. I tell ye, ye shall get out of my cottage, he said. I say you shall quit my cottage at the end of the month. I says a thing, I mean it. I say you should get off of my property, you and that beggarly cobbler. I say you should be thrown out of my cottage, lock, stock, and barrel. I say, I wouldn't, Mr. Grimes, leastways, not if I was you. Another voice broke in, calm and deliberate. No, I wouldn't go to say another word, sir. But if you do say another word, I know a man as will drag you down out of that cart, sir. I know a man as will break your whip over your very own back, sir. I know a man as will then take and heave you into the horse pond, sir. That man is me, Sergeant Appleby, late of the 19th Hussars, sir. Cornchopper, having removed most of the froth from his behead and face, stared down at the straight, alert figure of the big sergeant, hesitated, glanced at the sergeant's fist, which, though solitary, was large and powerful, scowled at the sergeant from his polished boots to the crown of his well-brushed hat, which perched upon his close-cropped grey hair at a ridiculous angle, taking impossible to any but an ex-cavalry man. Uttered a furious oath, and snatching his whip, cut viciously at his horse, very much as if that horse had been the sergeant himself. As the trap lurched forward, he shook his fist and nodded his head. Out she go at the end of the month, mind that, he snarled. And so rattled away down the road, still mopping at his head and neck, until he had fairly mopped himself out of sight. Well, Sergeant, said Davy, extending his hand, how are you? Hearty, sir. Hearty, I thank you, though, at this precise moment. You don't need to put out, sir. Nonetheless, I know a man is as happy to see you, Mr. Benny, sir. That's me, Sergeant Appleby, at your service, sir. My cottage lies down the road yonder. Easy march, if you will step that far. Speaking for my comrade and myself, we should be proud of you to take tea with us. Nothing, sir. Trips, Mr. Benny. Also a pint or two. Not a great feast, but tolerable good ration, sir. Plenty of them. What do you say? I say, done. Thank you very much. So without further parley, the sergeant saluted divers of the little crowd, and Reading Shark is straight along beside Baby, rather more stiff in the back, fixed to ride than was his weight. Keeping his imaginary spurs rather more bland. You would be wondering if the tantrums of the man drive, sir, was ordering me and my comrade Peter Day out of his cottage. Sir, I'll tell you in 2 words. It's all made to the sale for the farm, sir. See, Grimes is a great hand at buying things uncommonly cheap and selling them uncommonly dear. It seems he was disappointed. Huh? Said he. At exactly 23 minutes to 6, sir, Sergeant himself, his large silver watch. I was sitting in my usual corner beside the chimney, sir, and in comes Grimes like a thundercloud. Goes for a pint of ale, a tankard, on draws pint, which tops the man, sir. Buy anything at the sale, Mr. Grimes, says Tom. Sale, says Grimes. Sale indeed. Falls a cursing. Shut up at the farm. Shocking. Outrageous. Ends by threatening to foreclose mortgage within a month. Upon which I raise a protest, upon which he grows abusive, upon which I was forced to pour his ale over him, after which I ran him out into the road, and there it is, you see. And he threatened to foreclose the mortgage on Dapplemere Farm, did you, Sergeant? Within a month, sir, on which I warned him. He didn't pile at no place, made his private money troubles, gave him cried, and gagged. And so he is turning you out of his cottage? Within the week, sir, but then, dear Dominic, he's rather unpleasant. The other sergeant uttered a short laugh, was immediately grave again. It isn't, he went on, it isn't as I mind the inconvenience of moving, sir. But you might be sorry to be in the old place. Still, it isn't that so much as a small corner cupboard in my bookshelf by the chimney. There never was such a cupboard. No, sir. There never was a cupboard so well calculated to hold a pair of boots, spurs, spurs with German chains, polishing brackets, and a boot jack. That's that same small corner cupboard. As for the bookshelf beside the chimney, sir, exactly 3 foot 3, some in the recess, height, 3rd button of my coat, capacity for 14 books. You can get another book on that shelf. No, not if you try with a sledgehammer. Which is unsurprising when you consider that 14 books is the true and exact number of books as I possess. Very remarkable, said Henry. Then again, there's my comrade, Peter Day. The sergeant pronounced it as though all one word. Sir, my comrade Peter Day is a very remarkable man. Most comrades are. But he's not cobbling, he's reading. He's not reading, he's cobbling. Making clocks and watches. Between this and that, my comrade has picked up a pile of information. No, he lost his leg as a doing of it. The other wind, I think he had a good hope. My comrade was a sailor, sir. Consequently, he is an handyman. Most sailors are. Makes his own wooden legs, sir. He's also a musician. Tin whistle, sir. Oh, here we are. Saying which, the sergeant halted, wheeled, opened a very small gate, and ushered Betty into a very small garden, bright with flowers, beyond which was a very small cottage indeed. Through the open door of which there issued a most appetizing odour, accompanied by a whistle, wonderfully clear and sweet. It was rendering Tom Bowling, with many shapes, trills, and astonishing runs. Peter Day was busy at the fire with a long toasting fork in his hand. And on their entrance, breaking off his whistling in the very middle of a note, he sprang nimbly to his feet, and his foot, and stood revealed as a short, yet strongly built man, with a face that did not well resemble mine. He was completely surrounded by hair and whistling. But it was in other respects a vastly pleasant island to behold, despite the somewhat craggy prominences of chin, his nose, and brow. In other words, it was a pleasing face, notwithstanding the fierce, thick eyebrows, which were more than offset
It's 1 hour.
the broad, humorous mouth below. Peter Day, said the sergeant. Mr. Benton. Glad to see you, sir, said the mariner, saluting the visitor with a big pop of the head and a backward scrape of the wooden leg. You couldn't make port at a better time, sir. Because why? Because the captain's abiding, sir, the muffins is piping hot, and the fuses are laying over too, ready to be took aboard, sir. Which Peter Day bobbed his head again, shook his wooden leg again, and turned away to reach a man coming saucer. It was a large room for so small a cottage, comfortably furnished, floor of red tile, both a grate at one end well raised up from the hearth. On the hob a kettle sang murmurously, and on the trivet stood a plate whereon rose a towel of toasted muffins. A round table occupied the middle of the floor, and was spread with a smelly cloth,
Brown cups and saucers were arranged from the midst to the great bowl of shrimps. Now above the mantelpiece, and say to the left of it, fastened to the wall, was a length of rope cunningly tied in what is called a running bowline. Above this, on a shelf specially contrived to hold it, was the model of a spoon-rigged ship that was, in all appearances, making excellent weather, with every stitch of canvas set and dry, alow and aloft. Above this again was a sextant and a telescope. Opposite all these, upon the other side of the mantel, were a pair of stirrups, 3 pairs of spurs, 2 cavalry sabres, and a carver. While between these objects, the very little the chimney, uniting as it were the army and the navy, was a portrait of the Queen Victoria. Then you will also notice that each side of the wall partook of the same characteristics, one being devoted to things nautical, the other to objects military. All this very noticed while the soldier was brewing the tea and the sailors bestowing the last finishing touches to the muffins. "Take off as you've honored this company, sir," said the sunshine. "Is it tea?" "No," answered the sergeant, and was bending his lips. "We ain't had company for tea," said Peter, once he buried the muffins. "No, we ain't had company to tea since the last time Miss Anthony was Priscilla on us, and we did." "All of this," said the sergeant, and he felt good again, "is the one and only word for it, Peter. Nostrums. We stayed 12 months, sir. That's why? Because we stayed 12 months up to be Miss Priscilla's birthday. Consequently, today is her birthday likewise. Those were the muffins for the ship, sir. The labour is this day to once more raised our board, Mr. Bentley." "Raised our board," said the sergeant, and he said again, "raised our board is the only expression for it today. But they disappointed us, Mr. Bentley, sir, on account of the sail." "Straight," said Peter Blow with a note of concern in his voice. "How's the wind?" "Tolerable, comrade, tolerable." "Then why forget the tea?" "Tea," said the sergeant with a bitter start. "Oh, sir. Mr. Bentley, sir, your pardon." Forthwith he began to pour out the tea very solemnly, but with less precision of movement than usual, with an abstracted gaze. "The sergeant tells me you are a musician," said Bentley, as Peter Day handed him another muffin. "A musician, me? Sick as that. To be sure, I do toot up and tinkle from now and then, sir. Keep things as the years, and the girl lived behind me from the shipmate, and I played a whiskey, and life on the ocean wave for myself. As a musician, oh, you see, sir," Peter Day, taking advantage of the sergeant's abstraction, whispered confidentially behind his muffin, "that breastplate of mine has such a high opinion of my gifts, it is very overpowering. The tin whistle is only a tin whistle after all. And it is about the only instrument I could ever get the hang of," said Bentley. "What do you mean as you play, sir?" "Ah, without but I make a good rough of it." "Oh, I said, I've got a couple of very good whistles, sir. You said minded you might try a duet, sir, after tea." "Bit better," added Bentley. Hereupon, Peter Day noticing that the sergeant was nothing, leaned over and touched him upon the shoulder. "How's the wind now, shipmate?" he inquired. "Right so, Peter Day. Very, very," said the sergeant, swallowing his tea round and round, with his gaze fixed upon the opposite wall. "Then, messmate, why not a muffin or even an occasional shrimp? How be your appetite?" "Peter Day," said the sergeant, beginning to stir his tea faster than ever, and with his eyes to a fix, "consequent upon disparaging remarks having been passed by one Grimes, our landlord, concerning them as should not be mentioned in parlour or anywhere else, by such as said Grimes, I was compelled to pour a tankard of beer over said Grimes, our landlord, this afternoon, Peter Day, exactly 12 1/2 minutes past 6 by my watch. Which done, I ran our landlords out into the road, Peter Day, saying, 1/2 minute later, it would make it precisely 13 minutes after the hour. Consequent upon which, Douglas, we received our marching orders." "What respect is it? Heave our anchor, you mean?" "I mean, comrade, that on Saturday next, being the 25th instant, we march out, bag of baggage, horse, foot, and artillery. We evacuate our position in face of superior force. But put it all, comrade." "Is that so, shipmate?" "Not only Peter Day, hard by a bit, but things were said, comrade, relative to business troubles that one has with both respect, Peter Day. Things were said as called for. Here, down my back,
running out into the road, Comrade. It's rough on Peter Day, seeing as you, like the Hussars and that's one, never engaged, so to speak. I should make don't just catch me. What about Mr. Pate? My God, I'd give £1, £2, 10. Must have been a stir of it when I broke then. I'm afraid I would prefer to catch the car. Either way, said the sergeant, taking his case from the wall with a jerk. On the 25th instant, we shall be without a roof to cover us. I did, Peter Day. What did you say about it? Say, Miss Pate. Why, it's you, me, honouring and respecting two ladies who deserve to be honoured and respected. Just with a quick acting Comrade, spoke like a true soldier. Is there about this? For now, the sergeant, himself once more, to each other, and they ate and drank and laughed and talked, till the troops were all gone, and the muffins were fixed in their hearts. And now, entirely all babies off from their sisters, the soldier and the sailor began washing and drying and putting away their crockery, each of his characteristic manner, silent, very careful and exact. While the sailor juggled cups and saucers with a short-handed deftness that seemed peculiar to Northern fingers. Let's be with that, said the sergeant, and each cup on its pointed nail, and setting each saucer solicitously in the space reserved for it on the small dresser. Since you took our marching orders as you have to them, I'm quite reconciled to part with these here snug quarters, barring a nip, a book-shelf, and a cupboard. Good, turned Peter Day, sort of disdain. Well, there was such a ill-contrived, lovely cupboard as that in all the world. You can't get it unless you lay out a port, to cover the clothes press, then hard a starboard on account of the dresser, then it being in the darkest corner. True, Peter Day, but I'm used to it. It uses everything, as you know. I can lay my hand upon anything in a minute. Watch me. Saying which, the sergeant squeezed himself between the press and the dresser, opened the cupboard, took thence several articles which he named, in order. Paragraph boots, 2 buttons, packing, and a bird. And except these down, one by one, upon the dresser, he wheeled and addressed himself to Benny as follows. It's good, sir. This evening being the anniversary of the event, sir, I will ask you to excuse me while I make the necessary preparations to honour this anniversary, as is ever my custom. As he ended, he dropped the 2 brushes, the blacking, and the burnisher inside the legs of the boots, picked them up with a sweep of the arm, and turning short round, strode out into the little bar. "Fine very strict, sir," ordered Peter Day, beginning to fill a long tray pipe. "Oh, what a saving for me, to be sure. Baby, she's as fine a soldier as ever was, or will be. Enough more beverage to fill my Sunday house, sir. The most is to get with the VC, that is discharged, sir. That's why, because the soldier with one arm, taking the good with the sailor with one leg, you see. So they tried to discharge Dick, but they couldn't, sir. Because why? Because Dick was a soldier bred and born. He was as much a soldier today as ever he was. Ah, that always will be. He goes marching aloft, like poor Tom Bobby. So one was his general of all the armies, and admiral of all the fleets that ever sailed, called the last muster on, sir. This present moment, sir, said lighting his pipe with a live coal from the fire. My messmate is sitting to the leeward over Buck Tree outside, polishing every jackboots, polishing, and a burnishing of his spurs, totally burnishing. Because why? Because he goes on guard tonight, according to custom. Guard? Repeated Benny. I don't understand. Of course you don't, sir, chuckled Peter. Well, then tonight he marches away, through regimental, sir, to mount guard. What do you suppose? I'll tell you. Miss Priscilla's window. Yes, sir, it's the top of the striking river. There he stays and marches to and fro till the boiling point. Does him a world of good, sir. No way he displeases Miss Priscilla. Because why? Because you don't know nothing whatever about it. In the morning, Peter Day rose, and crossing to a battered seaman's chest in the corner, came back with 3 or 4 tin whistles, which he handed to Benny, who laid aside his pipe, and selected one, ran tentatively up and down the scale, and Peter Day listened intently in the ear, beaming his face. "Sir," said he, "what do you say to Annie Laurie as a start? Shall we give him Annie Laurie?" "Very good. Ready? Go." Thus, George Benny, American citizen and middle man,
packed away on a timber suit with all the gusto in the world, introducing little trills and flourishes here and there, fairly ripe for one-legged sailor's heart. They had already given up 3 or 4 selections, each of which had been vociferously encored by Peter Dale and Beverly, and had just finished an impassioned rendering of the Swanee River, and the sergeant appeared with his boots beneath his arm. "Shebang!" cried Peter Dale, flourishing his whistle. "Did you ever hear a tip whistle better played or better or in tone?" "Better is the only word for it, comrades. Your playing, sirs, is artistic. Don't differ. What you would mind give us something brighter? Captain Quickstep? What you ramble above a while as begins? Some talk of Alexander and some of Hercules. If it would be trouble you too much." What emerged between the close bursts of the dresser with a black bottle in his hand, which he passed over to Peter Dale, who set about doing what he called a Joram Magroy, the sailor which filled the place with a right pleasant fragrance. Under the glass's brim, each with a slice of lemon top, the sergeant solemnly rose. "Miss Mary and comrade," said he, lifting his glass, "I give you Miss Priscilla." "God bless her," said Peter Dale. "Amen," said Beverly. So the toast was drunk. The glasses were empty, refilled, and emptied again. This time more slowly. The clock striking 9, Baby rose to take his leave. Seeing which, the sergeant fetched his hat and stick, and volunteered to accompany him a little way. So when Billy had shaken the sailors on his hand, they set out to go. "Sergeant," said Billy, after they had walked some distance, "I have a message for you." "For me, sir?" "From Miss Priscilla." "From her? Indeed, sir." "She would be telling us the peaches are riper tonight than ever they were." The sergeant seemed to find this a subject with profound thought, and he strode on beside Betty very silently, with his eyes straight before him. "That the peaches were riper tonight than ever they were?" repeated Ross. "Yes, sergeant." "I thought," said the sergeant, as if turning this over in his mind. "Riper than ever they were," added Betty. "The peaches, I think, sir." "The peaches, yes." Then he heard the sergeant's finger rasping to and fro across his shaven chin. "Miss Mary, sir, she is a very remarkable woman, sir." "Yes, sir." "A wonderful woman." "Yes, sir." "A kind of woman that improves with age, sir." "Yes, sir." "Talking of peaches, sir, I've often thought she was very like a peach herself, sir." "Very, sergeant, but..." "No, sir?" "Peaches do not improve with age, sergeant. The peaches are riper than ever they were tonight." The sergeant stopped short and stared at Betty wide-eyed. "Why, sir," thought he very slowly, "you don't mean to say you think that she meant that what I do?" worried Betty. And now, just as suddenly as he had stopped, the sergeant turned and went on again. "No," he whispered. "No, no." The moon was rising. Looking at the sergeant, Betty saw that there was a wonderful light in his face, yet a light that was not of the moon. "Sergeant," said Betty, laying a hand upon his shoulder, "why don't you speak to her?" "Speak to her? What, me? No, Mr. Bentley," said the sergeant hastily. "No, no, can't be done, sir. Not till we're met. Hold on, sir." The light was all gone out of his face now. He walked with his chin on his breast. "The surprising thing to me, sergeant, is that you have never thought of putting your fortune to the test, and speaking your mind to her before now." "Thought of it, sir," repeated the sergeant bitterly. "Thought of it. Sir, I've thought of it these 5 years and more. Thought of it day and night. I've thought of it so very much that I know I never can speak my mind to her. Look at me," cried the sergeant, kneeling and fronting Betty, not at all like his bold, erect, soldierly self. "Yes, look at me, a poor, battered old soldier with his best arm gone, left behind him in India, with nothing in the world but his old uniform, getting very afraid more of himself, sir. Pair of jack boots, likewise very much worn, though obviously patched here and there by my good comrade Peter Dale. Handful of medals and very modest pension. Look at me, with the best of my days behind me and with only one arm left. And I'm a deal more for accomplish without one arm than you think, sir. Look at me, and then tell me how could such a man dare to speak his mind to such a woman? What right has such a man to even think of speaking his mind to such a woman? And there's part of that man already in the grave. No, sir, none in the world. Poverty, one arm, and facts that make it impossible for that man to ever speak his mind. Sir, that man never will, sir. Good night to you, and a pleasant walk. I turn back here. What's the sergeant do? There and there, reading sharp right about face. As his baby watched him go, he noticed that the soldier's step was heavy and slow. It seemed that for once the sergeant had even forgotten to put on his imagined disposes. keep it right for yourself. So, but it would make no fuss about it, not it. You just take it, that's what you do. So that more side, there's some kind of picking on a bidding all night. I keep on it, or the flash. Well, she doesn't mean to go out of that. What to do? Don't resent it. The money's supposed to be paid off. See, you know that. I can't give the money back. Hate to admit that. No, of course not, Xanthia. I can't keep it. Need it, Xanthia, now? Why not? But that Danny Flynn doesn't want all those things. It's quite absurd, and yet you know how to do well the money they bring will hardly be enough by itself. So I'm setting my fellows to make it happen. What to do? She gave that head weary and went back to her. Now, seeing her distress, Eleanor stared alone to the was. She sighed and sympathy. Fell once more to Christian's hat, and Julia fell wrong at all circumstances cried, twisting its queens between his strong hands, as though he would fain ring out with some solution, and probably some request to husband. But all at once a frown vanished from his brow. His quick loosened upon his unfortunate hands. He found one with a second theme. Xanthia, said he, putting a step nearer, though his voice was still smooth, closing his eyes to tell him he didn't want that promise. What do you know? How can you, Adam? He was lived in England. His home is thousands of miles away. He's in America. Besides, then he'll be an American when he gets married. Xanthia, huh? Married? Repeated Xanthia quickly. Adam, what do you mean? Why, you must know, began Adam, looking at his head again. Ever since the day our father was leaving your home, Xanthia, now. Mr. Bellows been very kind and very gentle. Mr. Bellows and me smoked a good many sociable pipes together. When men smoke together, Xanthia, they likewise talk together. Well, said Xanthia, rather breathlessly, taking up a pencil that promised to be like Mr. Bellows, typically, Mr. Bellows done me the honour. Adam paused to give an extra twist to his hat. The honour, Xanthia? Yes, Adam. Confided to me his hopes, said Adam slowly, finding it much harder to frame his well-meaning falsehood than he'd supposed. His H-O-P-E-S hopes, Miss Xanthia, of settling down very soon and of marrying a fine young lady as he has had his eye on a goodish time. Having known her from Charlton's Arms, Xanthia, lives up in London. Yes, Adam. Consequently, he bought all your furniture to set up housekeeping, don't you see? Yes, I see, Adam. Her voice was low, soft, and gentle as ever, but the pencil was tracing meaningless scrawls on her shaking fingers. So you don't have to be no wise backward about keeping the money, Miss Xanthia. Oh, no, of course not. I understand it's just a business transaction. Business transaction, nodded Adam. So you put the money on one side to help pay off the mortgage, eh, Miss Xanthia? Yes. If you have to come up to what they promised to come up to, you'll be able to get rid of old Grimes, good and all, Miss Xanthia. Yes, Adam. Easy in your mind now, Miss Xanthia, about keeping the money. Quite. Thank you, Adam, for telling me. You can go now. Oh, by good night, Miss Xanthia, then. The mortgage is as good as paid. There's perhaps nowhere near so good as ours be. And you're quite free of care and happy outing, Miss Xanthia. Oh, quite, Adam. When Adam's heavy throat had died away, when she was all alone, she behaved rather strangely for one so free of care and happy-hearted. Something bright and glistening splashed upon the paper from her. Pencil slipped from her fingers. With a sudden choking cry, she swayed forward and hid her face in her hands. End. Chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Money Mule by John Jeffrey Farnell. This Livernox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Simon Anderson. Chapter 16, in which Adam poses again. To be or not to be, then indeed against the mighty bowl of King Arthur, stir up the mood with knitted brow. That is the question, whether I should brave the slings and arrows and things and speak tonight and have done with it, one way or another, or live on a while secure in this uncertainty. Whether I shall at this early stage put all my chances of happiness against the chances of losing them, and with her smiling portraits, blessed, of all the quaint and lovable beings of this wonderful Arcadia. What now to be? No. What recourse have I? What is there left me but to go wandering forth again, knowing the wind, with the gates of Arcadia shut upon me forever? To be or not to be, that's the question. Is that you, Mr. Sir? Even so, constantly a while we may gaze upon Dian's loveliness and smoke. Let us converse of their kings. Why, kings ain't much of my life, sir, living or dead. Neither having seen any such a picture, not tall, but very lifelike. But while I were a British English, I should have backed me up and would play the game, Mr. Benham, sir. Why, after that I go out, the gentle Daphnis, and rugged Theo, you may laugh at me till you mustn't. Are you troubled? Is it counsel you need, or any money? To your part, while you spoke, 5 occurs to me. Put me wise, or as your French cousins would say, make me au fait. Well, now, said the Royalite, in the first place, Mr. Benham, sir, I beg to remind you, that if you sold our furniture, to raise enough money that would what the auction would be, might go to pay off the mortgage. With law, sir. Yes. Well, tonight, sir, if Anstey calls me into the parlour to ask, as you might say, inquire, as to the why and blank wife and wherefore you are buying all that furniture. Did she? Ah, why did he do it, said she. Well, to keep it from being took away, perhaps, says I. Not with any difference, sir. Good. No, good, sir, said Diane. If he says it's all yours, big in America, you couldn't really need the furniture, nor yet want the furniture, unless if he wasn't talking of handing you the money back again. Oh, said Eddie. See, rich, sir, because you must have that money in hopes to keep the roof of Dapplemere River ahead. They're made up, as you might say, concocted a story, anecdote for yarn, on the spot, Mr. Benham, sir. Most excellent Machiavelli. You see, I told her, sirs, you bought that furniture on account of you being wishful to settle down. Well, she starts and looks at me with eyes big and surprised like. I told her likewise, if you had told me on the quiet, she might say, confidential, that you bought that furniture to set up housekeeping on account of you being on the point of marrying a fine young lady up in London. What? But he didn't move, nor did he raise his voice. Nevertheless, Adam started back and instinctively threw up his arm. You told her that? I did, sir. But she knew it was a confounded lie. I know, but I tell her thousands of lies, confounded or otherwise, to save Miss Anthony. To save her? From ruination, sir. Losing Dapplemere Farm and everything she has in the world. Dogs can never bring in by themselves over £3,000 as is owing. They ain't to be expected. But if that £3,000 ain't paid over that dirty Grimes by next Saturday week, there was, that dirty Grimes turns Miss Anthony out of Dapplemere. With lots of Georgie, poor little Miss Priscilla. What will become of them then? Lord, when I think of it, the old animal rise up at me to that extent as I'm minded to take a pitchfork and go and skewer that man Grimes to his own chimney corner. Seems to be so. See where you stand still. Miss Anthony be that proud and independent, she'd never took the money. So, if I hadn't told her that there lie, well, that's why I did tell her that there lie. I see. Yes, you did quite right. You acted for the best, and you did quite right, Adam. Yes, quite right. Thank you, sir. And so, this is the game I have to play, is it? That's it, sir. If she asks you, are you going to get married? You tell her, yes. The ladies you've known from your childhood's hour, living in London. That's all, sir. That's all, is it, Adam? Said David slowly, turning to look up at the moon again. Doesn't sound very much, does it? Well, I'll play your game. Yes, you may depend upon me. Thank you, Mr. Barry, sir. Thank you, sir. I do hope that you will excuse me for taking such liberties and making so free with your art and your affection, sir. Oh, certainly, Adam. The cause excuses everything. And good night, sir. Good night, Adam. So this good, well-meaning Adam strayed away, proud of the whole of his night's work, leaving Barry to frown up at the moon with teeth clenched tight on his pipe stem. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Money Moon by John Jeffrey Farmer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Simon Evans. Chapter 17. How Bernie began the game. Now in this life of ours, there may be games of many and diverse sorts, and all are calculated to try the nerve, knowledge, or skill of the player, as the case may be. Bernie had played many kinds of games in his day, and among others had at once been famous as the 8-tackle on the Harvard Rep. Upon him, he yet bore certain scars received upon a memorable game. Yale, flushed with success, saw their hitherto invincible line rent and burst asunder, so a figure torn, bruised, and bleeding, flashed out and away down the field, turned defeated to victory, and to be brought more fondly to hospital and to bed. If you recall this by any chance as he sat there staring up at the moon, it is very sure that, had the choice been given him, he would joyfully have chosen the game of torn flesh and broken bones, or any other game, no matter how desperate, rather than this particular game that Adam had invented and thrust upon him. Presently Bernie knocked the ashes from his pipe, and, rising, walked on slowly towards the house. As he approached, he heard someone playing the piano, and the music recorded well with his mood, or his mood with the music. For it was haunting and very sweet, with a recurring melody in a minor key, seemed to voice all the sorrow of humanity, past, present, and to come. Drawn by the music, he crossed the rose garden, and reaching the terrace, paused for a moment. The long French windows were open, and where he stood, he could see Anthea seated at the piano. She was dressed in a white gown of some soft, clean material, and among the heavy braids of her hair was a single great red rose. As he watched, he thought that she had never looked more beautiful than now, the soft glow of the candles upon her. Long, even had you played quite so dolefully, typically the two. I thought you were fond of me, Priscilla. So I am, but then, even in his gayest moments, Mr. Bede was always breaking his heart over something or other. Wait, there's Mr. Bentley at the window. Pray come in, Mr. Bentley, and tell us how you liked Peter Day and the muffins. Thank you, said Bentley, stepping in through the long French window. But I should like to hear Miss Anthea play again, first, she said. Anthea, who had already risen from the piano, shook her head. I only play when I feel like it, to please myself and Aunt Priscilla, said she, crossing to the broad, low-window seat and leaning out into the further view. Why then, said Bentley, sinking into the easy chair Miss Priscilla indicated with a little stab of her needle. Why then, the muffins were delicious, Aunt Priscilla, and Peter Day was just exactly what a young one-legged mariner ought to be. And the figs, Mr. Bentley? Cried Miss Priscilla, busy at her sewing again. I couldn't all other things so well, he answered, glancing where Anthea sat with her chin propped in her hand, gazing up at the waning moon, seemingly quite oblivious of him. And did you pour out the tea? Cried Miss Priscilla. From the china pot with blue flowers and the Chinese mandarin fan himself? Very awkward, of course, with this one man. I don't mean the man, Mr. Bentley. Very full of apologies? He did. Yes, he always does, and every year he gives me 3 lumps of sugar. I only take 1, you know. It's a pity, sighed Miss Priscilla. It was his right arm. Great pity. And here she sighed again, and catching herself, glanced up quickly at Bentley, and smiled to see how completely absorbed he was in contemplation of the silent figure in the window seat. After all, at her right arm, there are no, she Mr. Slockley said, "Oh, you want a couple of things?" He grows younger and brighter every year, Henry David, turning to me with his pleasant smile. "Yes, and I think prettier." "Oh, Mr. Bexley," exclaimed Miss Priscilla, shaking her head at him approvingly. "You're pretty pleased, nonetheless." "How can you be so ridiculous? It makes me mean." "Why, it was the sergeant who put it into my head." "Yes, it was after I had given him your message about Peaches, Aunt Priscilla, and—" "Oh, dear heart!" exclaimed Miss Priscilla with disjunction. "Prudence is out tonight. I promised to bake the bread for her. Here, I see how she up her stick. I went to the door. "And I was almost forgetting to wish you many happy returns of the day, Aunt Priscilla," said Betty, rising. At this familiar appellation, Anthea turned sharply, in time to see him stoop and kiss Miss Priscilla's small white hand. Whereupon Anthea must needs curl her lip as he's called back. When he opened the door, Miss Priscilla tapped away, even more quickly than usual. Anthea was half sitting, half kneeling among the cushions in the corner of the deep window, apparently still lost in contemplation of the moon. So much so, she did not stir, or even lower her upward gaze, when Lady Clare stood beside her. Therefore, taking advantage of the fixity of her regard, he once more became absorbed with her loveliness. Almost likewise proceeded in Arcadia on the night of a midsummer moon, and he mentally contrasted the dark, proud beauty of her face with that of all the women he had ever known, with an utter and complete disparagement. "Well?" cried Anthea at last, perfectly conscious of his look, finding the silence growing irksome, yet still with her eyes averted. "Well, Mr. Benjamin?" "On the contrary," he answered, "the moon is on the way." "The moon?" she repeated. "I suppose it is. What way?" "True happiness can only come riding astride the full moon, you know. You remember old Annie told us so." "And she believed it?" he inquired scornfully. "Why, of course," he answered in his quiet way. Anthea didn't speak, but once again recurred her lip with a liquor. "So," she replied, quite unabashed, "when I behold happiness riding astride the full moon, I shall just reach up in the most natural manner in the world and take it down, and it may abide with me, or without any. You think you will be tall enough? We'll just see when the time comes." "I think it's all very ridiculous," said Anthea. "Why then, suppose you play for me that same plaintive piece you were playing as I came in. Something of Breed's, I think it was. Will you, Miss Anthea?" She was on the point of refusing, then, as if moved by some capricious whim, he crossed to the piano and dashed into the riotous music of a Polish dance. As the wild notes leapt beneath her quick brown fingers, Benny, seated nearby, kept his eyes upon the great red rose in her hair, but nodded slyly at him with their every movement. And surely, in all the world, there never bloomed a more tantalizing and wantonly provoking rose than this. Therefore Benny very wisely turned his eyes from its glowing temptation. Doubtless observing which, the rose, in evident desperation, nodded and swayed, until it had fairly nodded itself from its sweet resting place, and, falling to the floor, lay within Benny's reach. Whereupon he promptly stooped and picked it up, and, even as with a last crashing chord Anthea ceased playing and turned, in that same moment he dropped it deftly into his coat pocket. "But by the way, Mr. Benny," he said, speaking as if the idea had but just entered her mind, "what do you intend to do about all your furniture?" "Do about it?" he repeated, settling the rose carefully in a corner of his pocket, that it would not be crushed by his pipe. "I mean, maybe like it, store, until you could sell and have it taken away?" "Well, I rather thought of keeping it where it was," he did. "I'm afraid that would be impossible, Mr. Benny." "Why, then, Mamma would be an excellent place for it. I suppose the rats and mice wouldn't do any real harm. As for the damp and the dust—" "Oh, you know what I mean," exclaimed Anthea, beginning to tap the floor impatiently with her foot. "Of course we can't go on using the things now that they are your property. It wouldn't be right." "Very well," he nodded, his was questing anxiously after the Rosa game. I'll get Adams up and ship it all into the bar tomorrow morning. Will you please be serious, Mr. Berry? As an hour, he nodded. Why then, of course you will be meeting Dapplemere soon, and I should like to know exactly when, so that I can make the necessary arrangements. But you see, I'm not meeting Dapplemere soon, or even thinking of it. Not, he repeated, glancing up at him in swift surprise. Not until you did me. How? You? But I understood you intend to settle down. Certainly, nodded Berry, transferring his pipe to another pocket altogether, lest it should damage the Rose's temper preference. To settle down, I think, will become the ambition of my life. Then, pray, said Anthea, picking up a sheet of music and beginning to study it with the tip of her eyes. You simply just to tell me what you mean. That necessarily brings us back to the moon again, answered Bertie. The moon? The moon? What in the world has the moon to do with your furniture? He demanded, a foot beginning to tap again. Everything. I bought that furniture with 1 hour of the moon, as it were, tonight, and really, Mr. Benny, no time to waste over. So if you excuse me, I pay because I felt like it, Mr. Benny. Nevertheless, I thank you. When you make up your mind about the furniture, please let me know. When the moon is at the full, yes. Can it be possible that you are still knocking on the wild words of poor old Nanny? Once more he declared the liberty. Nanny is very old, I admit, he nodded. But surely you remember that we proved her right in opposite. I mean, about the tiger. Having said this, for no apparent reason, the eyes that had hitherto been looking into his, proud and scornful, closed, and were hidden under their long, thick lashes. The colour flamed to her cheeks. Without another word, she was gone. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Money Moon by John Geoffrey Farnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Simon Edwards. Chapter 18 on How the Sergeant Went Upon His Guard. The Arcadians, one and all, generally follow that excellent maxim which runs, early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy and wealthy and wise. Healthy they are, beyond a doubt, and in their quaint, simple fashion, profoundly wise. But they are not extraordinarily wealthy, yet they are generally blessed with contented minds, which, after all, is better than money, and far more to be desired than fine gold. Now, whether their general health, happiness, and wisdom is to be attributed altogether to their early-to-bed proclivities is perhaps a moot question. Howbeit, tonight, long after these weary Arcadians have forgotten their various cares and troubles in the blessed oblivion of sleep, even Arcadia has its troubles. Eddie sat beneath the shade of King Arthur, alone with his thoughts. Presently, however, he was surprised to hear the house door open and close very softly, and to behold not the object of his meditations, Miss Priscilla coming towards him. As she caught sight of him in the shadow of the tree, she stopped and stood leaning upon her stick, as though she were rather disconcerted. "Aunt Priscilla," said he, rising. "Oh, it's you," she exclaimed, just as though she hadn't known it in the long. "Dear me, Mr. Benjamin, how late you look. Dreadfully thoughtful. Good gracious." She glanced up at him with her quick, girlish smile. "I suppose you wonder what I'm doing out here at this unhallowed time of night. It's nearly 11 o'clock. Dear me, yes you are. Well, sit down, and I'll tell you. Let us sit here, in the darkest corner. There. Dear heart, how bright the moon is, to be sure." So saying, Miss Priscilla ensconced herself at the very end of the rustic bench, where the deepest shadow lay. "Ah, Mr. Benjamin," she began, "as you know, today is my birthday. As to my age, let us say, just 21. Being young and foolish, Mr. Benjamin, I've come out here to watch another very foolish person, the ridiculous old sergeant of hussars, who come marching along very soon, and my guard full of regimentals, Mr. Benjamin. His bust on his head, his great tunic and yarmulke, his great big boots,
his spurs jingling and his saber biting as a moon. So then, you know who comes? Of course I do. And I love to hear the jingle of his spurs and to watch the glitter of his saber. So every year I come here and sit about the shadows where you can't see me, watch him go marching up and down, to and fro, until the clock strikes 12 and he gets marching home again. So I'm very foolish, of course, but I love to hear the jingle of his spurs. And have you sat here watching him every year? Every year? And he has never guessed you were watching him? Oh, good gracious me, of course not. Don't you think, Aunt Priscilla, that you are just a little... What do you mean? I gave you your message, Aunt Priscilla. What message? That tonight the peaches will ripen on Neverland. Said Miss Priscilla. I waited expectantly for Betty to continue. But as he was silent, she glanced at him, and seeing him staring at the moon, she looked at it also. And after she had gazed for perhaps half a minute, as Betty was still silent, she spoke, though in a very small and subdued. What did he say? Who? Inquired Betty. The sergeant, to be sure. Well, he gave me to understand that a poor old soldier with only one arm left him must be content to stand aside always and hold his peace, just because he was a poor, lame, poor soldier. Don't you think you would be just a little cruel all these years, Aunt Priscilla? Sometimes one is cruel only to be kind, she answered. Aren't the peaches ripe enough after all, Aunt Priscilla? Overripe, she said bitterly. Overripe. Is that all, Aunt Priscilla? No, there's this. She held her head to a crutched stick. Is that all, Aunt Priscilla? Don't you worry. Where are you going? What are you going to do? Wait, said he, smiling down at her perplexity. So he turned and crossed to a certain corner of the orchard. When he came back, he held out a great glowing peach towards her. You were quite right, you know. It was so ripe that it fell off a touch. As he spoke, she drew him down from the shoulder. Hush, she whispered. Listen. Now, as they sat there, very silent, faint and far away upon the still night air, they heard a sound, a silvery, rhythmic sound it was, like the musical clash of fairy cymbals, which drew rapidly nearer and nearer. Teddy felt that Miss Priscilla's hand was trembling upon his arm as she leaned forward, listening with a smile upon her parted lips and a light in her eyes that was imperfectly tender. Nearer came the sound, and nearer, until presently, now in moonlight, now in shadow, there strolled a tall, martial figure in all the glory of braided tunic and furred dolman, with 3 chevrons upon his sleeve and many shining medals upon his breast. A stalwart, soldierly figure, with upward on empty sleeve, who moved with a long, swinging stride that only the cavalry man can possess. Being caught beneath a certain latticed window, the second halted. The next moment, his glittering saber flashed up to the salute, and then, with it upon his shoulder, he wheeled, began to march up and down, his spurs jingling, his saber gleaming, his dolman swinging, his saber glittering each time he wheeled. While Miss Priscilla, leaning forward, watched him wide-eyed and with hands tight clasped. Then, all at once, with a little fluttering sigh, she rose. Thus, the sergeant, as he marched to and fro, was suddenly aware of one who stood in the full radiance of the moon, with one hand outstretched towards him. And now, as he paused, disbelieving his very eyes, he saw that in her extended hand he held a great ripe peach. Sergeant, she said, speaking almost in a whisper. Oh, the sergeant, won't you take it? The heavy saber thudded down to the grass, and he took a sudden step towards her. Even now he hesitated, until, coming nearer yet, he could look down into her eyes. He spoke. His voice was very hoarse and naive. Miss Priscilla, Priscilla. Oh, Priscilla. With the word, he'd fall on his knees at her feet, his strong, solitary arm was folded close about her. End
of Chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Money Moon by John Jeffrey Farrell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evans. Chapter 19, in which Porges Big, Porges Small discuss the subject of matrimony. What is it, my Porges? Well, I'm a bit worried, you know. Worried? Yes, afraid I'll be an old man before my time, Uncle Porges. Adam says it's worrying the ladies a man, and he killed a cat, too. Why do you worry? Oh, it's my Auntie Anthea, of course. She was crying again last night. Crying? Harry had been lying flat upon his back in the fragrant shadow of the hayrick, and now he sat up, very suddenly, so suddenly that small Porges started. Crying, he repeated. Last night? Are you sure? Oh, yes, you see, she forgot to come and tuck me up last night, so I creeped downstairs, very quietly, you know, to see why, and I found her bending over the table, all sobbing and crying. First she tried to pretend that she wasn't, but I saw the tears quite plain. Her cheeks were all wet, you know. And when I put my arms around her to comfort her a bit and asked her what was the matter, she only kissed me a lot and said, nothing, only a headache. And why was she crying, you suppose, my Porges? Oh, money, of course, he said. What makes you think it was money? Because she's been talking to Adam, and I heard him say good night as I creeped down the stairs. Oh, said Betty, staring, did she? Yes, but that ain't money. Money always makes a headache, don't you? Oh, Porges, I suppose people do find fortunes sometimes, don't they? Oh, yes, I'm sure they do. Then I wish I knew where they were for me, said he, already with a sigh indeed. I hunted all the areas of the cupboards and the hedges and the ditches and prayed every night. Then, of course, there'll be answer, my Porges. Do you really suppose I shall be answered? You see, it's such an awful long way for one small prayer to have to go from here to heaven. And there's clouds that get in the way. I'm afraid my prayers aren't quite big or heavy enough to get lost and blown away in the wind. No, my Porges, said Betty, drawing his arm about the small, disconsolate figure. You may depend upon it that your prayers fly straight up into heaven, and neither the clouds nor the wind can come between and blow them away. So just keep on praying, old chap. When the time is right, you'll be answered, never fear. Answered? Do you mean, Uncle Porges? Do you mean the money moon? Small hand up the bear's arm, quivering, his voice choking with eagerness. Well, yes, to be sure, the money moon, my Porges, it's bound to come one of these fine nights. When will the money moon ever come? Well, I'm not quite sure, but I rather fancy from the look of things, my Porges, that it will be pretty soon. I hope so. For her sake and my sake. You see, she may go getting herself married to Mr. Fitzsimmons if something doesn't happen soon. I shouldn't like that, you know. Neither would I, Porges. But what makes you think so? Why, he's always bothering her and asking her to, you see. He always says, no, of course. One of these fine days, I'm afraid to say yes, accidentally, you know. Heaven forbid, nephew. Is that what you hope not? Indeed, yes. But I say heaven forbid too, because I don't think she'd ever be happy at Mr. Fitzsimmons' great big house. And I shouldn't either. Why, of course not. You would never go about asking people to marry you, do you, Uncle Porges? Well, you could hardly be called a confirmed habit of mine. That's one of the things I like about you, sir. All the time you've been here, you haven't asked my Auntie Anthea once, have you? No, my Porges, not yet. No, but you don't mean that you ever will. Would you be very angry if I did? Some day soon, my Porges?
En cas de oui. marché à la mairie. En cas de oui. En cas de oui, on nous marché à la mairie. En cas de oui, on nous marché à la mairie. C'est quoi ces histoires? Tu parles à tous ces gens, tu parles sur moi. Oh, c'est quoi ces histoires? Tu parles à tous ces gens, tu parles sur moi. Oh, pourquoi se diviser quand on peut multiplier? Faire de la monnaie, on a longtemps cherché. Tambour choc cabalé, tambour choc cabalé. L'amitié c'est pas d'ailleurs en bouteille, allez flex corbolant, mais qu'on dit chaman, big up, LADB. Pourquoi se diviser quand on peut faire de la monnaie? Pourquoi se diviser quand on peut faire de la monnaie? De la monnaie, plus d'oseille, plus d'oseille. Pourquoi se diviser quand on peut faire de la monnaie? Plus d'oseille, plus d'oseille. No free ride, no free land. Go ta pay, go ta spend. Live life, lifelong is never ending game. White and codeine, my nigga going crazy out that lane. Wise buzz, but I sip my drink slow, slow.
let's go back to the work.
City, I'm surprised at you. I rather feared you would be, nephew. But you're so awful silly, you know. Why do you want to marry her? Because, like the prince in the fairy tale, I'm rather anxious to live happy ever after. Oh, said Small Porges, turning this over in his mind. I never thought of that. Marriage is a very
Could you
important
stop
experience,
with this, please?
especially in this case, because I can't possibly live happy ever after unless I marry first. Now, can I? No, suppose not. Small Porges admitted, albeit reluctantly, after he had pondered the matter a while with wrinkled brow. But why pick out my Aunt Yantia? Just
Okay,
because
thanks,
you
dear.
happen to be your Aunt Yantia, of course. Small Porges sighed again. Why then, if she's got to be married someday, so she can live happy ever after, well, I suppose you'd better take her, Uncle Porges. Thank you, then, John. I need to. I'd rather you took her than Mr. Cassilis, and why, there he is. Who? Mr. Cassilis, and he's stopped, and he's twisting his moustache.
Yes.
Mr. Cassilis, who had been crossing the paddock, had indeed stopped and was twisting his black moustache, as if he were hesitating between two courses. Finally, he pushed open the gate.
Okay, thank you.
Most immediately, with that supercilious air, Miss Priscilla always declared she found so inside. Now, Mr. Benny, what might it be this morning? The pitchfork, the siren, or the plough? Neither, sir. This morning it is matrimony. I beg your pardon. Matrimony.
Yes, I will buy
Married, sir.
a notebook here.
My
15.
nephew and I are discussing it in its aspects, philosophical, sociological, this is surely rather a peculiar subject to discuss with a child, Mr. Benny. What do you mean, nephew, sir? I mean, young George, there. Precisely, my nephew, Small Porges. I refer, said Mr. Cassilis with slow, rushing emphasis, to Miss Devant's nephew. And mine, Miss Cassilis, mine by a mutual adoption and inclination. And I repeat that your choice of subject is peculiar, to say the least of it. But then, mine is rather a peculiar nephew, sir. But you're in choice to discuss nephews. Mine, or anyone else's, which you have overcome, and I always do wait upon you. Sir, thank you, I prefer to stand. Strange, Betty, shaking his head. I never stand if I can sit if I can lie down. I should like you to define exactly your position. Yes, Mr. Benny? William's speaking glance missed nothing of the other's challenging attitude, and his ear nothing of Mr. Cassilis's authoritative tone. Therefore, his smile was most engaging as he answered. My position here, sir, is truly the most enviable in the world. Regents is inhabited, but particulars with regard to Yorkshire pudding. Gentlemen's with Miss Priscilla is the most arm-like and perfect of housekeepers, and Miss Anthea is our sovereign lady, before whose radiant beauty, Small Porges and I, like true knights and gallant gentles, do constant homage, and in whose behalf Small Porges and I stand prepared to wage stern battle, by day or by night. Indeed, Mr. Cassilis, his smile was even more supercilious than usual. Yes, sir, nodded Benny. I do confess me a most fortunate and happy knight, who, having wandered hither and yon upon this planet of ours, which is so vast and so very small, has by the most happy chance found his way hither into Hartwood. And may I inquire how long you intend to lead this Arcadian existence? I feel I cannot answer that question until the full of the moon, sir. Present, I grieve to say, I do not know. Mr. Cassilis struck his riding boot a sudden smart rap with his whip. His eyes snapped and his nostrils dilated, as he glanced down into Betty's imperturbable face. At least you know who will perhaps explain what prompted you to buy way back in Territory. You were the only buyer for sale, I understand. You bought everything, yes, said Betty. And pray, what was your object? You, a stranger? Well, replied Betty, explaining as he began to fill his pipe. I bought it because it was there to buy. I bought it because furniture is apt to be rather useful now and then. I I've got the chairs to sit on and the tables to put things on and take whatever it means to value. Good point, Mr. Simmons. When asked a question, sir, I'm in the habit of receiving a direct reply. When I asked a question, Mr. Simmons, I'm in the habit of answering precisely as I please, or not at all. Mr. Berry, let me impress upon you once and for all that Miss Devine has friends, old and tried friends, whom she can always turn for aid in any financial difficulty she may have to encounter. Friends who can more than tide over all her difficulties without the interference of strangers. And as one of her oldest friends, I demand to know by what right you force your wholly unnecessary assistance upon her. My very good sir, returned Berry, shaking his head gently for good. Really, you seem to forget you are not addressing one of your rules and friendly. Consequently, you force me to remind you of the fact. Furthermore, there is no answer. Mr. Simmons, his gloved hands tightly clenched on his hand, his whole attitude on the knees. Furthermore, pursued Berry placidly, settling the tobacco in his pipe with his thumb, you can continue to demand till all is blue, and I shall continue to lie here and smoke and gaze up at the smiling serenity of heaven. The black brows of Mr. Simmons met in a sudden frown. He tossed his whip aside, took a sudden quick stride towards the recumbent Berry, with self-evident intention. Small Porter shrank instinctively firm within self-command. But at that sight of Berry, very fortunate for all observed, there came the sound of a quick, loud step. Actually, stood between them. Mr. Simmons, Mr. Berry, exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed, and her bosom heaving with the haste she had made. Oh, whatever does this mean? Berry rose to his feet. Seeing Priscilla was silent, shook his head and smiled. Upon my word, I hardly know, Miss Anthea. Our friend Mr. Priscilla seems to have got himself all worked up over the sermon, I fancy. The furniture? Exclaimed Anthea, stepped off with vexation. That wretched furniture. Of course you explained your object in buying it, Mr. Berry? Well, no, not as far as that. And when he said this, Anthea's eyes flashed something scorn at him. She curled her lip and turned her back upon him. Mr. Berry bought my furniture because he intends to set up housekeeping. He is to be married soon, I believe. When the moon is at the full. Married? Exclaimed Miss Priscilla, his frown vanishing as if by magic. Oh, indeed. I'll have my way to the hot ground if you care to walk with me, Mr. Priscilla. With the words, Anthea turned. As he watched them walk away together, Berry noticed upon the face of Mr. Priscilla an expression very like a child. In his gentle eyes, the vision of companionship, charm, most unpleasantly. What have you found so like the Porters? I was thinking of you. Well, I'm thinking too, whispered Porters, his brows knitted portentously. Thus they sat, big and little Porters, crowding in unison in space, one to one. Are you quite sure you never told my Auntie Anthea that you were going to marry her? I'm sure, Papa. Why? Then how did she know you were going to marry her and settle down? Marry her and settle down? Yes, in the full of the moon, you know. Why, really, I don't know, Porters. Unless she guessed it. I expect she did. She's awfully clever at guessing things. But you know, well, I'm thinking I just don't like the way she smiled at Mr. Priscilla. I never saw anything like that before. As if she were awfully glad to see him, you know. I don't think I'd wait until the full of the moon if I were you. I think you'd better marry her this afternoon. That, tapping him on the shoulder, is a very admirable idea. I'll mention it to her on the first available opportunity, Porters. The opportunity did not come that day, or the next after that. It seemed that with the approach of the hot winter, Anthea had no thought or time of anything else. Therefore Berry smoked many pipes. As the days wore on, possessed his soul in
Are you okay?
It was a most excellent precept to follow. In all things, if life. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Money Moon by John Jeffrey Farnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Simon Evans. Chapter 20, which relates a most extraordinary conversation. the days which now ensued, while Anthea was busied out of doors and Miss Priscilla was busied indoors, and Small Porges was diligently occupied with his lessons, at such times Benny would take his pipe and go to sit and smoke in company with the Cavalier in the great picture above the carved chimney piece. A right jovial companion at all times, Mrs. Cavalier, an optimist he, with a curling feather in his broad-brimmed beaver hat, with the spurs at his heels. Handsome, gay, and debonair was he, with lips upcurving to a smile beneath his moustache, and a quizzical light in his grey eyes, very like that of Henry's own. Moreover, he wore the merry, the waggish air of one well versed in all the ways of the world and mankind in general, and, what is infinitely more, of the sex feminine, in particular experience was he, beyond all doubt in their pretty tricks and foibles, since he had ever been a diligent student of feminine capriciousness, the very monarch ruled for that. Hence it became customary for Benny to sit with him and smoke and take counsel of this tall chevalier.
I don't know what you say to do it,
And
please.
of ensued many remarkable conversations, of which the following was one. Benny: No, sir, emphatically I do not agree with you. To be sure, you may have had more experience than I in such affairs, but then it was such a very long time ago. Cavalier, interrupting or seeming to. Benny: Again, I beg to differ from you. Women are not the same today as they ever were. Judging by what I have read of the ladies of your day,
Okay.
King Charles's court at Whitehall, I should say not. At least, if they are, they act differently, and consequently must be ruled differently. The methods employed in your day would be wholly inadequate and quite out of place in this. The Cavalier shaking his head and smirking, or seeming to. Benny: Well, I'm willing to bet you anything you like. If you were to step down out of your frame, change your velvets and laces for trousers and coat, leave off your great blue, and wear a derby hat instead of that picturesque floppy affair, and try your fortune with some 20th century damsel, your high-sounding gallantries and flattering phrases would fall singularly flat, and you would become a turf dancer. Cavalier, crossing his knuckles, pausing. Benny: A strong hand, you say? History tells us that William the Conqueror used his lady with a club, or battle axe, or something of the sort. She consequently liked him the better for it, which was all very natural and proper, of course, in her case, seeing that hers was the day of battle axes and things. But then, as I said before, sir, the times are sadly changed. Women may still admire strength of body, even occasionally of mind. The theory of dog, woman, walnut tree is quite obsolete. Cavalier, frowning and shaking his head, seeming to. Really? No, you don't believe me. Well, that is because you are obsolete too. Yes, sir, as obsolete as your hat, or your boots, or your long rapier. Now, for instance, suppose I were to ask your advice in my own case. You know precisely how the matter stands at present between Miss Anthea and myself. You also know Miss Anthea personally, since you've seen her much and often, and have watched her grow from childhood into glorious womanhood. I repeat, sir, glorious womanhood. Thus, you ought to know her and understand her far better than I. For I do confess she is a constant source of bewilderment to me. Now, since you do know her so well, what course would you adopt were you in my place? The Cavalier, smirking more knowingly than ever, or seeming to. Then, preposterous, quite absurd, just what I might have expected. Carry her off, indeed. No, we're not living in your bad, old, glorious days, when a maid's no was generally taken
No.
as a yes, or when a
We
lover
can
like
play,
Sue
yes,
took
we can
mistress
play
up to his saddle
about
no,
that.
and
No,
ride off with her, leaving the world far behind. Today is it all changed, sadly changed. Your age was a wild age, a violent age, but in some respects perhaps a rather glorious age. Your advice is singularly characteristic, and of course quite impossible, alas. Carry her off indeed. Hereupon, Benny sighed, and turned away, lighted his pipe, which had gone out, and buried himself in the newspaper. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Money Moon by John Jeffrey Farnell, in my place. The Cavalier, smirking more knowingly than ever, or seeming to. Then, preposterous, quite absurd, just what I might have expected. Carry her off, indeed. No, we're not living in your bad, old, glorious days, when a maid's no was generally taken to be Yes, or when a lover might swing his reluctant mistress up to his saddlebow, ride off with her, leaving the world far behind. Today it all changed, sadly changed. Your age was a wild age, a violent age, but in some respects perhaps a rather glorious age. Your advice is singularly characteristic, and of course quite impossible, alas. Carry off indeed. Hereupon the youth sighed, and turned away, lighted his pipe, and took a light, and buried himself in the newspaper. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Money Moon by John Jeffrey Farnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public
No,
domain.
it's not also.
Recording by someone
Also.
else. Chapter 21.
Also.
Shoes and chips and seated bags.
Also.
The third finger of the left hand.
Also.
So ready to knock
Also.
back.
Also.
The house was very quiet, for the
Also.
small portress was deep in the
Also.
vexatious
Also.
rules of the multiplication table, something he called
Also.
geography. Anthony was out as usual, and Miss Priscilla was busy with her numerous household duties. Thus, the brooding silence was unbroken, save for the occasional murmur of a voice,
Also,
the jingle
you
of
are
the
right.
housekeeping keys,
Thank
the
you
quick, light
for
hand
me
tap
in
of
spelling
Priscilla's stick.
English words.
Therefore,
Because I'm French, yeah. I have a big French accent, but also it's a good word because it reflects a lot of things.
At St George's, Hanover Square, by the Right Reverend Bishop Sylvia Cecile Marchmont, to His Grace the Duke of Ryde, KG KCB. Then we followed a full, true, and particular account of the ceremony, which it seemed to have been graced by royalty. Lord Benny read it halfway through, and yawned, positively, and actually yawned. Thereafter, laughed. So, I've been in Arcadia only 3 weeks.
Okay, and how many times you have said also?
Ridiculously short time as time goes, in any other place but Arcadia, and yet sufficient to lay forever the haunting spectre of the might have been. God, what a preposterous ass I was. Baxter was quite right, utterly and completely right. Now let's suppose that this paragraph I read today at St George's, Hanover Square, Anthea David to M.M. confounded. Then he crumpled up the paper and tossed it into a distant corner. I wonder what Baxter would think of me now. Good old faithful John. The haunting spectre of the might have been. What a preposterous ass. What a monumental idiot I was. Preposterous ass isn't a very pretty word, Uncle Porges, or continental idiot, said a voice behind him. And turning, he beheld small Porges, somewhat stained and bespattered with ink.
Yes, I think you have to stop yourself.
True, nephew.
But we can
But
just
they are
discuss
sometimes very apt.
but
And
normal
this instance
people.
particularly so. Small Porges drew near, and seating himself upon the arm of Benny's chair, looked at his adopted uncle long and steadfastly. Uncle Porges, said he at last, you never tell
Yes,
stories, do you?
normally we can just speak like everybody.
Very not, Porges. Why do you ask?
Yeah.
Well, because my auntie Anthea is afraid you do. She... What? When she came to tuck me up last night, she sat down on my bed and talked to me a long time, and she sighed a lot and said she was afraid I didn't care for her anymore. Sure, she said, yes, of course, said Benny. And then she asked me why I was so fond of you, and I said, because you were my Uncle Porges that I found under a hedge. And then she got more angry than ever and said she wished I'd left you under the hedge. Did she? Yes, she said she wished she'd never seen you, and she'd been awful glad when you'd gone away. So I told her you weren't ever going away, and that we were waiting for the money to come and bring us the fortune. And then she shook her head and said, oh, my dear, you mustn't believe anything he says to you about the moon or anything else, because he tells lies. And she said, lies? Twice. Ah, no, did she stamp her foot, Porges? Yes, I think she did. And then she said there wasn't such a thing as a money moon, and she told me you were going away very soon to get married, you know. And what did you say? Oh, I told her that I was going too. And then I thought she was going to cry, and she said, oh, Georgie, I didn't think you'd leave me, even for him. So then I had to explain how we'd arranged that she was going to marry you, so that we could all live happily ever after. I mean, that it was all settled, you know, and that you were going to speak to her on the first opportunity. And then she looked at me a long time and asked me, was I sure you'd said so? And she got awful angry indeed and said, "How dare he? Oh, how dare he?" So of course I told her, "You dare anything, even a dragon, if you say big and brave, you know." So then she went and stood by the window, and she was so angry she cried. And I nearly cried too. At last she kissed me good night and said you were a man that never meant anything you said, and that I must never believe you anymore, that you were going away to marry a lady in London. And that she was very glad, because then we should all be happy again, she supposed. So she kissed me again and tucked me up and went away. It was a long, long time before I could go to sleep, because I kept on thinking and thinking, suppose there really wasn't any money room, after all. Suppose you were going to marry another lady in London. You see, it would be so frightfully awful, wouldn't it? Terribly,
Ouais, ça peut faire. Ouais,
You never do tell lies, do you, Uncle Porteous? No. And there is a money moon, isn't there? Why, of course there is. And you are going to marry my Auntie Agatha in the full of the moon, aren't you? Yes, Uncle Porteous. Why then everything's all right again. So let's go and sit under the haystack and talk about ships. About ships? Growled Benny, rising. Because I made up my mind this morning that I'd be a sailor when I grow up, and marry, you know, like Peter did, and I prefer to have both my legs. You find it more reading, perhaps. You know all about oceans and waves and billows, don't you, Uncle Porteous? Well, I know a little. And are you ever seasick like a landlubber? I used to be, but I got over it. Was it a very big ship that you came over in? Not so very big, but she's about as fast as anything in her class. Called a seaboat. What's her name? Her name, repeated Betty, though she was called the Silver. That's an awful pretty name for a ship. Oh, so, but I have learned a prettier. Next time she puts out to sea, we'll change her name, Emma Porteous. We? Spoke Porteous, looking up with eager eyes. Do you mean you take me to sea with you? And my Auntie Agatha, of course. You don't suppose I'd leave either of you behind if I could help it, do you? We'll all sail away together, wherever you wish. Do you mean, said Spoke Porteous in a suddenly awed voice, that it is your ship? Your very own? Oh, yes. But you know, Uncle Porteous, you don't look as if you had a ship. You're very good, somehow. Don't I? You see, a ship is such a very big thing for one man to have for his own very own self. And has it got masts and funnels and anchors? Possible. Then please, when will you take me and Auntie Agatha sailing all over the oceans? Just as soon as she's ready to come. Then I think I'd like to go to Nova Zembla first. Found it in my geography today. And it sounds nice and far off, doesn't it? It does, shipmate.
I found you very nice.
Exclaimed Spoke Porteous rapturously. You should be the captain, and I'll be the shipmate, and we'll say
Sure.
aye aye to each other, like the real sailors do in books. Shall we? Aye aye, shipmate. Then please, Uncle Port, I mean Captain, what should we name our ship? I mean the new name. Well, Porteous, I mean of course, shipmate. I won't thought of calling out. Hello, I guess the sergeant. Sure enough, there was Sergeant Appleby.
And sometimes has.
But he rose and stood at attention as they came up. Why, Sergeant, how are you? Said Betty, giving the veteran's hand. You were half an hour before your usual time today. Nothing wrong, no? Nothing wrong, Mr. Benny, sir, I thank you. No, nothing wrong, but this is a memorable occasion, sir. May I trouble you to step behind the tree with me for half a moment, sir? Giving the action to the word, the sergeant led Benny to the other side of the tree, and there, screened from view of the house, he, with a sudden, jerky movement, produced a very small leather case from his pocket, which he handed to Benny. Not good enough for such a woman, I know, but the best I could afford, sir. The sergeant, very profoundly interested in the leaves overhead, while Benny opened the very small box. Why, it's very handsome, sergeant, said Benny, making the room sparkle in the sun. Anyone might be proud of such a ring. Well, it did look pretty tiny from the shop, sir, to me and Peter there. My comrade has a sharp eye and a sound judgment in those things, sir. It took a deal of trouble in selecting it. Now, when it comes to giving it to her, why, it looks uncommon small and neat, sir. Ruby and 2 diamonds and very fine stones, too, sir. Told us to come here, sir, pursued the sergeant, as still interested in the film, to about half an hour for my usual time to ask you, sir, if you would so far oblige me as to hand it to her when I'm gone, sir. Oh, no, said Betty, smiling and shaking his head. Not on your life, Sergeant. My money would lose half its value in her eyes if any other than you gave it to her. No, Sergeant, you must hand it to her yourself. What's more, you must slip it upon her finger. Good Lord, sir, exclaimed the Sergeant. I could never do that. Oh, yes, you could. Not unless you stood by me and forced some reserve, as it were, sir. I'll do that willingly, Sergeant. Then perhaps you might happen to know which finger? The third finger of the left hand, I believe, Sergeant. Here's Aunt Priscilla now, said Smith Porters at this juncture. Lord, exclaimed the Sergeant, but 16 minutes before her usual time. Yes, that is Miss Priscilla, a basket of sewing upon her arm, as gentle, as unruffled, as placid as usual. And yet it is probable that she divined something from their very attitudes, for there was a light in her eyes, and her cheeks seemed more delicately pink than as they were. Thus, as she came towards them, under the ancient apple trees, despite her stick and her white hair, she looked even younger and more girlish than ever. At least, the sergeant seemed to think so, for as he met her look, his face grew suddenly radiant, and a slow flush crept up under the tan of his cheek, and the solitary hand he held out to her trembled a little in its size and strength. Miss Priscilla, he said, and stopped. Miss Priscilla, he began again, paused once more. My sergeant, he exclaimed. It was a very soft little exclamation indeed, for her hand still rested in his, and so she could feel the quiver of the strong fingers. My sergeant. Miss Priscilla, said he, beginning all over again, with no better success. Goodness me, exclaimed Miss Priscilla. I do believe he's going to forget to inquire about the peaches. Peaches? Repeated the sergeant. Yes, Priscilla. And why? Because he's bought you a ring, Small Porter broke in. A very handsome ring, you know, Aunt Priscilla, all diamonds and jewels, and he wants you to please let him put it on your finger, if you don't mind. And here it is, said the sergeant, giving it into her hand. Miss Priscilla stood very silent, very still, looking down at the glittering gems. Then all at once, her eyes
Thank you
filled,
very much.
and a slow wave of colour dyed her cheeks. Oh, Sergeant, she said very softly. Oh, Sergeant, I'm only a poor old woman with a lame foot. And I am a poor old soldier with only one arm, Priscilla. You are the strongest, gentlest, bravest soldier in all the world, I think, he answered. And you, Priscilla, are the sweetest and most beautiful woman in the world, I know. So I've loved you all these years and never dared to tell you so because of my one arm. Why then, said Miss Priscilla, smiling up at him through her tears, do you really think that, why, it's this finger, Sergeant? So the sergeant, very clumsily perhaps, because he had but the one hand, flicked the ring upon the finger in question. The porters, big and small, turning to glance back as they went upon their way, saw that he still held that small white hand as close to his lips. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Money Move by John Jeffrey Farnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. Coming events cast their shadows before. Suppose they'd be marrying each other one of these fine days, said the porters as they crossed the meadow side by side. Yes, I expect so, shipmate, nodded Betty, and may they live long and die happy, said I. Aye, aye, Captain, and amen, returned the porters. Now, as they went, conversing of marriage, ships, and the wonders and marvels of foreign lands, they met with Adam, who stared up at the sky and muttered to himself, and frowned and shook his head. Good afternoon, Mr. Bellew, sir, answered Georgie. Well, Adam, how are the hops? Hops, sir? There were such hops. No, not in all Kent, sir. All I'm wishing is that they were all safe, picked and gathered. What do you make of them clouds, sir, over there, just over the point of the Osthouse? Levy turned and cast a comprehensive sailor-like glance at the direction indicated. Rain, Adam, and wind, plenty of it, said he. Ah, so I think, sir. Driving storm and thrashing tempest. What? Thus, he for one was relieved when tea was over. And as he rose from the table, he determined, despite the unpropitious look of things, to end the suspense one way or another, and speak to Anthea just so soon as she should be alone. Here again he was balked and disappointed. When small porters came to bid him good night as usual, he learned that Auntie Anthea had already gone to bed. She says it's a headache, said small porters, but I suppose it's the hops really, you know. Hops, my porters? She's worried about me. She's afraid of a storm like Adam is. When she worries, I worry. Porters, one of my plans to bring the honeymoon soon, you know, very soon. If they don't bring it in a day or two, then I shall wake up one fine morning and find I've worried myself into an old man. Never fear, shipmate, said the moon in his most pleasant manner. All's well that ends well. And oh, when aloft wheels a tom-tom. So just take some turn at the lee braces and keep the weather eye lifting. You may be sure of this. If the storm does come, it will bring the honeymoon with it. Then, bid small porters a cheery good night, Lady went out to walk among the roses. As he walked, he watched the flying rack of clouds above his head, and listened to the wind that moaned in fitful gusts. Therefore, having learned in his many travels to read and interpret such natural signs and omens, he shook his head and muttered to himself, even as Adam had done before him. Presently he wandered back into the house, and filling his pipe, went to hold communion with his friend the Cavalier. And thus it was that, having ensconced himself in the great elbow chair, and raised his eyes to the picture, he spied a letter tucked into the frame thereof. Looking closer, he saw that it was directed to himself. He took it down, and after a momentary hesitation, wrote the seal and read. Miss Devine presents her compliments to Mr. Benjamin, and regrets to say that, owing to unforeseen circumstances, she notes that he will provide himself with other pictures at the expiration of the month, being the 23rd instant. There he read the line slowly, twice over. Then, folding the note very carefully, put it into his pocket, and stood for a long time staring at nothing in particular. At length he lifted his head and looked up into the smiling eyes of the Cavalier above the mantel. Sir, said he very gravely, it would almost seem that you were on right of it, but yours is the best method after all. Then he mopped the ashes from his pipe, and went slowly and heavily upstairs to bed. It was a long time before he fell asleep, but he did so at last, for insomnia is a demon who rarely finds its road to Arcadia. All at once he was awake again, broad awake, staring into the dark, for 1,000 voices seemed to be screaming in his ears, and eager hands were shaking and plucking at window and lattice. He started up, and he knew that the storm was upon him, at last, in all its fury, rain and a mighty wind, a howling, raging tempest. Yes, the great and mighty wind was abroad. It shrieked under the eaves, boomed and bellowed in the chimneys, and roared away to carry destruction among the distant woods. And the rain beat hissing against the window panes. Surely, in all its many years, the old house of Dapplemere had seldom borne the brunt of such a storm, so wild, so fierce and pitiless. And, lying there upon his bed, listening to the uproar and tumult, ready between things with her who might say, "We're placing all our hopes this year upon the hops." End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Money Moon by John Jeffrey Farmer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evans. Chapter 23. How Small Portraits, in his hour of need, was deserted by his uncle. Ruined, sir, done for. Lord Rummy, there ain't worth the trouble of gathering. What's left of it, Mr. Purdue, sir? So bad as that, Evan? Bad. I'm so bad as ever was, sir, said Evan, blinking suspiciously and turning suddenly away. Has Miss Anthea seen? Does she know? Perhaps you were out of door on an old board, Mr. Purdue, sir. I can't never forget her poor stricken face, so pale and sad it were. But she never said nothing, only, old Adam, my poor hops. And I see her lips all of a quiver while she spoke. So she turned away and came back to the house, sir. Poor lass, oh, poor lass, he exclaimed, his voice growing more husky. She's made a brave fight for it, sir, but it weren't no use, you see. It'll be goodbye for her to Dapplemere after all, and their mortgage could not never be paid now, no how. When is it due? Well, according to the bond or the deed, or whatever they called it, would be due tonight at 9 o'clock, sir. All Grimes, over a favour, and after much persuading, I'd agreed to hold it over till next Saturday. I can't be on thinking. No, seems there ain't no ox to be picked. Why, we'll fall close tonight. Is that enough to do it? But they wrote for that, Mr. Holmes said. Tonight? Tonight? He's talking about while he bent head as though lost in profound thought. Adam, said he suddenly, help me to promise the mare. I must drive over to the nearest railway depot. Hurry, I must be off. The sooner the better. What? Are you going, sir? Yes. Hurry, man. Hurry. Do you mean he's going to leave her now in the middle of all this trouble? Yes, Adam. I must go to London on business. Now, hurry like a good fellow. So together they entered the stable, and together they harnessed the mare. Which done, staying on for breakfast, Betty mounted the driver's seat, and with Adam beside him, drove rapidly away. But Small Porges had seen these preparations, and now came running all eagerness. There he could reach the yard, where he was out of earshot. So there stood Small Porges, desolate little figure, watching the rapid course of the dog cart until it had vanished over the brow of the hill. And then, all at once, with tears welled up into his eyes, hot and scalding, and a great sob burst from him. It seemed to him that his beloved Uncle Porges had failed him at the crucial moment, had left him solitude just when he needed it most. Thus, Small Porges gave way to his grief, hidden in the very darkest corner of the stable, whither he had retired lest any should observe his weakness. Until, having once more gained command of himself, wiped away his tears with his small and dingy pocket handkerchief, he slowly recrossed the yard, and entering the house, went to look for his auntie Anthea. After much search, he found her, half lying, half kneeling beside his bed. When he spoke to her, though she answered him, she did not look up, and he knew that she was weeping. Don't, Auntie Anthea, don't, he pleaded. I know Uncle Porges has gone away and left us, but you've got me left, you know, and I shall be a man very soon, before my time, I think. So don't cry. I'm awful sorry he's gone too, just when we needed him the most, you know. Georgie, he whispered, my dear brave little Georgie, we shall only have each other soon. We're going to take Dab away from us, and everything we have in the world. Oh, Georgie. Oh, never mind, said he, kneeling beside her, drawing one small arm protectingly about her. We shall always have each other left, you know. Nobody shall ever take you away from me. And then there's the money room. It's been an awful long time coming, but it may come tonight or tomorrow night. He said it would be sure to come if the storm came, and so I'll find the fortune for you at last. I know I shall find it some day, of course, but I prayed it so very hard, and he said my prayers went straight up to heaven. I didn't get blown away or lost in the clouds. So don't cry, Auntie Anthea. Let's wait just a little longer till the money room comes. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Money Moon by John Jeffrey Farrell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evans. Chapter 24, in which shall be found mention of a certain black bag. Baxter? Sir? Get me a pen and ink. Yes, sir. Now, any ordinary mortal might have manifested just a little surprise to behold his master walk suddenly in, dusty and dishevelled in person, his habitual languor laid aside, and to thus demand pen and ink forthwith. But then Baxter, though mortal, was the very cream of the gentleman's gentleman, and the acme of valets, as has been said, and comported himself accordingly. Baxter, sir, oblige me by getting this cash. Yes, sir. Bring half of it in gold. Sir, said Baxter, glancing down at the slip of paper. Did you say half, sir? Yes, Baxter, I take it all in gold, only that it would be rather awkward to drag around. So bring half in gold and the rest in £5 notes. Very good, sir. And Baxter? Sir, take a cab. Certainly, sir. And Baxter went out, closing the door behind him. Meanwhile, Benny busied himself in removing all traces of his journey, and was already bathed and shaved and dressed by the time Baxter returned. Now, gripped in his right hand, Baxter carried a black leather bag, which jingled as he set it down upon the table. Got it? Cried Benny. I have, sir. Good, nodded Benny. Now just run around to the garage and fetch the new racing car, the Mercedes. Now, sir. Now, Baxter. Once more Baxter departed, and while he was gone, Benny began to pack. As if to say, he bundled coats and trousers, shirts and boots into a portmanteau and a wave would overrun Baxter's heart. Which done, Eddie opened the black bag, glanced inside, shut it again, and lighting his pipe, stretched himself out upon the ottoman, and immediately became plunged in thought. So lost was he indeed that Baxter, on his return, was necessitated to emit 3 distinct coughs, as perfectly proper, gentlemanlike coughs in the world. Ere Berry was aware of his presence. That's you, Baxter, said he, sitting up. That's so soon. And the guards at the door, sir. Come. Oh, yes, to be sure. Baxter, sir, what should you say if I told you? Berry paused to strike a match, broke it, tried another, broke that. Finally put his pipe back into his pocket, very conscious the while of Baxter's steady and perfectly respectful bow. Baxter, said he again, what should you say if I told you that I was in love? At last, Baxter. And over here's, helplessly, irretrievably. Say, sir, or I should say, indeed, sir. What should you say, pursued Berry, staring thoughtfully down at the rug under his feet, if I told you that I'm so very much in love that I'm positively afraid to tell her so? I should say, very remarkable, sir. Berry took out his pipe again, looked at him very much as he'd never seen such a thing before, and laid it down upon the mantelpiece. Baxter, said he, can't you understand that I'm speaking to you as a man to man, as my father's old and trusted servant, and my early boyhood's only friend? Sit down, John. Thank you, Master George, sir. I wish to confess to you, John, that regarding the haunting spectre of the might have been, you were entirely in the right. At that time I knew no more the meaning of the word, John. Meaning the word love, Master George? Precisely, I knew no more about it than that table. But during these latter days, I've begun to understand, and the fact of the matter is, I'm fairly up against it, John. Baxter, who had been watching him with his quick, sharp eyes, nodded his head solemnly. Master George, said he, speaking as your father's old servant and your boyhood's friend, I'm afraid you are. Benny took a turn up and down the room, and then, pausing in front of Baxter, it was more so as a matter of course, suddenly laid his 2 hands upon his valet's shoulders. Baxter, you remember that after my mother died, my father was always too busy piling up his millions to give much time or thoughts to me, and I should have been a very lonely small boy if it hadn't been for you, Baxter. I was often up against it in those days, John. You were always ready to help and advise me. Now, well, from the look of things, I'm rather afraid that I must stay up against it, if the game is lost already, John. But during these latter days, I've begun to understand, and the fact of the matter is, I'm fairly up against it, John. Well, Baxter, who had been watching him with his quick, sharp eyes, nodded his head solemnly. Master George, said he, speaking as your father's old servant and your boyhood's friend, I'm afraid you are. Benny took a turn up and down the room, and then, pausing in front of Baxter, it was more so as a matter of course, suddenly laid his 2 hands upon his valet's shoulders. Baxter, you remember that after my mother died, my father was always too busy piling up his millions to give much time or thoughts to me, and I should have been a very lonely small boy if it hadn't been for you, Baxter. I was often up against it in those days, John. You were always ready to help and advise me. Now, well, from the look of things, I'm rather afraid that I must stay up against it, if the game is lost already, John. Whichever way fate decides, win or lose, I'm glad. Yes, very glad to learn the true meaning of the word, John. Master George, sir, there was a poet once, Tennyson, I think, who said, "'Tis better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all." And I know that he was right. Many years ago, before you were born, Master George, I loved and lost. That is how I know. But I hope that fortune will be kinder to you. Indeed I do. Thank you, John. I don't see why she should be. Berry stood staring down at the rug again, polarized by Baxter's cough. Pray, sir, what are your orders? The car is waiting downstairs. Orders? Why, pack your grip, Baxter. I shall take you with me this time into Arcadia, Baxter. For how long, sir? probably a week. Very good, sir. It is now 3:30. I must be back in Dublin at 8. Take your time. I'll go down to look at the machine. Just lock the place up and don't forget the black packet. Some 10 minutes later, the great racing car set out on its journey with Billy at the wheel, Baxter beside him with his black bag held firmly on his knee. Their process was necessarily slow at first, on account of the crowded thoroughfares. But every now and then the long, low car would shoot forward through some gap in the traffic, grazing the humps of cross wheels, dodging hansoms, shaving sudden corners in an apparently reckless manner. But Baxter, with his hand always upon the black leather bag, sat calm and unruffled, since he knew by long experience that Billy's eye was quick and true, his hand firm and sure upon the wheel. Over Westminster Bridge and along the old Kent Road they sped, now fast, now slow, treading a tortuous and difficult way with the familiar vehicles. So, betimes, they reached Blackheath. And now the powerful machine hummed over that ancient road that had aforetime shaken to the tread of stalwart Roman legionaries, up Shooter's Hill and down, and so into the open country. Ever as they raced, they talked, and not as master and servant, but as between man and man. Therefore Baxter the valet became merged and lost in Baxter the heathen, the honest John of the old days, the grey-haired, kindly-eyed, middle-aged cosmopolitan who listened to and looked at young Alcibiades beside him, as he had indeed been the master George of years ago. So you see, John, if all things do go well with you, we should probably take a trip to the Mediterranean. In the Sylvia, of course, Master George. Yes, sir. I've decided to change my name, John. Very natural under the circumstances, Master George. John, his eyes twinkling slyly as he spoke. Now, if I might suggest a new name, it would be hard to find a more original one than the Captain Spencer of the Boss, John. But there was such a thing. You were quite right, as I said before. My heaven, potato sacks. What are the potato sacks, Master George? They were climbing a long, winding ascent, but now, having reached the top of the hill, they overtook a great lumbering market called Wayne, piled high with sacks of potatoes, and driven by an extremely surly-faced man in a smack bag. Hello there, that lady was slowing up. How much for one of your potato sacks? Get out now, growled the surly-faced man, with a terrible surly as he looked. The lady sees they're all occupied. Well, empty one. Get out now, breathed the man, scowling blacker than ever. I'll give you a sovereign for one. Nah, don't try to cut none of your jokes with me, young fella, growled the father. Sovereign? Bah, show us. Here it is, said Barry, of the boy in question. Cash. With a word, he tossed it up to the carter, who caught it very dexterously, looked at it, bit it, rubbed it on his sleeve, rang it upon the footboard of his wagon, bit it again, and finally pocketed it. It's a go, sir, he nodded, his skull vanishing as by magic. As he spoke, he turned, seized the nearest sack, and forthwith sent a cascade of potatoes rolling and bounding all over the road. Which done, he folded up the sack and handed it down to Betty, who thrust it under the seat, nodded, and throwing on the tug, set off down the road. But long after the car had hummed itself out of sight, the dust of its going had subsided, the carter sat staring after it like a blind. If Baxter wondered at this purpose, he said nothing. Only he bent his gaze thoughtfully upon the black leather bag that he held upon his knee. On they sped between fragrant hedges, under the spring trees, past lonely cottages and farmhouses, past gates and field and wood, until the sun grew low. At last, Betty stopped the automobile at a place where a narrow lane and a cart track branched off from the highway, wound away between great trees. I leave you here, said he as he sprang from the car. This is Dapplegate. The farmhouse lies over the upland yonder, but you can't see it because of the trees. Is it far, Master George? About half a mile. Here's the bag, sir, but do you think it is quite safe? Safe, John? Under the circumstances, Master George, I think it would be advisable to take this with you. He held out a small revolver. Then he laughed and shook his head. Such things aren't necessary here in Arcadia, John. Besides, I have my stick. So, goodbye for the present. You'll stay at the King's Head, remember? Good, Master George, sir. Good night, and
Good fortune go with you. Thank you, said Benny, reached out his hand. I think we'll shake on that, John. So they clasped hands. The Benny turned and settled along the grassy lane. Presently, as he went, he heard the hum of the car growing rapidly fainter and fainter, till it was lost in the quiet of the evening. Then, chapter 24. Chapter 25, Off the Money Moon by John Jeffrey Farnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evans. Chapter 25, The Conspirators. The shadows were creeping down, and the evening was approaching, as Benny took his way along that winding lane that led to the house of Deborah. Had there been anyone to see, which there was not, they might have noticed something almost furtive in his manner of approach. For he walked always under the trees where the shadows lay thickest, paused once or twice to look about him warily. Being come within sight of the house, he turned aside, and, forcing his way through a gap in the hedge, came by a roundabout to the farm. Here, after some search, he discovered a spade, the which, having discovered the stick, he took upon his shoulder, and with a black leather bag tucked under his arm, crossed the paddock with the same degree of caution, and so at last reached the orchard. On he went, always in the shadow, till at length he paused beneath the mighty and knotted branches of King Arthur. Never did conspirator glance about him with sharper eyes, or hearken with keener ears than did George Benny, or conspirator number one, when he now stood beneath the protecting shadow of King Arthur, or conspirator number two, as, having unfolded the potato sack, he opened the black leather bag. The moon was rising broad and yellow, for he walked always under the trees where the shadows lay thickest, paused once or twice to look about him warily. Being come within sight of the house, he turned aside, and, forcing his way through a gap in the hedge, came by a roundabout to the farm. Here, after some search, he discovered a spade, the which, having discovered the stick, he took upon his shoulder, and with a black leather bag tucked under his arm, crossed the paddock with the same degree of caution, and so at last reached the orchard. On he went, always in the shadow, till at length he paused beneath the mighty and knotted branches of King Arthur. Never did conspirator glance about him with sharper eyes, or hearken with keener ears than did George Benny, or conspirator number one, where he now stood beneath the protecting shadow of King Arthur, or conspirator number two, as, having unfolded the potato sack, he opened the black leather bag. The moon was rising broad and yellow, but it was low yet. King Arthur stood in impenetrable gloom, as any other thoroughgoing, self-respecting conspirator should. And now, all at once, from this particular patch of shadow there came a sudden sound, a rushing sound, a chinking, clinking, metallic sound, and thereafter a crisp rustling. It was not the rustling of ordinary paper. And now conspirator number one rises, ties the mouth of the sack with string he had brought with him for the purpose, and, setting down the sack, bulky now and heavy, like conspirator number two, takes out the spade and begins to dig. And in a while, having made an excavation, not very deep to be sure, but sufficient to his purpose, he deposits the sack within, covers it with soil, treads it down, and replacing the torn sod, he after pats it down with the flat of his spade. Which thing accomplished, conspirator number one wipes his brow, stepping forth of the shadow, consults his watch with anxious eye, and thereupon smiles. Surely a singularly pleasing smile from the lips of an arch conspirator to wear. Thereafter he takes up the black bag, empty one, shoulders the spade, and sets off, keeping once more in the shadows, leaving conspirator number two to guard their guilty secret. Now, as conspirator number one goes his shady way, he keeps his look directed towards the rising moon, and thus he almost runs into one who also stands amid the shadows, and whose gaze is likewise fixed upon the moon. "Ah, Mr. Benny," exclaimed a drawling voice. Squire Cassilis turns to regard him with his usual supercilious smile. Indeed, Squire Cassilis seems to be even more self-satisfied and smiling than ordinary tonight. At least Benny imagined so. "You are still agriculturally inclined, I see," Mr. Cassilis, nodding towards the spade. "That's rather a queer time to choose for digging, isn't it?" "Not at all, sir, not at all," replied Benny solemnly. "The moon is very nearly the full, you will perceive." "Well, sir, what of that?" "When the moon is at the full, or nearly so, I generally think, sir. That is to say, circumstances permitting." "Nay," said Mr.
Cassilis, beginning to caress his moustache. Seems to me that you have a very peculiar taste, Mr. Bellew. That is because you have probably never experienced the fierce joys of moonlight digging, sir. Yeah, Mr. Bellew, digging as a recreation has never appealed to me at any time. Then, sir, said Bellew, shaking his head, permit me to tell you that you have missed a great deal. At other time, I shall be delighted to explain to you exactly how much. As it is, allow me to wish you a very good evening. Mr. Cassilis smiled, and his teeth seemed to gleam whiter, sharper than ever. Wouldn't it be rather more apropos if you said goodbye, Mr. Bellew? Goodbye. You are leaving Derby shortly, I understand, aren't you? Why, sir? Returned Bellew, grave and terribly resentful. It all depends. Depends upon what, may I ask? The moon, sir. The moon. Precisely. And pray, what can the moon have to do with your departure? A great deal more than you'd think, sir. At other time, I should be delighted to explain to you exactly how much. As it is, permit me to wish you a very good evening. Saying which, Bellew nodded affably, and shouldering his spade, looked upon his way. And still he walked in the shadows, and still he gazed upon the moon. Now his thick brows were gathered in a frown, and he was wondering just why Cassilis should judge to be here tonight, what his confident air, the general assurance of his manner might portend. Above all, he was wondering how Mr. Cassilis came to be aware of his own impending departure. So at last he came to the wicket. He sat down, misgivings. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Money Moon by John Jeffrey Farnell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Simon Evans. Chapter 26. How the Money Moon Rose. Evening had deepened into night. A night of ineffable calm, a night of an all-pervading quietude. A horse snorted in the stable nearby. A dog barked in the distance. But these sounds served only to render the silence the more profound of their conscience. It was indeed a night wherein pixies and elves and goblins and fairies might weave their magic spells. A night wherein tired humanity dreamed those dreams that seemed so hopelessly impossible by day. And over all, the moon rose high and higher, in solemn majesty, filling the world with her pale loveliness, and brooding over it like the gentle goddess she is. Even the distant dog seemed to feel something of all this, for after a futile bark or two, he gave it up altogether, and was heard no more. And Bellew, gazing up
I'm tired
nodding, as much as to
of
say,
your play.
still stood leaning upon his spade, listening to that deep hush which seems a sigh, breathed by earth to listening sky. Now all at once upon this quietude there rose a voice, upraised in fervent supplication. Therefore, moving very softly, Bellew came and, peeping round the hayrick, beheld small torches upon his knees.
I'm not interested in working.
Beside him lay a stick, tied to this stick was a bundle, bound with his most cherished possessions. His cheeks were wet with great tears that glistened in the moonbeams, but he wept with eyes tight shut, and with his small hands clasped close together. And thus he spoke, albeit not shaken and hindered by sobs. I suppose you think I bother you an awful lot, dear Lord, and so I do, but you haven't sent the money moon yet, you see. My Auntie Anthony's got bereaved up in here, if I don't find a fortune for her soon. I know I'm crying a lot, and real men don't cry, but
Thank you very much.
lonely and disappointed, and nobody can see me, so it doesn't matter. But dear Lord, I've looked everywhere. I haven't found a single sovereign yet. I've prayed to you for the money moon, and it's never come. So now, dear Lord, I go to Africa, and I want you to please take care of my Auntie Anthony till I come back. Sometimes I'm afraid my prayers can't quite manage to get up to you because of the clouds and wind, but tonight there isn't any, so if they do reach you, please, oh please let me find a fortune. If you don't mind, let him come back to me too. I mean my Uncle Porges, you know. That's all, dear Lord. So amen. As the prayer ended, Bellew stole back, and coming to the gate of the Rickard, leaves there waiting. Presently, as he watched, he saw a small figure emerge from behind the big haystack and come striding manfully towards him.
bundle upon his shoulder, with the moon bright in his curls. But all at once, Small Porges saw them and stopped, and the stick and bundle fell to the ground and lay neglected. "Why, my Porges," said Davy, a trifle huskily perhaps. "Why, shipmate?" And he held out his hand. Then Small Porges uttered a cry and came running. The next moment, Big Porges had him in his arms. "Oh, Uncle Porges, then you have come back to me." "Aye, aye, shipmate." "Why, then my prayers did reach." "Why, of course, prayers always reach, my Porges. Do you suppose I shall find the fortune too?" "No doubt of it. Just look at the moon." "The moon? Why, haven't you noticed how peculiar it is tonight?" "Peculiar?" repeated Small Porges breathlessly, turning to look at it. "Why, yes, my Porges, big, you know, and yellow, like a very large sovereign." "What do you mean? What do you mean, sir?" Here Small Porges changed suddenly, and could only look his question. "The money moon? Oh, yes, there she is at last, my Porges. Take a good look at her. I don't suppose we shall ever see her out." Small Porges stood very still. He gazed up at the moon's broad yellow disk. And as he looked, the tears welled up in his eyes again, and a great sob broke from him. "I'm so glad," he whispered, "so glad." Then suddenly he dashed away his tears and slipped his small, trembling hand into David's. "Quick, Uncle Porges," said he. "Mr. Grimes is coming tonight, you know, and we must find the money in time. Where shall we look first?" "Well, I guess the autumn will do, to start with. Then let's go, now. But we should need a couple of spades, shouldn't we?"
I see. Well, fine.
"Yes, I fancy that's a digging boot, my Porges, for the look of it. Ah, there's a spade, nice and handy. You take that, and I'll manage with this pitchfork. But you can't dig with a... well, you can do the digging, and I'll, prop, you know. Ready? And heave ahead, shipmate." So they set out hand in hand, spade and pitchfork on shoulder, and presently would come to the auction. "Awful big place to dig up a fork in," Small Porges, glancing about. "Where do you suppose you'd better begin?" "Well, shipmate, between you and me and the pitchfork here, I rather fancy King Arthur knows more than most people would think. Anyway, we'll try him. You dig on that side, and I'll prop on this." Saying which, Davy pointed to a certain spot where the grass looked somewhat uneven and peculiarly bumpy. Bidding Small Porges get to work, went round to the other side of the great tree. Being there, he took out his pipe, purely for the force of habit, and stood with it clenched in his teeth, listening to the scrape of Small Porges' spade. Presently he heard a cry, a panting, breathless cry, but full of a joy unspeakable. "I've got it! Uncle Porges, I've found it!" Small Porges was down upon his knees, pulling and tugging at a sack he had partially unearthed, and which, with Davy's aid, he dragged forth into the moonlight. In the twinkling of an eye, the string was cut, and plunging in a hand, Small Porges brought up a fistful of shining sovereigns, among them a crumpled banknote. It's all right, Uncle Porges," he murmured, his voice hoarse and quavering. "It's all right now. I've found the fortune I prayed for. Gold, you know, banknotes, in a sack. Everything will be all right again now."
What do you think about ecology?
He rose to his feet, and lifting the sack with an effort, swung it across his shoulder, and set off towards the house. "Is it heavy, shipmate?" "Awful heavy," he panted. "But then it's gold, you see." As they crossed the rose garden, Davy laid a restraining hand upon his shoulder. "Porges," said he, "where is your auntie up to?" "In the drawing room, waiting for Mr. Grimes." "Then come this way." In turn, Davy led Small Porges up and along the terrace. "Now, my Porges," he finished him, "when we come to the drawing room windows, they're open.
Yes, I'm passionate about ecology.
Wait until I give you the word." "Aye, aye, Captain," panted Small Porges. "When I say heave ahead, shipmate, why then you will take your treasure upon your back and march straight into the room. You understand?" "Aye, aye, Captain." "Why then, come on, amongst the birds." Very cautiously they approached the long French windows and paused in the shadow of a great rose bush nearby. From where he stood, Davy could see Anthea and Miss Priscilla, and between them, sprawling in an easy chair, was Grimes, while Adam, hat in hand, scowled at the banknote. "All I can say is I'm very sorry for you, Miss Anthea," Grimes was saying. as I am, but now you took it so well, no crying, no nonsense. Here he turned to look at Miss Priscilla, whose everlasting self had fallen to her feet, and lay there all unnoticed, while her tearful eyes were fixed upon Anthea, standing white-faced beside her. And when shall you be ready to leave, to vacate Dapplemere, Miss Anthea? Asked Paul. Does not need to hurry, mind.
Okay, if you're a person, I think.
Now, as Benny watched, he saw Anthea's lips move, but no sound came. Miss Priscilla saw him so, and catching the nervous hand, drew it to her bosom, wept over it. Come, expostulated Grimes, jigging the money in his pocket. Come, Miss Anthea, now. All as I am asking you is, when? All as I want you to do is... Yeah, Adam, been screwing and wringing at his hat, now stepped forward, tapping Grimes upon the shoulder, pointed to the door. Mr. Grimes, said he, Miss Anthea's told you rules you can come here to find out. He's told you she can't pay, so now suppose you go. All I want to know is when she'll be ready to move, and I ain't a going till I do, so you get out of my way. Suppose you go, repeated Adam. Get out of my way, do you hear? The crowd sat and went on. If you don't go, Mr. Grimes, the old Adam will be arising inside of me to that degree as I shall be forced to catch you by the collar of your jacket and leave you out, Mr. Grimes, sir. So suppose you go. Mr. Grimes rose, put on his hat, and muttering to himself, stepped indignantly from the room. Adam, shutting the door upon him, turned to Miss Anthea, who stood white-lipped and dry-eyed, while gentle little Miss Priscilla fondled her listless hand. Don't look that way, Miss Anthea, said Adam. I'd rather see you cry than yourself. You are to have to let the old place go. Whispered Benny. Obedient to his command, Small Porges, with his burden upon his back, ran forward and stumbled into the room. It's all right, Auntie Anthea, he cried. I've got the fortune for you. I've found the money I prayed for. Here it is. Here it is. Sam fell gently to the floor. Next moment he had poured a heap of shining gold and crumpled banknotes at Anthea's feet. For a moment no one moved. Then, with a strange hoarse cry, Adam had thrown himself down upon his knees and caught up a great handful of the gold. Then, while Miss Priscilla sobbed with her arms about Small Porges, and Anthea stared down at the treasure wide-eyed, with her hands pressed down upon her heart, Adam gave a sudden great laugh. Springing up, came running out through the window. Never mind, baby. You've had a little joke, you. Now come back and be paid. Then at last, Anthea's stony calm was broken. Her bosom heaved with tempestuous sobs. The next moment, she had thrown herself upon her knees and had clasped her arms about Small Porges and Aunt Priscilla, mingling kisses with her tears. As for Benny, he turned away, and treading the familiar path, found himself beneath the shadow of King Arthur. Therefore he sat down, lighting his pipe, stared up at the glory of the full orb moon. Happiness, said he, speaking his thought aloud, happiness shall come riding astride the full moon. Chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Money Moon by John Jeffrey Farnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evans. Chapter 27, in which it is verified the adage of the cup and the lip. Now as he sat thus, plunged in thought, he heard the voice of one who approached, intoning a familiar chant or refrain. The voice was harsh, albeit not unmusical, and the words of the chant were these: When I am dead, diddle diddle, as well may happen, there leave me deep diddle diddle under the tap. Under the tap diddle diddle, I'll tell you. Lord, exclaimed the singer, breaking off suddenly. Is that you, Mr. Benny, sir? Yes, in good sooth, Adam, the very same. But you sing, Adam? I sing, Mr. Benny, sir. If you ask me why, then I'll tell you, because I'll be happy out of it. J-O-Y, Joyce. Mortgage be paid off at last, Mr. Benny, sir. His Anthea be out of debt, free, sir. All along, Master Georgie. God bless him. Oh, said Benny. That's good. Good? Exclaimed Adam. Mr. Benny, sir, be more than good. Saved Miss Anthea's home for her, sir. Betwixt you and me, I think it saved her too. And it be all along, long now, Master Georgie. Lord, sir, many's the time as I've watched that there blessed boy, a secret
a searching, a poking and a prying round the place and looking for his fortune. Lord bless my eyes and lips, sir. I never thought he'd find nothing. Why, of course not. And that's just what I understood Mr. Bennet, sir, because he did. Did what? Found the fortune as we were always looking for. Sack of golden sovereigns, sir, banknotes, Mr. Bennet, sir. Bullshit on them. Enough, more than enough to pay off that mortgage and to send that dear old Grimes about his business. Away from Davenport for good Lord, sir. So, Grimes is really paid off then, is he, Alan? I done it myself, sir. These here 2 hours. £3,000 I cut it over him. 500 more. Banknotes, sir. What was that for sat by like one in a dream? Altogether there were £5,000 that blessed boy dug up out of the orchard. Dug all up in a potato sack. And this very identical trees you're sitting under, Mr. Bennet, sir. He got it. I'd be half minded to take a shovel and have a try at 40 hunting myself. But there ain't much chance of finding another hereabouts. Besides, I prayed for that fortuner. Long and hard he prayed, Mr. Bennet, sir. Twixt you and me, sir, I've been much of a prayer myself since my old mother died. Anyhow, mortgage be paid off, sir. His answer's free. It is joyful and happy-hearted I be this night. Rooms are mean to get married soon now. And I think of their cooking. Oh, Mr. Bennet, sir. All as I say is, God bless Master Georgie. Good night, sir. May your dreams be as happy as mine. Or suppose they do dream, seldom. Good night, sir. Long after Adam's cheery whistle had died away, Bennet sat, pipe in mouth, staring up at the moon. At length, however, he rose and turned his steps towards the house. Mr. Bennet? He started, and turning, saw Anthe standing amid her roses. For a moment they looked upon each other in silence, as though each dreaded to speak. Then suddenly she turned, and broke a great rose from its stem, stood twisting it between her fingers. Why did you do it? She asked. Do it? He repeated. I mean, the fortune. George, you told me how you helped him to find it, and I know how it came there, of course, but why did you do it? You didn't tell him how it came there? Asked Bennet anxiously. No, she answered. I think it would break his heart if you knew. And I think it would have broken his heart if you had never found it, said Bennet. I couldn't let that happen, could I? Anthe did not answer, but he saw that her eyes were very bright in the shadow of her lashes, which kept them lowered to the roots of her fingers. Anthe, said he suddenly, reached out his hands to her. But she started and drew from his touch. Don't, he said, speaking almost in a whisper. Don't touch me. I know you've paid off the mortgage, you bought back my home for me as you bought back my furniture. Why? Why? That's
Maybe
nothing to you or you to me.
we can have
Why did you make me under this
a very nice conversation.
You know I could never hope to return your money. Why? Why did you do it? Because I love you, Anthe. I've loved you from the first. Because everything I possess in this world is yours, even as I am. You forget, he broke it proudly. You forget. Everything but my love for you, Anthe. Everything but that I want you for my wife. I'm not much of a fellow, I know, but
Okay, thank you.
lucky enough to marry me someday, Anthe? Would you dare to say this to me before tonight? Before your money brought back the roof over my head? Well, haven't I been humiliated enough? You've taken from me the everything I've left, my independence, stolen it from me. Have I been shamed enough? Now, as she spoke, she saw that his eyes were grown suddenly big and fierce. In that moment, her hands were caught in his powerful grasp. Let me go, she cried. No, said he, shaking his head, not until you tell me if you love me. Speak, Anthe. Loose my hands. She threw up her head proudly, and her eyes gleamed and her cheeks flamed with sudden anger. Loose me, she repeated. Bennet only shook his head, and his chin seemed rather more prominent than usual, as he answered. Tell me that you love me, that you hate me. Whichever it is, but until you do, you hurt me, said she. And then, as his fingers relaxed, with a sudden passionate cry, she broke him free, but even so, he caught and swept her up in his arms and held her close against his breast. And now, feeling the hopelessness of further struggle, she lay passive, while her eyes flamed up into his, and his eyes looked down into hers. Her long, thick hair had come loose, and now with a sudden, quick gesture, she drew it across her face, vaguely confident. Therefore he stooped his head above those lustrous tresses. Anthea, he murmured, and the masterful voice was strangely hesitating, and the masterful arms about her were wonderfully gentle. Anthea, do you love me? Lower he bent, and lower, until his lips touched her hair, until beneath that fragrant veil his mouth sought and found hers. And in that breathless moment he felt them quiver responsive to his caress. And then he'd set her down, she was free, and he was looking at her with a new-found radiance in his eyes. Anthea, he said wonderingly, why then, you do? As he spoke, he hid her face in her hands. Anthea, he repeated. Oh, she whispered, I hate you, despise you. And you should be paid back every penny, every farthing, very soon. Next week, I marry Mr. Cassilis. So she turned and fled away, and left him standing there amid the roses. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Money Moon by John Jeffrey Farnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 28, which tells how Bellew left Dapplemere in the dawn. Far in the east, a grey streak marked the advent of another day, and upon all things was a solemn hush, a great and awful stillness that was like the stillness of death. The earth was a place of gloom and mist, where spectral shadows writhed and twisted and flitted under a frowning heaven. And out of the gloom there came a breath, sharp and damp and exceeding chill. Therefore, as Bellew gazed down from the frowning heaven to the gloom of earth below, its ever-moving misty shapes, he shivered involuntarily. In another hour it would be day, and with the day, the gates of Arcadia would open for his departure. He must go forth to become once more a wanderer, going up and down and to and fro in the world until his course was run. Yet it was worth having lived for, this one golden month, and in all his wanderings needs must he carry with him the memory of her who had taught him how deep and high, how wide and infinitely far-reaching that thing called love may really be. And Porges, dear, quaint, small Porges, where under heaven could he ever find again such utter faith, such pure, unaffected loyalty and devotion as throbbed within that small, warm heart? How could he ever bid goodbye to loving, eager, still, small Porges? And then there was Miss Priscilla, and the strong, gentle sergeant, and Peter Day, and sturdy Adam, and Prudence, and the rosy-cheeked maids. How well they were suited this wonderful Arcadia. Yes, indeed he, and he only, had been out of place. And so he must go, back to the everyday, matter-of-fact world. How could he ever say goodbye to faithful, loving, small Porges? Far in the east, the grey streak had brightened and broadened, and was already tipped with a faint pink that deepened and deepened as he watched. Bellew had seen the glory of many a sunrises in divers wild places of the earth, and hitherto had always felt deep within him the responsive thrill, the exhilaration of hope newborn, joyful expectation of the great unknown future. But now he watched the varying hues of pink and scarlet and saffron and gold with gloomy brow and sombre eyes. Now, presently, the blackbird who lived in the apple tree beneath his window, he drew the inquisitive turn of mind. This blackbird fellow, opening a drowsy eye, must needs give vent to a croak, very hoarse and feeble. Then, apparently having yawned prodigiously and stretched himself, wing and leg, he tried a couple of notes. In a hesitating, tentative sort of fashion, shook himself, repeated the 2 notes, tried 3. Mellower, and more what the waiting world very justly expected of him. Be more confident, tried 4, tried 5. He was perfectly assured, and so burst forth into the full golden melody of his morning song.
Yes, sir.
Then Bellew, leaning out from his casement, as the first bright beam of the rising sun gilded the topmost leaves of
I
the
want
tree,
to say
thus apostrophized the
it's a
unseen
character from a book, Classic Audiobook Collection podcast by Paul Greenwood. His name is The Money Moon by John Jeffrey Farnell. Classic Audiobook. I can enjoy it.
Some evening when she happens to be sitting idle and watching the moon rise over the upland yonder. If at such a time you could just manage to remind her of me, why, I'd thank you. And so, goodbye, old fellow. Saying which, Billy turned from the window and took up a certain bulbily strapped portmanteau, while the blackbird, having evidently hearkened to his request with much grave attention, fell a singing more gloriously than ever. Meanwhile, Bellew descended the great wide stairs, soft of foot and cautious of step, yet pausing once to look towards a certain closed door, and so presently let himself out into the door. The dew sparkled in the grass. It hung in glittering jewels from every leaf and twig, while now and then a shining drop would fall upon him as he passed, like a great tear. Now, as he reached the orchard, up rose the sun in all his majesty, filling the world with the splendour of his coming, before whose kindly beams the skulking mists and shadows shrank affrighted, and fled utterly away. This morning, King Arthur wore his grandest robes of state, for his mantle of green was thick sewn with a myriad flaming gems, very different he looked from that dark, shrouded giant who had so lately been conspirator number 2. Yet, perhaps for this very reason, when he paused to lay a hand upon his mighty rugged hull, and doing so, turned and looked back at the house of Dapplemere. And truly, never had the old house seemed so beautiful, so quaint and peaceful as now. Its every stone and beam had become familiar, and as he looked, seemed to find an individuality of its own. The very lattices seemed to look back at him like so many wistful eyes. Therefore, George Bellew, American citizen, millionaire, traveller, explorer, and lover, sighed as he turned away, sighed as he strode on through the green and golden morning, and resolutely looked back no more. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Money Moon by John Jeffrey Farnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reporting by Simon Evans. Chapter 29 of The Moon's Message to Small Paws, and how he told it to Bellew in a whisper. Bellew walked on at a good pace with his back turned resolutely towards the house of Dapplemere, and thus, as he swung into that narrow grassy lane that wound away between trees, he was much surprised to hear a distant hail. Facing sharp about, he espied a diminutive figure whose small legs trotted very fast, and whose small fist waved a weather-beaten cap. Bellew's first impulse was to turn and run, but Bellew really acted on impulse. Therefore he set down the bulging portmanteau, seated himself upon it, and taking out a pipe of tobacco, waited for his pursuer to come up. Apologies, answered a voice. You did walk so awful fast, and
I'm Martin Macaron.
Now, please, where are you going? Going, said Bellew, searching through his pockets for a match. Going, my apologies, why, for a stroll, to be sure. Just before breakfast, you know. But then, why have you brought your bag? Bag? Repeated Bellew, stooping down to the feet. So I have. Please, why? Persisted Small Paws, suddenly anxious. Why did you bring it?
Martin Kevin.
To bear me company. How is it you were out so very early, my Paws? Why, I couldn't sleep last night, you know, because I kept on thinking and thinking about the fortune. So I got up in the middle of the night and dressed myself and sat in the big chair by the window and looked at the money moon. And I stared at it and stared at it until a wonderful thing happened. And what do you suppose? I don't know. But all at once, when I stared up at it, the moon changed itself to a great big face.
Yes, we have a flag, and our flag is an apple because it's healthy and good.
And it told me a lot of things. And that's how I know that you are going away. Because you are, you know, aren't you? Why, my Paws? What if it makes, since you ask me, I am. Yes, I was afraid the moon was right, said Small Paws, and turned away. The Bellew could see the stricken look in his eyes. After he took Small Paws in the circle of his big arm, and holding him thus, explained to him how that in this great world each of us must walk his appointed way, that there must and always will be partings, but that also there must and always shall be meetings. Now so, my Paws, if we have to say goodbye now, the sooner we shall meet again, some day, somewhere. Small Paws only sighed and shook his head in quickest dejection. Wish you know you're going? I with my auntie Anthony? Yes, she knows boys. But I suppose that's why she was crying so overnight. Right? Yes, she was crying more for one day than hadn't she? Last time when I woke up, couldn't sleep, I went into her room and she was crying with her face hidden in the pillow and her hair all about her. Yes, as you said, she wished she was dead. So that it was I tried to comfort her, and she said, "I'm dreadfully failure, Georgie dear, with the farm and everything else. I've tried to be a father and mother to you, and I failed in that too. So now I'm going to give you a real father. But you told me she was going to marry Mr. Vasilis. But I said no, because I've arranged for her to marry you and live happy ever after." She got awfully angry again and said she'd never marry you, but you were the last man in the world, because she despised you, sir. That would suit you settle it. So it's goodbye, my precious. We may as well shake hands now and get it over. Then he rose from the portmanteau and signed on Betty's hand. "Oh, but wait a minute," cried Smallbones eagerly. "I haven't told you what the moon said to me last night." "Sure, we will forget it now," said Betty. "Now then, please sit down again so I can speak into your ear, because what the moon told me to tell you is a secret." So perforce, when he reseated himself upon his portmanteau, and drawing Smallbones close, bent his head down to the thickest of the face.
Are you here?
And so Smallbones told me exactly what the moon had said. And the moon's message, whatever it was, seemed to be very short and concise, as all really important messages should be. But these few words had a wondrous and magical effect upon George Bedford. For there was a scared wide eye in Smallbones like one awakened from a dream. When the gloom vanished from his brow, he sprang to his feet, and being upon his feet, he smote his clenched fist down into the palm of his hand with a resounding smack. "By heaven!" he exclaimed, and took a turn to and fro across the width of the lane, and seeing Smallbones watching him, caught him suddenly up in his arms and hugged him. "And the moon will be at the full tonight," said he. Thereafter he sat down upon his portmanteau again, with Smallbones upon his knee, and they talked confidentially together with their heads very close together and in muffled tones. At last Betty rose. His eyes were bright and eager, and his square chin prominent and grimly risen. "So you quite understand, my ladies?" "Yes, yes, oh, I understand." "Well, the little bridge spans the brook. The trees thicker now." "Aye, aye, Captain." "Then fare thee well, mates. Goodbye, my porters. And remember." So they clasped hands very solemnly, big porters and small porters, and turned each his appointed way, one up, the other down the lane. And lo, as they went, Smallbones' tears were banished quite, and then he strode upon his way, his head held high, his shoulders squared, like one who knew hope has been newborn. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Money Moon by John Jeffrey Farnham. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Williams. Chapter 30. How Anthea gave her promise. "So he is really gone?" Miss Priscilla sighed as she spoke, looked up from her needlework to watch Anthea, who sat biting her pen and frowning down a blank sheet of paper before her. "So, really gone?" "Who, Mr. Bennet? Oh, yes." "He went very early." "Yes." "Without any breakfast." "That was his own fault," said Anthea. "Without even saying goodbye." "Perhaps he was in a hurry," Anthea suggested. "Oh, dear me, no, my dear. I don't believe Mr. Bennet was ever in a hurry in all his life." "No," said Anthea, giving her pen a vicious bite. "I don't believe he ever was. He's always so awfully passive and deliberate." And then she put her hair away. "Eh, my dear?" exclaimed Miss Priscilla, pausing with her needle in mid-air. "Did you say hatefully?" "Yes." "Anthea? How hateful, Aunt Priscilla." "Eh, my dear?" "That was why I sent him away." "You sent him away?" "Yes." "But, Anthea, why?" "Oh, Aunt Priscilla, surely you never believed in the fortune? Surely you guessed it was his money that paid back the mortgage? Didn't you, Aunt? Didn't you?" "Oh, my dear, but then you did it so very tactfully, and I'd hope, my dear, that I should marry you and settle the obligation that way, perhaps." Oh, I'm going to marry. Then why did you say I'm going to marry Mr. Cassilis whenever he pleases? Unfair? There was a cough, and a needle-word slipped from Miss Priscilla's nervous fingers. He asked me to write and tell him if I ever had changed my mind. Dear, my dear, cried Miss Priscilla, reaching out her cold hands. Never believe. You are distraught today, tired, and worn out with worry and loss of sleep. Wait, wait, repeated Anthony bitterly. For what? To marry him. Oh, Anthony, you never meant to. Think what you are doing. I thought of it all last night, Aunt Priscilla, and all this morning, and I have made up my mind. You mean to write? Yes. To tell Mr. Cassilis that you will marry him? Yes. And now Miss Priscilla rose, and next moment was kneeling beside Anthony's chair. My dear, she pleaded, you that I love like my own flesh and blood, don't. Oh, Anthony, don't be what can never be undone. Don't give your youth and beauty to one who can never make you happy. Oh, Anthea. You know, Aunt Priscilla, I would rather marry one I don't love than have to live beholding all my days to a man that I hate. Now, as she spoke, though her embrace was as ready and her hands as gentle as ever, but Miss Priscilla saw that her proud face was set and stern. So she presently rose, sighed, and taking a little crutch stick, tapped dolefully away and left her foot to write her letter. And now, hesitating no more, Anthony took up her pen and wrote. Only a very short missive for a love letter. When she folded and sealed it, she tossed it aside, and laying her arms upon the table, hid her face with a long, shuddering sigh. In a little while she rose, taking up the letter, went out to find Adam. But remembering that he had gone to Cranbrook with small Porges, she paused irresolute, then turned her steps towards the orchard. Hearing voices, she stopped again, glancing about, espied the sergeant and Miss Priscilla. She had given both hands into the sergeant's one great solitary fist, and he was looking down at her, and she was looking up at him, and on the face of each was great and shining joy. Seeing this, Anthony felt herself very lonely all at once, and turning aside saw all things through a blur of sudden tears. She was possessed also of a sudden fierce loathing of the future, a horror because of the promise her letter contained. Nevertheless, she was firm and resolute in her course because of the pride that burned within her. So thus it was that as the sergeant presently came striding along on his homeward way, he was suddenly aware of Miss Angela standing before him. Whereupon he halted, removing his hat, wished her good afternoon. Sergeant, said she, could you do something for me? Anything you ask me, Miss Angela, ma'am? Ever and always. I want you to take this letter to Mr. Cassilis, will you?
Metaverse.
About his hand. Finally he put it on, out of the way. Will you, Sergeant? Since you asked me, Miss Angela, ma'am, I will. Give it into his own hand. Miss Angela, ma'am, I will. Thank you. Here it is, Sergeant. So she turned and was gone, leaving the sergeant staring down at the letter in his hand, shaking his head over it. Anthea walked on hastily, never looking behind, until coming back to the house, threw herself down by the open window, and stared out with unseeing eyes at the roses nodding slumberous heads in the gentle breeze. So, the irrevocable step was taken. She had given her promise to marry Cassilis whenever he would, and must abide by it. Too late now, in the hope of retreat, she had deliberately chosen her course, and must follow it to the end. Begging your pardon, Miss Angela, ma'am. She started, glancing round and smiled at him. Oh, you started me, Adam. What is it? Begging your pardon, Miss Angela, but is it true that Mr. Perry be gone away for good? Yes, Adam. Well, then all I can say is this, I'm sorry. I'm mortal sorry I be, and my aunt, ma'am, and aunt likewise gloomy. Are you so fond of him, Angela? Well, Miss Angela, it's really as you will. Best, good mate, properest kind of gentleman as ever was. All I tell you is over and above all this, he can use his fist better than any man as ever I see. He went down into a dry ditch, but I'm sure likewise good as tight. Wait, nonsense, Angela. All what happened on account of me finding about sleeping in your air, man. Can I tell you furthermore, as he treated me ever as a man, no ways about shaking the hand and smoking a pipe with me, so to provide. When I tell you to see what the finest gentleman and properest man as ever I know, I'll tell on. I think there's the word fun to be about the size of it, as that young man. Cambridge had nodded several times, bestowed an emphatic backhanded knock at the back of his hand. You used to sit together very often, under the big apple tree, didn't you, Adam? No, I didn't really a 9% for it. Did he ever tell you much of his life, Adam? Why, yes, Miss Andrew told me some about his travels, what was he chopped lions and tigers, out in India and Africa. Did he ever mention Miss Andrew, said he inquiringly, to see if she recovers. Did he ever speak of the lady who's going to marry? Lady? Repeated Adam, giving a sudden twist to his hat. Yes, the lady who lives in London. No, Miss Andrew.
Oh, yeah.
What do you mean? I mean, as there never was no lady Miss Andrew. Neither up in London nor nowhere else, as I never heard of. But, Adam, you told me. I'm sure I told you, but it were a lie, Miss Andrew. These was, it weren't the truth. See, I were afraid as you refused to take the money for the furniture. Some made you believe as he wanted uncommon bad. So I told you as he thought you were on account of him being matrimonially took a young lady up in London. Then you went to him and warned him, told him of the story you had invented. I did Miss Andrew. At first I thought as he would go up and give me one for myself. But afterwards he took it very quiet and told me as I'd done quite right. He to play the game. That's all about it. Without I must be off my mind at once. Now, Miss Andrew, man, seeing you of outrage with Master George's fortune, why you can pay back for the furniture you certainly were minded to. And I suppose you agree with me as I've done it all for the best, Miss Andrew? Adam unscrewed his hat and knocked out the wrinkles against his knee, which done, he glanced at Andrew. Why, what is it, Miss Andrew? Nothing, Adam. I haven't slept well lately, that's all. Ah, well, you'll be all right again now. We all shall, and I've always been there off. Shan't we, Miss Andrew? Yes, Adam. Go away, Dave, board of crackle, Master George and me. He'd be in the kitchen now with Prudence, so eating a bread and jam. But, something, man. If you be wanting me again, I shall be in the stables. Good night, Miss Andrew. So honest, well-meaning Adam touched his forehead with a square-ended finger and trudged away. But Andrew sat there, very still with drooping head and vacant eyes. And so it was done. The irrevocable step had been taken. She'd given her promise. So now, having chosen her course, she was followed to the end. While in Arcadia, it would seem that a promise is still a sacred thing. And then a while, lifting her eyes, they encountered those of the smiling cavalier of the mansion. As she looked, she stretched out her arms with a sudden yielding gesture. Ah, she whispered, if I were only just a picture, like you. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The Money Move by John Jeffrey Farnwood. This book of Oxford Recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Simon Evans. Chapter 31, which, being the last, is very probably the longest in the book. For those romantic days when men went abroad cased in steel, and upon Betty's family plantation, they went to smite each other with axes and clubs, buffet and skewer each other with spears, lances, swords, and divers other barbs engines. Yet in that dark and doughty age, ignorant though they were of all those smug maxims, excellent moralities with which we are so heavily blessed, even in that unhallowed day, when the solemn tread of the beastman's foot was all unknown, they had evolved for themselves a code of rules whereby to govern their life and conduct. Amongst these was tacitly being born and understood that a spoken promise is a pledge, held to be a very sacred thing. He who broke faith committed all to cardinal sins. Indeed, their laws were very few and surrounding, and the soft little rings of hair who had made such an excellent lining took place. From this strictly utilitarian point of view, it often admired her hair. As she passed to and fro among her flowers, the horse of the Barrington to listen to his song, or even sometimes to speak to him in her sweet, low voice. But today she seemed to have forgotten him altogether. She did not even glance his way. Indeed, she walked with bent head, seemed to keep her eyes always upon the ground. Therefore the blackbird hopped a little further along the branch. The other took a glance at him, first one round eye, then the other. She sank upon the seat nearby, and leaned her head wearily against the great tree behind. Thus he saw, on the pink bill of her cheek, something that shone and twinkled like a drop of dew. If the blackbird wondered at this, and was inclined to be curious, he sternly repressed the weakness. Here was the audience, seated and waiting, all expectation for him to begin. So, without more ado, he settled himself upon the bough, lifted his head, stretched his throat, and from his yellow bill poured forth a flood of golden melody, as he burst forth into his song of memory. What a song it was, so full of passionate entreaty, of tender pleading, of haunting sweetness, that as she listened, the bright drop quivering upon her lashes fell and was succeeded by another, and another. Nor did she attempt to check them or wipe them away, only she sat and listened with her heavy head pillowed against the great tree, while the blackbird, glancing down at her every now and then with critical eye, to mark the effect of some particularly difficult lesson, piped surely as he had never done before, until the listener's proud face sank lower and lower, and was at last hidden in her eyes. Seeing which, the blackbird, like the tree artist he was, fearing a mental silence, very presently ended his song, a long, drawn, plaintive note. But Anthea sat there with her proud head bowed low, long after he had retired for the night. And the sun went down, and the shadows came creeping stealthily about her, and the moon began to rise, pink and yellow, over the upland. But Anthea still sat there with her head once more resting wearily against King Arthur, watching the deepening shadows, until she was roused by Small Porter's hand upon hers, and his voice saying, "Why, I do think you're crying, Auntie Anthea. Why are you here, all alone and by yourself?" "I was listening to the blackbird, dear. I never heard him sing quite so beautifully before. The blackbirds don't make people cry, and I know you didn't cry, but you sound quivering, you know. Do you want to? Yes, is it because you feel lonely?" "Yes, dear." "You've cried an awful lot lately, Auntie Anthea." "My dear?" "Yes, and it worries me, you know. I'm afraid I've been a great responsibility to you, Georgie dear," said she with a rueful little laugh. "Thank you have, but I don't mind the responsibility. I'll always take care of you, you know." Sitting down, the better to get around and talk to them about it. But Anthea stooped to kiss the top of his curly head. "I promised my Uncle Porters I'd always take care of you, and so I will." Still, Uncle Porter told me, "Never mind, dear, don't let's talk of him. Do you still hate him, then, Auntie Anthea?" "Hush, dears. Very wrong to hate people. Yes, of course it is. And perhaps as you don't hate him anymore, you like him a bit, just a teeny bit, you know. Why, there's the clock striking 8:30, Georgie." "Yes, I heard it. But do you? The teeniest bit? But can't you like him just a bit for my sake, Auntie Anthea? I'm always trying to please you, and I find you the fortune, you know, so now I want you to please me. And tell me you like him, for my sake." "Georgie dear, you don't understand. Because you see, Duke and Yellow, over the upland." But Anthea still sat there with her head once more resting wearily against King Arthur, watching the deepening shadows, until she was roused by Small Porter's hand upon hers, and his voice saying, "Why, I do think you're crying, Auntie Anthea. Why are you here, all alone and by yourself?" "I was listening to the blackbird, dear. I never heard him sing quite so beautifully before. The blackbirds don't make people cry, and I know you didn't cry, but you sound quivering, you know. Do you want to, Georgie?" "Yes, is it because you feel lonely?" "Yes, dear. You've cried an awful lot lately, Auntie Anthea." "My dear?" "Yes, and it worries me, you know. I'm afraid I've been a great responsibility to you, Georgie dear," said she with a rueful little laugh. "Thank you have, but I don't mind the responsibility. I'll always take care of you, you know." Once more, Georgie, sitting down, better to get porter told me, do you still hate it then, RTFC? Oh, she said, it's very wrong to hate people. Yes, of course it is. Perhaps you don't hate them anymore, you like them again, just a teeny bit, you know? Why, there's the clock striking 8:30 already. Yes, I heard it. But do you? Teeniest bit? But can't you like it just a bit for my sake, RTFC? I'm always trying to please you, and I find you the fortune, you know, so now I want you to please me. And tell me you like him, for my sake. Dear, you don't understand. As you see, as my voice continued, after I found it for you, on your head, you know. Why did you, Georgie, dear? You were so happy before you came. But you couldn't have been, you know. You weren't married, even then, so you couldn't have been really happy, you know. What do you mean? Well, Uncle Porter's told me that nobody can live happy ever after unless they're married first. So that was why I arranged for him to marry you, so you could both be happy and all revel in one, like the fairy tale, you know. You see, we aren't in a fairy tale, dear. So I'm afraid we must make the best of things as they are. And then she sighed again and she rose. Come, it's much later than I thought. Quite time you were in bed, dear. All right, Auntie. Honey, do you think it's just a bit cruel to send a boy to bed so very early, and when the moon's so big that everything looks so frightfully fine? Besides, not now, she asked a little wearily. As obedient to his pleading gesture, she sat down again. Oh, you haven't answered my question yet, you know. What question? Said she, not repeating. About my Uncle Porter's. Don't you understand? You do like him, just a bit, don't you? Please? Porters was standing before her as he waited for her answer. But now, seeing how she hesitated, avoiding his eyes, he put one small hand beneath the dimple of her chin, so that she was forced to look at him. You do, please, don't you? She hesitated. But after all, he was gone. Nobody could hear. His quarters were so very small. Who could resist the entreaty of his big, wistful eyes? Nor that up for him. Therefore, with a sudden gesture of abandonment, she leaned forward in his embrace, rested her weary head against his manly, smiling shoulder. Yes, she whispered. Just as much as you like Mr. Cassilis, he whispered back. Yes, a bit more, just a teeny bit more. Yes, a lot more, lots and lots, thousands more. Yes. The word was spoken, and having uttered it, Anthea grew suddenly hot with shame, and mightily angry with herself, and would straightway have given the world to have done so. The more so as she felt the small portions of his clasp tighten joyfully. Looking up, fancied he read something like time from his work. She drew away from him rather hastily and rose to her feet. Come, said she, speaking now in a vastly different tone. It must be getting very late. Yes, I suppose it'll soon be 9 o'clock now. Then you ought to be in bed, fast asleep, instead of talking such nonsense out here. So, come along at once, sir. Come and stay up just a little while. You see, no. You see, it's such a magnificent night. I feel as though things might happen. You're so silly. Well, it really does, you know. What do you mean? What thing? Well, it feels merry to me. I expect there's lots of elves about, in the shadows, you know, peeping at us. Not any elves or gnomes, Betsy affectionately, for she was still furiously angry with herself. But my Uncle Porter's told me, oh, my Rachel, stopping her foot suddenly, can't we call him anyone or anything but him? I'm tired to death of him and his very name. But I thought you liked him, an awful lot, and well, I don't. But you said, never mind what I said, it's time you were in bed asleep, so come along at once, sir. So they went on through the orchards together, very silently. The small porter was inclined to be indignant, but much more inclined to be hurt. Thus, they had not gone so very far when he spoke, in a voice that he would have described as rippling. Don't you think that you're just the teeniest bit cruel to me, aren't you, Anthea? Cried Miss Flip, after I've prayed and prayed till I've found a fortune for you. Don't you please? Well, it influence of which you are moved to know.
he spoke, she stopped, turned, fell on her knees, and caught him in her arms, kissing him many times. Yes, yes, dear, I hated you, horrid you. I don't mean to be. Forgive me. Oh, it's all right again now, Auntie Anne, thank you. I just thought you were just a bit hard, because it is such a magnificent. I thought I heard a horse galloping. I reached the stile by now, the stile with the crooked leaden nail. She leaned there a while to listen. I'm sure I heard something away there on the road. I don't, says Roper stoutly. So take my hand, please. Let me assist you over the stile. So they crossed the stile, and presently came to the brook that is the most impressive brook in the world. And here upon the little rustic bridge they stopped to look down at the sparkle of the water, to listen to its merry voice. Yes, indeed, tonight it was as impertinent as ever, laughing and chuckling to itself among the hollows, whispering scandalously in the shadows. It seemed to Andrew that it was laughing at him, mocking, taunting him with the future. And now amid the laughter there were sobs and tearful murmurs. Again it seemed to be the prophetic voice of old Nanny. By force ye shall be wooed, by force ye shall be wed. There is no man strong enough to do it, but him as bears the tiger mark upon him. Alas, very far from the truth were poor old Nanny's dreams after all, the dreams which Andrew nearly believed in. And yet, even now, Andrew had been leaning over the golden waters that always pass through the night. But now, she started at the sound of a heavy footfall on the planking of the bridge behind her, and in that same instant she was encircled by a powerful arm, caught up in a strong embrace, swung from her feet and all away through the shadows of the little copse. It was very dark in the wood, but she knew instinctively whose arms these were that hung so close and carried her so easily, away through the shadows of the wood, away from the haunting, hopeless dread of a future from which there seemed no chance or hope of escape. And knowing all this, she knew the struggle mattered no word. And now the trees thinned out, and from under her lashes she saw the face above her, the thick black brows drawn together, the close set of the lips, the grim prominence of the strong, superb chin. And now they were in the road, and now he had lifted her into an automobile, and sprung in beside her, and they were off, gliding swift and ever swifter into the shadows of the trees. Still neither spoke or looked at each other, only she leaned away from him against the cushions, and he kept his frowning eyes fixed upon the road ahead. And ever the great car flew onward faster and faster, yet not so fast as the
Me too. I'm happy to chat about anything, anything you want. We can talk about.
But at last, finding him so silent and impassive, she must needs steal a look at him beneath her lashes. He wore no hat, and as she looked upon him, his yellow hair, his length of limb, and his massive shoulders, he might have been some fierce Viking. She was captive, taken by strength of arm, borne away by force. By force. And hereupon, as the car hummed over the smooth road, it seemed to find a voice, a subtle, mocking voice, very like the voice of the brook, murmured to him over and over again. By force you shall be wooed, by force you shall be wed. The very trees whispered it as they passed, and her heart throbbed tightly. By force you shall be wooed, by force you shall be wed.
Yes, you always get it right.
Watching him with frightened eyes, and he frowned ever upon the road in front, and the car rocked and swayed with the gale, as they whirled on through moonlight and through shadow, faster and faster, yet not so fast as the beating of her heart, wherein was fear, shame, and anger, and another feeling, the greatest of all was fear. Could this be the placid, soft-spoken gentleman she had known? This man with the implacable eyes and the brutal jaw, who neither spoke to nor looked at her, but frowned always at the road in front? So the fear grew and grew within her, fear of the man whom she knew, but not at all. She clasped her hands nervously together, watching him with dilating eyes as the car slowed down, for the road made a sudden turn almost. Still the man looked at her and spoke to him, and therefore, because she could bear the silence no longer, she spoke. And it was that silence strangely faint and far away, and it shook and trembled in spite of her. Where are you taking me? To be married, answered Peter. But don't. Wait and see. No, but
your mind. You always will. You always must and shall be. So I'm going to marry you in about half an hour, a special license. Still looking at him, the answer was and she looked away over the countryside, all lonely and desolate under the moon. I want you, see, he told her. I want you more than I ever wanted anything in this world. I need you, because without you my life would be utterly purposeless and empty. So I have taken you, because you are mine, I know it. Ah yes, deep down in your woman's heart, you know it too. And so I'm going to marry you. Yes, I am, unless... stand still, turning, looked at her for the first time. And now, before the look in his eyes, oh, Mabel, she felt, lest he should read within them that which she should fain hide from him, which she knew they must reveal, that which was neither shame, nor anger, nor fear, but the other feeling, which she dared find no name. As for a long moment, there was silence. At last she spoke, and with her eyes still looking. Unless, she repeated breathlessly, Anthea, look at me. Anthea only drooped her head the lower, wherefore he leaned forward and, even as small porters are done, set his hand beneath the dimple in her chin, lifting her proud, unwilling face. Anthea, look at me, Basilius. Tell me that, and I will take you back this very instant, from you again. But unless you do tell me that, why then, your pride shall not last too long as if I remembered. Now speak. But Anthea was silent. Also, she would have turned aside from his searching look, but that his arms were about her strong and heavy. So needs must she suffer him to look down into her very heart. It seemed to her that in that moment he had rent away every stitch and shred of pride's enfolding mantle. And he saw the truth at last. If he had, he gave no sign, and he returned and set the car humming on its way once more. On he went through the midsummer night, up hill and down hill, across road and by lane, until as they climbed a long ascent, they beheld this tall figure standing upon the top of a hill, in the attitude of one who waits. He, spying them, immediately raised a very stiff left arm. Whereupon this figure was joined by another. As the car drew nearer, Anthea, with a thrill of pleasure, recognised the sergeant standing very much as though he were on parade, with honest-faced Peterday beside him, who stepped joyfully forward, and, with a bob of his head and a scrape of his wooden leg, held out his hand to her. Like one in a dream, she took the sailor's hand to step from the car. Like one in a dream, she walked on between the soldier and the sailor, who now reached out to her, each a hand equally big and equally gentle, to aid her up certain crumbling and time-worn steps. On they went together till they were come to a place of whispering echoes where lights burned, few and dim. And here, still as one in a dream, she spoke these words, which gave her life henceforth to the keeping of him who stood beside her. His strong hand trembled as he set upon her finger that which is an emblem of eternity. Like one in a dream, she took the pen and signed her name obediently where they directed. Could this really be herself, this silent, simplicity creature? And now they were out upon the moonlit road again, seated in the car, while Peterday, his hat in his hand, was speaking to her. Was it to her? Mrs. Berryman, you say, on this here momentous occasion. Monumentous is the only word for it, Peterday. On this here momentous occasion, Mrs. Berry, my shipmate Dick and me, respectfully, ma'am, beg the favour of sweeting the bride. Mrs. Berry, by your leave, yourself and happiness, ma'am. Hereupon they all said and kissed her right heartily, which done, he made both the sergeant, who after a moment's hesitation followed suit. A fair wind and prosperous, cried Peterday, holding his hat. And God bless you both, said the sergeant, who had not come away. So it was done. The irrevocable step was taken. Her life and future passed for ever into the keeping of him who sat so silent beside her, and spoke or looked at her, far never the road before her. On sped the car, faster and faster, yet not so fast as